I held a large caliber spray gun against the back of the school bully's mother, Mrs. Oda, on the subway in the cherry blossom country. Hello, ma'am, what do you want to do? There are so many people here, Mrs. Oda said, pretending to be calm. She slightly turned her head and caught a glimpse of the young man's appearance behind her, tall, handsome, and with strong features. Such an outstanding boy, if caught by the police, would ruin his life. Mrs. Oda thought to herself in a daze, but the next second, a phone appeared in front of her. The video played a bullying incident at school, and the demon bullying others was none other than her son. How is that possible? How could Gutang do such a thing? Where did you get the video? It's absolutely big news that the child of the famous educational program host, Mrs. Oda, is actually a bully. The boy continued sarcastically. Once this matter is exposed, not only will you, Mrs. Oda, lose your job, but I think your son will also be expelled from school, and even arrested by the police. His future will be ruined. Hearing this, Mrs. Oda trembled all over. She is the host of a Tokyo educational program, and if what is in the video is true, she will definitely be immediately banned, and she might even have to pay a large penalty for breach of contract. What do you want? Let's talk it out. No matter what your demands are, we can negotiate, Mrs. Oda said sincerely, her tone filled with pleading. She didn't want to lose her job, didn't want to lose her house, and most importantly, didn't want to lose her child's future. She understood that to keep what she didn't want to lose, she might have to give up something else. Very well, madam, you are a clever person, so next we can find a place to discuss serious matters. For example, the hometown of your ancient vine. I have long wanted to see it. Sure, Mrs. Oda nodded, and then the two of them fell silent. Countless thoughts and possibilities flashed through Mrs. Oda's mind, making her somewhat restless. Meanwhile, you remained calm. After all, you are someone who has died once. What great storms have you not seen? Today is May 11th. For some unknown reason, you have been reborn a month before the apocalypse broke out, and you have also awakened a negative emotion system. At this moment, Mrs. Oda is being threatened by you, and Liu Yang. It is speculated that Liu Yang is a misidentification of you. It should be Mu Koan, is constantly receiving system prompts in his mind, stating that making others experience pain, fear, and other negative emotions can earn system rewards. Listening to the fear prompts continuously coming from Mrs. Oda, you said with a half smile to the beautiful and mature lady in front of you, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I am a classmate of the ancient vine. Although I have also been bullied by him, I actually don't want classmate Gutang to be taken away by the police, as long as you obediently listen. Upon hearing your words, Mrs. Oda not only did not feel reassured but became even more frightened. Walking into Mrs. Oda's villa, you sat on the sofa in the living room. Mrs. Oda poured you a glass of water and then sat somewhat awkwardly opposite you. How should I address you? Mrs. Oda broke the silence. My name is Maki Koan. Maki Koan. I have brought you home as you requested. Now, tell me, what price do I need to pay to get you to delete that video? Mrs. Oda got straight to the point. It's simple. I need 20 million yen as the price for deleting this video. You have a week to raise the money, and I want to stay in your villa for a month. I've never enjoyed such a luxurious villa before. Also, to make my stay more comfortable during this month, I will be renovating your villa, and you must support me unconditionally. Now, I'm tired, and I want to rest. Which room is yours? I would like to stay next to Mrs. Oda's room so that I can chat with her about life late at night. You stood up and said to Mrs. Oda. Hearing your words, Mrs. Oda's face turned slightly red. However, she didn't dare to oppose and silently stood up to lead the way. Seeing that Mrs. Oda did not object, a hint of smugness appeared on your face. When that guy Kuto comes back and sees me in his home, he should have a very pleasant expression, and I should be able to gain quite a bit of negative emotional value from him. The zombie virus will completely break out on June 11th, and eventually, 80% of people will turn into zombies on the first day. In the following year, another 80% of the survivors will die from unnatural causes. By then, Mrs. Oda will definitely need a strong man like you. Seeing you resting in the guest room, Mrs. Oda returned to her own room, unsure of what to do. In the end, she picked up her phone to contact her best friend, who is a level 1 psychological counselor in Sakura country. For many educational issues, Mrs. Oda has consulted her friend, so she is more professional than other hosts. Sakura, I have something I want to consult you about. A parent who recently wants to sign up for our program has encountered difficulties. She is an executive at a listed company, and her busy work has led to inadequate education for her child. Her child has bullied other classmates at school, and someone filmed the bullying video. Once this video is sent online, her son may be arrested by the police, and her company's stock will be greatly affected, causing significant losses to the company. Now someone is threatening her with the video. What should she do? Soon, a message came from the other side. Sakura, what did the other party threaten? Oda, a threat of 20 million yen. Sakura, 20 million yen shouldn't be much for a senior executive of a listed company, but once this video is posted online, it could cause significant losses for their company. However, make sure he deletes the video and signs an agreement. If he breaches it, he should be liable for damages. Oda, okay, Sakura, thank you. I will pass your words to that parent. After sending this message, Mrs. Oda took a deep breath. It seems that even her close friend suggested listening to the other party, so she would start raising money tomorrow. Moreover, she would unconditionally comply with any requests from the other party before they deleted the video, to stabilize the situation first. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mrs. Oda prepared dinner and knocked on your door. Maki-kun, dinner is ready. You were a bit surprised to hear this while resting, not expecting Mrs. Oda to be so gentle and even invite you to dinner. You opened the door and followed her to the dining room, where a steaming meal was laid out on the table. Maki-kun, these are all made by me, and I hope they suit your taste, Mrs. Oda said sincerely, wearing an apron and exuding a gentle demeanor. It looks good. I didn't expect Mrs. Oda to not only be beautiful but also such a good cook. Whoever can marry Mrs. Oda is truly blessed for a lifetime. You generously complimented her, and Mrs. Oda's face immediately turned a bit red. At that moment, the door of Mrs. Oda's house was opened, and a tall figure walked in, loudly calling out, "I'm back." However, this time, there was no sound of his mother welcoming him. A look of confusion appeared on Kuto's face as he glanced into the living room, and then he saw his mother and you sitting at the dining table. In an instant, Kuto was stunned, and it took him several seconds to react. Kuto showed an angry expression and rushed to the dining table, pointing at you and shouting, "Ma Gong, why are you at my house? What do you want with my mom? What are you trying to do?" "I really do want to," you thought to yourself, but a calm smile appeared on your face as you said to Kuto, "What's wrong, Kuto? I'm good friends with your mom. Is it not okay for me to come and visit her? With a beautiful and gentle woman like Mrs. Oda. Of course, I want to get closer." Oda looked at her son and recalled the scene in the video where her son bullied other classmates. She was so angry that her whole body began to tremble, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, ready to explode at any moment. This kid doesn't even know the trouble he's caused, and he still dares to point fingers at you angrily. "Kuto!" Mrs. Oda shouted angrily, and Kuto's previously angry expression instantly froze in place, shocked by her loud yell. She had never seen her gentle mother so angry before. Mrs. Oda angrily said to Kuto, "How have I taught you? Nyukun is my friend and a guest in our home. Is this how you treat guests? Do you have no manners at all? Moreover, Nyukun will be staying with us for a while, and I hope you won't be so rude anymore. I've also heard about your behavior at school, bullying and harassing classmates, right? If you dare to do such things again, I will throw you out." Hearing this, Kuto was stunned, his face showing anger. "So it was you. This guy really reported me to my mom. How despicable. I've never seen my mom this angry before or heard her say such harsh words to me. I'm not eating anymore. You all can eat," Kuto said as he rushed into his room and slammed the door shut with a bang. A happy expression appeared on your face because your mind kept receiving system prompts, negative emotion value +1. "Since Goofing isn't eating, I guess I'll have to eat a bit more," you said cheerfully. "Don't worry about that guy. He won't starve if he skips a few meals. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll keep doing that in the future. He doesn't understand how bullying classmates can leave psychological scars that may never heal for the victim," Mrs. Oda said angrily. You understood that this statement was not just Mrs. Oda pretending to be angry for your sake, as you began to continuously gain emotional value from her. Clearly, Goofing's actions and his attitude today had greatly angered Mrs. Oda. You took a bite of the delicious meal and then said to Mrs. Oda, "It's normal for children to be clueless, so adults need to educate them more. Being a parent means worrying more, and that's just how it is. Therefore, the debt that Goofing owes can only be repaid by you." "Mrs. Oda, I'm full now, and after I take a shower, I'll go to your room to have a good chat with you and discuss the topic of children." Hearing your words, Mrs. Oda was taken aback. "Discussing the topic of children in my room? No, Kuto is still at home. What if he hears the noise? He's still a child." Lu Yang had already gone back to her room after eating her fill, and Mrs. Guto began to clear the table with trepidation. At this time Lu Yang received a chat message from Guto inside his cell phone. That was through a private chat with him inside the class group. The chat message said, "Lu Yang, what the hell do you want to do at my house, you brat? And how dare you complain to my mom? Don't go too far. Don't think you're invincible just because you've practiced some kung fu. Piss me off. Big deal. There's a saying that even kung fu is afraid of a chopper. Do you have 2 lives after practicing kung fu?" Lu Yang, who was lying on the bed resting, suddenly smiled crookedly. He typed in a reply, "Mrs. Oda and I have been friends for years, and it's none of your business if I come to hang out with my best friend. As for the tattletale, I just couldn't bear to see her son fall, so I told her about your bullying of a classmate. Just so you know, Your mom has been working her ass off about you. She even warmly invited me to come inside her room later after a shower to discuss the topic about small children. Gudo was instantly enraged and immediately replied, "What? How dare you? If you dare to enter my mom's room, I will never spare you." Lu Yang directly lay on the bed and laughed out loud, typing a reply. Adults chatting? What are you kids interjecting? With Oda Da's passion for me, I believe it won't take long for me to take her down. Gudo said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Yang, you are dead. If you dare to go to my mom's room, you are dead. How dare you think ill of my mom? Lu Yang replied, see if I dare. Good son. Wait to call me daddy. Ancient Vine, voice bar 60 seconds. Lu Yang beautifully put down his cell phone, too lazy to listen to the other party's voice, straight into the bathroom to take a shower, and inside his head he kept getting alerts. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. After taking a bath, Lu Yang directly walked out of the room wearing a bathrobe. As soon as he went out the door, he found that guy Gudo sitting on top of the couch in the living room, his eyes staring straight at him, his face full of anger. He gave Gudo a crooked smile, then without hesitation, pushed towards Mrs. Oda's door next door. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Ha ha ha. Receiving system prompts non-stop. Lu Yang was happy in his heart. In Mrs. Oda's room, by now Mrs. Oda had also taken a bath and was wearing a white, silky, low-cut nightgown. It showed off her mature and perfect body to the fullest. Not bad for a mature and sexy Mrs. Oda. Lu Yang complimented to Mrs. Oda. Your pajamas are so beautiful. I didn't expect that, although Mrs. Oda is already in her 30s, but this body and this skin looks no different from a young girl in her 20s. If you want to walk out with me, people will definitely think that we are a couple. Mrs. Oda also didn't know what exactly was the purpose of Lu Yang coming to her room, but Lu Yang's compliments still made her feel some physical and mental pleasure. After all, Mrs. Oda was also very confident in her figure and appearance. She said to Lu Yang in a very friendly manner, Mr. Lu Yang, thank you for your compliments. What did you want to do when you came to the room to find me? At this moment, Lu Yang felt his cell phone vibrate again and realized that it was Gudo who had sent several more messages threatening him. So Lu Yang opened one of the threatening messages and put it in front of Mrs. Oda. Gudo said in the message, Lu Yang, I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Don't you let me find a chance. I'll split you into pieces and cut you up. Seeing this message, Mrs. Oda first froze, followed by an extremely angry expression. This ancient vine, surprisingly, is still obsessed until now. Negative emotion value +2. Negative emotion value +2. Negative emotion value +2. Lu Yang's mind began to receive double the negative emotion value. It was obvious that the ancient vine outside the door was very angry. Mrs. Oda inside the door was also very angry. He has done so much to stabilize Lu Yang and prevent him from spreading the video, but his own son doesn't know anything about provoking Lu Yang. Does he want to undo all his hard work? Does he want to destroy the family? This damnable ungrateful son. A smile full of coziness then appeared on her face as she looked towards Lu Yang and said, I'm sorry, Lu Yang student. I apologize for what this guy did. I will definitely educate him properly next, and I promise that he won't say such things to you in the future. Lu Yang said with a look of human fear on his face. Well, I hope so. Gudo's words scare me very much. Mrs. Oda, you have to protect me. I don't even dare to sleep in my own room tonight. So can I sleep in your room? Ha? Mrs. Oda froze when she heard this, her mouth wide open as she didn't know how to answer. She looked over to Lu Yang. The other party's face was an extremely exaggerated expression of fear though, but there seems to be a hint of a smile in the depths of the eyes. Chapter 6, Let me show you a beautiful woman. Faced with Lu Yang's request, Mrs. Oda's face reddened like a lovely ripe apple. The whole thing was so nervous that his heart was pounding. She hadn't had a man inside her boudoir since her own husband died 10 years ago. Letting the other party come inside her room to chat already made Mrs. Oda feel 10 points of nervousness. But I didn't expect the other party to make an even more humiliating request. To sleep in my room, with me? Geez, he's an 18-year-old, strong, good-looking, bloody boy. What would happen if you really had to sleep in your own room? It would be unpredictable then. Mrs. Oda subconsciously refused. This, Lu Yang student, this is not too good, right? Or I will go now to teach Guto a lesson. Let him apologize to you, to ensure that he absolutely do not dare to find you trouble. Lu Yang didn't say anything. He just pulled out his cell phone, which refreshed with a few more messages sent to him by Guto. You're not answering me, are you? Why are you scared? Aren't you bold? Why are you scared now? What's the point of hiding in my mom's room? Don't come out for the rest of your life if you have the guts. As long as you do, I'll make you look good. At the sight of the messages, Mrs. Oda's face became angry again. This ungrateful son, Liu Yang said. See, Mrs. Oda, it's not that I want to do something evil so I'm lodging in your room, but your son is just too intimidating. Even if you go and scold him now, he promises on the surface that he won't make a move on me, but behind his back he will definitely have thoughts, and in his heart he might hold a grudge against me even more, and once he finds an opportunity he won't hesitate to finish me off. I'm the one who posted the video of him hitting the guy on a regular basis all over the internet. A week from now you'll be able to give it to me and I'll cancel the timed posting. I'll delete the video completely after a month, but if something happens and I can't cancel the timed posting after a week, then this video will go out automatically. I hope you can tell him that even killing me won't solve the problem. Liu Yang just wanted to gain some more emotional value from Mrs. Oda and Guto. He didn't want the other party to fish out of water and really assassinate himself, so the other guy had to be told that if he killed himself, the video would surely get out, make the other person wary, in which case I can continue to squeeze their emotions without concern. Mrs. Oda said, "Don't worry, Liu Yang student, I will educate Guto. That guy is just paying lip service. He definitely wouldn't dare to do anything excessive to you. Besides, you live next door to me. If he really comes up to trouble you, I'll step in and stop him. So it's better to go back to your room and sleep." Facing the other party's pleading tone, Liu Yang didn't want to push too far and said, "Alright, but I do like this set of pajamas of Mrs. Oda very much. Can you take a few pictures for me? Tonight if I'm scared, I can take the photos out and look at them. Just seeing Mrs. Oda's beautiful and gentle face can make me feel at ease." "That's not good, is it?" Mrs. Oda said, subconsciously. "Taking pictures inside a boudoir? It's embarrassing." Immediately after that Mrs. Oda felt a bright flash of light before her eyes. Ka-ching! Liu Yang had already taken a picture. There's nothing wrong with it. Any random snapshot is so pretty. Mrs. Oda sure is photogenic. Ka-ching! This photo is also perfect. Liu Yang complimented without mincing words. A few minutes later, Liu Yang walked out of Mrs. Oda's room with satisfaction. Guto, who had been staring upstairs in the living room, saw Liu Yang come out, and the two of them looked at each other, and Guto made a clicking motion with his hand at his neck, eyes fierce and threatening Liu Yang. Liu Yang, on the other hand, smiled crookedly at Gu Tang, his eyes filled with contempt. He then turned around and went back to his room and closed the door, laying down on his bed and turning on his cell phone. As expected, Guto's messages kept coming again. "Dog, how dare you enter my mom's room? What do you want? Let me tell you, my dad died early. It was my mom who brought me up all by herself. If you dare to touch my mom, I'll fight you to the death. You kid have the balls to come out and fight me one-on-one. I don't want the two of us to make a big deal out of it, so let's duel in a manly way and go outside the villa together for a one-on-one fight." Looking at these messages, Liu Yang smiled and replied in big letters, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. I'm just chatting with your mom. What are you excited about? So excited now. In the future when I get on base with your mom, you won't be directly pissed off?" Guto replied, "How dare you? I think you kid is tired of living." Liu Yang replied, "Don't get excited. I've got something good to show you here. It's a big night. I know you're lonely." A picture of a pretty girl in a nightgown was then sent over. Guto also did not expect Liu Yang to come this way. He subconsciously replied, "It's really good. Is there more? For the sake of your beautiful picture, the matter of our duel can be put off until tomorrow. I'll let you sleep in peace tonight." And of course, Liu Yang sent a few more photos over. The woman had a perfect body in the photos and looked very tantalizing. Just a pity that the head of the beautiful girl was coated. "Cannot see the face, make Guto heart itch." He typed with one hand at Liu Yang and replied, "You kid still knows what you're doing." Liu Yang replied, "You're still young. Watching too much of this is bad for your development. Guto, you're only young. I've been 18 for a long time now, so even if I wanted to go to a custom store, I'd be able to go in with honor. You're in the same class as me. Don't keep talking to me like you're an elder. Hurry up and send over the photos showing your face." Liu Yang, "I'm afraid you'll regret reading it." Guto, "Cut the crap. Regret that I am your son." So Liu Yang sent the photo of the beautiful woman who showed her face, and immediately after that he heard a growl from Guto inside the room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Liu Yang, are you up?" Mrs. Oda next door also shouted. "Guto, what's wrong with you at this hour of the night? What are you screaming about? If you don't sleep, Mr. Liu Yang still has to sleep." At this moment, Guto's entire body was furious to the extreme. His face had turned red, his teeth were clacking, and his fists were clenched so that his bones were white. Looking at the pictures inside his cell phone, his entire mind fell apart. Chapter 7 100 Emotional Values. Start the lottery. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Liu Yang, who was lying on the bed and hugging his cell phone, laughed directly out of the pig. He could imagine Guto's exasperation. Won't this guy be in the shadows later? Ha ha ha. Soon Lu Yang heard footsteps rushing up the stairs, followed by a slap on his room door. Snap! Lu Yang opened the door. Open the ing door. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll call you daddy. Lu Yang got up and opened the door to his room, and a pair of large hands directly grabbed his collar with a strong and aggressive hand. Guto angrily said to him, "You brat are touching my bottom line. I'll let you know the consequences of touching my bottom line." Lu Yang said with a smile, "Isn't the bottom line meant to be broken?" Guto raised his fist and was just about to smash Lu Yang when Mrs. Oda's angry voice suddenly came to his ears. "Guto, what do you want? Stop it. If you dare to make a move on Lu Yang, you won't come back in the future. Get the hell out of here." Mrs. Oda heard the commotion and came out of her room. Guto looked to his mom and said with an aggrieved face, "Mom, this guy is too much. You don't know what he's done." Lu Yang innocently said, "Did what? I merely thought that Mrs. Oda's picture was very beautiful, so I just sent Mrs. Oda's picture to enjoy it? How dare you talk nonsense?" Guto raised his fist once again, but was surprised when Mrs. Oda directly grabbed her ear. "Hurry up and let go of student Lu Yang. This is my last warning to you. If you don't listen again, get out and don't live in my house anymore." Mrs. Oda said angrily, "Mom, you." Guto felt aggrieved. His whole body clenched his teeth, his chest rose and fell up and down in anger, and his whole body's skin was red like a boiled crab. Mrs. Oda scolded, "You what? You unfilial son. Hurry up and apologize to Lu Yang's classmates. If you're ever so reckless again, I'll really kick you out." Lu Yang pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Mrs. Oda, look how fierce he is. I slept inside my room and the door was almost smashed by him. Tonight I won't dare to sleep by myself. I'm going to sleep in your room. You have to protect me." Hearing these words, Guto's eyes once again glared into a copper bell. Deceitful. Guto's fire instantly rose up again and said loudly to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, you seek death. You brat, don't go too far. Look, ma'am, I'm not making this up. He even threatened me." Lu Yang had an innocent face. "Guto, hurry up and apologize to Lu Yang's classmates. Otherwise, get the hell out of here tonight." Mrs. Oda was really angry now. He had managed to persuade Lu Yang to go back to his room to sleep at the cost of being photographed, but with Guto making such a mess, Lu Yang had reintroduced this request, and he didn't know how to reject it even if he wanted to. Guto also saw, Lu Yang, this guy is a treacherous person, all the time is not using their own anger to make their own mother even more angry at themselves. He must not be allowed to succeed. Teaching him a lesson can be put off for tomorrow at school after school. Then Guto reacted and showed an ugly smile to Lu Yang. "Just kidding, Lu Yang student. I apologize to you for my impulsiveness just now. I promise I won't trouble you again. You just sleep in your own room." Before that, Mrs. After hearing this sentence, then she breathed a sigh of relief and also said, "See, Lu Yang student, Guto has already realized his mistake. You don't have to worry." Lu Yang also didn't expect Guto to get the hang of it at this time. Darn it. Still thought he was able to sleep inside Mrs. Oda's room without any problems. So Lu Yang said, "Well, since you have apologized, then I will no longer caddy. But Gudung, just now you said that today you want to beat me all over the place. Otherwise, you have to call me dad." This sentence I can still remember. A man can be true to his word. I'm ready, hurry up and call. Gas. It's just too angry. Guto felt like his lungs were about to explode. This guy is really too much, but he cannot take him a little way, because his mother is watching from the side. Once he is in the hands of Lu Yang again, his mother will certainly not hesitate to sweep himself out of the door. Damn it. Guto felt that this guy Lu Yang was simply a grinder, specializing in torturing people, but it's not like he had any way for anyone to resist, because his own mother was obviously blinded by this Lu Yang and sided with his side. She was really going to be pissed off. Is it sad that he, the son of 18 years, is no more trustworthy than a stranger? He gritted his teeth, but eventually held back from seething. Taking a deep breath and calming his angry feelings, he finally called out to Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face showed an extremely wonderful expression. "Ha ha," and said with a big smile, "Ha ha 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 ha, clack clack clack." Guto's hands squeezed and clacked. Lu Yang's mind kept receiving system prompts of gaining emotional value. Mrs. Oda rounded off the conversation. "Well, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's all go back to bed. Guto, don't be so grumpy in the future, okay?" "Got it," Guto said with suppressed anger, then turned around and went downstairs, back to his room. Mrs. Oda's little face flushed. Then he fled to his room. At this time Lu Yang checked the system in his head. King of Torture Lu Yang had gone through the torture of fellow student Guto and Mrs. Oda. It was found that his negative emotion value had exceeded 100 points. Finally, he could start the first draw. Lu Yang was a little excited. He said to the system in his head, "System, start the lottery. Draw 100 points for one time. Chapter 8 I Want Revenge." Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful draw. Obtained a C-rank system reward. 1 physique enhancement Dan. C-rated rewards? After hearing this tip, Lu Yang revealed a somewhat excited expression. Rushed to check the attributes of the reward. Physique enhancement Dan. Use it to boost all basic attributes such as strength, speed, spirit, and stamina by 10 points. Remarks: the average base attribute for adult males is 10 points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang revealed a somewhat excited expression. The average attribute of an adult man is 10 points, and eating 1 elixir can raise it by 10 points. Doesn't that mean I have twice the attributes of an average adult man if I eat it? Is awesome. Sure enough, after awakening the system, becoming the king of the end times was just a matter of time. And that's just the lowest level draw of 100 points for one draw. In the future, if you draw 1,000 points, 10,000 points, won't that fly up to the sky? It's a blast. Lu Yang asked to the system. System, how many levels of rewards are there in total? The mechanical voice came again. System rewards are categorized into D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank and S rank. The more raffle points you have, the higher the chances of getting higher level rewards. So it is. It seems that a 100 emotion value 1 draw would have a high probability of getting a D rank and C rank reward. And if it's a 1,000.1, it should have a high probability of getting a B rank and A rank. 10,000 points would have a high probability of getting an A rank and an S rank. But the key is that the C-level reward physique enhancement Dan already possesses such a strong ability to directly double one's basic attributes. So if it's B level, A level or even S level to the reward, wouldn't the attributes be even more perverted? It's really exciting to think about. Lu Yang couldn't wait to draw a 1000 point level. It looks like we'll have to keep pressing Gudo and Mrs. Oda a bit more. Otherwise, how long is it worth saving up those 1,000 sentiment points? Lu Yang then ate that physique enhancement Dan without hesitation. Instantly he felt a warm current flow throughout his body, nourishing his body. Every bone, every muscle, every cell seemed to be reborn. After a few seconds, Lu Yang's body all seemed to be a circle larger. His muscles were fuller and stronger, and his lines were more profound. He took off his clothes and admired his body in front of the mirror, realizing that his 8-pack abs were as visible as chocolate. This one physique enhancement Dan gave him a body like a bodybuilding trainer, as beautifully proportioned as an ancient Greek statue of a muscular man. At the same time, Lu Yang felt like his whole body was filled with power. He squeezed his fist, instantly clacking his bones together. His current self felt like he could blow a man's head off with one punch. Lu Yang checked his base panel inside the system. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 85 kilograms. Power, 20. Speed, 20. Maximum speed 18 meters per second. Stamina, 20. Spirit, 20. Superpower, none. Special items, none. Seeing this panel attribute, Lu Yang revealed an excited expression. The base attribute is twice the running speed of an ordinary person at 18 meters per second. Even the world's sprint champions could only follow their asses and eat farts. A month before the outbreak of the end times, one possessed twice the basic qualities of an ordinary person. After the outbreak of the end times, I, Lu Yang, will be like a fish in water, calling the wind and the rain. And what were superpowers and special items? Did it mean that it was possible to get superpowers and special items by continuing the lottery? Just thinking about it filled Lu Yang with excitement. The effect of the rewards given by the system was really too strong. It seemed that he must now hurry up to gain more emotional values and draw more prizes before he could do so. Tomorrow it's inside the school to start milking the next target. After making this decision, Lu Yang lay down on the bed and slept beautifully. This sleep very comfortable, at ease. On the second day, Lu Yang stretched his male dog waist early in the morning and climbed up, walked downstairs after washing up. At this time, wearing an apron, the gentle temperament of Mrs. Oda had already made breakfast. Seeing Lu Yang get up, her face immediately showed a warm smile and said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang-kun, come and have breakfast." Aha! Lu Yang nodded and walked towards the restaurant with a subdued smile on his face. At this moment, Gudo was burying his head in the bread he was eating. Saw Lu Yang came over. He instantly had suppressed the anger in his eyes again, afraid that he couldn't help but punch Lu Yang and be scolded by his own mother. So he had to stand up and said, "I'm full. I'll go to school first." So he went out with his backpack, while Lu Yang continued to calmly eat his breakfast. After eating it, she said to Mrs. Oda, "It's so delicious, it's worthy of Mrs. Oda's breakfast." "Thank you, Mrs. Oda, for your hospitality. Now I'm going to school too." "Well, be careful on the road." "Oh, Lu Yang-kun, come back early. I'll make you a delicious meal in the evening," Mrs. Oda said sincerely. For Lu Yang, Mrs. Oda had some special feelings, although the other party threatened herself to forcefully live in her home, but for some reason, she could never hate this young, handsome and understanding boy. On the contrary, his own son, compared to Lu Yang, was like a waste, grumpy, emotionally unstable, no big picture, disappoint yourself with everything you do. What an unfilial son. If Lu Yang was the one who was his son, he probably wouldn't have to worry so much. Lu Yang walked out of Mrs. Oda's villa. Behind the curtains of the villa next door, Nakai surreptitiously observed the scene, and then revealed an angry expression, muttering something like, "This guy said he came to play with Kudo, but he actually stayed directly at Mrs. Oda's house while playing, and they both don't even go to school together. Can they be considered good friends? It's obvious that he's not drunk. Damn it, I must teach him a lesson." On the way to school, Kudo pulled out his cell phone as well. A message was sent inside his group of brothers. "Brothers, gather at the school gate in the morning. There's a guy who messed with me. We have to go and teach him some lessons." A member inside the group replied, "Who is it? Brother Guto. How dare someone mess with you? Isn't this looking for death?" Lu Yang. Guto replied, "Ha, doesn't that guy know Kung Fu, and we've always stayed out of his way? He's a tough guy, not to be messed with. Why did Brother Guten get into trouble with him?" The brothers in the group were puzzled. "Because he wanted to my mom," Guto said viciously in his mind. He replied in the group, "Because this kid even told my mom about me bullying my classmates at school, causing me to be scolded by my mom and saying that she would sweep me off my feet. It's too much, to run off and sue his parents. Is this guy an elementary school student? Abominable indeed. No problem, Boss Guto. Then let's drag him to the restroom this morning and give him a lesson on how he should behave in school. That guy thinks he's invincible just because he knows a little Kung Fu. Hasn't he heard the saying that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands? Does he really think we're afraid of him? I don't believe that the 5 of us can't beat him alone." Seeing the chat logs of his brothers, Guto was finally relieved. "I'm going to beat this guy into submission today, so that he won't dare to live in my house again, much less think anything about my mom. And I'm going to beat him to his knees and call him daddy to get back at daddy for last night." Chapter 9, Direct Crushing. When Lu Yang arrived at the school, there were 5 strong men standing in front of the school. Guto stood at the front with a smug expression on his face. Lu Yang didn't flinch and walked directly in front of them. Guto stopped Lu Yang and grabbed his collar and said, "Brat, weren't you arrogant last night? Today the brothers will give you a lesson, so that you know what the consequences of messing with me are." Lu Yang said with a light smile on his face, "Your mom will be very disappointed in what you did." Guto became even angrier. In a low voice, he said, "How dare you use my mom to pressure me? If it wasn't for you, dog, would my mom scold me every day? Go, come with us to the restroom. Today I'll let you know why the sky is so blue and the flowers smell so good. Okay, let's settle the conflict together inside the restroom today." Lu Yang also doesn't want Guto to keep looking for my own trouble in the school, so he must be beaten into submission on the first day to be able to do so. So Lu Yang followed them to the school's restroom. As soon as they arrived inside, the 5 people immediately showed their fierce expressions and surrounded Lu Yang in a corner. Guto's face was very smug. He spoke to Lu Yang, "Kneel down and call me father twice. I'll go easy on you today, otherwise I'll beat you into a pig's head." Lu Yang laughed and said, "Son, are you not too bright in the head? How dare you say such treacherous words? Damn it, still dare to talk tough." Guto directly raised his fist and blasted Lu Yang's face with a punch. However, at this moment, Lu Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light and instantly struck out. He was much faster than Guto, and before Guto's fist could touch his face, his fist had already struck Guto's nose. Boom! With a loud bang, Guto instantly flew out 3 or 4 meters away and heavily smashed into the distant toilet door, sending that door crashing to the ground with a loud bang. The entire nose was knocked askew, and nosebleeds gushed out. At this moment, Guto's entire body was dazed. His mind was blank inside, and the other juniors froze when they saw the scene. So fast! What power! Is this guy really just an ordinary student? Before they could react, Lu Yang quickly rose his feet and kicked one by one. Kicked them in the stomach. Boom 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 boom. There were 4 more loud bangs, and 4 figures were directly kicked out. Every little brother's face showed an expression of pain as they covered their stomachs, feeling their stomachs turn inside out as if their internal organs had been kicked to pieces. Terrible. It was really too scary. At this time, there was only fear left in their eyes when they looked at Lu Yang. Originally, I thought that if 5 of them fought one, even if the other party was a special forces soldier, they wouldn't be able to top it. But who knew that all 5 people were instantly killed by him? This guy was just too strong. Simply unbeatable. Lu Yang's mind began to receive system prompts non-stop. Negative emotion value +5. Negative emotion value +5. Negative emotion value +5. It was clear that all 5 people had negative feelings about themselves. At this moment, Lu Yang's face revealed a light smile, and step by step, he walked towards the fallen Guto, and then stomped on his face. The ancient vines under his feet let out a wail of pain. Lu Yang said to him, "Good son, this is the punishment for your following in treason. Call me father 3 times in front of your little brother, and today's matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll be able to stomp your head off with a single push of my foot," said Lu Yang. Really exerted his feet. Guto felt as if his head was being pressed by a hydraulic press of several dozen tons. It's about to explode with pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop it. It hurts. I know I'm wrong. Just spare me. The intense pain made Guto beg for mercy in a hurry. Looks like you're taking my words for granted. Didn't hear my request, did you? Shrinking Lu Yang's feet continued to exert force. The pain of the explosion made Guto wail incessantly. This time he was really desperate. How could he not expect Lu Yang to have such a powerful strength? The gap between himself and Lu Yang was so big. Daddy, Dad, I was wrong. Please, let go of me. I won't dare to trouble you again. Seeing the other party as softening and begging for forgiveness, Lu Yang immediately smiled. He continued to ask, "Since you're calling me Dad, you shouldn't have any problem with me staying at your house tonight, right?" Hearing these words, Guto immediately turned painfully pale and a very angry look appeared on his twisted face. He shouted to Lu Yang, "You kid, don't go too far. It's even if you insult me. You also insulted my mom. Tell you what, I won't let you insult my mom even if I die. Gu, this is still a great filial son. If you were that filial, you shouldn't have bullied your classmates. You've caused so much trouble for your mom. The 5 of you used to run roughshod over people in school, bullying them on sight. Now you're experiencing what it's like to be bullied, aren't you?" Lu Yang lifted his foot that was stepping on the ancient vine and walked toward the other 4 people. When those 4 people saw Lu Yang walking over, one of them was scared like they were trembling. Lu Yang's mind kept receiving prompts from the system. Just a few minutes. His mood value had then broken 100. It's time for another raffle. It seems like multiple people providing emotions at the same time is the right way to operate. It was only yesterday that he had allowed himself to gain 100 emotion points, and today he had already gained more than 100 just by knocking them all to the ground inside the restroom. That was too fast. Arriving in front of those 4 minions, Lu Yang looked down on them. Coldly, he said, "Call your father to spare your lives. Dad, we were wrong. We won't dare to mess with you again. Dad, just leave us alone. From now on we'll walk around you when we see you." Lu Yang was satisfied with their performance and said with a smile, "Really, my good son? I don't know if your mom is good looking. If she is, I don't mind really becoming your dad." After saying that, Lu Yang walked out of the restroom. At this time, the emotion value he had gained had also exceeded 150 points. It's simply awesome. After seeing Lu Yang leave, Guto and the others in the toilet showed a palpitating expression. For a split second, they thought that Lu Yang would really kill himself, and the strength that Lu Yang showed was just too strong. It was simply crushing. In their opinion, Lu Yang was no different from a Superman. Is this Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu really that good? Where did he learn to do that? I want to learn too. Chapter 10, The Director's Rendezvous with the Schoolgirls. Lu Yang in the classroom. 10 minutes later, Guto and a few of his minions also walked in, and those minions were all pale, while Guto had a crooked nose with a bloody tissue stuffed in his nostrils. They walked in, and as soon as they saw Lu Yang, they immediately revealed a look of fear again. Like he had seen the plague, he bypassed Lu Yang and walked to the back row of the classroom. After class at noon, Lu Yang went to the cafeteria to eat. After eating, some of the students who live in the dormitory to rest, some do not live in the school, live in the neighborhood, then go home to rest. Lu Yang did not go anywhere, and went directly to the teacher's office building. Straight away, he headed for the director of instruction's office. One day, Lu Yang was ready to go to his guide because of the leave of absence issue. While passing by the head teacher's office, he heard some strange noises inside, so he put his ear to it and discovered the head teacher's big secret. He was having an affair with a female classmate inside the school and often had rendezvous inside his office at noon. Even through the door you could hear something. Lu Yang happened to overhear it that day. So today Lu Yang looked for it again to see if the director of instruction was hiding in the office again to steal food. Arriving at the door of the director of instruction's office, Lu Yang pricked his ears and listened for a while. Realizing that he didn't hear any movement, he simply pressed his ear directly against the door. As expected, this time there were some women's voices inside that he could vaguely hear. Hearing this voice, Lu Yang directly took out his cell phone and turned on the photography mode, then kicked in the director's door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the director of instruction's office was instantly kicked open by Lu Yang, who directly walked in with his cell phone. Sure enough, I found that a man and a woman were cuddling on top of a black leather couch. The woman was disheveled and her face was heavily made up. Seeing Lu Yang come in, both of them were startled. Ah ha ha ha. The woman screamed outright, then curled up into a ball and hurriedly covered herself with her clothes. The director of teaching, on the other hand, looked at Lu Yang with a flustered face and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in my office? By what right did you kick down my door?" As he spoke, he put his own pants back on. Lu Yang's mind had already started to receive hints of gaining emotional value. It seemed that his sudden intrusion had frightened these two people, and it was estimated that the director of instruction had been directly shriveled up. There may be a psychological shadow in the future, and it's doubtful if you'll be able to stand up again. So he said to the director of instruction, "Director, I'm a student of this school. Just now I heard someone shouting for help outside the door. I was afraid that you might have an accident inside the office. So I rushed in, and in order to keep the evidence, so I photographed everything that happened just now. As soon as I came in, I saw the two of you taking off your clothes in the heat. It can't be that you're going to have a heat stroke, right?" As soon as he heard this, the head of instruction immediately had a relieved expression on his face. Turns out it's just a student at the school, so that's alright. With his ability and position, he had little problem sealing a student's mouth. So he straightened his clothes and resumed his usual lofty demeanor and spoke to Lu Yang. "Well, it's just that it's so hot so we're wearing less clothes. And then just now this female student accidentally fell on the couch again, hence the cry for help. So I got down to help her up. Some things aren't what you think they are. So, don't spread rumors, understand? Otherwise you won't be able to stay inside the school." Lu Yang did not expect this guy to actually dare to threaten himself in this situation. Gave him a leg up, and he's still got his nose in the air. Looks like he hasn't got it all figured out yet. So Lu Yang said, "Yes, director, you can really be a good leader who loves students." Later I go back to play back the video frame by frame to enjoy the director's heroic deeds. I can also send the video to the school forum inside, so that students watch it with me, and publicize more about the director's wonderful qualities to help students. Hearing these words, the director of instruction instantly changed his face and angrily pointed at Lu Yang and shouted, "How dare you? You kid is a student of our school, right? Which class are you in? What's the name? Do you still want to graduate? Are you threatening me?" In the opinion of the director of instruction, a student who dared to threaten him, a director, was a big joke. With a simple move of his finger, he would be able to make this student unable to graduate, and even unable to get along in all the universities in Tokyo City, with none of them daring to accept him. No school would dare to accept him. His future would be ruined. "I not only threaten you," Lu Yang said with a cold smile on his face, and then took a step towards the director of instruction, came to his face, and immediately after, reached out and slapped his hand. Pow! The fat-headed director of instruction was instantly knocked to the ground, and a red handprint appeared on his face. An incredulous look filled his eyes. "How dare this kid hit me? A student who dares to hit the head teacher in the school. Is he crazy?" The female student next to him was also scared and curled up into a ball, filled with fear of Lu Yang. "I dare to hit you, dead fat pig. I filmed you screwing a female student in the office and you still dare to be arrogant? Do you know what will happen to you after I post this video to the school forum? The whole university will be disgraced. Do you think the principal will let you go? You're threatening me with a diploma? You're really Lu Yang's face was filled with a cold smile. 1 month from now is when the apocalypse breaks out. And these school leaders are even threatening students with graduation. But come to think of it, that's all the little power they have on them. If it were before, Lu Yang would indeed be threatened and would be intimidated by this director of instruction. But now, it's about to change. Who cares if you can graduate or not? After the outbreak of the end times, money will become waste paper. Not to mention that one diploma, it's too hard to wipe your ass. At this time, the director of instruction also saw Lu Yang's cold eyes. It finally dawned on him that the male student wasn't as easy to hold as he thought he was. There was a teasing look in the other's eyes. Facing his threat, he did not panic at all, and even saw a feeling of looking at a clown in the other party's eyes. The head instructor covered his red and swollen face and climbed up, immediately changed his face again. With a pleasing tone of voice to Lu Yang said, "Classmate, maybe there is some misunderstanding between us. We have something to say. Everything can be discussed, you say yes. What do you want to be able to delete the video?" Chapter 11, The Stealing Class Flower. Lu Yang stretched out his hand and slapped the director of instruction's fat pig-like face as he spoke. Snap! Wouldn't it have been better to do so earlier? I see that the director of instruction is also a person who knows how to be practical, so I won't make things difficult for you. You 50,000,000 yen, and I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today. The video I will also delete immediately. $50 million. Do you think I run a bank? The head instructor wore an incredulous expression. He originally thought that this student just wanted to threaten himself to give him some extra credits, so that he could get some scholarships every semester and then graduate without any problems. But he didn't expect that he would ask for $50 million? You think my money came from the wind? Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't get excited, Director of Instruction. I think that compared to the Director of Instruction's future, 50 million is not worth mentioning at all, isn't it? This student, I advise you not to go too far. It's still a question whether your life is worth 50,000,000, the head instructor said in a threatening tone. Ha! Lu Yang smiled and raised his hand. Pow! Another slap on the other side of the head instructor's face. The slap was even harder, directly sending the Director of Instruction flying 3 meters away and hitting the wall hard. Several teeth were knocked out. I had thought you were a smart guy, but since you dared to threaten my life, there's nothing more to talk about. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, a video of the head teacher will appear on the school's forum. And you, want to kill me, do you? Let's see if you have that ability. After saying that, Lu Yang turned around in a dashing manner. A murderous intent had already sprung up in the depths of his eyes. End times rule number 2. Kill anyone who tries to do you wrong without hesitation. Only by being ruthless and decisive enough can you live longer. At this time, Lu Yang has already surged with murderous intent towards the Director of Instruction. This fat pig must die before the end breaks out. Lu Yang turned around, just did not walk a few steps, suddenly felt that his feet cannot be lifted. Looked down. It turned out to be that big fat pig Director of Instruction. Dead air white grin holding their legs, lifting up his swollen face like a pig's head, with a face of old tears. He said to Lu Yang, "Don't go classmate, we can talk about it. I was just kidding. 50 million yen, right? Give me 3 days. I'll definitely get you $50 million. The head teacher is not stupid. Compared with his own future, $50 million is indeed not much, and as long as he remains as the head teacher of the school, raking in $50 million is just a matter of a few years. Just now he said that Lu Yang's life is not worth 50 million, but also just threatened the other party, who let the other party know the difficulty to retreat, but did not expect that this guy is not afraid of the threat at all. Instead, it directly annoys the other person. That slap shook his brain into mush. Lu Yang stopped and looked at this fat pig condescendingly and said, "Very well, then I will give you 3 days. I will time 3 days to release the video. If you don't give me $50 million after 3 days, the video will be released automatically. If I have an accident, the video will be released automatically as well. As long as the money arrives, I will cancel the timing immediately." After saying that, Lu Yang teasingly glanced at that one gorgeous female student who was curled up on the sofa. This female student is good looking. Her body is also good. The Director of Teaching is still very good at enjoying herself. I won't bother you anymore. You guys continue. After saying that, Lu Yang walked out of the Director of Instruction's office in a dashing manner. The brain kept receiving system prompts. Negative emotion value +2. Negative emotion value +2. Negative emotion value +2. Looks like these two were scared to death. After doing this, Lu Yang walked towards the school's mini-mart, ready to buy a bottle of water to drink and then go back to Mrs. Oda's house for a nap. Coming to the school's supermarket, Lu Yang saw a familiar figure, Sakura Kumo, the class flower and also the class president. Sakura Kumo had a voluptuous figure that not many women could match. Her features are delicate and lovely. Her looks are not inferior to those female stars in Sakura country, and her academic performance is good. She is the dream girl of all the male students inside Lu Yang's class. Even Lu Yang had some special thoughts about her. So when Lu Yang saw Sakura-con peach when he was buying water, he couldn't help but look at it more. But this look is like Lu Yang found something wrong. This class flower's eyes seem to be a little nervous. What's so stressful about buying a water? So Lu Yang pretended to pick something on the shelves while looking in the direction of Sakura-con peach's side. After a few minutes of observation, Lu Yang finally realized the problem. This well-to-do, sweet-looking class flower was actually stealing inside the supermarket. What's the situation? With Sakura Kumo's family's condition, would there be any need for such petty thievery? It's like a rat licking a cat's ass. Nothing to get excited about. Lu Yang didn't hesitate to take out his cell phone and sneakily followed behind Sakura-con peach, turning on the 10x lens and filming every move of this class flower, only to see Sakura Hollow Peach looking left and right, seeing no one around, taking a box of snacks and stuffing it into her skirt. Lu Yang cannot help but sigh in his heart. Good guy. This may not become a seafood-flavored snack. Immediately afterward he saw the other man take a bottle of drink and shove it up his skirt again, immediately following a box of neutral pens, a bunch of grapes, a watermelon. He watched as this class flower stuffed several things inside her skirt. The key was that her skirt was like Doraemon's pocket. Those things disappeared as soon as she stuffed them in. It's amazing. Only now Sakura Kumo was walking in a somewhat awkward position, apparently with too much stuffed inside her skirt. Immediately after that, Lu Yang saw Manhwa walk to the front of the cash register and take a carton of milk and give it to the salesman to scan the code. After paying, she walked out of the supermarket slowly and calmly under false pretenses. Lu Yang, on the other hand, followed her. and seeing that the time was right, he quickly stepped forward, overtook Sakura Kumo, and arrived in front of her, smiling at her. Class President Sama, long time no see. Sakura-kan Peach was stuffed inside her skirt this time, and when she saw Liu Yang, she was simply too lazy to take care of it. It just blankly glanced at Liu Yang and didn't say anything, continuing to walk forward. She hoped the other woman would understand what her blank stare meant. After all, as a class flower, possessing a breast size that was marvelous and enviable, as well as exquisite features and appearance, everywhere she went, she was likely to be accosted, and she had seen too many of these male classmates who came to hit on her. But this isn't the time to be accosted. If it wasn't for his legs clamping down hard, the round watermelon would have fallen down. Don't go away, class flower Sama. Can you go out with me? Even if it's just a one-time relationship, Liu Yang said unforgivingly. Chapter 12, don't do that kind of thing. Get out. Sakura Kumo really couldn't help it and directly yelled lowly at Liu Yang. A foreign student with no background dares to pursue herself, so she really doesn't know what she's doing. These men, always surrounding themselves, are as distracting as flies. Never seen a woman before? Do you only think with your lower body? Disgusting. In the face of Sakura Kumo's disgusted look, Liu Yang didn't have any emotional changes. He just pulled out his cell phone. Said the man, Banana-sama, I have a good thing to show you. I believe that after reading it you will have a change of heart towards me. Sakura Kumo didn't really want to look. She just wanted to hurry back to her dorm with a bunch of stuff caught inside her skirt. However, Liu Yang had already clicked on the video playing on his cell phone and placed it in front of Sakura Kumo. Inside, it records the entire process of Sakura Kumo's theft. Sakura Kumo's eyes widened at once, and her heart began to race violently. Spotted by. I've stolen from the school so many times and I've never been caught. Damn it, so the pose is this funny when you watch me steal from behind? She revealed a nervous and surprised expression as she looked at Liu Yang. You damnable guy, how dare you secretly film me? Liu Yang's face revealed a light smile and said, outstanding student cadres inside the school. 3 good students in the eyes of the teachers. Excellent daughters in the eyes of their parents. But inside the school they are doing this kind of stealing things. Once this video is sent to the school forum, I believe that Sakura Kumo's class president will be strongly criticized by the school, and may even be withdrawn from school. I'm not afraid of it. The amount of these things I stole is not even enough to file a case. At most, I'll just be criticized, Sakura Kumo said with a stiff upper lip. But Liu Yang's mind had begun to receive system prompts non-stop, and as he kept on gaining negative emotional values, Liu Yang understood that the other party was just pretending to be calm. Liu Yang continued to laugh and said, but the class president's heartbeat betrays you. If you really think it doesn't matter, why is your heart beating so fast now? Could it be that you have a heart for me? Well, since you're not worried about people seeing it, I'm going to post this video of the theft in the school forum right now, so don't regret it. Damn it! Facing Liu Yang's threat, Sakura-kan Peach revealed an annoyed expression and finally had to ask, say it, what do you want? How about deleting the video? She really wasn't as indifferent as she acted. Although in the eyes of others, she was a very outstanding student. She was first in her class every time, and she was also very pretty, with a perfect body, and had a family that others envied. The family is very wealthy. Both parents are executives of public companies. The family lives in a mansion, drives a luxury car, has a housekeeper and a driver. But Sakura Kumo wasn't happy because her parents were just too good, so the demands on her were also very high. From a young age, her parents taught her that only the first place can prove strength and no one will remember the second place. So no matter what she did, her parents demanded that she do her best. She was first in her class from elementary school all the way through college. She has parents and a family that other students envy. But she also suffers from pressures that are unimaginable for other students. It was in this depression that she felt she could hardly breathe. Eventually, by chance, she discovered a way to de-stress. If this matter was known by his parents, his image as a good boy and excellent daughter in the eyes of his parents would be completely overturned. He could visualize how hurtful and cold his parents looked at him with disappointment. Maybe they would also break off the father-daughter relationship with themselves in a fit of pique. Not that kind of thing. Therefore, Sakura Kumo could only accept Liu Yang's threat. Facing Sakura Kumo's words, Liu Yang replied, it's simple, didn't I say that? If you want to go out with Sakura-kan Momo class president Sama, it only requires you to date me for a month, and within that month, you have to listen to me like a girlfriend. You have to agree to whatever I want you to do and be absolutely obedient to me. I'll delete the video after 1 month, otherwise this video will be sent to the school's forum. Do whatever you have to promise. I have to go even if you tell me to die. Ha! Sakura Kumo said without a trace of anger. Of course not. How could I let you die for such a beautiful girl like class president Sama? I will only release some simple tasks for you. You just need to complete them obediently. For example, Go to the school supermarket and steal some, that I can use, Lu Yang said with a wry smile. Lu Yang thought that his mouth high could make Sakura Kondo even more scared as a way to gain more emotion values, but he was surprised to find that after listening to his words, even though Sakura Kondo's breathing did become even more rapid, the prompts to gain negative emotion values had actually stopped straight away. What is this? Why did the negativity value stop? That means the other guy's heart is racing and he's not scared? Lu Yang looked at the other party in surprise. It was surprising to see some excitement in the other's eyes. Missed a trick. This class flower is a pervert. Ask her to steal something and instead of being scared, she'll be more excited. These demands of yours are too much, Sakura Kumo said deliberately. Don't pretend, Lord Banana. Your excited eyes betrayed you long ago. You're a pervert. You're a bigger pervert than I am. Lu Yang was a bit helpless. The negative emotion value tip had directly disappeared. What more threats would it take to make her afraid again? Lu Yang thought for a while and said directly to Sakura Kumo, it's too much, isn't it? Well then, I'll change my request. A somewhat disappointed look appeared in Sakura Kumo's eyes. Don't change, big brother. I was just being polite. Why did you change it straight away? Where's your tough guy attitude from earlier? I still like you when you're untamed. Lu Yang continued. Then we don't want you to steal anything. Let's find a quiet place and go straight to have a good chat. As expected, once these words came out, Lu Yang once again received the prompt. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Chapter 13. Greasy Man looking for trouble? A slap on the wrist. Sure enough, this class flower only gets excited when she steals. Now there was only disappointment in his eyes, but disappointment was also a negative emotion. So Lu Yang gained negative emotion value from the other party's disappointment. Sakura Kumo kept shaking her head and said, that kind of thing don't. You might as well just post a video of me stealing something online. Yeah, since you're not afraid, then I'll really post it online. Lu Yang's face was still smiling. However, Sakura Kumo felt that this one man with a smile on his face was as scary as a demon. After thinking for a few seconds, in the end, Sakura-Kong Peach gritted her teeth and nodded, said, okay, well, I promise your request, but you have to keep your promise and delete the video after a month. Lu Yang froze. I didn't expect this class flower to agree so readily. It seemed that she was more concerned about stealing and being known by the school leaders and her own parents than her chastity. A girl who's been repressed by her parents for over 18 years. She was never going to want her image of excellence in her parents' minds to come crashing down, and she wanted to maintain that image no matter what the cost. I didn't expect the other party to agree so readily under his threat. This makes Lu Yang a little hesitant. The other party so casually will not have something to put? But from what he knew about Sakura Kumo inside the class, the other party didn't have a boyfriend. Usually, she is also very strict with her parents and they control her very much. Shouldn't be the kind of girl who gets randomly messed around with. Since such a beautiful class flower has already agreed, does it make sense not to have fun with her today? Lu Yang didn't want to be a beast of burden, so he said directly, fine, then let's go talk now. Soon the two arrived at the hotel. Sakura Kumo looked around to see that no one was there. Straight away, the stolen item was taken from inside the skirt, and he muttered, I'm so tired, my legs are going numb. As he did, he brought out a box of snacks, a bunch of grapes, a watermelon, a box of signing pens, and a bottle of drink. Sakura Kumo opened the bottle of stolen drink. Turning to Lu Yang, she asked, alright, what do you want to do next? Drink the drink or not? No drink. Lu Yang shook his head. Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. Today, he had gained a lot of emotions from Guto and his 4 minions, and a lot of emotions from the head of instruction with his schoolgirl lover, and now from the stunning class flower, Sakura B. Peach. His total emotions had already exceeded 300. You can draw 3 times for 100 points a draw, but Lu Yang didn't draw the prize immediately. He wants to be a man of purpose. Let's say draw 1,000 points at a time. Having gained over 300 sentiment points in a single day, it shouldn't be too hard to round up 1,000 points. We'll continue to hammer the director of instruction tomorrow, and then pull the beautiful class flower for a bit of fun. You can get quite a bit too. I'm sure tomorrow will be another hopeful day. Afternoon. After school, Lu Yang was directly ready to go back to Mrs. Oda's house. But just as he reached the door of Mrs. Oda's house, he was blocked by an obese middle-aged man. Lu Yang fixed his eyes on the greasy obese man Nakai. This guy was looking at himself with hostile eyes on the first day he came to Mrs. Oda's house. Stopping in front of his face again today, it was obvious that he was coming from a bad place. Lu Yang's face revealed a trace of an icy expression, and without giving the other party any face, he directly said, get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Hearing that, Nakai's face took on an angry expression as this guy, to call himself a dog? He's got a lot of nerve. He's just an 18-year-old college student who hasn't even grown his hair yet. How dare he not take himself seriously? Who are you calling a dog? Kid, are you tired of living? Nakai said viciously. Whoever gets in the way is a dog. Hurry up and get out of the way. My patience is limited. Lu Yang revealed an impatient expression. The end times are coming soon. Who still spoils you all? One more word with this greasy man. Lu Yang felt like he was wasting his life. You seek death. I'm telling you, mess with me and you'll die a horrible death. I'll give you a warning. Leave Mrs. Oda's house immediately and don't pester her. Nakai threatened viciously at Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and then slapped it. Snap! With a crunching sound, Nakai was instantly sent flying 2 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 14, You're great, ma'am. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Nakai, who had been knocked to the ground, revealed a furious expression, and Lu Yang's mind began to receive system prompts over and over again. This is also here to give yourself emotional value. Lu Yang wasn't as angry. It seemed like he hadn't wasted his time, and it was nice that he could gain mood value for torturing him. So Lu Yang's face revealed a wry smile. At this time, Nakai had already climbed up and raised his fist to hit Lu Yang. It's just a pity that he's an obese, greasy old geek whose usual hobby is peeking into Mrs. Oda's living and taking pictures of her. Having emptied his body long ago, how could he be a match for Lu Yang, who had twice the basic attributes of an ordinary person? Before his fist could hit Lu Yang's face, Lu Yang had already raised his other hand and slapped Nakai on the other side of his face. Pow! Once again he was sent flying, both sides of his face swollen high, already looking like a pig, but now even more so. Lu Yan looked at the other party, could not say, feet are weak and feeble, looks ugly to the extreme, eyes are godless and white, skin is black and yellow without light, eye circles and eye bags are black. How dare you make a move on me like this? Quit coloring for 10 years before coming to me. That one sentence instantly poked a sore spot in Nakai's heart. He showed an expression of gritted teeth, pointing at Lu Yang. He said, Kid, you're dead. You dare to hit me. You're dead. I will let you die without a burial place. In the face of the other party's threat, Lu Yang did not show any expression of fear. In the end times, he had met people who were a million times more ruthless than this kind of middle-aged geeks. He took a step towards Nakai, then kicked the other man in his obese stomach. Ow! Nakai wailed, covering his stomach and curling into a ball. There was anger in his eyes. How could he not expect that this young college student would also dare to disregard himself, and even dare to directly take action against himself? Damn! This guy deserves to die. I must find a way to kill this guy, to make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. At this moment Lu Yang's icy voice came again. The next time you provoke me. But it's not as simple as teaching you a lesson. I know that you fat pig has thoughts about Mrs. Oda, but you also don't take a piss and look under it. What qualification does someone as ugly and unproductive as you have to covet Mrs. Oda? Go back to your house and be a failed greasy man who can only use his hands. After saying that, Lu Yang directly turned around and left in style, walking into Mrs. Oda's villa, with a howl of pain coming from the greasy Nakagami behind him. Aha! Damn it! Lu Yang's mind kept receiving system prompts as his emotional value was skyrocketing. Cool. Lu Yang has one more inside his must-kill list. Middle-aged greasy man Nakai. He must die before the end times break out. If you dare to come to your own trouble, then you must be prepared to be killed by yourself. Lu Yang wouldn't let this kind of instability on his side. Squeeze their emotional value first, and then take them out one by one for more emotional value a few days before the apocalypse breaks out. Walking into Mrs. Oda's villa, Lu Yang found that Mrs. Oda was already home from work. By now she had put on an apron and was busy inside the kitchen. Not bad for a beautiful host. Off duty is on time. Seeing Lu Yang coming back, Mrs. Oda walked over, stood up straight with a pleasing smile on her face and said to Lu Yang, Lu Yang-kun, you're back. Lu Yang asked, Ma'am, how is the money problem being solved? Upon hearing this question, Mrs. Oda instantly showed some embarrassment and replied, for the time being, only 5 million has been raised. Give me a little more time, and I can borrow 20 million. Then give me the 5 million first. I need the money urgently now. In addition, inside this notebook is written down my remodeling of this villa. Please ask Mrs. Oda to hire someone to remodel the villa, and the cost spent will be deducted from that 20 million, said Lu Yang, handing a note to Mrs. Oda. Mrs. Oda casually flipped it twice, then said, Okay, student Lu Yang, next I will remodel the villa according to your requirements. In addition, I will transfer 5 million to you. Aha! Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This time, Goto was also back, nose to the grindstone. As soon as Mrs. Oda saw her son's face, she immediately showed a disgusted expression. This guy, again, he went to cause trouble and find someone to fight. Right, and got a face injury. She cursed at Goto. You brat went to cause trouble again, didn't you? How many times have I told you to stop bullying others? You just can't understand? One day you'll be beaten to death alive. Ancient Vine stared blankly, and then his eyes were filled with aggravation. He was beaten like this by Lu Yang, and once he came back, he had to be scolded by his own mom, and the batterer is at his own mom's side, smooching her. What a pisser. He walked angrily towards his room. Without looking back, he said, I'm not going to eat dinner. You guys eat by yourselves. Looking at Goto's departing back, Lu Yang laughed and said, Oda Tai Tai, isn't this a bit too much for you? Don't starve the Ancient Vine. Let him starve a few times. It's fine. It's also time to teach him a lesson. Otherwise he'll always be grumpy and like to bully people. Mrs. Oda said indifferently, if we don't teach him a lesson now, there's no guarantee he'll cause any more big trouble in the future. Lu Yang nodded. Mrs. Oda was right to worry. People like Goto's character have to be educated and educated. It's just a pity that before he was in the education too late. Less than a month's time doomsday will break out. Goto what character already does not matter. He would do well to pray that he is immune to the airborne spread of the virus. Otherwise the first batch will become zombies. Above the dinner table, only Lu Yang was eating with Mrs. Oda, and the two of them were happy. In the room Goto looked out through the doorway and gritted his teeth in hatred. It's simply abominable. And his own mom even smiled at Lu Yang. It's 10 times better to treat Lu Yang than it is to treat yourself. I don't know if I'm her son or Lu Yang is her son. Goto felt on the verge of breaking down at the thought. Lu Yang, who was in the middle of eating, kept receiving system prompts in his head that he had gained negative emotional values. He instantly understood. A repressed smile welled up in his eyes, so he picked up a piece of meat and put it into Mrs. Oda's bowl and said, Mistress, you're such a good cook. This meat is so well done. Try a piece. Clack clack clack. Seeing this scene, Goto in the room clenched his teeth together. Chapter 15, Massage for Your Wife. Lu Yang was enjoying the system alerts he received inside his head as he ate, and the negative emotion value was still rising. It seems like this Goto guy cares a lot about his mama, but think about it. It would not be good for anyone to see their mother so close to a strange young man with such a gentle attitude, while they are criticizing them every day. But Lu Yang liked the feeling of making people feel bad. The worse Goto felt, the more negative emotion values he gained. So Lu Yang increased the volume of his voice and said to Mrs. Oda, Ma'am, after dinner later, I'm going to come inside your room to have a good chat with you, and at the same time, I've recently learned a set of very powerful massage techniques on the internet, so I can give you a massage, and it's a way of thanking you for making such a delicious dinner for me. Click click click. The Ancient Vine inside the room clenched its teeth when it heard this. Although Mrs. Oda felt that this was not good, but due to the fact that she had a handle on Lu Yang and owed him so much money, she could not refuse for fear of annoying Lu Yang, so she could only say with a low brow, Okay Lu Yang-kun. So after dinner, Lu Yang directly followed Mrs. Oda to her room. Before going upstairs, Lu Yang also purposely glanced at Goto from the doorway, and the two of them looked at each other through the doorway, and Goto instantly panicked in his heart, and then hurriedly lowered his head. But then he reacted. What am I panicking about? This guy trying to have his way with my mom and I'm panicking? Then Goto instantly revealed an angry expression again, snapping his head up and looking at Lu Yang. However, he came to another glance with Lu Yang, and found that Lu Yang's eyes were filled with contempt. Remembering the scene inside the toilet where he was instantly knocked to the ground by Lu Yang, Gutting had another bout of fear, and hurriedly lowered his head. The courage he had just summoned up dissipated again without a trace. He was chagrined in his mind that he was so incompetent. Clearly this guy is the one who forced himself into my house, forced himself on my mom, and forced himself on me by taking away everything I was supposed to have. Why should I be afraid of him? I am such a loser. Now it's just a matter of watching the other guy go into my mom's room and potentially do something indescribable, and I can't do anything about it. Goto, you're such a coward. Damn it. Lu Yang entered Mrs. Oda's boudoir. As soon as he walked inside the room, Lu Yang smelled a faint fragrance. It's not that bad perfume smell, but like a woman's body odor. It smells just as good as Mrs. Oda's body. The last time he came in, Lu Yang had only focused on Mrs. Oda in her pajamas and hadn't had time to look at the decorations inside the room. This time Lu Yang took a closer look at the decorations inside the room and found that the room was decorated very warmly. The whole room was in pink tones, pink sheets, pink curtains, pink pillows, giving people a warm feeling. I wonder if Mrs. Oda, who is so fond of pink, is the same as this room? In her 30s, her skin is still pink. There was also a picture of a young man on the nightstand, looking to be in his 20s, wearing glasses and a greasy haircut. It looked cultured, like a man of culture. Lu Yang looked at the picture and said, Is this the picture of your husband? 10 years ago, Mrs. Oda was 25. and her husband would have been about the same age. Mrs. Oda doesn't need to be nervous. Well, let's talk about business next. Lu Yong smiled and continued. Ma'am, I'll give you a list of the supplies I need to purchase later. When the time comes to purchase the supplies, as well as the money to renovate the villa, it will be deducted from the $15 million you owe me. I hope you will be able to do the task I gave you within a week. Don't worry, Lu Yongjun, I'll do all this as you asked, but I hope you can keep your promise as well. Delete the video after a month. Mrs. Oda said gently. Don't worry, I never lie. Lu Yang said with his eyes aiming at Mrs. Oda's plump body and said, Ma'am, let me help you with a massage. It's also a way to thank you for doing so much for me. Down. Mrs. Oda gave a somewhat sheepish look. Yes, I'll massage your back. Of course, if you don't want to get down, you want to lie down. Lu Yang said with a bad smile. That sort of thing is not something I've ever considered. Mrs. Oda said sheepishly, then obediently plopped down. Then massage your back, she said, unzipping the back of her dress, revealing her white, smooth backside. Looking at the other side of the back of the skin, Lu Yang cannot help but sigh in his heart. This Mrs. Oda maintenance is really good. The skin on the body glowing. With the 18-year-old girl is not much difference. There is no way to tell that you are already a 35-year-old woman. I can't imagine how manly and charming Mrs. Oda was when she was 18. It's amazing that such a beautiful woman has been a widow for 10 whole years. What a waste. What a waste. It's a waste. Lu Yang did learn some Chinese massage before, so he used it directly on Mrs. Oda's body. Chapter 16. You're weak, ma'am. Ouch. Mrs. Oda's screams came from the room. This young man's hands are too heavy. The press was a little too much for Mrs. Topsy-turvy. Outside the door, Guto heard Mrs. Oda's voice coming from inside the room. His teeth were on the verge of crunching in anger. What an abomination. 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes, and Guto felt very incompetent. In the room, Lu Yang continued. This area of the back corresponds to the kidneys. In the words of our Chinese medicine practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom, Mrs. Oda, you're just a little weak in the kidneys. Really? Can women also have kidney deficiency? I've read about kidney deficiency on the internet before, and it's usually said about men. Mrs. Oda seemed to be a bit interested and asked Lu Yang. Of course women can have kidney weakness, as long as all people have kidneys, and if they have kidneys, they will be weak. Taking the massage I gave you and seeing the reaction you showed, I deduced that Mrs. doesn't have any big problem. You are very healthy because your skin is glowing, your face doesn't have acne, and your menstruation should be very regular. The only problem is that it's been too long since there's been a man. It seems that Mrs. Oda hasn't indulged herself since your husband died. Lu Yang said, a meaningful expression on his face, as if he really looked like an old Chinese doctor. Hearing this, Mrs. Oda's face instantly turned red, and at the same time he was a little shocked. Lu Yang was so powerful that just by giving himself a massage, he was able to know what his problem was. Indeed, since the death of her husband, she has raised her son on her own while keeping busy with her work, so she doesn't really have time for romance. Seeing the look on Mrs. Oda's face, Lu Yang understood that he was right, so he continued to say to Mrs. Oda, ma'am, being a woman can't afford to treat herself poorly, especially a pretty, beautiful, gentle and sexy woman like Mrs. Oda, who is most definitely not less loved by a man. Mrs. Oda thought there was some truth to it, as she had heard some of the claims on top of the internet before. A woman really can't do without a man. I myself have been feeling not so good lately, very depressed, and I feel like I'm going to get depressed. 1. Because of the trouble Guto had caused, and 2. Because the repression in his own heart had been too long. It had been 10 whole years without a man. I am afraid that this repression will affect my emotions and psychology in a subtle way. But how easy is it to find the right man? Mrs. Oda spat languidly. It's not easy to find a good and suitable man at our age. Lu Yang laughed. Mrs. Oda is beautiful and generous, and looks to be in her 20s. What kind of man can't she find if she wants to? And I can also take over and let Mrs. Oda regain the feeling of being a little woman. Ha! Hearing that, Mrs. Guto showed a surprised and shy expression. This Lu Yang students are always from time to provoke their own. Really afraid that one day really cannot help but this tender grass to eat. But certainly not now. After all, her son was still downstairs. What if he heard the sound? What a shame. No. The difference between my age and Lu Yang's classmate is too great. We are not destined to be together. Mrs. Oda shook her head and said. Lu Yang laughed and said directly, nonetheless, in front of love age is not a problem. Like me, this kind of fierce man and wife is a perfect match. If also changed a 40-year-old man, I'm afraid that it will not take 2 days to have to droop their heads and sigh at you. Have the heart to do nothing. Mrs. Oda felt that Lu Yang had a point, but she didn't want to admit it, so she had to be red-faced and silent. Guto was going crazy downstairs. He felt so useless. Lu Yang swaggered into his home, but he couldn't do anything about it. Didn't even have the courage to go upstairs. He was completely broken inside. What a coward. Guto, you're such a coward. You're useless. You can't do anything. You don't even have the courage to go through with it. You watched that guy do whatever he wanted in your home and there was nothing you could do about it. You deserve to die. Guto covered his ears with a pillow and curled up on the bed, trying to pass himself off as an ostrich with his head stuck in the dirt. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, soaking the pillow. Lu Yang, who was in the room, kept receiving system prompts in his mind. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Negative emotion value +1. Chapter 17, The End of My Youth. Half an hour later Lu Yang finished the massage on Mrs. Oda's back and walked out of her room. In this half hour, Lu Yang could have gained quite a lot of emotional value. There's the one provided by that guy Guto and the one provided by Mrs. Oda due to her nervousness. Lu Yang glanced at the system and realized that the negative emotion value had now exceeded 500 points. It's halfway to 1,000. It was believed that it wouldn't take more than a few days for him to complete a 1,000-point draw. Just thinking about this, Lu Yang felt very excited. Day 2 Lu Yang woke up early in the morning. He yawned, stretched his male dog waist, got up and washed up, then went downstairs for breakfast. Mrs. Oda saw Lu Yang up and greeted him warmly. Good morning, Lu Yang-kun. I have to say that Lu Yangjuan's techniques last night were truly marvelous. They were so strong. I actually woke up this morning feeling physically and mentally relieved and glowing. The whole body is relaxed. While Mrs. Oda was saying this, Guto just happened to come out from inside the room with red eyes and big dark circles under his eyes. Heard his mom actually say too strong to Lu Yang. Guto's entire directly froze. You guys aren't avoiding me now, are you? You're discussing last night's sexual moment right in front of me? Damn it. Have I become the light bulb in this house after all? Guto gritted his teeth and an angry expression appeared on his face. Lu Yang started receiving system prompts inside his mind again. He knew that this Guto must have misunderstood, thinking that I had done something indescribable with his mother last night, when in fact it was just a massage for Mrs. Oda. But well, the more he misunderstands himself the more negative emotion values he gains. So Lu Yang strikes while the iron is hot and says to Mrs. Oda, Ma'am, I'm happy to be able to make you feel relaxed. Let's continue. Tonight. That is not good, right? I'm afraid I'll tire out Lu Yang-kun. Mrs. Oda said with a red face. Don't worry. What's there to be tired of? A man of my age is just full of energy and fire, guaranteed to be able to make Mrs. Oda feel good. Lu Yang said confidently. Well, then I'll be grateful to Lu Yangjun tonight. With your help, I do feel that my body has produced some changes. I woke up by myself in the morning before the alarm clock went off, and as soon as I woke up, I was full of energy. It seems that this woman really has to pay attention to her health, said Mrs. Oda with a happy face. The conversation between the two sounded disgusting to Guto. I don't think he's a human being. Excessive. Just too much. It doesn't matter if Lu Yang is like this. The point is that her own mom is like this. Are you a woman who can't live without a man? What an abomination. Guto gave his mother a somewhat disgusted look, then said, I'm not eating breakfast. He was too lazy to watch these two discussing some evil things in front of his own eyes, so he just shrugged it off and walked out the door. See, Guto directly angry walked out before Mrs. Did not care too much. After all, this son of his used to often do not eat breakfast, and now he did that kind of thing inside the school. Must give him a little lesson to remember. And Lu Yang started to head to school after having breakfast. I met Sakurakumo at the school entrance. Lu Yang waved at Sakura-kan Peach as if he was beckoning a pet dog he had. That Sakurakumo saw Lu Yang. There was a look as if he had seen the plague. This guy chatted with himself yesterday, but he tired himself out. And today, I was surprised to meet him again at the school gate, so it was really bad to go out. A good day ended at this moment. When the other students next to him saw Lu Yang's action, they immediately showed a mocking expression to Lu Yang and even discussed it. What's with that guy? Surprisingly, he's waving at the class flower. Sakurakumo. It seems like the two of them know each other well. Isn't he a bit too self-centered? How many rich second generation chasing Cherry Sky Peach can't chase? Who the hell is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Sakurakumo's family condition is no worse than those rich kids. That's right. Sakurakumo herself is a super unbeatable rich girl. I think he is a right. Third young master won't let him go. That's right. The third young master is Sakura Kondo's #1 suitor. Last time a boy accidentally touched Ms. Sakura-kan Momo's arm, and the third young master directly broke the hand that touched Ms. Sakura-kan Momo. As far as I know, Not only is the third young master's family rich, but one of the school leaders inside the school is also his uncle. If he offends the third young master, this guy will definitely suffer. Just as the crowd was discussing it, Sakurakumo had already bumbled his way over to Liu Yang. There was no way. She didn't have the capital to resist. After all, Liu Yang's hands are still holding the video of himself stealing, and at any time, he is able to explode these things out, and then his image can be completely ruined. Liu Yang extended his arm, signaling Sakurakumo to take it. Then Sakura-kan Peach took Liu Yang's hand in the middle of the crowd's shocked gazes. Seeing this scene, a pot instantly exploded amongst the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? Sakurakumo actually took the initiative to hold that man's hand. What the hell is that man's deal? Crazy. Does it mean that Sakurakumo is already famous and the two of them are already dating? Woo woo. My goddess actually already has a boyfriend. And that boyfriend isn't even me. Help. My youth is over. Some of the male students had a straight-up deadpan look on their faces. Sakura-kan Peach was their goddess. Seeing their dream goddess being arched by someone, their hearts were about to break. And at this time Liu Yang kept receiving system prompts inside his head. Negative emotion value plus 50. Negative emotion value plus 50. Negative emotion value plus 50. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised in his heart, and did not expect that directly making the relationship between Cherry Air Peach and himself public would be able to make so many men feel sad and desperate. That's a real fortune. You know this is just one class flower. If I get all the 4 major school beauties inside the school, wouldn't that be a direct pull of the negative emotion value? After all, heartbreak, sadness, grief, jealousy, etc. are all negative emotions. If you can really get your hands on all 4 school beauties, who wouldn't be jealous of you? The male student next to me continued the discussion. Film it, post it on the school forum. It's big news. If third young master knew about this, I'm afraid he'd be furious. Click click click. The crowd picked up their cell phones and took a burst of pictures of Liu Yang and Sakura-kan Peach. Sakurakumo felt like she was socially dead at this point. This darn guy, he obviously just asked me to go out with him for a month. But now, it seems like it's going to be a big deal for the whole school. Chapter 18, he even dared to hit the third young master? This matter of Liu Yang dating Sakurakumo became the biggest news of the day. The picture of Sakura-kan Peach walking into the school together with Liu Yang on her arm quickly spread through all the class groups. The student forum was also full of posts about Liu Yang and Sakura-kan Peach. As a result, Liu Yang was originally sitting inside the classroom for the lesson, but the negative emotion value inside his mind had been increasing non-stop. He couldn't help but marvel at how many lickspittles there really were in this cherry hollow peach. Just this rumor alone made himself able to receive negative emotion values across the room. It was really bullish enough. In one morning Liu Yang's negative emotion value had already exceeded 1,000 points, and it was still in the process of rising. I'll be able to go back tonight and get a good draw. Reward Sakura-kan Peach, Liu Yang thought in his heart. So he sent a message to Sakurakumo. Go steal a box inside the school supermarket. It'll be useful after lunch. After receiving this news, Sakura-kan Momo's face showed an excited expression, and her entire body trembled with excitement. To be able to steal again, and to do so under Liu Yang's orders. This is simply a double enjoyment. No problem, Sakurakumo immediately replied. After class, Liu Yang was ready to go out and get some air. The students all had their gazes on Liu Yang's body, and they didn't know what kind of charisma this guy had to be able to mesmerize the goddess Sakura-kan Peach. Some of their gazes were jealous, some were envious, some were adoring, and some were puzzled. Just after walking out of the classroom, Liu Yang saw a few tall figures coming from the distance. They were wearing greasy hair and tattoos, arriving aggressively in front of him. Liu Yang didn't recognize them, but looking at them they didn't seem like good people. As expected, after coming to the front of Liu Yang, for little brothers instantly while Liu Yang as the main brother of the head of that big brother then showed a disdainful expression. Said, I thought it was that what kind of saint who stained my Sakura-kan Peach, but it turns out it's just a guy with no name. Kid, immediately break up with Sakura-kan Peach and at the same time kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize for your mistake. And this matter will be over today. Or else my third young master will definitely make your life worse than death. Liu Yang frowned. What an arrogant guy. The last time such an arrogant guy appeared was last time. I don't know if he doesn't want to live, or if he wants to die. It's none of your business if you're dating Sakura Kondo yourself. Is it my fault you can't chase Sakura Kondo? The students next to him had gathered around, with an expression of eating and watching, and the way they looked at Liu Yang was like looking at a poor worm. Third young master. It's the third son of the Akimichi family. The Akimichi family has an extremely powerful presence in Tokyo City. It was a big family with money and power, and at the same time, it was rumored that a certain leader inside the school was also the third young master's cousin. Whoever dared to offend the third young master inside the school, then in less than 3 days he would be expelled from the school. Liu Yang, this guy dares to rob the third young master's woman. Then his consequences are not hard to imagine. He will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. And I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to stay in the University of Tokyo from now on. Liu Yang's classmates cast even more gloating looks at Liu Yang, because they knew that Liu Yang was a foreign student and did not have any background in Tokyo City. This kind of foreign students were usually bullied by the people inside the school specifically. They should just keep their tails between their legs. A foreigner dares to be arrogant in front of our Sakura countrymen? Isn't this a death wish? And it wasn't just someone else he had offended, but the third young master. Then he's even more dead. Hurry up and kowtow. Maybe the third young master will be in a good mood and let you go as a fart. Otherwise, when the third young master really gets angry, not only will you be expelled from Tokyo University, you won't be able to stay in the entire Sakura country. Just when the crowd thought that Liu Yang would kneel down and beg for mercy, Liu Yang, however, had revealed a cold smile and said to the third young master, "Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? The end times are about to break out. Who's going to spoil you? Even if you are now the second generation of the rich, when the end of the world outbreak, the zombie should be changed still have to change. Even if it is the richest man in the Sakura country will still be chewed to death by the zombies." After hearing this, everyone froze, and the person who was most surprised was the third young master. At the University of Tokyo, who do I need courage to talk to? He was instantly exasperated by Liu Yang. This guy really doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's really stupid or not. The third young master didn't talk nonsense and directly waved his hand. The four minions next to him instantly understood and rushed towards Liu Yang at once. It is a pity that their speed is no different from slow motion in Liu Yang's view. Before they get close, Liu Yang has already kicked one directly out. Bang 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 bang. With four loud bangs, the four men flew several meters away and fell heavily to the ground, each of them covering their stomachs and curling up into a ball. With pained and pale expressions on their faces, cold sweat all began to emerge from the top of their foreheads. The sharp pain in their abdomen made it hard for them to breathe. It felt like their intestines had been kicked out. Seeing this scene, the third young master instantly froze. How could he not expect in Liu Yang's hands to be so good? Those students were even more directly dumbfounded. How could they not expect this Liu Yang to be so fierce? No wonder Sakura-kun Peach would like him. Who doesn't like such a fierce man? Some female students inside the class cast an adoring gaze at Liu Yang. Their eyes were about to burst into stars. A kick is able to send people flying. This downward spiral is just too stable to imagine how fierce he is in bed. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Liu Yang had taken a step towards the third young master. At this moment, all four of his juniors were sent flying, and the third young master immediately lost the arrogance he had at the beginning. A look of some fear crossed his face as he backed away. Don't come over. What do you want to do? If you offend me, you won't be able to stay at Tokyo University in the future. Ha! Liu Yang let out a cold laugh and raised his hand to slap the third young master's face. Pow! With a crunching sound, the third young master was immediately slapped several meters away. A large mouthful of blood was spat out. The whole face was swollen high up. The meticulously combed greasy hair was also all loose and draped over his face. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Crazy. This Liu Yang is really crazy. He even dared to hit the third young master. Is he really not afraid of it? Chapter 19 Help! Don't come over. Negative emotion value +5. Negative emotion value +5. Negative emotion value +5. Knocking the third young master and his four minions to the ground, Liu Yang's mind kept receiving emotional values. A few short minutes provided him with another 100 or so points. It looks like all five of them are about to piss themselves. Is this the legendary rich kid? What a disappointment. Get lost. Don't appear in front of me again. Liu Yang waved his hand and said to the group of trash that fell on the ground. Hearing this sentence, the third young master felt that he had been greatly insulted. He gritted his teeth and said to Liu Yang, "Good brat. I'll remember this matter today. Next I'm going to show you what the consequences of messing with my third young master are. Let's go." So with the help of his juniors, the third young master left the place. And at this moment, the eyes of those students beside him looking at Liu Yang were already full of admiration. Even the third young master could directly fight away. This Liu Yang is really too fierce. But after the adoration, they regained their senses and cast a regretful look at Liu Yang. It was next that Liu Yang's challenge began, because after the third young master is gone, we'll definitely continue to take revenge on Liu Yang. As long as he went to the school leaders and complained, then Liu Yang wouldn't be able to stay in the school in the future. It's a pity that it's so hard to get a student who dares to fight hard with the third young master, but he would soon be unable to remain at the University of Tokyo. The bell rang and Liu Yang continued back to his seat. The third young master, on the other hand, walked directly into a school leader's office with the support of his minions. It was the office of the school's director of instruction. "Second uncle, I've been beaten up. Unexpectedly someone dares to beat me up. He robbed the woman I like and beat me up. You must do something for me, the third young master said, and showed his second uncle the one red mark on his face. It was really too miserable. At this moment, the third young master's face was swollen and not much different from a pig's head. There was still some bruising on his face, and due to having two incisors knocked out, his speech was leaking. The head of the teaching staff immediately showed an angry expression. He had been very depressed in the past 2 days, and he just couldn't find anyone to take it out on. And someone dared to beat up his nephew? Isn't that a death wish? With an angry expression on his face, he said to the third young master, Who did this? How dare you make a move on my nephew? Do you still have me, the head of teaching, in your eyes? I don't know what his name is. He was a student in class 2. He stole the woman I like, and when I went to argue with him, he even hit me directly and knocked out my teeth. Uncle, you must decide for me, the third young master cried. He hadn't been this aggravated since he was a kid. Look at your nephew's face. The director of instruction felt a sense of déjà vu, because yesterday, he was also beaten. That does hurt, and the director of instruction knows it. Go, let's go to the second class to look for him now, the head instructor said angrily. It's okay for me to be caught in the act and beaten up, but for my nephew to be beaten up as well, that's like moving dirt on the head of the temple. Not taking me seriously. Okay, uncle. The third young master instantly revealed a sinister expression and said, I'll make sure to make him beg for mercy on his knees later. Uncle, you must help me. Don't worry, if he dares to hit you, he won't be able to stay in Tokyo University when I step in, let alone kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Even if you ask him to call his father, he'll have to, the head instructor said confidently. Then, led by the third young master, they walked together to the classroom of class 2. At this time, Lu Yang was taking lessons inside the classroom. Suddenly an arrogant voice could be heard coming from outside the classroom. Kid, get out. Weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you dare to hit me? Come out and suffer death. People inside the classroom turned their heads to look. It turned out to be the third young master with the school leader. When they got a good look at that school leader, they showed even more shocked expressions. I didn't realize that the school leader who had a relationship with the third young master was actually the director of instruction inside the school. That's a leader just below the principal and vice principal. Full management of academic affairs within the school. Normally, he was known for being stern. Expelling a student who hit someone was a breeze for him. Finished. This time Lu Yang is really finished. Everyone threw a look of regret at Lu Yang. Goto then looked at Lu Yang with a sneer on his face. This guy is so arrogant. Finally someone can cure him. Tell him to come inside my mom's room every night and screw around. When he's expelled from school, he won't be able to stay in the whole Sakura country. Let's see how he can still screw in the future. Cool. It's called what goes around comes around. Mom, you're finally safe. And after Lu Yang saw the third young master with the director of instruction behind him, he instantly revealed a hint of a playful smile. That's a lot of non-aggression. I didn't realize that the third young master's backstage was this fat pig director of instruction? Then this thing is going to be fun today. By this time the director of instruction had already stood out directly and said aggressively to the inside of the classroom. Who is the one who hit people in public? Hurry up and stand out for me. Under my management there are still people who dare to learn to beat people in school. This is simply not putting me in my eyes. Severely punished. Must be severely punished. He then looked back to the classroom teacher who was looking confused on the podium and cursed at him. You're the homeroom teacher inside this class, right? How do you usually educate your students? I'm sorry, director of instruction. I also didn't really know about this matter of a student hitting someone. The homeroom teacher was covered in cold sweat and had a terrified expression. Anger then added to the students inside the class. Whoever hit the person, hurry up and come out and apologize to the head teacher. The crowd had their eyes on Lu Yang. At this time, Lu Yang did not panic at all in the middle of the crowd's attention and slowly got up. When the director of instruction took a good look at Lu Yang's appearance, his angry expression immediately stiffened on his face. His mouth opened wide, revealing an expression of shock. And then, this shock slowly turned into fear. How is he? This is a plague god. The person his own nephew messed with was actually him? The director of instruction does not know Lu Yang's name or the class he is in. He only knows that Lu Yang is a student at the school and has evidence of his rendezvous with female students. Since yesterday's incident, the director of instruction has been raising money non-stop. It's so hard to borrow $50 million, but his nephew has done this again? The others are potholes. You're a ing uncle. Help, help, help. What's next? He's coming over. Don't you come over. Only to see Lu Yang walking step by step towards the director of instruction, his eyes looking straight at him. Lu Yang realized that the other party's face still had the palm prints he left yesterday. Only yesterday it was red and today it was purple. He smirked and asked the director of instruction. I did it. So what's wrong? He came to find trouble with me and tried to hit me first. Can't I fight back? Director, You have a big official authority. Chapter 20. He even dared to beat up the homeroom teacher. Before the head teacher could say anything, the class teacher had already taken the lead and rushed over, pointing at Lu Yang's nose. Turning to Lu Yang, he scolded, "How did you talk to the director of instruction? Doing something wrong and still not hurrying to apologize to the director of instruction. Really lawless." Due to his dereliction of duty in not managing the students well, causing the students to beat up others, and even alarming the director of instruction. This matter was originally his fault. The director of instruction had already come up to ask for punishment, and he, of course, had to put on a good show in front of the director of instruction. And this Lu Yang in front of the director of teaching still dare to be so arrogant. Do not give him a little color to see he really thought he was lawless. It's just a foreign student. If you come to study in our Sakura country, you have to keep your tail between your legs. Originally, this class teacher thought that Lu Yang would show a scared expression when he was scolded by himself and immediately apologized to the director of instruction. It was a pity that Lu Yang's reaction was not as he had imagined. Instead of being afraid, he showed a sneer and said to the homeroom teacher, "You're talking to me, aren't you?" The homeroom teacher froze. How could he not expect this Lu Yang to remain so relaxed in such a situation? Even ask yourself rhetorically. And you're in a position to ask a teacher a rhetorical question? And if you don't give yourself face in front of the headmaster, isn't that the same as telling the headmaster that I'm incompetent? Can't even control one student? The homeroom teacher was enraged. Loudly, he said to Lu Yang, "Not talking to you? Who are you talking to? Talking to the dog? You kid." However, before he could finish his words, Lu Yang had instantly raised his hand and slapped it. Snap! With a crunching sound, the homeroom teacher was instantly slapped several meters away, and smashed heavily onto a desk, smashing that one to pieces with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, all the students were dumbfounded. This Lu Yang is crazy, right? Even in front of the director of teaching to fly the class teacher? Is it possible that he's really let himself go and doesn't want to be in this school anymore? Some of the male students were beginning to breathe heavily, their eyes filled with excitement. This homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man, but he spoke in a matronly and verbose way, more cruel than even a woman, and they wanted to beat him up in the morning. Imagine what student wouldn't want to be their classroom teacher? It's just that they don't dare. If they had this opportunity, they would love to each stomp on this homeroom teacher, something they had imagined a million times in their minds. Lu Yang did, and it was done in front of them. It made their blood boil. It's no better than Bo Burns? Lu Yang is awesome, simply a god in their hearts. Would you rather be a coward for life or a hero for 3 seconds? Lu Yang interpreted this sentence to the extreme. He was the hero of these 3 seconds, even if he was expelled from school, but he was able to send the class teacher flying. This thing can be blown for a lifetime. You brat, how dare you hit me? You! Blood flowed out from the corner of the class teacher's mouth. He covered his red swollen face and pointed at Lu Yang and screamed. However, before he could finish his words, Lu Yang had already rushed over and directly stomped on his chest, instantly stomping him to the ground again. Ahem! The homeroom teacher only felt as if his chest was being pressed by a huge stone. The immense force made it difficult for him to breathe and he couldn't speak. He could only keep coughing out blood from his mouth. There was fear in his eyes. Inside Lu Yang's mind, he began to receive negative emotions non-stop, worthy of prompting. The spike is outrageous. It seems that not only did he make the homeroom teacher feel fearful by hitting him, but the other people were watching from the side, and that was also in their hearts, especially the director of teaching. The whole person was scared silly. Lu Yang's power he had felt. A slap was like a hammer on the face. The inside of the head was shaking. Afterwards, Lu Yang looked at the other party condescendingly and asked coldly, "Who did you just call a dog?" Cough cough cough. The class teacher was so stomped on that she couldn't speak, and even her breathing began to be difficult. Lu Yang loosened his foot, and the other party then took a breath of fresh air. The expression of fear on his face became even more intense. Just now, that feeling of difficulty in breathing made him experience the threat of death. Now facing Lu Yang's question, the class teacher's entire head was confused and didn't know how to answer. Lu Yang gave him a memory recovery technique and stomped on his opponent's head. Bang! The force of the slam made the back of the homeroom teacher's head hit the ground hard enough to make him grimace in pain. Lu Yang asked again, "Talking to you? Who are you calling a dog?" Stop stop stop. It hurts. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Please don't do it to me. It hurts. The class teacher begged for mercy in front of Lu Yang in front of all the students. Seeing this scene, one by one, the students cast an adoring gaze at Lu Yang. Fierce, just too fierce. Definitely the #1 fierce man in our University of Tokyo. In front of the head of the teaching staff, he stepped on the class teacher and made him admit that he was a dog. It's almost more unbelievable than a science fiction story. This Lu Yang is simply invincible. Unexpectedly disease. The homeroom teacher admitted that he was a dog. Lu Yang still didn't let him go. He spun on his feet, crushed the head of the homeroom teacher and continued to say to him, "Now then, learn 2 barks for me. Lu Yang, don't you go too far. Do you really think you're lawless?" The class teacher endured the pain and said angrily, "How can he control these students in the future if he makes himself bark in front of the whole class? This is no longer a matter of dignity or not. This is no different from letting yourself strip down to your bottom and run naked in front of your classmates. Totally social death. If he really learned how to bark, in the future, not to mention not being able to stay in this class, he wouldn't be able to stay in the entire school, because good things don't get out of the door. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. This kind of thing will soon spread throughout the whole school. Therefore, even if I am trampled to death, I will never be able to give in. That's the spirit of Bushido." Clack clack clack. Lu Yang's feet exerted force and kept rotating his footplate, crushing the class teacher's head into contact with the floor with a clicking sound. "Ah!" The homeroom teacher let out an agonized bark. Screw the samurai spirit. A dog's life is important. See this scene. The students were already all over Lu Yang at this point. Amazing. Not only did he beat up the homeroom teacher in front of the director of instruction, he even forced the homeroom teacher to learn how to bark like a dog. This is simply a god among the students. Heard the other dog barking. Only then did Lu Yang let go of his foot. The homeroom teacher was then spared. A chilling smile appeared on his face as he took a step towards the head teacher. Chapter 21. He's not even afraid of the head teacher. The head instructor's lips trembled and he subconsciously took a step back. But the third young master did not understand the situation. He watched as the class teacher of class 2 was sent flying by Lu Yang. A smug smile appeared on his face even more. "Lu Yang, this guy is crazy. Completely and utterly crazy." In front of the director of teaching even dared to hit the class teacher. Originally hit himself, that is just a dispute between students, but dare to hit the teacher. That is definitely touching the bottom line of the school. This Lu Yang is dead. He arrogantly pointed at Lu Yang and cursed. "You even dare to hit the class teacher. You really don't have the school's discipline and teachers in your eyes off. Do you think the discipline of our Tokyo University can be trampled on it by a foreign student like you?" After saying that, he turned to the director of instruction next to him. "Director of instruction, make sure to punish him severely. Expel him from Sakura Nation." As he spoke, Lu Yang had already arrived in front of the third young master. Looking at his swollen face like a pig's head, Lu Yang shook his head. "This face is all edematous, so if I slap it again, it might just burst into juice and dirty my hands then." So Lu Yang kicked the third young master in the small of his back. This kick, Lu Yang did not collect his strength. The third young master instantly looked like a cannonball and was kicked several meters away, smashing heavily on top of the classroom wall with a loud sound. Boom! Ah! The third young master screamed miserably, covering his stomach and curling up into a shrimp. His face even showed a fearful and painful expression. How could he not expect in front of his second uncle? This guy even dared to take action against himself. Not only did he not put the class teacher in his eyes, he didn't even put the director of instruction in his eyes. Is he crazy? Crazy? What a crazy person. "Lu Yang, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Do you want to die?" The fallen third young master threatened Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang didn't look at him again and instead placed his gaze on the face of the director of instruction. He slapped his hand against the head instructor's face, said as he slapped, "What do you think of what happened today, director of instruction?" Seeing this scene, all the students inside the class were dumbfounded. It's amazing that the head instructor, who is known for his strictness, was slapped in the face by a student. Not very hard, but it doesn't hurt much, and it's extremely insulting. Wasn't this completely ignoring the director of instruction? It even slapped him in the face as if he were a subordinate. Lu Yang is really crazy. You mess with the class teacher to mess with the three young masters are justified, but you have the director of teaching, that is simply looking for death. Because the director of instruction represents the dignity of the school. Not putting the director of instruction in his eyes is the same as not putting the entire University of Tokyo in his eyes. Even if the president knows about this matter, will be severely punished. It's over. This Lu Yang is really dead. They all looked at Lu Yang regretfully, but they didn't realize that the director of instruction's piggy body shook and his whole body shivered. He is really afraid. This Lu Yang is indeed a complete madman, moving to hit people, and more fearful is that he still has a handle on the other side of the hand. If he was a rational person, the director of instruction wasn't that scared. The key was that he was a crazy person who did whatever he wanted. No one knew what he would do next. Maybe at the drop of a hat he would upload the video to the school forum, and then his own future, his own life, could all be ruined. So the head teacher said to Lu Yang in a somewhat trembling voice, "The class teacher deserves to be beaten for disrespecting the students and calling them dogs, and I'm going to hold him responsible. Let him pay for this student's moral damages. This kid from the Akimichi family disrespected his classmates and bullied them. He deserves to be beaten. He should also pay for this classmate's moral damages. They are to blame for what happened today." The students inside the class were directly dumbfounded after hearing the instructor's words. What's the situation? Is the director crazy or am I crazy? Did I hear you right? Lu Yang can still get compensation for moral damages for hitting someone? It's a legend in our school. After hearing the words of the director of instruction, Lu Yang's face revealed a satisfied expression and said to the director of instruction, "It's worthy of being the toughest director of instruction within our school. I'm very satisfied with this one of your sentences. It seems that the head teacher really does love and care for his students. Alright, director of instruction, you go back and continue to go love the students today at noon." But the third young master who was hitting the ground was already furious. How could he not expect his cousin uncle to say such words to Lu Yang? It's obvious that I was beaten up, and I have to compensate him for the moral damages. Are you my uncle or his uncle? So the third young master directly exclaimed, "Uncle, that's not what you said when you first came here. You said you wanted him to kneel down and call me dad. I am your nephew. Are you just going to stand by and watch your nephew being bullied?" Ha! Lu Yang, who heard these words, instantly turned cold. "Good man, you want me to get down on my knees and call me daddy? What a nerve!" After the head instructor heard the third young master's words, his face also looked worse than if he had eaten. "You little brat, go screw your father. Don't screw me all the time. We've already resolved this matter, and then you come back with this. Aren't you pushing me into the fire?" Before the director of instruction had a chance to speak, he had already seen Lu Yang's icy cold eyes, only to see Lu Yang indifferently say, "You're the one who said that you want me to kneel down and call him dad, right? No. Absolutely nothing like that. Although this kid is my nephew, I have always cautioned him to never call me uncle in school because inside the school I'm the leader and he's a student. I would never use my authority to do something to help my family." Saying this, the head teacher looked at the third young master and cursed at him. "What are you talking about, brat? How many times have I told you not to call me uncle in school? You're a guy whose hair hasn't even grown, and you still want people to call you dad. I think you're looking for death. Hurry up and apologize to this student." "Uncle, you." The third young master revealed an angry and puzzled expression. How could he not expect that his uncle would do this to himself, just because of what happened? "Pa!" The director of instruction directly slapped the third young master's face, then scolded at him. "How many times have I told you, don't call me uncle in school, call me the director of instruction. Got it? I am definitely not going to fake my way out of this." This slap directly dazed the third young master. The other students were outright dumbfounded. Although they are not smart, but they can also see. It is clear that this director of teaching is very scrupulous about Lu Yang. Otherwise it will never do this. But what is it about this Lu Yang that would make the head teacher so afraid? Is it because he's crazy? No way. When faced with a crazy student, just call the police and arrest them. So this Lu Yang is definitely not just as simple as just being crazy. The reason he is so crazy is simply because he has capital. After hitting the third young master, the head teacher kept giving him a wink, hoping that he wouldn't say anything else to annoy the other party. The third young master also instantly reacted at this time, so he lowered his head and said to the director of instruction, "Okay, I was wrong, director." Chapter 22, Being Beaten and Having to Pay for It. "Classmate, I will let both of them compensate you for the mental damages. Let's forget about this matter today. What do you think?" The director of instruction said to Lu Yang with a pleasing face. 1 million yen. Immediately scan the code to transfer, said Lu Yang directly took out his cell phone. 1 million yen is 2 months' salary for the homeroom teacher and 1 month's pocket money for the third young master. It's not a lot, but it's making them hurt. So both men froze in place, reluctant expressions on their faces. "Scan the code. What are you waiting for? You don't want to pay? If you don't want to give it, I'm going to be rude to you," the director of instruction said impatiently. "You guys are good. You can settle this matter for $1 million, but I have to spend $50 million. Did I frown? What a blessing in disguise. Good. We'll sweep right away." The two men hurriedly took out their cell phones and scanned Lu Yang's QR code and transferred Lu Yang 1 million yen. "That's good." $2 million came in again. Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression, then waved his hand at them as if dispersing a group of annoying flies. "Hurry up and get lost. Don't be an eyesore in front of me." The third young master gritted his teeth, an angry expression on his face. The director of instruction, however, had already slapped him on the head and scolded, "Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Still want to cause trouble?" The third young master's temper was immediately slapped out, so both left the classroom. The homeroom teacher, on the other hand, walked up to the podium with a fearful expression on his face and continued the lesson. The students already looked at Lu Yang with admiration. Good guy, simply a god among the students. This strength, I would call it the strongest in the University of Tokyo. In the beginning, they didn't understand what made Lu Yang able to gain Sakura-con Peach's favor, but now, they completely understood. This strength of people, let alone Sakura-con Peach, even if it was the 4 school beauties, Wouldn't that be a snap? At this time, Liu Yang was sitting in his seat and no one inside the class dared to look at him. Gudo sat in the corner and hated it. His 4 little brothers even showed a thankful expression. Luckily Liu Yang didn't give them too much of a hard time yesterday. Even the 3rd young master had suffered a defeat at the hands of Liu Yang. Not to mention these punks like them. Even the director of instruction was respectful to Liu Yang. What's this guy's background? It's really a fine thing to think about. Gudo was even more desperate next to him. Originally, he thought that Liu Yang had messed with the 3rd young master and would definitely not be able to stay in Tokyo in the future. But who would have thought that he would not only be able to stay, but also make a good living? So much so that even the 3rd young master and the homeroom teacher would have to transfer money to him to compensate him for his moral damages. Even the dean of faculty had to smile when he met him. What's the deal with this guy? What background? What strength? No wonder even his own mom had such a gentle attitude towards him. In this instant, Gudo finally saw the gap between himself and Liu Yang. If it was himself facing the 3rd young master, he could only kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but Liu Yang slapped and kicked the other party. Yet nothing happened, and he could even receive compensation. It's just so counterintuitive. At this moment Gudo had completely given up resistance and no longer considered Liu Yang as an enemy, because he knew that he was not qualified to be Liu Yang's enemy. Mom, sorry, I can't protect you anymore. Woo woo. Noon. Liu Yang came to the cafeteria to eat with Sakura Kumo. At this point, the crowd already knew about Liu Yang's relationship with Sakura-kun Peach and thought that they were really dating, and that even the 3rd young master had suffered defeat at Liu Yang's hands. He was knocked over by Liu Yang without doing anything, and even his uncle, the head teacher, didn't help him out. Now Liu Yang had become a big name inside the school, and is recognized as the biggest prick. No one dares to mess with him anymore. Sakura Kumo said to Liu Yang while eating. Liu Yang, you're really fierce. I've read about your deeds inside the school forum. Directly knocking the 3rd young master to the ground and even toughing out the 3rd young master and that teacher's uncle. You're also too powerful, right? That guy is like a doggy, pursuing me every day, sticking to me, annoying me to death. Even once he sees me getting closer to any boy he will go to beat the other away, causing me to have no boyfriend now. Now that you've beaten him off, he shouldn't dare to mess with me next time. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Originally, Sakura Kantomo thought that dating Liu Yang was simply a thing that would make her social death, but now she was facing the gazes of the crowd adoration. Sakura Kanto felt as if going out with Liu Yang was not a bad thing. There's more to this guy than just being as ordinary as he looks. What he's done in the last 2 days has simply impressed everyone. Liu Yang said, no need to be polite. It's just because he messed with me. That's why I beat him up. By the way, you stole what I asked you to steal, right? Sakura Kumo showed a wry expression. It then pulled out a box of pink condoms from its pocket. Then with a smug look on his face, he said, of course I got it. My ability to steal is just as paramount as my beauty. It's really good. Ouch. It's still super thin. Try it later, Liu Yang said with a smile. Sakura Kumo instantly had a small blush on her face, remembering Liu Yang's power again. This guy, but it's really not a saving grace. People say that there is no plowed ground, only exhausted oxen, but in Sakura-kun Peach's opinion, this Liu Yang, he can definitely plow the ground. Oh, okay, but you have to be gentle today, Sakura Kumo said pleadingly. Now talk about making me gentle. That's not what you said yesterday. Does dry bar tape mean gentle? Liu Yang had a light smile on his face. That's because I was delirious yesterday before I said something like that. Sakura Kumo revealed an embarrassed look and pinched Liu Yang on top of his sturdy arm. The scene of the two flirting could make the students next to them envious. Some of the male students were filled with jealousy towards Liu Yang and hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth. But they couldn't do anything about Liu Yang. Eating a meal in the cafeteria, Liu Yang's negative emotion value grew by more than 100 points again. This Sakura Kumo was really pulling the hate. If I didn't have the strength, I'm afraid that each of those men could have drowned themselves by spitting a bubble of saliva. But think about it. Exquisite features, stunning looks, gentle temperament, height 1.65 m, weight 100 pounds, with a pair of white slender long legs of a girl. Who does not like? How many men would be considered to be in the right place if they could even speak to Sakura-kun Momo? So it would be strange for those men not to be jealous when they saw Liu Yang getting Sakura-kun Peach into his hands. If you let them know that Liu Yang this guy but the cherry air peach is a servant as a random call, let her do what she has to do. It was painless to use. I'm afraid a lot of men would have a breakdown and just go jump off a building. Chapter 23, Going to chat with the class president? After finishing his meal, Liu Yang directly took Sakura-kun Peach out of the cafeteria. Countless students along the way looked sideways. Men were full of jealousy towards Liu Yang, while women were full of admiration for Liu Yang, and some women were even full of love for Liu Yang. This is the man who knocked the third young master to the ground and still managed to walk away in one piece. It was said that in front of the head teacher, He didn't even show the slightest hint of panic, and he even sent the homeroom teacher flying in front of the head teacher. It can only be described in one word: fierce. Who doesn't like a man that fierce? I really envy Sakura Kumo. It would be nice to be able to enjoy such a fierce man, if only for me to enjoy it as well. So these women cast envious and jealous gazes at Sakura-kan Momo as well, and feeling the gazes of these people, Sakura-kan Momo's vanity was greatly satisfied. The last time I was envied by so many people was the last time. I didn't realize that becoming Liu Yang's girlfriend not only wouldn't be a social death, but it would make her the envy of the crowd. This wave, it's just not a loss at all. Sakura-kan Peach's face showed a beautiful expression, directly took the initiative to hold Liu Yang's arm. Turning to Liu Yang, he asked, "Where are we going to play today?" Liu Yang froze, a bit unused to this class flower's initiative. It seems that this class flower with some perversion in her heart has gotten used to that kind of excitement. Continuing to let him go to places like that doesn't gain negative emotional value. So Liu Yang smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be cool to go straight to a room on such a hot day and let's chat while blowing air conditioning?" Sakura-kan Peach revealed a somewhat disappointed expression, but did not show it, just nodded and said, "No problem. Liu Yang students wanna go wherever. I will go with Liu Yang students. After all, people have promised Liu Yang students must be absolutely obedient." Disappointment was also a negative emotion, and although the other party didn't show it, Liu Yang had already received a system prompt in his mind. He immediately revealed an imperceptible smile. So, Sakura-kan Peach took Liu Yang's arm, and the two of them walked together to the hotel in front of the school, then walked straight in and opened a room. Those students were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on? Don't even pretend? Going straight to a room outside the school in the middle of the day. How long have they been dating? I think it's only been a few days, and it's already gotten this far? Some students secretly picked up their cell phones and directly photographed the back of Liu Yang going to the hotel room with Sakura-kan Peach and sent it to the school's forum, which instantly blew up in the school's forum again. Some people can't even believe their eyes. This can't be true. Is it really the high-strung class flower, Sakura Kondo? It is said that she is a rich second generation with a very strict family background, right? And also the class president. Is the teacher's eyes of the three good students? How could she go straight to a room with someone in the middle of the day? The third duke has been chasing her for a whole half a year but couldn't get her. What kind of god is this Liu Yang? Only a few days and he's gotten Sakura-kan Peach to the point of getting a room. Is this the gap between people? Like Sakura-kan Peach, such a beautiful girl in my hands, I am afraid of melting. How could I possibly give up to take her to a room in broad daylight? To be able to kiss her, I feel that going to death is worth it. If she goes out with me, I definitely won't have any improper thoughts about her. I only want to protect her. Upstairs you talk a good game. If I really let you become Sakura Kumo's boyfriend, I doubt you'd hate to stand up and stomp, isn't it? It's because you can't get it that you have a goddess aura about her, and you really got it. What's the difference between that and an ordinary woman? That's just it. Realize that behind every woman you've been pining for, there's a man who's tired of spending time with her. Don't mythologize women. Even the prettiest women and fart. What do you guys know? Even if goddess Sakura-kan Peach S and farts, it's still fragrant and strawberry flavored. You guys are really filial. I thank you for your mom, coaxing great filial piety out of the family. You also do not say. Maybe his mother will really feel happy it. After all, Liu Yang, this guy, although previously heard of the name, is not known, but now see his picture. I think the more I see the more eye-catching. So handsome man estimates that not a few women do not like it. He has a unique sunny aura deep in him. I think older women like this style. I would call him a ripe killer. The three males, who were browsing the forums, also saw the posts. When he saw the picture of Sakura-kan Peach holding Liu Yang's hand and the two of them walking into the hotel together, he instantly clenched his own fists and squeezed his hands to the point of doing clicks, an expression of anger on his face. Damn it! In what way is this guy better than me? Why can he get Sakura Kumo so easily? Uncle! I can't swallow this, he said to the obese middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea for the third male, said, "Drink some water to lower the fire. I know that guy is very hateful, but, my handle in his hands, not to mention you were beaten. You see my face, there are still 2 black palm prints, was beaten by him, but it doesn't matter. Wait for 2 days and then it's his time to die. Just bear it for 2 more days. Uncle will definitely give you an explanation by then, and you can humiliate him as much as you want. But uncle, look, this guy is pulling Cherry Airtight to go to a room in the middle of the day, and after 2 more days, I am afraid that Cherry Airtight will go to a room. Then what can be done?" The third male gritted his teeth, face full of anger. "Bear with it, just think of it as her going to learn technology." The head instructor patted the third male's shoulder and comforted him. Liu Yang turned on the air conditioner in the hotel, and inside his head kept ringing the negative emotions that the male students from all over the school were offering him. Add 100 to the negative emotion value. Add 100 to the negative emotion value. Add 100 to the negative emotion value. In no time at all his negativity value had surpassed 1500 points and was now 2000 points inbound. Cool. I didn't realize that dating a goddess would drive so many guys crazy with jealousy. Looks like it's time to find a chance to take on the 4 schoolgirls. But now, gotta talk to Sakura-Kumo first. Chapter 24, Drawing Again. 1000 points a draw. At noon Lu Yang checked out of the room with Sakura-kun Peach and once again returned to school for classes. At this moment, the students inside the class looked at Lu Yang had changed from admiration to complete admiration. This Lu Yang is really too powerful. In front of the director of teaching to beat the class teacher, beat the 3 young masters, this is not even a problem. And even in the middle of the day, he can pull the goddess Sakura-kun Peach to go to a room. And Sakura-kun Peach also agreed. It's simply fierce. Cherry Air Peach is how many people in the heart of the goddess are? Simply sacrosanct. Do not dare to have a trace of evil thoughts about her. But Lu Yang pulled to the hotel in the middle of the day. As for what would happen to a man and a woman inside a hotel, one could literally think of it with one's ass. It couldn't just be a chat. If it's really just a chat, isn't that just beastly? If you were to go to a room with a stunning classmate, would you just chat? I think you're afraid you're not trying to get the schoolgirl killed. Maybe the body odor of Sakura-kun Peach still lingered on Lu Yang's body now. It would be a New Year's Eve for any other man to take a whiff of this scent. Lu Yang, your life my dream ah. Those male students could be said to be deathly jealous of Lu Yang. Lu Yang began to receive negative emotional values again. It seemed that he had now become a public enemy inside the school, and he was hated everywhere he went. It's a great feeling to be remembered in this way, with the negative emotions pulling full weight. After school in the evening, Lu Yang returned to Mrs. Oda's villa. The fence of the villa was found to have workers working on it. It seemed that Mrs. Oda was indeed remodeling the villa according to the design she had given. This efficiency is really good, worthy of being the woman I, Lu Yang, have my eye on. Walk into the villa. Mrs. Oda had a gentle smile on her face and said to Lu Yang-kun, you're back. Hard work. Lu Yang nodded. At this time Gudo also came back. Mrs. Oda gave him a blank look and said, you brat still knows to come back. Gudo froze for a moment, then showed his heartache and returned to his room without looking back. That's a big difference between people. Lu Yang came back. You are Lu Yang Jun hard. I came back as a brat still know to come back. You in the end is my mother or his mother ah? Gudo's heart was depressed. He felt like he couldn't stay in this family anymore, that there was no place for him in this family anymore. But it wasn't like he had any courage to fight back. After all, the strength that this guy Lu Yang had shown all inside the school was just too amazing. Even the 3rd young master was knocked to the ground by him. Even the head teacher had to look at his face. And the homeroom teacher had to pay for the money he beat up. I'm just a punk. What can I do? Looking at Gudo's departing back, Lu Yang teased. Does this Gudo not want to eat dinner again? Don't mind him. We'll both eat. Mrs. Oda skimmed her lips and said without a smile. The thought of her unruly son made her angry. Mrs. Oda is really very efficient. Today already started to transform the villa ah? I really took my words to heart. It seems that today I have to properly reward Mrs. Oda again and give you a good massage before I can, said Lu Yang as he appreciatively glanced at the gentle and beautiful Mrs. Oda. Mrs. Oda replied with a small blush. It's all what I should have done. But why did Lu Yang Jun make the villa's fence as high as 5 meters? The security of our villa area is very good. Idle people can't come in. No one dares to do something to steal chickens and dogs. 5 meters high fence doesn't seem to be of much use, right? Mrs. Oda was indeed very puzzled, because Lu Yang's design plan above not only cast the villa's fence to a height of 5 meters, but even on the fence, sharp iron fences were to be inserted. Anyone who dared to climb the fence could be stuck to death if they weren't careful. That's not the way to protect against thieves, is it? And there are no thieves in the villa area. Lu Yang smiled and said, I'm a rather insecure person, so I don't like people prying into my life, so making the fence a little bit higher can better protect privacy. Ma'am, the other day I did find out that Nakai from the villa next door was secretly filming you. He couldn't just tell Mrs. Oda that the fences were for protection against the zombies, and the refugees who didn't want to die, so it's just a random excuse. Ha, is there such a thing? That guy looks at me with very evil eyes every day. I've long felt that he's not quite right. I didn't realize that he would do such a nasty thing. It's really detestable. It seems that in the future, I'll have to close the curtains every day to be able to do so. Mrs. Oda said with some surprise, it's fine. I'll go give him a lesson some other day. He won't dare to spy on you in the future. Lu Yang said confidently, better forget it. That guy, I always think he's mentally twisted. You might be in danger if you go to him. I'm the one in danger from others. Lu Yang said casually. He then followed Mrs. Oda to the dining table, and the two of them had a beautiful meal. And after the meal, Liu Yang went inside Mrs. Oda's room to help her massage her back as usual. Gudo hides in his room as impotent tears come to his eyes again. After helping his wife massage her back for half an hour, Liu Yang once again returned to his room. It seems that this Mrs. Oda has become more and more accepting of herself. After returning to his room, Liu Yang checked his emotional value. A total of 1,680 emotion points were found. That means he can draw a 1,000 point draw once, and 6 to 100 point draws. Liu Yang is ready to first draw 1,000 points to see if the reward is good. If it is good, then more than 600 points will be left without pumping, and wait to get enough 1,000 points to continue to pump. If the 1,000 point bonus is no good, then you can just draw the 100 point one. So Liu Yang had an expectant look on his face and said to the system in his head, "System, start the lottery and give me a 1,000.1 draw." Chapter 25, Gaining Superpowers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining an A rank reward in the lottery. 1 superpower fruit. A superpower fruit? Is it similar to the devil fruit in the anime? If you eat it, you'll have the corresponding ability. After hearing this tip, Liu Yang gained an excited expression. Unlike basic attribute boosts, superpowers that are much stronger. In his last life, Liu Yang lived in the end of the world for a year, and within that year, he collected a lot of information about the end of the world, and summarized several rules of survival in the end of the world himself. At the same time, he understood that after the outbreak of the end times, there would be human evolvers. Evolvers gain superpowers. Every evolved person possesses very powerful abilities, and they are the best of the doom. Even zombies were too much for them to handle, and over time, the walkers escalate. Humans who are unable to become evolved will become zombie rations and will not be able to fight against the zombies at all. Liu Yang had lived for a year as an ordinary person and was already considered an elite among ordinary humans, when he first became the leader of a gathering of humans with a pistol. And in the end, his position as leader of the gathering place, it was taken by an evolved person from the gathering place. That guy was originally just a cowardly man, but after becoming an evolutionary, he possessed abilities that Liu Yang could hardly defeat. Eventually Liu Yang was cast out, like a male lion being cast out of a pride, and also became a wandering survivor who eventually died at the hands of others. And in this life, the end times hadn't even begun to arrive, and he was already going to be an evolutionary? Cool. When the end times come, I'm afraid I'll be invincible. That 1,000.1 draw is really worth it. Liu Yang hurriedly checked the description of the superpower fruit. Superpower fruit. When consumed, it awakens a superpower. The rarity of superpowers is categorized into D rank, C rank, A rank, and S rank. The higher the rarity, the stronger the effect of the power. Awesome. Hopefully I'll draw an S rank superpower. So Liu Yang said to the system without hesitation. System, use the superpower fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successful use of the superpower fruit. Obtaining the B rank superpower. Hard voice reading. Gained the superpowered person passive. All basic attributes increased by 10 points. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang revealed a disappointed expression. How come it's only level B? Damn it. What's the deal with superpowered people being passive? Though, he had spent 100 points in the lottery to get a physique enhancement elixir, and now he was able to equate it to a physique enhancement directly passively after obtaining his superpower. So fierce? Wouldn't that be the equivalent of buying superpowers and getting a physical enhancement pill for free? Looks like the wave wasn't a bad one. He continued to check the effects of this ability. Superpower name, mind reading. Superpower level, level 1. Superpower effect, by focusing your attention, you can access another person's mind. Can be read 5 times a day. Superpower cost, the possibility of passively hearing some strange heartbeats. After checking this attribute, Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat excited expression. It is possible to read the minds of others, and although you can only do so 5 times per day, this ability can save your life in a pinch. Last time Liu Yang was betrayed by an old six and that's why he died. If he had been able to read minds and know what that old six was thinking in advance, he wouldn't have died. Liu Yang checked his panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 85 kilograms. Power, 30. Speed, 30. Maximum speed 27 meters per second. Stamina, 30. Spirit, 30. Superpower, mind reading. Special items, none. After seeing this attribute panel, Liu Yang revealed an excited expression. All technical attributes have reached 30 points, while the average person has only 10 points. He's 3 times as fast as an ordinary man. What's the concept of 27 meters per second maximum speed? 27 times 3,600 is equal to 97. 200. That means Liu Yang can run 97. 200 meters in an hour, or 97. 2 kilometers per hour. almost up to the fastest on land. It can tie with the fastest cheetah in Africa. Ordinary people couldn't even see Liu Yang's taillights. Coupled with Liu Yang's 30-point strength attribute, his current punch was no different from a hammer hitting a person, and a kick could send a person flying more than 10 meters. Even in the face of 10 big men surrounding Liu Yang, he can punch a small child. It's like a grown man entering a kindergarten, running rush-out over everything in seconds. When the strength difference is such that you can no longer win by sheer numbers, the laws of the African savanna above have said it all. 3 lionesses can fight a male, and 3 hyenas can surround a lioness. But even 30 hyenas have to run away when they see a male. It's because the difference in strength between the lions and the hyenas has gotten so big that they can be killed in a single blow, and can't win by sheer numbers. Lying on the bed, Liu Yang thought in his mind, this 1,000 points a draw is still worth it, even if I gain superpowers that were of no use. The free superpowered person passive is equivalent to a C-rank physique enhancement elixir, so no matter how I think about it, I won't lose any money. Looks like it's better to not draw 100 points a draw with the 600 plus points I have left, and make up enough for 1,000 points. After making this decision in his mind, Liu Yang began to close his eyes and start sleeping. Just as he was about to enter dreamland, a woman's voice was suddenly heard inside his head. Liu Yang sat up violently. Quickly turn on the lights, look around alertly. However, there was nothing inside the room. The hell with it? Come out if you dare. Even if you're a female ghost, I can still put you on maternity leave. The room was empty, but the voices were still ringing. Is it possible that I'm hallucinating? That I'm crazy about women? It shouldn't be. I just spent 2 hours chatting with Sakurakumo inside the hotel today. The body was about to be emptied by that little goblin. Even when she was massaging Mrs. Oda, there were no strange thoughts. How can it be that you're crazy about women? Wait a minute. Why does that voice sound so much like Mrs. Oda's? I passively heard Mrs. Oda's heart? Liu Yang reacted. He remembered the system's introduction about superpowers, and one superpower cost was the possibility of passively hearing other people's minds. Chapter 26, Calling Out. Good thing, Mrs. Oda regained her composure after half an hour, but at this time, Liu Yang was somewhat shocked at the terrifying cost of this supernatural ability. You can hear other people's minds through the wall. I thought we were supposed to be concentrating. If this were to be unleashed in a crowded place at this cost, wouldn't there be countless voices inside your head? That's a lot of noise. Liu Yang also did not know whether the supernatural ability cost was unique to him, or whether every supernatural person had it. It would be too bad if every superpowered person had one, but as you can see from this heartbeat, Mrs. Oda seems to have some thoughts about me. With a little more effort to take down Mrs. Oda, it wouldn't be much of a problem. When I think of Mrs. Oda's mature and plump figure, and her gentle temperament, Liu Yang's heart then burst with anticipation. On the second day Liu Yang got up refreshed stretched got his mail dog's waist, and at the dining room table, ate the loving breakfast Mrs. Oda made for him. Guro got up and watched the two of them eating breakfast and having a good time, and then his face darkened. Keeping his head down and not saying a word, he went straight out the door to school. Looking at the departing back of this indisputable son, Mrs. Oda spat. This child is so rude. If he knew half as much as Liu Yangjun, I could rest easy. Kids are like that. Liu Yang had a tone of an elder. Looking closely at Mrs. Oda, she noticed that there was something different about Mrs. Oda today. With light makeup early in the morning and a hint of an unusual redness on her face, Mrs. Oda also felt Liu Yang's gaze, and suddenly her face turned even redder. Last night when it was late at night, he was lonely and then unconsciously remembered Liu Yangjuan's face inside his mind. It's really shy. Obviously in their 30s, but thinking about a young 18-year-old man, is it really a good idea for this old cow to eat young grass? Mrs. Oda was very shy as soon as she looked at Liu Yang, because he himself was actually driven by instinct last night to have a non-consensual thought about Liu Yang. Now facing Liu Yang again, it was no longer possible to look at it with a calm mind. Liu Yang also found out that Mrs. Oda was a bit off. Her breathing was a bit rapid, her heartbeat was a bit faster, and her face was a bit red. Could it be that she had a fever? Mrs. Oda, where are you not feeling well? Liu Yang asked with concern. No. Mrs. Oda hurriedly shook her head, revealing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Liu Yang continued to say with a smile, Ma'am, last night when I was sleeping I seemed to hear you calling me, and I don't know if I misheard you. If there's anything you need help with, feel free to come to me. I'm more than happy to. Mrs. Oda opened wide, her mouth frozen in place. My goodness, what a shame. Mrs. Oda's entire body revealed a look of embarrassment, and then she directly stood up, wiggled her big butt, and ran back to her room as if she were escaping. Looking at the other party as flustered departing figure, Liu Yang instantly laughed. Ha. This Mrs. Oda is not to be teased. Obviously a 35-year-old mature and sexy mature woman now. But this performance is even more unrestrained than even Sakura Kumo. Can't wait to teach her well. After breakfast, Lu Yang happily went out. Mrs. Oda was still hiding inside her room, a look of embarrassment on her face. After a calm 10 minutes or so, she began to put on her makeup, then put on her professional clothes and carried her bag out to work as well. Just as she stepped out of the doorway, an obese middle-aged man appeared in front of her. Mrs. Oda took a look. It turned out to be Nakai from the villa next door. This guy, who usually looked at himself with a greedy look. Mrs. Oda detested him greatly. Now that Lu Yang has said that he found Nakai secretly filming himself, Mrs. Oda is even more disgusted with him. It's not unlikely that this guy will take a sneak peek of himself and do something unspeakably evil at night. It's really disgusting to think about it. I want to puke when I see the other guy's fat face. Ma'am, that is a coincidence? Running into you so early in the morning, Nakai said somewhat nervously to Mrs. Oda. This was just too pretty. Especially after putting on her makeup in the morning and wearing that tight professional outfit, she was even more charming to death, with every curve on her body displayed to the fullest. The long black silk legs underneath the wraparound skirt were even more tantalizing. Nakai was even thinking in his mind that if he could get his hands on this Mrs. Oda, he would be willing to die even if it meant letting himself die. Well, I'm going to work, Mrs. Oda said in an icy tone. After saying that, she was about to leave, but Nakai stopped her. With a lewd smile on her face, she asked Mrs. Oda, "Ma'am, please wait a moment. There's actually one thing I'll ask you. It's why your villa is being remodeled. As if you're going to rebuild the fence higher and higher. Is it necessary to build the fence so high? The security of our villa area still seems to be pretty good, right? How can I spy on you and film you if I build such a high fence? Damn it, mustn't let that happen." Nakai thought darkly in his mind. Originally, Mrs. Oda was still skeptical about Lu Yang's claim that Nakai was secretly filming himself. But now that she had heard Nakai say this directly, she was completely sure that Lu Yang was right. This guy is even trying to stop himself from raising the fence in order to sneak a peek at himself? What a lewd and audacious guy. It's disgusting. Mrs. Oda didn't have the heart to say, in defense of some lewd people, "Of course, I'm going to work." After saying that, Mrs. Oda directly ignored Nakai and walked into her car, then drove off to go straight to work. Looking at the departing red sedan, a sinister expression appeared on Nakai's face. Molester? Is that about me? Damn it, obviously. I've come this way for so many years before. Why did I raise the fence at this time of the year? It must be that brat's doing. Stinky brat. I'll make you regret what you've done. I'll make sure you regret what you've done. Nakai gritted his teeth and made a sinister decision in his mind. Chapter 27 Eavesdropping on the Schoolgirl's Heart. Lu Yang was walking to school and didn't realize that he had already been held a grudge. But it doesn't matter if the calculation is on him. He himself is now 3 times the basic attributes of ordinary people. Running speed can be equal to the African cheetah. With both feet on the highway can take the fast lane. What kind of threat could a fat, middle-aged, greasy man pose to you? Walking down the street. Just then a beautiful figure appeared in Lu Yang's field of vision. The girl was wearing a JK uniform with black round-toe small leather shoes on her feet. A pair of white stockings was put on. A pair of beautiful legs were long and straight. Her height was more than 1.7 meters. She looked tall and plump. At the same time, her long pink hair added a bit of cuteness on top of her sexiness, and the nerdy hairs on top of her head were sticking up, making her look like a beautiful maiden that came out from inside the second dimension. Lu Yang instantly recognized the other party. She was Lena, one of the schoolgirls inside the University of Tokyo, whose best feature was her pink hair with a cocked nerd hair. Lu Yang had only seen the photos of the 4 school beauties inside the forum before, and they were all secretly photographed and uploaded by other students. I didn't realize that seeing it in person now would really be so stunning. It looks much better than the photo. Lu Yang subconsciously placed his gaze on the other party's tall and sexy body, while he had an idea inside his head. Wanna hear what's going on in the head of this one stunning schoolgirl? Is she walking around thinking about hot guys too? So he activated his psychic ability to read minds. Soon a young girl's voice rang inside her head. Another boring day. I really don't want to go to school. Those people are peeking at me again. Even though I'm pretty, can you guys stop looking so obvious and arrogant? Lower head men. All of them. Ha, that guy's name is Lu Yang, right? He's very hot inside the school forum. Why is he peeking at me too? Don't you have a girlfriend? You have a girlfriend, don't you? You have a girlfriend and you're still peeking at her? So low? Sure enough to judge whether a man is a scum. Just put your hand in front of his nose and see if there is any breath. All those with breath are scum. And a man is a scum to the death. Don't look at me, darn it. Got kittens to play with. How am I supposed to go when you're looking at me like that? Lu Yang froze, not realizing that his gaze had already been detected by the schoolgirl. Although the other party was looking calm, In fact, inside his head he had already cursed me 18 times for being a scumbag. Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. This school flower, reading people is really accurate. But what does he mean he wants to go play with a kitty? Is that kitty a serious kitty? Is this schoolgirl a cat lover? Liu Yang averted his gaze and deliberately hid in the crowd, secretly following this schoolgirl, secretly observing her, wanting to see if this schoolgirl was really a cat lover. If she was, Liu Yang wouldn't mind pitching in and adopting a cat that could do backflips, and then inviting the schoolgirl to visit his home. As long as he could get his hands on this schoolgirl as well, he would then be able to pull another huge wave of hatred in the school, and I'm afraid that he would gain even more negative emotion values. Lena, one of the school flowers, was secretly relieved to see that Liu Yang wasn't looking at her. The thought crossed his mind. That scumbag finally averted his gaze, looked at me for a whole 31 seconds. Looks like the old lady is not losing her charm. Time to have some fun with dear kitty. She did not know that all the thoughts in her heart were heard by Liu Yang, so Liu Yang followed this schoolgirl, secretly observing all the way to a small alley before. Lena looked left and right to see that no one was paying attention to her before she instantly dodged into the alley, so Liu Yang followed him in. It was a dimly lit alley with trash thrown on the ground. You can even see a used condom or two every now and then. So apparently this dimly lit alleyway is a place for many young people to rendezvous online. It's both exciting and saves money on rooms. This filthy place is prone to harbor rats, and when there are rats, there will be stray cats. Could it be that this schoolgirl is really a cat lover, specializing in rescuing stray cats in alleys? Her book bag contains cat food instead of books? What a caring schoolgirl. I also wonder if she is this loving to all small animals. For example, I don't know if she likes tadpoles that can only be seen with a microscope. Liu Yang slowly walked over, and finally saw Lena at a corner, squatting on the ground, while in front of her were two limping kittens. Those two little milk cats looked like they had just turned 1 month old, very thin and weak, and they were still shivering. And I don't know why I'm limping. Without the help of this schoolgirl, I'm afraid I won't survive for a few days. Liu Yang was about to marvel at the fact that this schoolgirl had a loving heart, and that she would even take the time to look at the injured kitten after school. Lena in the front, however, had already begun to pull something from inside her book bag, finally ready to pull out the cat food. However, in the next second, Liu Yang saw the other party pull out a large pair of scissors from inside his school bag. Liu Yang froze. Then the next second Lena had lifted a kitten, clicked her hand and directly cut off a kitten's lame leg. The kitten instantly let out a piercing scream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? Liu Yang was stunned. And the next second, Lena had taken on a somewhat maniacal expression and whispered, "That scream of agony is so moody." After saying that, he directly threw it with force and threw that kitten heavily onto the concrete floor. The kitten let out an even more miserable yelp, then collapsed to the ground dying. At this moment Liu Yang reacted. This is cat abuse. This schoolgirl named Lena is not a cat lover. On the contrary, she is a person who likes to abuse cats. If cat lovers found out this way, I'm afraid one person would drown this Lena with a mouthful of spit. Reacting, Liu Yang instantly curved the corner of his mouth, took out his cell phone and opened the photography mode. I didn't realize that by casually trying out my superpowers, I would be able to have a surprise. Lena, you don't want people to know about your cat abuse, do you? Although Liu Yang is not a cat lover, but there are quite a few cat lovers inside the school. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid that this Lena joke will be scolded to death. Moreover, although Liu Yang was not a caring person, he did not like to abuse animals. It's a little more fun to abuse your enemies instead. At that moment Lena was stomping on the one kitten that she had wrestled to the ground. The black, round-toed soles of the small leather shoes kept crushing the skull of the kitten, which could only make a dying sound. Liu Yang took his cell phone and walked straight over, calling out to Lena, "Let go of that kitten and charge me." Lena instantly froze at the sound. Immediately afterward, she showed an angry expression. Chapter 28, Stalking Me. You're a down-headed man to follow me? Lena said as she aggressively pointed at Liu Yang. Liu Yang waved his cell phone with a light smile. Lena, I didn't expect that underneath your angelic appearance you were hiding a demonic heart. Originally I thought that you were here to rescue stray critters, but I didn't expect that you were here to abuse them. What you did just now has been filmed by me. He. Once this video is circulated, it will create a huge impact. I believe you understand how crazy those animal lovers are. As expected, the moment these words came out, Lena's face immediately revealed an expression of some fear. Liu Yang's mind also started to receive the prompts of gaining negative emotion values non-stop. Lena certainly understands how crazy those cat lovers are, and some will travel thousands of miles to save a kitten. In order to save the cats, they would even stop cars on the highway and take down all those cats that were headed to the slaughterhouse, even beat the truck driver half to death. Some people even consider cats to be more important than human children. And when it comes to cats, human children die, but cats can't die. They never thought of cats as pets, but as family, seeing cats as something more important than their own parents. They can do a lot of crazy things against human interests for the sake of the cat. That's exactly why Lena receives such a great sense of excitement and pleasure when she abuses her cat. The things you hold dear are screaming in agony at my feet. This feeling of trampling on someone's beloved made her feel very good. This kind of cool makes her want to go on, and can effectively relieve the pressure of study in her heart, and all kinds of stress in her life. Although she was one of the popular schoolgirls, she was actually full of repression. It's exhausting enough trying to study every day, but you also have to deal with those dog lickers, those annoying suitors, those lewd underhead men, and having to maintain poise in front of them. It's like wearing a mask every day. It's just too tiring to live like this. I'm just overwhelmed by life, so I'm looking for an outlet. What's wrong with that? Those kittens deserved to die in the first place. They are just stray cats and can't bring anything to this society. It only produces garbage, tearing and peeing anywhere, turning over garbage that was thrown inside the trash can. It barks annoyingly at night, and even makes a sound like a ghostly cry when it's in heat. What purpose do they serve, other than being a little cuter looking? Nothing. Being able to let me abuse them and provide me with some emotional value has been their best contribution in the world. All I did was clean up the trash. It's just a few cats, Lena said with a stiff upper lip to Lu Yang. However, the heartfelt voices in her head had all been heard by Lu Yang. Damn it, how did this lower head guy find out? It's really out of the blue. I hope I can bluff him over. Otherwise, if the cat lovers really find out about this, I won't be able to stay in school in the future. And my image as a sweet schoolgirl will also completely crumble and collapse. Lu Yang laughed, and his voice rang out like a demon's whisper. Of course I understand. It's just a few cats, and I'm not a cat lover. But once the video of you abusing a cat is sent online, after the fermentation of the internet, I'm afraid that a lot of people will cyber violate you, or even get real with you offline, and even the school will have to be pressured to penalize you by then. Can you still go to school is a problem? So don't give a damn about your sweet schoolgirl image, and I'm warning you, I'm going to go easy on you if you ever call me a downhead boy in your mind again. Lena shuddered. Of course she understood how dire the consequences of, and she was even more surprised at how this bottom-headed man seemed to be able to read her thoughts. Even when she called him a bottom-headed man in her mind, he knew? Can he read minds? Lu Yang laughed. Yes, I can read minds, so don't ever curse me in your heart. I'm not going to bull ***** you. It's very simple. If you want me not to send the video out, date me for the next month. Be absolutely obedient to me. Do whatever I tell you to do, and I'll delete the video after a month. Ha, don't you already have a girlfriend? Lena opened her mouth with a surprised expression. Lu Yang replied with an expression of taking things for granted. Yes, there is a girlfriend, but a girlfriend is not a wife. A wife can only have one, but a girlfriend can have many. So I've decided, from today onwards, you are my girlfriend number 2. What the hell? Sure enough, he's a scumbag, already having Sakura-kan Momo as his girlfriend. He even wants me to be girlfriend number 2 as well. Lena thought this in her heart. Scumbag is also considered cursing. Oh, Lu Yang's voice sounded again. Holy, this guy can really read minds. Of course it's true. Lu Yang continued with a smug expression. How about it? Did you agree with my proposal? Can I disagree? Lena had a helpless look on her face. Very well, then let's go to school together. Lu Yang extended his arm, signaling Lena to take it. Lena expressed some speechlessness. His own words have not yet spoken. The other side already know the thoughts in his heart. This feeling of being spied on is really let a person feel terrible. Having no choice but to walk to Lu Yang's side, she then obediently took Lu Yang's arm. What a horrible woman to try to cut my baby with those scissors. Let me tell you, I'll post the video on a timer, and if something happens to me, the video will be sent automatically. So don't even think about cutting me while I'm asleep. Lu Yang smirked and warned at Lena. Lena froze. You can even read this idea? You're such a scary guy. I think you're the scary one. Moving to cut people. I'll let you know my power later. Lu Yang said with a smile. That kind of thing don't. Lena screamed in her mind. You have to take it even if you don't want it. Lu Yang replied. After this experiment, Lu Yang also understood the rules of reading the mind. It turns out that you can read 5 times a day, not by number of times, but by number of people. One person counts as 1 time. As long as you use read minds on a person, then you can see their mind all day today. It seems that this ability isn't as useless as one might think. Chapter 29, I'm going back to Gotham. So pink-haired schoolgirl Lena took Lu Yang's hand and the two of them walked to the school together. When they came to the entrance of the school, the crowd was stunned when they saw this scene. Yesterday noon this Lu Yang just brightly and squarely with high cold class flower cherry air peach to open room blowing air conditioning. Today it turned out that the pink-haired schoolgirl Lena came to school with him on her arm again. What's going on here? When did he start dating Lena again? The schoolgirls expressed great bewilderment. No, What's this guy's specialty? Why did you pick up the class girl and the school girl at the same time? Wasn't he afraid that Sakurakumo would just flip out on him when she found out about this? And one by one, the male students all cast an angry, jealous look at Liu Yang. Damn Liu Yang, this dog thing, damn It's true that all the good cabbages have been given to pigs, and how come it's all him? A pig from the Dragon Kingdom? Can't our Sakura country girls choose a Sakura country man? Are our Sakura countrymen not worthy? What's so great about this scumbag? If I were to go out with Sakura-con Peach, then I would definitely be holding her in my hands for fear of melting. I would do whatever she asked me to do, and I would give her all of my pocket money. I would do whatever she asked me to do, give her all my pocket money, and definitely become her first dog. How could I dare to change my love and look for another schoolgirl? Excessive. This Liu Yang is really too scummy. Too much. How could he explain to Sakurakumo if he did that? Be sure to film it and post it in the forum, so that the whole school can see the face of this Liu Yang. But don't let any more innocent young girls be cheated by this guy. He's a total scum. The Sea King of Sea Kings. So many students secretly picked up their cell phones and took pictures of Liu Yang and Lena holding hands together and posted them to the school's forum. They hoped that Sakurakumo would see this when she browsed the forums. At that time, let's see how this guy Liu Yang will explain to Sakura-con Peach. As for the school flower Lena, she must have been tricked by this scum Liu Yang. Otherwise, with her looks, her figure, and her popularity inside the school, how could she possibly go and become a mistress? There were hundreds of her dog lickers lined up alone, and anyone who wanted to date her could have lined up from the front of the school to the girls' dormitory. She must have been kept in the dark. After all, school goddesses would never visit a forum. They were goddesses, and therefore definitely not surfing the web as much as the average person. Liu Yang of course also noticed that he was being secretly photographed, but he didn't care at all. He even thought that the more they photographed the better. Only if all the men in the school knew that he was dating this pink-haired schoolgirl, they would be jealous of him. Isn't that where the negativity comes in? Just when everyone was taking out their cell phones to secretly back Liu Yang for a while, suddenly another beautiful figure appeared at the school entrance. The crowd took a look. It's Sakurakumo. The men instantly wore gloating expressions. Ha 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 ha, time management gurus aren't that good. This is the end of the line, straight out of Sakurakumo's hands. Looks like you still haven't learned the true spirit of Lord Empty. Let's see how you're going to explain this to your real girlfriend. The pink-haired schoolgirl Lena that Sakurakumo saw, holding Liu Yang's arm, also instantly froze and stood still. How did this Liu Yang get his hands on Lena? Sakurakumo instantly showed a somewhat defiant expression. Damn it, not only did he pressurize himself on top of his name, but now he's even trying to steal his boyfriend? Although this boyfriend is forced. However, after these 2 days of communication, I've slowly recognized him. I will never give in this time. So Sakurakumo aggressively walked up to Liu Yang and Lena. Looking at her like this, the people next to her gloated even more. Well, finally, a good show. What happens when a legitimate girlfriend meets a third party on a narrow path can literally be thought of on your ass. I'm guessing there's going to be an exciting tearjerker coming up soon. Women fight the best. Some students even silently switched their cell phones to camera mode to record this moment forever. Plus, Sakurakumo and Lena tearing each other apart over Liu Yang is news. Post it inside the school forum and it will absolutely explode. So the crowd had a look of transforming into melon eaters, and the expression of the masses was close to taking out a small bench to get high on melon seeds next to them. And they were looking at Liu Yang's side of the scenario, ready to see how Liu Yang should respond. However, the next second they were dumbfounded, only to see Sakura-con Peach angrily coming to the front of the two, and then holding Liu Yang's other arm in front of everyone, as if competing in jealousy. Everyone was dumbfounded. No, what happened to the promised original mistress and mistress ripoff? How come the other arm is directly online? Shocker. Simply shocked beyond words. Everyone was dumbfounded. They originally thought the Cherry Guild would aggressively walk up to Liu Yang, slap mountain on Liu Yang's face and yell at him for being a scumbag, and then started tearing up the battle with the school flower Lena. Liu Yang, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines, at a loss for words, not knowing who to help. That's when they get to yell and laugh on the sidelines, mock Liu Yang for being a clown with failed time management, watching his face, which had been one of smug arrogance, turn into embarrassment and embarrassment. Take a picture of his embarrassed look and post it on the school forum for all to laugh at. But now everything was nothing like it was supposed to be. The ripoff didn't happen at all. Turns out, the clown was actually myself. The true masters of time management often manage their time in the plainest way possible. That is, they don't have to manage it. Women will automatically see their place in it. Just now, he said that Liu Yang hadn't learned the essence of the empty duke. But now it seems that the empty duke is simply a slag in front of Liu Yang. Liu Yang swept over some of the dumbfounded onlookers with a smug look. Seeing this scene, those onlookers finally realized that it was all in Liu Yang's expectation. Are even we a part of your play? Damn it, this guy got loaded again. You get a kick out of screwing us, don't you? I'm sorry, we're not playing with you. We're going back to Gotham to find Batman. Looking at those boys inside the school with a gnashing of teeth expression, Liu Yang was happy in his heart. This was because system prompts began to come from inside his mind non-stop. Negative emotion value plus 80. Negative emotion value plus 80. Negative emotion value plus 80. Yes. Chapter 30, the more scum you are, the more attractive you are. On his left hand was the high-flying class flower, Sakura Kumo, and on his right hand was the pink-haired schoolgirl, Lena, hugging left and right. So cozy. Liu Yang instantly became the prettiest boy on the street. All the way into the school, countless students crowded around him to take sneak peeks. Those boys gritted their teeth in indignation and hatred, while those girls went to Liu Yang with adoring, puzzled and interested eyes. The girls couldn't figure out what was so good about this Liu Yang, being able to make both the school flower and the class flower obey him, even willing to share together, makes me want to try to see what's so strong about him. Women are like that, naturally strong creatures. The stronger and more popular you are with women, the more women will be attracted to you instead, and they don't care if you have a girlfriend or not, they just want to try out powerful men. On the contrary, if you are an honest man, who is quiet in every way, who doesn't make mistakes every day, but doesn't stand out either, then you will become a little transparent and will never be popular with women. This is why Ghostfire Teen is never short of girlfriends. There are always people who drive their cars, look at the ghostly fires on the road with a pretty young girl in the back seat, and then ask themselves where they lost. You lose by always sticking to the rules, not being challenged, not daring to flaunt them. You're afraid to do anything at your age on a Ghostfire. When you get older and have financial strength, you can't do what you want to do. And the women you come into contact with are no longer that young teenage girl who is easily dominated by her heart, but instead have become rational, materialistic women in the workplace. A teenage girl's brain circuits are simple, and what gives her a thrill can appeal to her. That's why the warmongers come in behind the dogs. Be a little yellow hair if you have to. So although Liu Yang had already been labeled as a scumbag inside the forums, it didn't stop him from attracting his female classmates in the slightest. On the contrary, the scummier it gets, the stronger the attraction becomes, because every woman wants to know, what exactly is this Liu Yang specialty that can make him so scummy and still gain the favor of the school's flower and the class flower? A man who can arouse a woman's curiosity is able to mobilize her emotions. Being able to mobilize a woman's emotions has built the strongest foundation for you to take a woman. Liu Yang arrived under the teaching building where the class was held, withdrawing the hands that were held by Sakura Kumo and Lena. Then to both of them, alright, you guys also go back to the classroom to go to class. Later on we'll have lunch together at noon. Then after lunch we'll go to a room to blow off some air conditioning. It's just impossible to stay in school on this hot day. Yes. Sakura Kumo immediately nodded, an expectant expression all over her face. Lena, on the other hand, had a small blush on her face. I've never had a boyfriend before, and this Liu Yang is too direct, saying he wants to go to a room in the middle of the day? A man can't really just blow the air conditioning in a room with a woman, can he? Lena felt so shy at the thought that she would soon be going to the air conditioning with a man she had only known for half a day. The dull hairs on her head were beginning to shake with her body. Liu Yang heard Lena's heart and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I'm a very gentle person, and I'm really just taking you guys to blow off some air conditioning. If you don't believe me, ask Sakura Kumo. I, Liu Yang, am not close to women." Sakura Kumo nodded her head in a hurry. Liu Yang is right, when the time comes you'll understand for yourself. No law. Lena was resigned to her fate and had to nod sheepishly, so Liu Yang directly walked into the school building, and at this time, only Lena and Sakura Kumo were left. So Lena asked to Sakura Kumo, "Were you threatened by him too?" "Huh? How do you know that? You were threatened too?" Sakura Kumo was a bit surprised. Lena said with a nice roll of her eyes, "Needless to say, if it wasn't for being threatened by him, who would socialize with an unheard of foreign student? But now it seems like this guy is quite interesting and doesn't seem like an ordinary student." "That's right, ordinary students aren't as big as him," Sakura Kumo spat out leisurely. "I've never dated a boyfriend before, but I've never eaten pork and seen a pig run. In the country of Sakura, the custom industry is very well developed. And what video of Sakura Kondo haven't you seen?" But this guy Liu Yang, it still left Sakura Kumo feeling taken aback. That day in the grove, it almost killed her. The two left the place as they talked. Liu Yang entered the classroom, and everyone threw glances at Liu Yang. The #1 slugger at the University of Tokyo came to class, and he is also more fierce day by day. Yesterday just the high cold class flower Sakura Kondo to get. Big noon to take Sakura Kondo to open a room. This morning surprisingly is the pink hair school flower Lena on his arm to come to school. A day to hand over a girlfriend, a school flower and a class flower. surprisingly get along with its happy 10 points together. This has simply shocked the crowd 100 years. Students from other classes who didn't understand Lu Yang's strength, I'm afraid that they would be envious and jealous of Lu Yang, and could not wait for a mouthful of spit to drown Lu Yang. But after Lu Yang slapped the homeroom teacher in front of their classmates are full of admiration for Lu Yang. People have more women that is capable. The other is the one who has a lot of women. That's the ability. They are not jealous of Lu Yang, but instead want to learn the way Lu Yang masters women. What exactly was the method used to get both goddesses to submit? Guto, who was sitting in the back row, looked at Lu Yang with resentment in his eyes. This guy, inside the school, he was dating the class president and the schoolgirl again. The point is that each of these women is still subservient to him, even his own mom. Damn it, don't these women know the scummy face of this guy? Bitch, all women, I shucks. Guto spat in his mind. Lu Yang sat in his seat and took out his cell phone and swiped the forum and found that it was full of posts about himself and a cherry air peach, a pink hair school flower Lena, holding his hand. The photo of walking into the campus has also been posted in the forum. Every post is hundreds of comments. This kind of person is facing Lu Yang on the forum to verbally attack him and hate him. But when you meet Lu Yang in reality, you still have to call Lu Yang a fierce man, only able to hide the jealousy and resentment deep in his heart. Because Lu Yang even dared to beat up the third young master, how could the others go against Lu Yang? While brushing the forum, Lu Yang's mind remembered the system's prompts. The negativity value is going up miserably. Only 600 plus points left after using 1000 yesterday. But now, it's already over 1000 points again. Chapter 31, Getting Stronger Every Second. After school at noon, Lu Yang came directly to the school cafeteria. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, he saw from afar a tall, beautiful girl with pink hair waiting for him at the entrance. So Lu Yang walked over with a smile on his face, and when Lena saw Lu Yang, her little face instantly blushed. Taking the initiative to come over and walk into the cafeteria on Lu Yang's arm, the surrounding students immediately threw another jealous look at Lu Yang. I can't believe he made the pink-haired schoolgirl wait for him in the sun. This Lu Yang's rack is really big. Walking into the cafeteria, another beautiful girl waved at Lu Yang from afar and shouted, Lena, Lu Yang, come over here. I've already fixed your meals. Come straight over and eat. The crowd was also attracted by the sound, looked up only to see a perfect figure of a stunningly beautiful young girl is jumping and waving at Lu Yang. Fixed their eyes, it turned out to be Sakura-kong Peach. Good lord, having the schoolgirl waiting for herself in the sun, having the class girl lining up inside the cafeteria for a hot, loving meal as soon as she arrives. Those guys who had girlfriends felt like their girlfriends instantly didn't smell good anymore. It's even if your own girlfriend doesn't look as good as Sakura Kumo and Rina. The temper is still much bigger than others, and in terms of thoughtfulness it's even less than a hair on someone's head. When have they ever been taken care of or waited on by their girlfriends when they were the only ones helping them stand in line for food? This Lu Yang let them see the gap between people as soon as he came. It turns out that girls can be so considerate. They can also pay for their boyfriends. They can also wait for their boyfriends in the sun. They can stand in line for their boyfriends to get food. What kind of girlfriend am I talking about? I'm talking about a fairy. Make it look like you don't have a finger in the pie. Not to mention waiting for me in the sun. Walking around campus with an umbrella a little slower would get me yelled at. The clown was actually myself. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Yang sat in front of Sakura-kong Peach. Dinner followed with two beautiful girls. The system voice inside his head was ringing again and again, and the emotional value was still skyrocketing. After eating, Lu Yang said to the cherry, you go back first. Today I'm going to go blow off some air conditioning with Lena. Ha! Sakura Kumo's mouth dropped open in surprise. Do men really like new things? Yesterday you called people sweetie. Today you tell them to go back first. Woo woo. They say it's a 7-year itch. You haven't even been here for 7 days yet, and you're tired of it after only 2 days? So Lena took Lu Yang's arm and the two of them walked towards the hotel outside the school. Those male students felt their hearts dripping blood as they watched this scene. Lena, that's the pink-haired schoolgirl. Lena is known as the cutest schoolgirl. I didn't expect to be tricked into getting a room by Lu Yang so quickly. My goddess is about to get unpacked. My heart is bleeding. My youth is over. Countless male students hated it. However, Lu Yang had already walked outside the school with Lena, then got a room just like yesterday, ready for some air conditioning. Lu Yang checked out at 2 p.m. and continued his class. It was really refreshing after the air conditioning. Along the way with Lena walking in the school, again became the most beautiful scenery line in the school. Everyone had a sideways glance at him and gave Lu Yang a salute. There are still countless people stealing photos, but Lu Yang still didn't care. Just shoot. If you don't look handsome, who will shoot you? Besides, in another 20 days or so, the entire world order will collapse. The end times will come. and 80% of these people will die on day 1. Not to mention taking pictures of herself. Let's say it's taking nude pictures of herself. Lu Yang doesn't even care, because in another 20 days or so, all people will only be fighting for one goal, and that is to live, and everything else is already outside of them. At that time they will understand that there are only two things that matter in life, and that is life and death. What dignity, what personality, what face, are all just floating clouds that can be discarded. Back to the classroom. Class just happened to be the class teacher's class. The class teacher, as soon as he saw Lu Yang, came in instantly shivering, feeling his face are still hot and painful, got 2 teeth knocked out and now leaks in his lectures. The point is that you have to pay Lu Yang money after being beaten. Now the homeroom teacher sees Lu Yang like a kind of plague. He just wished the bell would hurry up and ring, then he could escape the classroom. At this moment, the negative emotion value inside Lu Yang's mind was still ringing. It had already exceeded 1,500 points. Lu Yang felt that his current self was a collection of negative emotions. Everywhere he went he would cause negative emotions in others. This feeling was so cool, because every second one was negatively gaining negative emotion values. It meant that one was getting stronger every second. When the end comes in 20 or so days, I'm afraid that I will be able to rampage through the end with a crushing presence. Chapter 32, 2000 Emotional Value. In the next straw, after school Lu Yang returned to Mrs. Oda's house as usual. At this point it was discovered that the wall of the villa where he was previously at home had been raised to 5 meters. Construction workers are outside the fence to paste tiles. Lu Yang called them, said, "Do not waste time to paste tiles, there is a fence on the line." Those construction workers were stunned, and then treated Lu Yang as a little kid, ignoring him. At this time, Mrs. Oda was also inside the kitchen and heard Lu Yang's voice, walked out into the courtyard and said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang-kun, you're back, you've worked hard. I asked them to put up the tiles. I thought it would look better that way." Lu Yang smiled and said, "I will only stay here for a month. After a month the villa will be restored to its original state, and the fence will be restored to its previous state once again. So what's the difference between putting up tiles or not?" Mrs. Oda stared for a moment, then said, "It seems like that's the point. Oh." Then she spoke loudly to the workers. All right, no need to put up tiles then, since the fence is already done. You guys should hurry up and go remodel the basement, and try to finish it within tomorrow. That way, I'll be able to settle the bill for you guys." "Yes ma'am." After those construction workers heard this, they directly left the fence and headed straight to the basement with their tools, and muttering under his breath as he walked, "This lady is really good to her son. I'm afraid that such a luxurious villa with the fence made to look like this was all her son's idea." "Is it his son? I thought it was his brother. This wife is so young looking. I think this wife is also charming." "It's not true. I don't know how old she really is. My son is also about the same age as that kid. If they are really mother and son, it means that this Mrs. and I are about the same age. But my wife in front of this wife can be almost as a wife's mother." "Don't you talk nonsense? People living in villas have good family conditions and are naturally well maintained. How can a roughneck like us compare with others?" Also, watching the construction workers enter the basement, Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression and walked into the villa, finding that the living room was unexpectedly filled with supplies. These are the ones Lu Yang wrote on top of his notes and told Mrs. Oda to buy. There are 100 whole bags of rice in 100-pound bags. There are also 100 bags of flour in 100-pound bags. There are 200 cases of compressed crackers in 50-pound boxes, 100 pounds of canned beef in a case. The whole 100 cases. There are also a variety of dehydrated vegetables, a variety of beverages, antibiotics, antipyretics and some other common medications, a variety of sugars, a variety of chocolates and other high-calorie snacks. The supplies filled the entire wide villa hall to overflowing. After the outbreak of the end times, these things are valuable treasures. Until then, a pound of rice is all it takes to play with an actress-level beauty once. That's enough supplies to live like an emperor. You're very efficient, ma'am. That's something to be commended. Once the basement is finished, please have someone help me move all these things into the basement." Lu Yang complimented Mrs. Oda. "No problem, it's all what I should do. These supplies cost me 2 million yen, so Lu Yang-kun, I still owe you 13 million. I'll raise it all as soon as possible within the next few days." Mrs. Oda lowered her head and said gently, "All that stuff for $2 million? Looks like I had no concept of money before." There were enough supplies to fill the entire basement. Even if Lu Yang wanted to buy more, he wouldn't be able to fit it in. Just then, Guto came home too. He froze momentarily as soon as he saw there was the inside of the hall, followed by a somewhat angry expression. "This guy Lu Yang, what has he turned this luxurious villa of ours into? A grocery store? What's the point of buying this pile of junk? I'm sure he's a poor foreign exchange student. Canned beef and compressed cookies, is this what people eat? There's no telling how many preservatives are in there. This guy is still hoarding so much. I think he is up. I'm not eating dinner, Goto said in a nonchalant voice. Mrs. Oda had gotten used to it long ago, as if her son never had to eat dinner in the first place. Let's go, Lu Yongjun. The two of us will go eat. Today I made you a new dish. Oh, Mrs. Oda said to Lu Yang as if inviting credit, because Lu Yang always gives her positive feedback. No matter what she cooks, she compliments herself twice after eating, which motivates Mrs. Oda. Unlike his own son who hides in his room after eating and doesn't know if he's playing a game or what, it doesn't provide any emotional value at all, and it's a real pain in the ass to have to worry about all day. Yes, Mrs. Oda. It seems that we have to give Mrs. Oda a good massage again tonight to reward her for her hard work. Before hearing those words, Mrs. Oda suddenly had a small blush and shyness and anticipation, because after these 2 days of massage, Mrs. found that Lu Yang's health massage really works. Your own back doesn't ache and your legs don't hurt, and your mood has changed for the better. I look in the mirror every day and find myself looking more radiant as well. It was as if I had returned to that state when I first fell in love. Eating with Lu Yang, the two of them were happy. Goto inside the room watched this through the doorway and couldn't help but grit his teeth, while in the next villa, Na Kai, who was holding binoculars, let out an angry low roar. Damn, this damned guy, he let Mrs. Oda really build the fence to a height of 5 meters. Now you really can't see anything. Damn this guy. He gritted his teeth and made an extremely vicious decision in his mind that he would make Lu Yang pay. After dinner, Lu Yang helped Mrs. Oda massage her back for half an hour as usual before returning to her room. Lying on the soft bed, Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. It was because he realized that the emotional value inside his mind had reached 2,000 points. It was still over 600 this morning, and by the time I got back from school it was over 2,000, which is really efficient. It seems that pink-haired schoolgirl Lena is much more popular with the boys than Cherry Hollow. This can be seen above the acquisition of mood values. 2,000 emotion points for 2 more draws. Without hesitation, Lu Yang said to the system, start the lottery. Chapter 33, Getting Space in the Lucky Draw Again. Soon Lu Yang received the system's voice inside his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful draw. Obtained S-rank reward system storage space. Hearing this voice, Lu Yang immediately revealed a surprised expression. The S-rated rewards are out, and the system storage space. Isn't that standard for novel protagonists? Sure enough, this time I will be the king of the end times. Lu Yang hurriedly checked the description of this reward. System storage space, level 1. You have obtained a 10 meter x 10 meter x 10 meter storage space. You can charge any item within 10 meters. Remarks, time flows at 0 in the space. Items can be kept permanently, but living things cannot be collected. Cool. After seeing the description of this system storage space, Lu Yang's entire body directly jumped up from the bed. Originally, he had said that Mrs. Oda had bought him so many supplies that he had been able to fill up the basement, and no more would fit. But now with this storage space, even if more supplies came, they would fit, because the basement of Oda Tei's house was just a space of 5 meters by 5 meters by 3 meters, or 75 cubic meters, but one's own system storage space was 10 by 10 by 10, a whole 1,000 cubic meters. It's a dozen times bigger than the basement of Mrs. Oda's house. It would be perfect for holding supplies. I'm sure I'll have to keep asking Mrs. Oda to buy me supplies, so it looks like I'll have to write her another list later. After the excitement, Lu Yang again focused on the remaining 1,000 emotion points inside his mind. He continued to say to the system, start the next draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful lottery. Obtained a level A reward, a superpower fruit. Gained another superpower fruit? It looks like the 1000.1 draws are for B rank and above rewards. The probability of getting S rank and B rank rewards is relatively small, and the probability of getting A rank rewards is the greatest. So Lu Yang said to the system without hesitation, start using the superpower fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful use of the superpower fruit to obtain an A rank superpower, Divine Archer. Gaining the superpower passive. All attributes are strengthened by 10 points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang revealed another happy expression. It's true that every time you get a superpower you are able to get a superpowered person's passive. His own basic attributes had been enhanced by another 10 points, and originally he had said that his speed could be equal to the fastest African cheetah on land. But now, sorry, brother leopard, you can't even eat my farts. He hurriedly checked the marksman's ability. Superpower name, Marksman. Superpower level, level 1. Superpower rarity, level A. Superpower effect, extremely high enhancement of your eyesight, improving your accuracy, allowing you to shoot 100 times, as well as possessing the active skill, 2 consecutive shots. You can shoot 2 arrows in a row, doubling the power of your arrows. Superpower cost, marksman doubles your desire to shoot. Seeing this note, Liu Yang revealed a surprised expression. Originally, Liu Yang also said that the Sakura country is a country that ban guns. Want to get a gun is very difficult, but get a bow and arrow is very easy. In the post-apocalyptic world, bows and arrows are the best weapons, and now that he had gained the ability Divine Archer, he was like a tiger with wings. Looks like you need to hurry up and buy some weapons online. But what's with the superpower cost of gaining superpowers this time? Does every superpower have a price? The cost of this marksman is also a marksman. What's the deal with the desire to elevate shooting? Seeing something and wanting to take a shot at it? Wouldn't that make it dangerous for even a fly to get in front of me? Looks like I'm going to have to buy a bow and arrow for shooting soon. Otherwise, when the marksman's desire to shoot improves and there's nothing to shoot at, what can he shoot at? Liu Yang shook his head and put this matter behind him, checking his attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 85 kilograms. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Maximum speed 36 meters per second. Stamina, 40. Spirit, 40. Superpower, mind reading level 1. Marksman level 1. Special items, none. System storage space, level 1. Looking at the panel, Liu Yang had an excited look on his face. The base stats had reached 40, or 4 times the average person's, and the maximum speed had reached 36 meters per second. 36 times 3,600 is equal to 129,600. That's 129 kilometers per hour. Even if you're running on the freeway, you're already speeding. The fastest cheetahs are able to run 100 kilometers and only last about 10 seconds per hour. Otherwise they would die from overheating. Liu Yang, however, has been able to reach 129 kilometers per hour. And now he can deservedly say that he is the fastest creature in the world. Yes, this end times hasn't even come yet and one is already on the verge of having invincibility. On the second day, Liu Yang woke up refreshed and headed to school after eating Mrs. Oda's loving breakfast. Today is the third day of the agreement with the director of instruction, who is believed to have raised $50 million. So after arriving at the school, Liu Yang didn't go to the classroom, but went directly to the office of the director of teaching. Once inside, he found the director of instruction making tea and waiting for Liu Yang. Apparently he had also taken today's agreement to heart and had been waiting for Liu Yang's arrival. Classmate, come have some tea. Let's chat slowly. The head teacher had a kind smile on his face and greeted Liu Yang. Liu Yang was also not polite, and directly sat in front of instructor Liu. Chapter 34, Coming for Trouble. The director of instruction said to Liu Yang, I have raised enough 50 million and can transfer it to you anytime. But it's not like I can guarantee that you have a backup of your video, so we have to sign an agreement. Once this agreement is signed and you take the money and the video is still on the internet, then you will compensate me 10 times. That is 500 million. How about it, classmate? Can you agree? No problem. I can sign. Liu Yang replied with a smile. There's still 20 days or so to go before the end breaks out. This agreement is no different from a scrap of paper. Even if you really posted the video yourself, what ability do you have to make me pay $500 million? Court-enforced confiscation of my property? By that time my property would have long since run out. At most, I'll be turned into a scoundrel. It's just that when the end breaks out, what difference does it make if I'm a scoundrel or not? Good, classmate is really dry enough. But I can also explain to you that once you sign this agreement, if you have the video circulated on the internet, then your bank account will be frozen by the court, and you won't be able to spend a single penny of the money you obtained. At the same time you'll owe me 500 million. By then all the money you've gained will be frozen no matter if you're working or starting a business. Basically you're ruined for life. I think you should understand the seriousness of the matter. The director was still uneasy and continued to warn Liu Yang to, don't nag, hurry up and bring the agreement over to me to sign directly, and then you directly transfer over on the line. We two will be too clear. As long as you do not look for my trouble, I will not look for your trouble in the future. Liu Yang said impatiently. Good. So the director directly took out an agreement and handed it to Liu Yang, who didn't even look at it and signed his big name. And then the $50 million directly arrived in the account. And Liu Yang also deleted the video inside his cell phone in front of the director. Of course, there was a backup inside Liu Yang's laptop. When the doomsday breaks out a few days before, post the video of the director on the internet, so that he will die late and socially before the end of the world comes. I believe I can get a lot of negativity value from the director's hands again. From the director's office left. See, Liu Yang left. The director took out the cell phone to the phone inside said, my things have been resolved. The next you want a how to revenge and can. Holler. The third young master's excited voice came from the phone. In the past 2 days he had watched Liu Yang's news inside the forum, and there wasn't a single thing that didn't make him hate his guts. First, he took the high-cool class flower Sakura-kan Momo, and on the second day, he took Sakura-kan Momo to a room in the middle of the day. and he himself had pursued Sakura-kun Peach for half a whole year, but he hadn't even pulled his hand. Being a licking dog and clown for half a year for nothing. The contrast is just too strong. It's almost like a naked slap in the face. Because of Liu Yang's existence, it made my third young master a joke inside the University of Tokyo, and the video of himself being knocked to the ground by him was also posted to the school forum, causing him to only dare to dive and not show his head for the past few days, because the forum is full of posts and comments mocking myself. Today, finally, the third young master waited for this opportunity. As long as I knock Liu Yang to the ground, make him call his father, and send the video to the school forum, my third young master will be able to regain the battle and revive his reputation. So the third young master didn't hesitate to dial another number after hanging up on the head teacher. Ergo, there's something I need to ask you for. I've been bullied by a brat at school, and I need you to help me get back on my feet. The second brother of the third young master, the second youngest of the Akimichi family, is 28 years old and is the junior leader of the society. He is also an underground black boxer with an undefeated record of 18 fights. As long as Ergo is out of the way, dealing with a college student is a no-brainer. The second young master on the other end of the phone said somewhat angrily when he heard these words. Surprisingly, someone dares to bully you. Doesn't he know that you are my brother? Don't worry. Today when you get out of school I'll go to the entrance of your school to look for you. I'll back you up then. Okay thanks, second brother. The third young master hung up the phone with a sinister expression on his face and muttered, Liu Yang, let's show you what true strength is today. After school at noon, Liu Yang Zhaoli went to the cafeteria with Sakura-kun Peach and Lena. But this time the negative emotion value received from the surrounding male students was only half of what it was yesterday. It seems that people are slowly getting used to this behavior. It's getting harder and harder to arouse their jealousy and anger. This can't be done. Liu Yang cocked his head and thought for a while. Isn't it time to raid the next schoolgirl to spur them on? With the ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts, it shouldn't be difficult to raid the schoolgirl, because being able to hear other people's mental thoughts, one would be able to know other people's weaknesses. After eating, Liu Yang pulled the two of them towards the outside of the school, and the crowd cast envious glances at Liu Yang. After school in the evening, Liu Yang was ready to go back to Mrs. Oda's house. Just as he walked out of the school gate, he found that the third young master was waiting for him at the school gate, and there were a few juniors around the third young master, and beside him stood a man with a tall figure and looks, which was 6 or 7% similar to him. The tall man looked a few years older than the third young master, and shouldn't be a student in the school. As soon as he saw himself walk out, the third young master instantly revealed a grim smile, and Liu Yang was first stunned, then reacted. This guy is coming after himself again? You've even started getting help from the community, haven't you? However, he had already reached 4 times the base attributes of an ordinary person at this point. Beating this group of sociopaths was just like pinching a chicken. There was no difference. So Liu Yang didn't stop and instead walked directly to the third young master and the others, directly ignoring them trying to go through. But at this time, the third young master directly stepped forward and blocked Liu Yang's way, and said to Liu Yang very arrogantly, let's show you the strength of my third young master today. Kneel down and apologize to me and I'll break one less of your legs. Otherwise, I'll have to break both your hands and legs today. Ha! Liu Yang laughed coldly without saying anything and directly threw a punch at the third young master's face. Boom! With a loud bang, the third young master was instantly sent flying several meters away. It fell heavily to the ground. Blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth, and half of his face was swollen high up. The whole thing was dumbfounded, struggled to get up, then crawled several times 2 days to get up. Seeing this scene, the second young master next to him instantly became angry. Pointing at Liu Yang, he cursed, "Brat! How dare you hit my brother in front of me? Brothers, go to!" Those few little brothers with baseball bats followed the second young master and rushed directly towards Liu Yang. Chapter 35, Second Brother Save Me. Seeing those few big men who rushed over, Liu Yang did not have any panic. He kicked directly at the men one by one. Those 5 silhouettes instantly flew out horizontally like cannonballs, directly flying more than 10 meters away. At this point, Liu Yang's strength had reached 4 times that of an ordinary person. Even professional fighters in front of Liu Yang that are not enough to see in front of the absolute power. What skills are useless? How could these few club fighters be Liu Yang's opponents? Seeing this scene, next to the other students were instantly dumbfounded. They had originally gathered around because they wanted to see Liu Yang get beaten up, but they didn't expect it to be completely out of their expectation. Are all the members of these clubs strong? You look so big and strong but you're so weak? What kind of strength is this, Liu Yang? One by one, they showed expressions of agony as they fell to the ground, covering their stomachs and foaming at the mouth. And at this moment, Liu Yang took one step at a time and walked over, directly in front of the second young master, condescendingly looking at him, and then stepped on his chest with one foot. Ah ha ha ha. The second young master let out a pained scream. He felt Liu Yang's foot pressing down like a 10-ton hydraulic press pressing down on him. Is this guy human? Why does it have such power? But although his chest hurt, he still forced himself to endure the pain and threatened Liu Yang. Brat, do you know who I am? Are you going against our Akimichi family? You're just a foreign student without any background. If you offend our family, you'll die without a trace. You're a good fighter, aren't you? What's the point of being able to fight? It's all about power in Tokyo. Ha! Liu Yang sneered as his feet continued to exert force. Clack clack clack. The sound of bones breaking instantly rang out. The second young master felt that all the ribs in his chest had been stepped on and broken, and even the sharp bone spikes had been stuck into his lungs, and he was starting to have difficulty breathing at this moment, and blood froth kept spewing out of his nose. This means that his lungs had begun to bleed. This lack of oxygen made him feel the threat of death. At this time he looked at Liu Yang. Eyes have no longer the beginning of the arrogance, only left full of fear. This guy wasn't scared of himself at all. He even really wanted to stomp on himself. He's a madman, no less. Although the power of the Akimichi family is indeed very strong, but really met this rash young man who was not afraid of his own family's power, and really killed himself, then I will lose a lot of money. He still has a great life not to enjoy it. There is no need to die here for a foreign student. The second youngest instantly softened. Cough cough cough. Let go of me. Have words, let's talk. Anything can be negotiated. As long as you release me today's things, I will not be blamed. How? He spoke to Liu Yang in a hard voice. Past faults? It's not a question of whether you're past it or not. It's a question of whether I want to be past it or not. Your brother has come after me 3 times, so who am I to forget about it? Liu Yang said in a cold voice as his feet continued to exert force. Clack clack clack. The sound of bones breaking continued. The second young master felt that his heart was beginning to be compressed, and if it continued like this, once the broken bones stabbed into his heart, he would surely die. Scared. Now the second young master is really scared. He had been in the club for so many years, but he had never encountered such a ruthless one. There is a saying that soft is afraid of hard, hard is afraid of horizontal, horizontal is afraid of life-threatening, and Liu Yang is life-threatening. He didn't even consider the consequences, so one might actually die here. Just thinking about this second young master felt his entire body go cold and goosebumps started to pop up. I don't want to die. The second young master's face no longer had, at the beginning of the calm, but instead showed a crumbling expression, and said to Liu Yang begging for mercy. Help, help, please don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to trouble you again. I can make it up to you. What do you want? I'll do anything you want. Money? Women? I have it all. Our Akimichi family lacks nothing. Oh, is that so? Liu Yang gently lifted his foot, relieving the pressure on his opponent's chest. The second youngest then took a deep breath. The feeling of lack of oxygen was alleviated quite a bit, then immediately said to Liu Yang, it's true. How much money do you want? What kind of woman do you want? I can get them all for you. This second young master is much smarter than that head teacher. So Liu Yang directly raised his foot, dared to come to trouble himself, although did not cause any impact, but paid him 1 million or 2 million no problem, right? Turning to the second youngest, he said, very well, a man like you who knows what he's doing will suffer less. 10 million. Is 10 million yen enough? I'll transfer it to you immediately, the second young master said in a hurry. $10 million? Liu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect this mother her to be so rich. It seems that poverty has limited his imagination. That 20 million, I only have so much in my card. The second young master thought that Liu Yang was not satisfied to continue to raise the price. Liu Yang's heart was happy, but his face did not move to show a reluctant expression and said, okay, then 20 million. Directly transfer my card. Liu Yang directly took out his cell phone and showed the card number to the other party. The second young master forcefully endured the pain on his body, picked up his own cell phone to transfer money to Liu Yang. After seeing 20 million arrive, Liu Yang was satisfied with this thought, and then step by step, he walked towards the third young master. Seeing Liu Yang leave his side, the second young master was relieved, but Liu Yang's oppression wouldn't go away, it would only shift. The second young master was relieved, but the third young master was miserable. He was originally sent flying by Liu Yang's punch, and now his head is still dizzy. And then he saw that his brother and his brother's little brothers were also sent flying by Liu Yang's kicks, and he was instantly scared in his heart. Now that he saw Liu Yang walking towards himself step by step again, he was directly about to be scared silly. Eventually Liu Yang arrived in front of the third young master and also stomped on his opponent's chest. Ah! He let out an agonizing scream, and the expression on his face began to distort. The excruciating pain that made him feel like his heart was about to be stomped out. Help! Help! Help me! Ergo, help me! The second youngest in the distance heard the call and only cast a sympathetic glance. Buddy, you'd better fend for yourself. It cost me $20 million to get rid of him. Don't hide your pocket money. concede early and suffer less. Chapter 36, Buying a Life. Don't come over You don't come over Lu Yang, have a good talk. We can solve everything. I can also give you money. I can also give you $20 million. The third young master kept struggling on the ground, trying to back up, trying to get away from Lu Yang. However, his dazed head prevented him from even crawling, only able to extend his hand to make a movement to resist. His mouth kept begging Lu Yang for mercy. Coming to trouble me 3 times. You guys are really greasy. Transfer the money to me first. We'll talk about other things later. Lu Yang pulled out his cell phone. No problem. I'll transfer the money to you right now. The third young master immediately transferred 20 million to Lu Yang as well. Seeing that the money had arrived, Lu Yang then revealed a satisfied expression. Very well, this 20 million will buy you a life. Hearing this sentence, a relieved expression appeared on the third young master's face. That's great. Won't die. Seeing Lu Yang's imposing appearance, he really thought that Lu Yang would kill himself, but Lu Yang's next sentence made him fall into an ice cellar. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. Just now you said that if I didn't kneel down and beg for forgiveness, you would break my arms and legs, right? Then next, I'll let you taste what it's like to have your hands and feet broken. As soon as he heard this sentence, the third young master's face instantly changed. The mouth shouted, do not Lu Yang, I have already given you money. What else do you want? 20 million, that's more money than you'll ever earn in your life. Has a poor bastard like you ever seen 20 million? I can't believe you took the money and didn't leave me alone. He kept struggling on the ground, trying to crawl away into the distance. Sparing your life is already letting you off the hook, but without giving you a little lesson. I'm afraid you guys will come back to trouble me next time. So, Lu Yang said as he grabbed the third young master's arm with one hand and then folded it with force. Click! The third young master's hand was instantly broken by Lu Yang. The sound of bones breaking was crisp and ear-shattering. The broken bone spikes directly pierced through the muscles of his arm and the whiteness of his skin. The deep bones were directly exposed to the air. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. The surrounding students who had gathered around felt a phantom pain in their hands, as if the kind of pain from having their bones broken had reached them. This guy is too scary. Surprisingly, he was able to break the bones of a person's arm hard with one hand. This power, too fierce. The third young master let out a pig-killing scream. The pain of the broken bones tore at him. However, Lu Yang had no intention of letting go of his face yet and continued to show an icy cold smile before grabbing the third young master's other hand with his hand. Don't, please don't. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. I'm just a dog. Just let me go. The third young master kept begging for mercy. However, Lu Yang was unmoved. His other hand was also instantly broken. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going to die. Help. Someone help me. The third young master was almost desperate, his tears and snot running down his face. The intense pain caused his eyes to go black, and his entire body was on the verge of going into shock. The other students around them were directly stunned. They stood still and didn't move. They didn't even dare to breathe. They stood still, not even daring to breathe. They exerted themselves for fear of accidentally attracting Lu Yang's attention, and the next person to suffer was themselves. It's too hard. This foreign student is too hard. Their eyes were filled with fear of Lu Yang. Even the second young master was shocked by Lu Yang's actions. This guy really is a nutcase, breaking his own brother's hand in front of so many people. It's crazy. He really didn't treat human life as human life. Even the second youngest master of a mixed society had never been so ruthless. At this moment, Lu Yang kept receiving negative emotions from the 3 young masters and the others as well as the surrounding students. He shocked everyone present with this strike, and everyone was filled with fear towards him. Amidst the crowd's fearful gazes, Lu Yang didn't stop as he continued to grab one of the third young master's legs. Seeing this scene, the third young master was directly stunned. His hands had already been broken and drooped helplessly on the sides of his body, and now his feet were being grabbed by Lu Yang. It was conceivable that his own feet might be broken next as well. No, please, I don't want to be a cripple. Please let me go. I can give you another 20 million. The third young master continued to beg Lu Yang for mercy. Yet the next second, Lu Yang's hands instantly fired. The 3 young masters' thighs were actually instantly broken by Lu Yang. The white leg bones pierced right through the muscles and skin, as well as the third young master's pants, exposed with blood. My leg, my leg, my leg. Please, let me go. I'll never dare to mess with you again. The third young master let out a paroxysm of pleas for mercy. However, Lu Yang grabbed his other leg. Subsequently, this time the third youngest didn't let out any more screams either, as he had been directly stunned by the pain. The whole man was pale, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. His crotch was damp, and he was obviously incontinent from the pain. Where both hands and feet had been broken, Blood began to slowly seep out along the cracks where the bones had pierced the skin. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared silly. The entire school entrance was silent. No one dared to make any noise for fear of attracting Liu Yang's attention. He was unhappy and broke his own hand as well. Liu Yang's gaze was placed on the second young master's body. The second young master was instantly shocked. Liu Yang smiled crookedly at him and said, "Seeing that you two brothers gave me 40 million, I don't want your lives. Otherwise, if so many people watch you beat me, I am in self-defense and take you out. The magistrate can't do anything to me. Hurry up and take your brother and get out. But next time if you dare to mess with me, Liu Yang, then you won't have a chance to live." After saying that, Liu Yang directly left the place. After seeing Liu Yang leave, the second young master breathed a deep sigh of relief here. That threat of death made him almost gasp just now. Now the plague is finally gone. He covered his aching chest and climbed to his feet, walked over to his brother and gave him a glance with a hateful look, cursing under his breath, "You damnable fellow." Still saying that the other party is just an ordinary college student. Is an ordinary college student that ruthless? This time almost overturned in the gutter. "You deserve to have your arms and legs broken." After saying that, he spoke to the little brother next to him. "Call an ambulance and take this guy to the hospital." "Aye, boss," one of the minions said with a nod. Chapter 37, Trying to Run Me Over? Congratulations to the host for gaining a negative emotion value plus 200. Congratulations to the host for gaining a negative emotion value plus 200. Congratulations to the host for gaining a negative emotion value plus 200. Although he had already left the school entrance, the negative emotion value inside Liu Yang's mind had not stopped and had been gaining obviously. Those people's fear of themselves was still continuing. There are just too many people who are intimidated by themselves in this one outing. And those people took videos, which will probably be posted in the school's forums, and then more students will see what they've done. Even if you see yourself breaking someone's hands and feet across the video, I'm afraid you'll feel fear. Such bloody and violent images are not something that the average person can bear. So those videos also give themselves a lot of emotional value. Liu Yang looked at the system inside his mind and realized that the emotional value had reached more than 2,000 points. Sure enough, total intimidation is the right way to operate this system. The more people there are, the more emotional value will be gained. 2 days before the outbreak of Armageddon, you can just kill a few people in front of the entire school population, in which case you'll get more emotional value for yourself. Or maybe just threaten them with the lives of the entire school. That mood value definitely went up, but that's all an afterthought. You can only do this before the end times break out, otherwise you'll be arrested by the police. Liu Yang thought as he walked towards Mrs. Oda's villa. While passing through a rather isolated stretch of road, suddenly a black SUV in the distance seemed to be out of control and rushed directly toward Liu Yang at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang instantly subconsciously dodged to the side and rolled on the ground to avoid the impact. Boom! A loud noise. The SUV instantly next to the street lamp to the broken, followed by the car is not even head back to the front to escape. The car is the most important thing is that the car is not a good choice. The car is the most important thing is that the car is not a good choice. The driver inside the SUV slapped his thigh. A resigned expression appeared on his face. The mouth said fiercely, "Damn it. I didn't expect this guy to be so fatal, to be able to react in such a situation. He's lucky he didn't run him over this time." Hit and run? Liu Yan looked at the ass of that car revealing a puzzled expression. He patted the dust on himself, and then, directly flew at that car. At this time, Liu Yang has a maximum running speed of 129 km per hour, and 100 km of acceleration is less than 3 seconds. That buggy was also driving fast, but that was only for ordinary people. The off-road vehicle's startup acceleration wasn't as fast as a human's. It didn't take more than a few seconds. He was caught up by Liu Yang. Liu Yang ran while looking inside the SUV in front of the window and saw a fat and familiar figure inside. "Na Kai." Turns out the son of a tried to run himself over. A cold smile appeared on Liu Yang's face, then knocked on the car window. Nakai heard a voice and subconsciously glanced toward the car window, instantly taken aback. This kid even caught up? He hurriedly looked at his speedometer, which was now going over 80 km per hour. The hell with it? This guy was able to keep up with cars going 80 plus miles per hour. Is he a gym student? As a dead fat otaku, Nakai doesn't know exactly where the limits of humanity lie. But in his opinion, anyone who can run at over 80 km per hour must be a gym student who can kill a tiger with a slide tackle. Liu Yang grinned at Nakai through the car window. Then with his fingers, he pointed to his eyes and then to Nakai, making an I see you gesture. Nakai was instantly shocked. He went straight to the floorboards and brought the car up to 150 kilometers. Only then did he finally get rid of Liu Yang's pursuit. Looking at the car that ran further and further away, Liu Yang's face showed an icy expression. He stopped in his tracks, muttering under his breath, "It seems I underestimated this dead fat otaku's covetousness for Mrs. Oda. Jealousy makes a person faceless." and it also gives a dead fat otaku the determination to kill others. But you didn't kill me, so you're the one who died. It seems the first person to kill in this life of rebirth is this Nakai. After making up his mind in his heart, Lu Yang continued to walk towards Mrs. Oda's villa unhurriedly, and after Nakai drove back to his villa, a look of horror appeared on his face. The mouth kept saying, "It's over, it's over. That guy saw my face, and that damn guy managed to catch up with the SUV. Definitely a strong gym student. No wonder Mrs. Oda was mesmerized by him. He saw my face and knows it was me who tried to run him over. So what if he calls the police on me? Oh yeah, I didn't hit him at all. The vehicle didn't have any contact with him. Even if he called the police, he wouldn't have any evidence to say that I tried to run him over. All I need to say is that I was distracted while driving and accidentally hit a streetlight. That damnable guy. He's lucky he didn't kill him this time, but there's no way his luck will still be this good next time, as long as he continues to stay in Mrs. Oda's villa. I'll have to find a way to take him out. That's my woman. No one is to move. Whoever moves will die." Nakai was breathing a little heavily as he sat in his own computer chair, his entire body extremely tense. It was an insane act of murder, and although he himself was ultimately unsuccessful, the thrilling feeling of tension still kept Nakai calm for a long time. He opened a bag of chips and kept shoveling them into his mouth. The computer was then turned on and a small video of an AI face swap, replacing the heroine's face with Mrs. Oda's, was played. Picked up a mug with a picture of his previous wife on it. Take 2 minutes. Allow yourself a good opening afterward. It calmed the nerves. He looked at the picture of his previous wife on top of the cup, his eyes filled with greed. "Mrs. Oda, yo, it's true that no matter what time of the day you look at you, you are so beautiful and sexy. Really can't wait to share the clouds and rain with you." He kept admiring the picture of his previous wife. At this time Lu Yang had also returned to the villa area where Mrs. Shibata was. The black SUV he had seen was already parked on the parking lot in the courtyard of the middle villa. A sneer appeared on his face. This time he didn't go back to Mrs. Oda's villa. Lu Yang observed from left to right and found that there was no one around, so he just leaped up and jumped over the 3-meter-high fence of Nakai's villa, directly into his yard. This was followed by a direct leap onto the second-floor terrace. Chapter 38. What a pervert. Entered inside Nakai's villa. Lu Yang realized that this Nakai will live in a luxury villa is no different from a pigsty. The inside of the house was littered with scattered delivery boxes and the trash he had generated. He was the only one living in the huge villa, and there was dust everywhere inside the house, so it seemed that this guy usually didn't even clean, and he didn't hire an ant to do the hygiene. Presumably, he was afraid that someone would enter his villa and find him spying on Mrs. Oda's secrets. There were pictures of Mrs. Oda all over the walls and tables inside the house. These photos were all taken by him while hiding inside the villa. Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy is really obsessed with Mrs. Oda. It's no wonder that he would want to just run himself over with his car for Mrs. Oda. But I'm afraid that if she knew that there was a pervert, such a secret concern of her own, her mind would collapse. After all, who would want to be coveted by a pervert? This feeling of being spied on and watched can drive a person crazy. Lu Yang continued to walk inside the villa. A little bit of fumbling, so Lu Yang walked to the door, quietly twisted the door handle, and slowly opened the door. Then one step at a time, he stepped into the dimly lit room. He couldn't help but frown, covered his nose with his hand. An obese middle-aged man was lying on the chair in front of the computer, already asleep. Lu Yang entered his room and he didn't even notice. Lu Yang couldn't help but sputter. This dog actually fainted? Lu Yang then slapped Nakai across the face. Pow! A crunch. The fiery pain instantly woke Nakai up, letting him see the person in front of him clearly afterward. The entire group wore a horrified expression, struggling to sit up from the chair. He didn't expect to accidentally lose his center of gravity and fall directly backward, snapping to the floor. His hand also happened to press into his finished takeout box, splashing himself with soup and broth. How did you get in here? What do you guys want? He rolled and crawled, backing up several meters away, before pointing at Lu Yang. You fat ass, didn't you want to run me over just now? Now I come to you. This is a great opportunity to kill me. You have to grasp it. Lu Yang sneered and walked towards the other party step by step. Nakai kept backing up. A look of horror was all over his face. He originally thought that today's matter. Lu Yang, even if he saw himself, will absolutely not dare to come to find his own trouble. After all, it is only a college student, but also a foreign student. Even if he is bullied, he can only endure the anger. However, he did not expect Lu Yang's efficiency to be so fast. Surprisingly, he touched his villa directly. What does he want? Is he trying to get back at himself? Nakai, for his own body, has a few kilograms. He is still very clear. He wants to kill Lu Yang, can only use the car crash this method. Frontal single combat. He is never a permanent opponent. The other party is a sports student who can even catch up with the car. the kind that can take out a tiger with one slide. He hurriedly said to Lu Yang, "Are we not having some misunderstanding? Today I was indeed distracted while driving, and accidentally almost hit you, but that was just an accident. Besides, you weren't injured, so I didn't stop to check your injuries, and now you're coming directly to my villa to take revenge on me? Is that necessary? Yeah, almost hit me by accident? Why do I get the feeling that you're jealous that I'm living in that villa of his before? So you're trying to take me out? At this time Lu Yang had already walked to Nakai's front and directly stepped on the other party's face, deforming that other party's obese face. Nakai instantly let out an agonizing scream. Ahak! It hurts so much. Let go of me, you bastard. Believe it or not, I'll call the police and have you taken to jail. Call the police? Do you think you still have that chance? Lu Yang said in a cold voice, then kicked the other party's head with force. Boom! The kick instantly stunned Zhongjing. When Nakai wakes up again, he finds himself in a dog cage. His hair was wet, obviously he had been splashed by Lu Yang, so he woke up, and when he saw the environment he was in, his whole body was taken aback. This is my basement. Lu Yang sat on the stool in front of him, looking at him across the iron cage with a smile, said, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. I didn't expect that you, a dead fat house, would be an unapologetic pervert. The inside of the villa's basement actually possesses so many things that only perverts have. Various instruments of torture? You guys have prepared a lot. Are you trying to capture Mrs. Oda inside this basement for your torture?" Lu Yang, who had experienced the end times, had already known that there was a demon living in everyone's heart, but he had not expected that even in a peaceful era, this dead fat man was so evil in his heart. How could it be? How could I possibly do that kind of thing? This is just a cage that was specially prepared because I want to keep a pet dog, and the whip is also used to train the dog. As for those adult products, it's my personal collection of hobbies. It's all legal supplies. What does it matter? What do you want to do by locking me up? Hurry up and let me out. Nakai kept on weaseling his way out. Put out? Don't even think about it. Since you want to kill me, it's good enough to keep you alive. I think this cage is quite good for keeping you, a dead fat dog. Then I'll do an experiment to see how long a dead fat man weighing 200 pounds will starve before he dies. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yang said as he walked step by step towards the outside of the basement. Seeing Lu Yang ready to leave, Zhongjing showed a desperate expression and said to Lu Yang's back, "Don't go. Hurry up and let me go. Please, I don't want to stay here. I know it's wrong, I shouldn't have hit you with my car. As long as you let me go, you let me do anything." Lu Yang didn't turn around. He kept receiving system prompts inside his mind. Negativity only adds 1. Negativity only adds 1. Negativity only adds 1. This basement was obviously the one that the dead fat boy had carefully prepared to use to capture women. Surrounded by soundproof facilities and filled with torture devices. Even if the woman locked inside screamed too loudly, it was unlikely that anyone outside could hear her. And it's just right for shutting him down now. A dead fat guy who lives alone, doesn't have any friends, and whose only hobby is spying on his next door neighbor's wife. It is believed that no one would notice a loser like this even if he disappeared for a month. And during this period of time, Lu Yang would obtain negative emotion values from Nakai's body in an endless stream. On this day before the doomsday, he would then completely finish him off. The man who tried to kill me. For him, even death was a relief. Chapter 39, Humanoid High-Speed Rail. After doing all this, Lu Yang left Nakai's villa and once again returned to Mrs. Oda's house. The weather was hot. The coolly dressed Mrs. Oda was busy inside the kitchen with her apron. As soon as she saw Lu Yang coming back, she suddenly showed a sweet smile to Lu Yang. Speaking to Lu Yang, he said, "Lu Yang Jun has worked hard. You are finally back. The remodeling of the enclosure and the basement has been completed, and the supplies have been moved to the basement. The second list of supplies you gave me is in the process of being purchased. It will take some time. Well, it's worthy of being Mrs. Oda. The efficiency of the work is really fast. I'm very satisfied." Lu Yang nodded and said, "It's all I should do." Mrs. Oda said with a smile, "As long as his son's bullying of others doesn't come out, then whatever he does is worth it." And that's just when Gudo came back from outside. Seeing Lu Yang, Gudo instantly shuddered. The eyes were filled with fear of Lu Yang. This guy is mad as hell. The inside of the forum was now frantic with the video of him breaking the third young master's hands and feet. The sound of clacking and breaking bones kept echoing in the minds of all the students, enveloping each and every one of them like a nightmare. Crazy, he's definitely crazy, and this crazy guy lives in my house. Gudo's psyche was broken. At first, he had threatened Lu Yang and tried to get rid of him, but now, Lu Yang was a kind of plague to him, not to mention driving away. Even if he looks at him more, he will be afraid of inviting Lu Yang. I'm not having dinner, Gudo said to Mrs. Zizan in a somewhat shaky voice, and then walked into his room without looking back, closing the door tightly with a bang. then leaned against the door breathing heavily. Terrible. It's really scary. It's a horrible feeling to live in your own home and feel on edge every day. This kid. Ugh. Mrs. Oda sighed with hatred. As soon as she saw Goto she felt angry. This guy is already 18 years old and still so childish. He knows how to get into trouble all day long. Compared to Lu Yongjun, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. If only he could be as mature as Lu Yongjun, how nice it would be. Children are always willful. When he grows up a little more, he will understand. Lu Yang comforted Mrs. Oda. I hope so, Mrs. Oda said leisurely. Then Lu Yangkuan, let's both have dinner together. Good. Just as well, I'm hungry. So the two people ate happily inside the restaurant, talking and laughing. Lu Yang from time to tease Mrs. Oda a few words. This a widowed for 10 years of the undead. She always had a shy smile on her face. Goto in the room clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the laughter of the two. 2 lines of green tears ran down his face. A waste. I'm a waste. Goto, you deserve to die. You're a cowardly waste. His eyes were filled with disappointment in himself, but when he thought of how ruthless Lu Yan was in school, he didn't have any resistance left in him. After dinner Lu Yan routinely gave Mrs. Oda massage for half an hour and the distance between the two was much closer. Lu Yang then returned to his room. He checked the negative emotion value inside his mind and realized that at this moment, the negative emotion value had already reached 500 points, and it was still slowly increasing. Apparently, the video inside the forum is still festering. Most people are fearful of themselves after seeing the video. This fear, while it wouldn't be much across the video, was able to slowly give itself emotional value. Lu Yang said to the system without hesitation. The system starts the lottery. 1,000 points a draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful draw. Obtaining an A rank reward. 1 superpower fruit. Nice one. Got another superpower fruit. Lu Yang already had 2 superpowers in his body at this moment. One was a divine archer and the other was mind reading. Now that he's got another superpower fruit, it looks like he's going to realize his 3rd superpower. He rushed to the system. The system uses a superpower fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful use of the superpower fruit to obtain the grade as superpower stealth. Gaining the superpower passive. All attributes are increased by 10 points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed an excited expression. Holy, stealth? That's an unbeatable superpower. He rushed to check the description of this superpower. Name of superpower. Invisibility. Superpower level 1. Superpower rarity, level A. Superpower effect. You can just disappear into the air invisibly. You can't grapple lock while invisible and are in a state of nothingness. It can be used once a day and lasts for 1 minute each time. Superpower cost. Occasionally, you will be unable to disengage your invisibility for a full day. After seeing this description, Lu Yang's face revealed an excited expression. Can't grapple lock in a void state while stealthy? Doesn't that mean I'm no different than a ghost when I'm stealthy? And all physical attacks can't do damage to me? That's not stealth. That's just invincibility. Although it could only be used once a day and lasted only a minute each time, it was a life-saving ability. Enough. 1 minute. I wonder how many times it was enough for him to dodge deadly attacks. For example, if Nakai hit himself with his car, if he didn't react and couldn't dodge it, but if he used stealth 0.01 seconds before he hit him, then the car would penetrate his body and wouldn't do any damage to him at all. And the cost of this ability arguably has no side effects. Stealthy all day? Though while invisible, one is in a state of nothingness, where the enemy's physical cannot attack oneself, and one's physical cannot attack the enemy. But, magic attacks still work. What if one gains an ability to attack enemies remotely? Excitement. At this time, Lu Yang was completely in the midst of excitement. This superpower is just too strong. Lu Yang hurriedly said to the system. The system starts the 2nd draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful draw. Obtained a level A reward. A superpower fruit. Superpowers again? Cool. I have 3 superpowers now, and I didn't expect to gain another one. That would be the 4th. Lu Yang said to the system without hesitation. System. Use the superpower fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful use of the superpower fruit to obtain an S-rank superpower. Thunderbolt power. Gain the passive all attribute points of the superpower plus 10 points. S-class superpowers? Awesome! This was the 1SA S-rank superpower that Lu Yang had obtained, and after obtaining this superpower, Lu Yang's face showed an excited expression. He hurriedly checked the description of this superpower. Superpower name, the power of lightning. Superpower level, 1. Superpower rarity, class S. Superpower effect, the power of lightning under your control can control lightning to attack your enemies. Superpower cost, your chance of being struck by lightning is increased by 10 times. The instructions are short and precise. Wasn't this the same magic attack you were thinking of just now? What a thought! Lu Yang held out a finger. Instantly a crackle of electricity began to emanate from above. Lu Yang's hand then pointed forward. A thunderbolt instantly soared out. Boom! With a loud bang, that lightning struck the wall of Lu Yang's room, instantly splitting the wall with a deep scorched black pit. That pit was 5 or 6 centimeters deep. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang's face showed a surprised expression and couldn't he help but say, awesome ah. In that case wouldn't I be able to split whoever I want? If this chop were to chop on someone's head, it would be able to scorch their brains. It's so fierce. It's the first attacking superpower of its kind. But the power of this supernatural ability had exceeded Lu Yang's expectations. With his current mental power, combined with this superpower, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the king of thunder and lightning Dharma. He should be able to cleave hundreds of people in a flash if he wanted to. There shouldn't even be much the Sakura Nation police can do to themselves now. Stealth for escaping is the best skill, and stealth would be in a state of nothingness and could go through walls, which meant that no cell in the world could pay attention to itself. And again, lightning mastery can just slash people to death, and ranged attack has a direct headlock. Who else in this world can be my Lu Yang's opponent? There's still more than 20 days left before the end of the world, but it seems like I'm already almost invincible ah. It's cool. It's just cool. Lu Yang checked his attribute panel. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 85 kilograms. Power, 60. Speed, 60. Maximum speed 54 meters per second. Stamina, 60. Spirit, 60. Superpower, mind reading level 1. Marksman level 1. Stealth level 1. Thunderbolt power level 1. Special items, none. System storage space, level 1. Looking at the panel, Lu Yang had an excited look on his face. The base stats had reached 60 points, or 6 times that of an ordinary person, and the maximum speed had reached 54 meters per second. 54 times 3,600 is equal to 194. 194 kilometers per hour. It's already on the verge of catching up with high-speed rail. The legendary humanoid highwayman is Lu Yang. Chapter 40, I am the motherland. After drawing these 2 consecutive rounds, Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. This system is really powerful and not once is the reward given bad. Now that one's basic attributes had reached 6 times that of an ordinary person, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one was a little superhuman. Add to that the 4 abilities of stealth and thunderbolt power, as well as marksman and mind reading. Let yourself be on the verge of invincibility even before the end times come. Previously, Lu Yang was still thinking that he could not be too arrogant before the end of the day, or else once he was caught by the Sakura country police, he could die inside the prison himself. But now he had changed his mind. With one's current strength, which Sakura Nation police could catch one? You can do whatever you want, whenever you want. This feeling of being armed with a card and being able to run amok is so cool. Lu Yang felt very bloated right now, and he does have inflated capital. Those 4 superpowers are enough to make him a homelander. Lu Yang was in a very excited mood, feeling that the whole person was in a state of boiling blood. Before this excitement was suppressed, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. But the ear suddenly rang a voice. I'm in a good mood today, and with such a strong ability gained, it's time to celebrate. So Lu Yang didn't sleep and opened the door directly. Hearing this door open, Mrs. Oda's heart suddenly changed. Immediately after that Lu Yang knocked on the door of Mrs. Oda's room. Dun 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 dun. And Guto heard the knock and instantly pricked up his ears. What the hell? Can I go stop him? And by this time too big a voice had come from inside Oda's too big room. Who is it? What's the matter? Lu Yang calmly said. Ma'am, there is something I want to discuss with you. Please open the door. Oh, so it's Lu Yang-kun. Please wait a moment. Mrs. Oda said and directly climbed out of bed, then opened the door to her room. After seeing Lu Yang, she asked to Lu Yang. What's the matter Lu Yang-jun? Lu Yang's state seems to be a bit off looking at his eyes seems a bit wrong. Really? Something unpredictable wouldn't happen if he got into his room, would it? Go into the room and talk about it. Lu Yang directly drilled into the room from the side of the previous Mrs. She originally wanted to stop Lu Yang from coming in, but Lu Yang had already barged in, so she had no choice but to close the door and walk inside the room as well. Lu Yang stepped forward and directly pinched Mrs. Oda's delicate chin. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, she nervously looked at Lu Yang as she continued to persuade. Lu Yang-kun, calm down. Pa. Lu Yang directly slapped his wife's face, knocking her to the ground. Mrs. Oda let out a scream. How could she not expect Lu Yang to suddenly hit someone? Surprisingly, he struck out at himself and hit himself. Lu Yang-jun wasn't like this before. Ha! An icy smile appeared on Yang's face, the old vine outside the door. In his mind, he kept cursing. Lu Yang, you even took a shot at my mom. You deserve to die. P.S. Not enough 1,000 words randomly make up for it. This one has been deleted, a large part of it. I don't know what to delete. Tomato review. You're awesome. You're the best thing about tomatoes. Chapter 41, Yuki's dog licking. On the second day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. After washing up and ready to go downstairs to eat breakfast, the previous wife really got up early in the morning and made breakfast again, waiting for Lu Yang to eat. As soon as she saw Lu Yang come down before the wife's eyes were a little evasive and a little fearful, but still said in a gentle voice, "Lu Yang Jun, you are up. Come and have breakfast." There was also a red mark on her face that Lu Yang had punched out last night. This Lu Yang did not know what happened yesterday. All of a sudden, as if he had gone crazy to do something to himself. At this time, Mrs. Oda remembered yesterday's scene or still a little after fear. Lu Yang smiled at Mrs. Oda. "Good morning, ma'am." Mrs. Oda shuddered. Lu Yang saw the other party's reaction and continued. "What are you afraid of? It's only when you don't listen that you get hit. It's not like I'm going to just hit anyone. It's not that kind of thing," Mrs. Oda said with a red face. Next to him, Guto listened to the conversation between the two, and an angry expression appeared on his face again. While Lu Yang looked at Guto, Guto's angry expression instantly turned back to fear. He recalled the scene where Lu Yang broke the third young master's hands and feet again. "I can't afford to mess with this guy. He's not someone you can mess with. Even if he beats up your mom, there's nothing you can do about it." Lu Yang saw the other party's fear and continued. "Good son. Finally willing to come down for breakfast today?" Guto was shaken by these words. Rushing to his feet, he said to Mrs. Oda, "I'm full and off to school." After saying that as if he was running away, he hurriedly picked up his school bag and walked out of the house. And Mrs. Oda looked at Lu Yang, not knowing how to react, so she buried her head and ate her breakfast. Lu Yang's entire person at this time was then filled with confidence. The expansion of his strength caused his self-confidence to directly explode at this moment. "I'm a native of my country. I can do whatever I want. No one in the whole city of Tokyo can resist me. Women? I'll play with whichever one I see. Who dares to mess with me? You're dead." After breakfast, Lu Yang directly went out to school with confidence. Phew! Looking at Lu Yang's departing back, Mrs. Oda sighed in relief. This Lu Yang oppression is really too strong. The other side. Hospital beds. An angry look on the face of a young man with bandaged hands and feet spoke to a man next to him with a bandaged chest. "Second brother, are we just going to let this matter go? I can't swallow this. Both my hands and legs were broken by him, and I have become an invalid. Even if I am cured, I won't be able to reach my former level, and I may not be able to run and jump happily anymore. And your sternum was crushed by your opponent. When have we, the Akimichi family, ever suffered such a loss? When have we ever been bullied like this?" After the second young master heard the third young master's words, there was also an angry expression on his face. Only he was a bit more mature than the third young master as he said to the third young master, "Third brother, don't be in a hurry. No one who offends our autumn to family will have a good ending. The other party is indeed very strong. We are not his match. However, I've already reported this matter to Big Brother. Big Brother will return to Tokyo in a few days after completing his mission and settle this matter for us." "Big Brother? He promised to help us out?" The third young master's face instantly revealed a color of excitement. Their big brother can be quite different from them. Taken by a ninja organization as a child, after professional training, he became a top assassin and is now ranked 18th inside the global assassin list. That means he's the 18th best killer in the world. It's the top killer of the top killers. Normally, when he takes on a random assassination mission, the bounty is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. That's no match for the yen. Usually he was out on a mission and would rarely come back. The family doesn't even have his contact information, but the second youngest is very close to his older brother. So the second youngest has the first youngest's contact information. He tells the young master about his sternum being crushed and his brother's hands and feet being broken, and the young master is ready to finish off Lu Yang. Hearing that his big brother is willing to stand up for himself, the third young master's face is naturally excited. This is the legendary top killer. That Lu Yang is dead. He couldn't help but say excitedly, "Great, with Big Brother stepping in, this is a sure thing. That Lu Yang will definitely die. Second brother, I'm going to be discharged from the hospital at that time. I want to personally watch how that guy dies." "No problem," the second young master said confidently. On the other hand, Lu Yang came to the school. At this moment he had long since become a big name inside the school. The students all looked sideways when they saw him, daring to break the third young master's hands and feet in public. This was an absolutely ruthless person. The boys adored and feared him, and some of the girls were outright glancing at him. A man who is so strong that he is not afraid of the sky is naturally favored by women, and Lu Yang enjoyed the admiration of these women very much. Among the crowd of very delicate and beautiful looks, tall and sexy body has a pair of two people great female students, attracted the attention of Lu Yang. he instantly recognized that this person was Naughty, who was on par with the pink-haired schoolgirl Lena. Naughty is also one of the top 4 schoolgirls and is known as the most voluptuous schoolgirl with a very attractive body. Lu Yang took a glance at her among the crowd, and his eyes were directly attracted to the other party. Couldn't move it if I wanted to, so Lu Yang's face revealed a light smile, followed by a step towards Naughty. Meeting Lu Yang's eyes, Yuki instantly blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. The whole thing was very tense. She originally just came to watch the fun like everyone else. Who knew that she was directly targeted by Lu Yang's gaze? And he even went straight to himself. What does he want? I'm so nervous. Don't come over. Just as she was tensing up, Lu Yang had arrived in front of her, directly addressing Naughty. He said, Naughty, I know you and I've heard of you. How about being my girlfriend? Ha! Hearing this conjugation, Naughty's entire body froze. This guy was too direct. To say that he wanted her to be his girlfriend in front of so many people, and the other students were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't it enough that this Lu Yang already has Sakurakumo and Lena? I can't believe I'm going to go after Naughty. Having 2 goddesses, you don't even know how many people you've already feuded with about taking your wife, and now you're coming for a third. Shame on you. What a cheeky bastard. The boys next to him all wore expressions of dares, each silently clenching their fists and gnashing their teeth, and Lu Yang's mind kept receiving system prompts. Negative emotions add 100. Negative emotions only add 100. Negative emotions only add 100. After receiving this hint, Lu Yang's face revealed an even more excited expression and directly cupped one hand on Yuki's delicate chin and lifted her head up. Looking into her eyes, she said, Be my woman, and let you experience the joy of being a woman today. No, don't Naughty shook her head, opened Lu Yang's hand and kept backing away, and one of the boys next to him finally relented. He's also Naughty's dog licker. For Naughty, he'd be willing to die even if it meant death. Although Lu Yang's strength is very strong, even the third young master dares to fight. It is really scary, but in the licking dog's opinion, as long as it is for the goddess, he is willing to do anything on the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire. He clenched his fists and charged straight at Lu Yang, punching him in the chest. Bang! The boy immediately felt as if his fist had struck a brick wall, and the pain made his whole body shiver. There was even an expression of shock in his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? Is his body still a human body? Chapter 42, Not a Good Man. The courage that was originally summoned up by the dog-licking heart attack also instantly dissipated without a trace after this punch, and his eyes were filled with fear. This Lu Yang is definitely not an ordinary person. He is too strong. The muscles on his body are as hard as iron. No wonder he was able to break the third young master's hands and feet with his bare hands. Was he crazy just now? How dare he take a direct shot at him? Regret. Regret was written all over this lickspittle's face at the moment. In a moment of impulse just now, he had actually taken a shot at Lu Yang. This hand, can it be saved next? Although he had long made up his mind that he would do anything for the goddess, when it came to actually facing the fear head-on, the desire to survive overcame this dog-licking determination. He's scared. He doesn't want to die. He wants to live. Lu Yang has seen too many of these people. In times of peace, couples who are as close as glue, but as soon as they arrive at the end of the world in order to survive are able to turn against each other. Not to mention this lickspittle. The so-called love is worthless in the face of the true desire to survive. Man is first and foremost a creature, and the creature's desire to live. It is hard to resist. Some people can sacrifice themselves for love, but that kind is one in a million stupid. In Lu Yang's opinion, the only thing that matters is that he is alive. As expected, just as this licking dog feared, the next second Lu Yang had already looked at him with a playful face and said coldly with his mouth, You kid dared to make a move on me. Courageous. You're the first one who actually hit me with his hands. That lickspill instantly took a step back and turned to try to escape. However, Lu Yang had already kicked over and kicked the other party's back, instantly kicking him into a dog's mouth, knocking on the ground, his teeth shattering all over the place. The lickspill let out a scream. His mouth was full of blood, and it kept running down the corners of his mouth. He quickly climbed up and didn't dare to resist again, but directly fell to his knees and kowtowed to Lu Yang non-stop. I was wrong, Lu Yang, I won't dare anymore. I shouldn't have done it to you. Please spare me this time. The others were momentarily stunned. Some of them were also Jay's lickspittles, and they were originally very angry in their hearts when they saw what Lu Yang had done, but now their anger had all turned to fear. This Lu Yang is really too unreasonable, striking at the drop of a hat. It's like a kind of plague. Whoever messes with him dies. Naughty had also been frozen in place with fear. This Lu Yang was just too violent. She had never seen such a domineering and irascible man. The feeling of fear made her shiver and her whole person froze in place, while Lu Yang had already walked towards her and directly pulled her hand and said, How about it? Big schoolgirl Naughty, your licking dog has already been beaten by me and is begging for mercy on his knees. Do you still want to resist? Naughty was really scared. She was afraid that she would also be kicked by Lu Yang. She was tempted to reject Lu Yang, but how dare you not say it? Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression and said with a smile, he, since you didn't refuse, I'll take it as your default. From today onwards Naughty is my third girlfriend. None of you lickspittles will think twice about him. So in the midst of a crowd of licking dogs, Lu Yang directly pulled Yuki's hand into the school. After watching Lu Yang walk away, those licking dogs then dared to voice out their discussion. Damn it, this Lu Yang is just too damnable. It's like forcing a good girl to be a prostitute. Jie clearly didn't want to be his woman, yet he forcefully pulled Jie away. This guy won't be dragging Yuki to a room at high noon again today, right? Don't do that kind of thing. Yuki is my favorite goddess. Woo. Lu Yang, this guy is so powerful. A kick can send someone flying 10 meters away. I'm afraid those legs are moving just like an impact drill. 10,000 revolutions per second. If Naughty got into his hands, the consequences are unimaginable. Alas, our goddess will soon take the shape of Lu Yang. Damn it. Each of Naughty's lickspittles was ashen, feeling like there was no point in living anymore. Watching their goddess being forcibly taken away by Lu Yang, they could do nothing but watch. This feeling of powerlessness was really too devastating. Originally they thought that their one infatuation with women could overcome all, but in the end they realized that it was all self-touched in the face of absolute power. They didn't even dare to have the heart to resist. As a lickspittle, even the heart of a lickspittle is lost, so what's left? In this moment, it was as if they had lost the meaning of living. A complete meltdown, and Lu Yang's mind was constantly subjected to negativity. He had just used up 2,000 last night, and now he had more than 1,000. Cool. He brought Naughty all the way inside the school to wave around, and those who saw the scene stopped to watch and even took out their cell phones to take pictures. The news of Lu Yang's third girlfriend coming out of nowhere instantly exploded in the school forums again, and Naughty shivered. She could feel the kind of aura that Lu Yang's body puts out, the kind of strong aura that makes people not dare to look directly. This man was too scary, too dominant, too strong. She clearly wanted to resist, but was unable to. One could only honestly be pulled by Lu Yang. Lu Yang said to him, "Don't be nervous, big schoolgirl Naughty. It's not like I'm a bad person. Usually the ones I beat up are those who provoke me first, such as the third young master and that licking dog of yours just now. As you can see, he punched me in the chest first before I kicked him away. So as long as someone doesn't mess with me, I usually won't move him, and the same goes for you. Just be good and be my girlfriend." No way. You don't seem like a nice guy, no matter how you look at it, Naughty thought in her mind, but the mouth didn't dare to say it. Alright, you go back to your classroom and go to class. Later on, let's go to the cafeteria together for lunch at noon. Since you're my girlfriend, of course you should do some things that couples should do, Lu Yang said undeniably, and then let Yuki leave, and he himself went into the classroom where he had his lessons. It was only then that Naughty, who was walking along the road, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is so unreasonable. It's just horribly overbearing, and super shameless. Obviously didn't know him at all, but confusedly became his girlfriend. Help, although he's really good looking and classy and strong. But, isn't it a bit too fast to become a girlfriend on the first day? Naughty was so apprehensive that she was even mentally contemplating whether or not to call the police. Eventually, he shook his head. Forget it, it didn't seem to be any use to call the police now. After all, the other party hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Call the police when he actually forces that on women against their will. Naughty thought this in her mind. Chapter 43, Controlling Lightning? Lu Yang returned to the middle of the classroom. At once everyone saluted him. Even their homeroom teacher didn't dare to look directly at Lu Yang. This guy, lately, has been a real buzzkill at school. Just the fact that he punched the head teacher in the face in public was enough for other students to brag about it for the rest of their lives. Not to mention the fact that he had several other girlfriends. Looking at the news on the forums inside the school, today he had gotten his hands on Naughty, one of the school's flower girls. This efficiency was a little too fast. Change one a day? A woman who never plays the second time? You know his girlfriends are superb. I don't know how many people's hearts in the dream goddess. To change others, just one can let people hold in the hands as a baby. I can't wait to be sweet and mushy with her every day. But what about Lu Yang? He got tired of it after just one time. This guy is such a waste. The male students all cast envious glances at Lu Yang. They all hope that they are Lu Yang can change a goddess a day. This kind of life is simply to think about it all make people feel cool. Goto also saw Lu Yang. He instantly shifted his gaze away, not daring to meet Lu Yang's eyes in any way. This guy, he even made a new schoolgirl girlfriend inside the school today. He's a real teddy. Gutang also hated and envied Lu Yang. Those superb goddesses he also wanted to play around with. But unfortunately, they wouldn't even look at him squarely. Even his own mom doesn't bother to look at him now. In front of Lu Yang, it seemed like he didn't even count as a fart. There's just so much difference between people. After class at noon, Lu Yang came to the cafeteria. Sakura Kumo and Lena had already been waiting for him. Lu Yang smiled and looked at them, then scanned the cafeteria and spotted Nadi's delicate figure. So instead of walking towards Sakura-kun, Momo and Lena, Lu Yang directly walked towards the table where Yuki was, and then sat on his butt across from Yuki. Seeing Lu Yang suddenly appear, Nadi was taken aback. This guy is such a... Lu Yang said with a smile. Yuki, didn't I say so? When you come to the cafeteria to eat today, wait for me to eat together. Why did you eat by yourself first? Later at noon I'm going to punish you a little bit. Don't. I don't want it. If you dare to force yourself on me, I will call the police to arrest you. Jay gathered her courage and said to Lu Yang with a stubborn face. After a morning's consideration, she had made up her mind that she must forcefully refuse, otherwise wouldn't she be letting this foreign student hold her hand? Although the other party was indeed very good and handsome, matching her own aesthetic, if it was a normal way to know each other, perhaps it could be developed into a couple. But she didn't want to be forced to become his girlfriend, so Nadi sternly refused. After hearing Nadi's words, Lu Yang froze. I did not expect that there is still a schoolgirl with a backbone. Ah, good. I like this kind of backbone. This kind of people play to be more contrasting. Very well, then we'll see. Big schoolgirl Nadi, sooner or later you'll take the initiative to climb into my Lu Yang's bed. After saying that, Lu Yang directly left Jay's table and walked over to Sakura Kumo's side. Seeing Lu Yang return again, Sakura-kun, Peach and Lena both revealed a hint of a playful smile, then said to Lu Yang, I didn't think that our Lu Yang god of boys would hit a wall. Ah, it seems that Jay Big School Flower isn't that easy to handle either. Aha, but the harder the woman is to handle, the more fulfilling it is to play with her. Lu Yang said non-committally. Didn't find anything on her, did you? The two of us sisters can go and ask around and try for you. Oh, we're all students at the same school. Why should she be free from your threats? Humph, that's not fair. It should be fair for the two of us to have all the students inside the entire school threatened by you. Sakura Kumo skimmed her mouth, continuing to say, she thinks that what she and Lena have gotten wet, others have to get wet too. Lu Yang instantly laughed when he heard this. Good lord, why didn't I think of that operation? He nodded and said, you're very thoughtful, and I'm all for it. If you can really help me find the handle on the other jokes, I can reward you with a few more trips to the hotel with you in the air conditioning. Cut, that's not a reward. Which time isn't half dead from exhaustion. Sakura-kun, Peach sent Lu Yang a nice blank stare. Ha ha ha, that's not what you said when you were blowing the air conditioner. Lu Yang said with a loud laugh. After dinner there was another room at noon, blowing off some air conditioning with Sakura Kumo. Regular classes continue in the afternoon. Today, no one dared to come to Lu Yang's trouble again, and the whole way home from school was normal, and no one dared to assassinate him on the way. After returning to the villa area, Lu Yang did not enter Ota's too big villa, but directly entered Nakai's villa, and then came all the way to the basement. At this time Nakai was still locked up in a dog cage. As soon as he saw someone open the basement door and come in, a glimmer of hope immediately brightened Nakai's face, which had been in despair. However, after seeing that the person who came in was no other than Lu Yang, his eyes quickly dimmed again. Thought it was saved, but also as a dead fat kid myself. No family, no friends, no job. Even if they suddenly disappeared, no one would notice. Who else but Lu Yang would go into his basement? At this moment, Lu Yang was his only hope for survival, so Nakai hurriedly begged for mercy at Lu Yang. Please, set me free. I'm so hungry. I'm going to starve to death. And you don't want me to starve to death and you turn into a murderer, do you? I don't think it's necessary to go this far between us. If you get yourself killed, the police, won't let you go. Whenever a crime is committed, clues are bound to be left behind. The net of heaven is wide open. You'll be caught for sure. Lu Yang said in a cold voice. You still know that the net of heaven is wide open? Ah, then when you wanted to run me over in the first place, did you ever think that you would also be caught by the police? Or did you think that I was just a foreign student? And even if I was hit by a car and killed, the police wouldn't care and would just treat it as an ordinary car accident? Hearing these words, Nakai froze, not realizing that the thoughts in his mind were completely seen through by Lu Yang. But so what? Isn't it normal for you, a foreign student with no background, to be targeted? I don't know how many international students die in Sakura Domestic every year, Nakai said to Lu Yang. That's right, just because you're a foreign student, the police will suspect you even more, and you're suddenly living in Mrs. Oda's house, just across the street from the villa. You don't belong to this villa area but you're living in it, so you're the most suspected. If you dare to kill me, be prepared to be caught by the police. You'll be shot too. Ha, do you think that I will be afraid? Lu Yang said with a cold smile. A finger was then extended to Nakai. Zip, zip, zip. There was an instant squeal of electricity above his fingers. Immediately after that a bolt of lightning instantly soared out from his fingers, hitting Nakai squarely in the forehead. Boom! With a flash of electricity, Nakai's forehead instantly exploded with a bang and green smoke rose. Nakai was taken by surprise, and his whole body fell backward and there was a cry of dismay. Ah! My head, my head, my head! Woo woo! His forehead was scorched black, and his already thinning hair was now instantly curled by the electricity, giving off a roasted odor. The whole person's body was tingling, and after collapsing into the dog cage without any strength, he couldn't even climb up if he wanted to. He looked at Liu Yang with a horrified face, an unbelievable expression on his face. This guy, he can actually control lightning? Chapter 44, Electrocuted. You're not human. What the hell are you guys? How are you able to control lightning? Nakai's entire body had been scared to death, and his eyes were so wide that his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. He covered his scorched black forehead. Incredulously, he looked at Liu Yang. A point that can be emitted from the top of a person's finger. Is this still a human being? It's definitely not. It's either the devil or God. But God is not going to put an innocent geek in a dog cage. So this guy must be evil. At this moment in time, Nakage was completely surrounded by fear. Originally he was thinking of using the police to threaten Liu Yang, but now it seems, the other party possessed the ability to control thunder and lightning, and might be a demon, not human at all. What can the police do to him? No wonder he didn't panic at all in the face of his threat. It's over. It's completely over. At this moment, Nakai seemed to have fallen into the middle of the ice cellar. His entire cold and obese body began to shiver. Liu Yang, on the other hand, kept receiving hints of obtaining negative emotionists inside his mind. Obviously after seeing that he had the ability to control lightning, this Nakai was stunned. Fear had taken over his heart, and at this moment, he had completely lost his mind to resist. Liu Yang sneered and said to the other party, "Yeah, I'm not a human being. I'm your unattainable god. I'll rule your entire Sakura kingdom. Everyone in your Sakura country will kneel at my Liu Yang's feet. And you, fat ass, tried to run me over with your car. Next, I'll let you taste the taste of electrocution." Liu Yang continued to point forward with his finger and a current soared out once again. Pop! The current struck Nakai directly in the chest. Immediately afterward it began to spread throughout his body. Zip! 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 Nakai's entire mouth kept begging Liu Yang for mercy. Please let me go. Don't electrocute me, please. I'm able to agree to whatever compensation you want. It's all my fault. It's me who shouldn't have taken a shot at you. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Spare me this time. Ah! So painful, so painful. Please, just turn off the electricity. Review. Please look over. Nakai tried to run over the protagonist with his car before the protagonist retaliated, not killing someone for no reason. He was on the ground and kept kowtowing to Liu Yang. His whole body was stiff and he could no longer speak. He could only make painful sounds. Dead? What a lack of electricity. Liu Yang let out a cold laugh. It was the first person he had killed since his rebirth. Originally, he thought that the person who would die in his hands would be the third young master, but he didn't expect it to be this dead fat pig. But even the third young master, seeing that he had robbed his favorite Sakura-Kong Peach, had only come to find trouble with himself, not to secretly kill him. This Nakai, however, because I stayed at Mrs. Oda's house, he just tried to run me over with his car. Doesn't that deserve to die? The moment he wants to kill someone, he should be prepared to be killed by them. This dead fat bastard doesn't usually have much human interaction. Even if he disappears, no one will notice. And this basement has been remodeled by him to be airtight, so that sounds can't be transmitted, odors can't be transmitted, and no one will find him before the end of the world arrives. And it doesn't matter even if someone finds out. With the power I have now, even the Sakura **** police won't be able to catch me. On the contrary, my current attack tried out its power. Just using only 1/3 of its strength can electrocute a person to death, and I'm afraid that under full force, it can directly split a person's head. Cool. If I had this power in my last life, would I still be dead? In this life, with the system's blessing, I must become a god in the end times. Let the entire Sakura country completely submit to my Liu Yang's feet. Take all the beautiful women in Sakura country into my pocket, and all the men into my slaves. I'm going to be the most powerful man in the world. After killing Nakai, Liu Yang directly left Nakai's villa and closed the door to the basement, letting him sleep in it forever. After doing all this, Liu Yang once again returned to Mrs. Oda's house. Mrs. Oda's face showed a hint of nervousness and fear when she saw Liu Yang return at this moment. What Liu Yang did last night was just too violent, too much for Mrs. Oda to fear afterward. She also thoroughly felt Liu Yang's power. It looked like just an ordinary college student, but after taking off his clothes he was all muscular and stronger than a bear. Liu Yang-jun, you're back. Dinner is already ready. Come and eat together. The supplies you asked me to procure for you have all arrived as well. I've already had them moved to the basement. Mrs. Oda said stiffly to Lu Yang. The tone of her voice was still gentle, but there was just a hint more of fear. Aha! Lu Yang nodded. Afterwards, he had dinner with Mrs. Oda. After dinner, Lu Yang directly went to the basement to check out the supplies. The last batch of supplies had all been collected by him inside his space. This time Lu Yang waved his hand and collected all the supplies in the basement into his space again. Only after doing this did he return to his room. And in the meantime, inside the best hospital in Tokyo, a powerful man walked into one of the wards. Chapter 45, Big Brother is back. This man was tall and lanky. The muscle lines on his body were extremely deep, as if carved by a knife. The skin was tanned and as bronzed as 1,000 hammers. His features were firm and his eyes were sharp and cold. No one on the road dared to look him in the eye. It was as if one look would cut him with his knife-like eyes. When he walked, his steps were even more vigorous and extremely athletic. As soon as he walked into the hospital room, the man with a bandaged chest on top of the hospital bed instantly sat up, a look of surprise on his face as he exclaimed, "Big brother, you came back? Didn't you say it would take a few more days?" The youngest son of the Akimichi family, 18th on the list of global killers. Due to his exceptional talent, he was spotted by a top assassins organization at a young age and brought in for training. Now he has become the platoon of that assassins organization. Hundreds of countries around the world, countless killers, and for him to be the 18th, speaks volumes about his strength. The toughest assignments the organization has ever received have been given to him to handle. The Akimichi family's current position in Tokyo is also due to the wealth and connections he brought with him. Finished the mission early, so I came back, the eldest young master said in a breezy manner. Then his gaze lingered on his two younger brothers for a moment. Unable to resist, he frowned. Speaking of, chest caved in? Having your arms and legs broken? It looks like the other party is very strong and a practiced fighter. The eldest young man asked himself that he couldn't do anything to break a man's thigh with his bare hands, because what he had learned was all about assassination. It was all about ambushing in the dark and killing in one blow. On top of his strength, he was indeed a bit stronger than ordinary people, but it wasn't to the point of breaking bones with his bare hands. The thigh bone in the human body is the hardest bone. To break this bone, you need to apply at least 250 kilograms of pressure instantaneously. That means that the strength in the other person's hands is capable of lifting at least 500 pounds with one hand. That's much better than even professional weightlifters. I'm afraid it's a practitioner who specializes in building strength. As soon as they heard their big brother say that, the second young master and the third young master immediately revealed a look of fear. They recalled the horror of that day when they were dominated by Lu Yang. The second young master even instantly reddened his eyes and cried to his big brother, "That guy is simply not human. Big brother, his strength is just too strong." Several of our strong men were kicked away by him at once, and when his foot stepped on my chest, it felt as if it was being pressed by a road roller. He's a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom. I suspect he's one of the legendary Kung Fu masters from the Dragon Kingdom. A Kung Fu master striking out at ordinary people like us. Isn't that bullying? It's simply not martial arts. Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu master? It's not like I haven't been exposed to it before. Even the highest Kung Fu was afraid of a chopper. A Kung Fu master is nothing in front of an assassination master. Give me his name and picture. Tomorrow is the last day of his life. I'll make him disappear without a trace, the eldest young master said confidently. His specialty is assassination, not head-to-head duels, although his own strength was a bit different from his opponents. But in terms of assassination techniques, he thought that no one in the whole of Tokyo could compare to him. No one can compare to himself. There was only one killer in Sakura country who was stronger than him, and that one, right now, wasn't in the country. Therefore the current grand young master could say that he could kill whoever he wanted to, and no one could stop him. Okay big brother, I'll send it to you, the second young master said and directly took out his cell phone to forward both the photos and videos of Lu Yang that were secretly captured on top of the forum to the first young master. The eldest young master frowned when he saw the photos and videos of Lu Yang hugging people left and right inside the school. Said, "This guy doesn't look like an expert in any way. Forget it, just kill it. Be careful big brother. This guy is very eccentric. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's more than just an ordinary college student." The second youngest reminded his big brother, "Don't worry, there are only 17 people in this world who can make me be careful, and it's a pity that all 17 of them are not in Sakura country right now." The eldest young master's face was filled with confidence, then directly left the ward without looking back. After seeing his big brother leave, the third young master took a deep breath. Just now when his big brother was present, he didn't even dare to breathe too hard, because the sense of oppression that the eldest young master gave him was just too strong. Second brother, big brother's strength is too fierce. I feel that it's much stronger than the pressure Lu Yang is giving us. That Lu Yang is definitely no match for big brother. It's stable this time. Of course big brother is the strongest. He is ranked globally. The top 50 killers are all gods among gods, and our big brother is ranked 18th, which is even more of a top powerhouse. So far there has been no task that Big Brother couldn't accomplish. How could a mere college student cause Big Brother any trouble? He's dead. A sinister expression also appeared in the eyes of the second young master. As a senior member of a club, wherever he goes, he is always in front and behind, and whoever sees him must not walk around. But what about this Lu Yang, who even ruthlessly hit his face in front of so many people in front of the school gate, and stomped himself over, making himself kneel down and beg for forgiveness? He couldn't swallow it. Now that his big brother had come back to help him out, he was of course excited. Second brother, I want to get out of the hospital early. I want to watch how that guy died. That guy was so hateful, breaking my hands and feet hard. I want to watch him kneel and beg for mercy in front of Big Brother. The third young master gritted his teeth and said, when he thought of the scene when Lu Yang had treated him, he now felt his body trembling. After staying in the hospital for a night, he didn't have to sleep all night, and when he fell asleep, he had nightmares about Lu Yang coming to find himself, which instantly woke him up again. Lu Yang had become his nightmare. If he didn't see Lu Yang kneeling and begging for mercy with his own eyes, he would never be able to pass this hurdle in his heart. The second youngest spoke. Third brother, calm down. Although Big Brother is strong, that guy Lu Yang is not weak either. Just in case if he jumps over the wall and makes a direct move on you and me, wanting to make a fish out of water. Even Big Brother can't take care of so many of us. You don't want to be dragged along by him before he dies, right? Hearing these words, the third young master remembered Lu Yang's terror again, and instantly trembled and winced as he hurriedly said, okay, forget it then. I'll just stay at the hospital obediently. We'll just wait here together for Big Brother's good news. The third young master is not a little cutie. Although he wanted to see Lu Yang die in front of him, he didn't want to lose his life. Chapter 46, Straight Up Kill It. On the second day, Lu Yang woke up early in the morning refreshed. After eating the loving breakfast made by Mrs. Oda, Lu Yang went straight to school. Walking down the road, Lu Yang suddenly had the feeling that he was being watched. For this kind of prying eyes, Lu Yang was very defensive, because being in the midst of the end of the world had already made him develop the good habit of being alert to sneak attacks in the dark at all times. That was why he could feel Nakai secretly peering at him in the first place. This time he felt the sensation of being spied on again, and the feeling of danger was even stronger. Lu Yang frowned without moving. It seemed that as the number of people he offended increased, so did the number of people who wanted to kill him. But with my own strength now, who else can kill me? He continued on, purposely picking a less traveled path. Eventually it even went down a deserted dead-end street. It's the best place for an assassination, and if someone is trying to turn the tables on himself, then he should jump out. As expected, Lu Yang just stopped his body, and the next second, brush, several wind-breaking sounds rang out. 3 flying daggers flew out from the darkness, pointing straight at Lu Yang's chest. This flying dagger was like a cannonball, extremely fast, definitely not thrown by an ordinary person. Anyone else would never be able to react. However, Lu Yang possessed several times the physical qualities and reflexes of an ordinary person at this moment. The speed of this flying dagger was no different from slow motion in his opinion. He took a sideways step. Brush! The 3 flying knives brushed against him and plunged deep into the concrete floor. The flying knives that were more than 10 centimeters long surprisingly all fell into them. Lu Yang was a bit shocked by what he saw. What a powerful force. It was on the verge of catching up with 30% of his own power. And seeing that Lu Yang was able to sidestep his flying dagger at such a critical juncture, the shadowy young master also let out a gasp. Good man, this can even be dodged. Lu Yang locked his eyes on the big young master's hiding place. When the flying daggers flew out just now, he had already determined the opponent's position through the flying trajectory of the flying daggers. It's just behind the corner of that building in the distance. Electricity surged in Lu Yang's eyes, and a squeaky electric current sounded from his fingers. Always ready to make your own lightning attack. Still, before attacking, he wanted to see who the other person really was, so he called out to the person behind the corner. Come out, I know you're hiding there. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Knowing that his hiding place had been exposed, the eldest young master simply stopped hiding and walked straight out. Lu Yang instantly reacted after seeing the other party. This guy's looks are 5 points with the third young master. Similarity just a little bit older presumably. Again, it is some brother of the third young master. This 3 young masters really don't change their ways, trying to get back at me in this situation. It seems that he was given a life to save, but he didn't want to cherish it. Then take his dog's life next time. Lu Yang, a freshman at Tokyo University, a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom, has Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu and possesses the strength to fight 10 with 1, said the eldest young master as he walked out with Lu Yang's personal information. Lu Yang looked at him with a playful face. The thought crossed my mind that you're a little behind on this information. I have 4 other superpowers. How come you didn't know about this? But you should never, never touch my brother. If you offend me, then you are dead. As the eldest young master said, he quickly flew out a few more flying daggers from his hands, charging straight at Liu Yang's face. His entire body was also like a ghost approaching Liu Yang at great speed, wanting to attack in close under the cover of the flying daggers. He knew that his opponent was able to dodge his flying dagger, but as a professional killer, the means of killing won't be so one-dimensional. The more specialized the killer, the more archaic the assassination. It is said that the killer ranked No. 1 in the list of killers he kills in only one way. That is to wipe the neck no matter how difficult the task, no matter how difficult the other party to kill. He will wipe the other party's neck. That's why the hashtag 1 killer on the list of killers is also known as a throat slasher. Liu Yang coldly laughed, dodged the attack of the flying dagger again. And at this moment the big young master has almost come to his side, holding a dagger with a cold light in his hand, ready to stab into Liu Yang's heart. Liu Yang stretched out his finger and pointed it at him. This finger instantly shook the heart of the eldest young master. An extremely dangerous feeling made his hair stand on end, as if his entire body was locked by a sniper's rifle. Obviously just a finger. How did it come to be so powerful? What's this guy trying to do to me? In the next second he saw lightning appear above Liu Yang's fingers. Zip zip zip. Boom! With a loud bang, a lightning bolt was like a silver snake. It flew directly from Liu Yang's fingers. It instantly cleaved the head of the eldest young master. Audit, please look over here. Here is the big young master as a killer first killed the protagonist. So the protagonist is forced to kill back, not a killing without reason. His body then fell heavily to the ground in a running position. The top assassin ranked 18th on the global assassin list died in Liu Yang's hands just like this, and Liu Yang still had a breezy expression on his face. He walked out of that alley and continued on to school. It's as if taking out a professional killer is as easy for him as going to the side of the road and boohooing. The students in the school saw Liu Yang as if they saw a plague god. One by one, they all hid away, daring only to take a peek from a distance. Negative emotional values kept coming from wherever he went, and everyone was terrified of him. Lunch continued with Cherry Hollow Peach and Lena chatting and blowing off some air conditioning. In the evening after school Liu Yang returned to Mrs. Oda's house. His online purchase had arrived. Bows and arrows, crossbows, machetes. Liu Yang purchased a total of 20 bows, 20 crossbows, and 20 machetes online. Bought 10,000 arrows. Although he possessed a lightning attack, he was not able to attack too many times with his current spiritual power. Therefore, when dealing with ordinary zombies, ordinary weapons like bows and arrows and machetes were the most useful. In the basement, Liu Yang was ready to try out his marksman ability. According to the description of the marksman's superpower himself, he can shoot 100 times while being able to two-shot. The description of 100 shots is very easy to understand, but the description of 2 consecutive shots Liu Yang was somewhat incomprehensible. Can't an ordinary person shoot arrows twice in a row? Or even 10 times in a row? Why is this superpower listed separately? Liu Yang wistfully thought about it and directly opened his bow and shot an arrow. Brush! Bang! That one arrow was directly in the center of the bullseye. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang revealed an expression of surprise. It is true that 100 shots, 1 shot is 10 rings. Even aiming do not have to deliberately aim directly estimate the hit on the line. It's completely just a matter of shooting arrows by feel to be able to hit them at will. Chapter 47, The Police Are Here. So what's next to try this 2 in a row bottom? Liu Yang quickly opened his bow and fired 2 arrows directly. Brush! At the same time the first arrow was flying, the second arrow had already launched after it, and first to directly hit the butt of the first arrow. The force conducts on the butt of the first arrow. Subsequently, pow! With a crunch, the first arrow went straight and deep into the middle of the target, even as the arrow pierced the concrete wall behind it. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's face revealed an expression of surprise. So that's what the legendary 2-shot power doubling means? The first arrow sent will be hit on the tail by the second arrow sent. The second arrow will then conduct the power to the first. Liu Yang's mind had another idea. If that's the case, then won't I be able to directly change the angle of the first shot by changing the direction of the second shot? Saying that he would do it, Liu Yang quickly shot 2 more arrows. Brush! Brush! This time the second arrow hit the tail of the first arrow directly, however at a different angle. This time the angle of the first arrow shifted directly to make the turn. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang instantly revealed an expression of surprise. Sure enough, it's even capable of making 90-degree turns. This marksman is really powerful. Even if the enemy was hiding behind a wall, Liu Yang was able to use this skill to make the shot arrows turn around and attack the enemy. That's a pretty high ceiling for that ability. After trying out the Divine Archer's ability, Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression as he hurriedly put all these weapons inside his storage space. Afterwards, Liu Yang directly walked out of the basement and returned to his room, took a shower, and lay on the bed ready to have a beautiful sleep. And the other side, in the hospital morgue, the second young master looked at the body in front of him with a shocked expression on his face. The firm muscles, the lines as if they were carved by knives, the body as if it was built by 1,000 hammered steel. It's his big brother all right. Just, why did my big brother's head explode? What the hell is going on here? Who did this? Didn't my big brother say he was going to help me get back in front of Lu Yong? How come he got his head blown off directly? The second youngest is about to go crazy. A nearby policeman said to the second youngest, "My condolences. According to the doctor's initial judgment, he was struck by lightning and just hit his head. Died on the spot. It is an accidental death." Accident? How can it be an accident? Where did the thunder come from in broad daylight? It's not raining or windy. It was Lu Yang who did it. It must be him. The second young master said frantically. Lu Yang? Who's that? An old policeman in his 40s looked at the second youngest. A skeptical gleam had appeared in his eyes. The man did die in a very strange way. Getting struck by lightning in the middle of the day, and in the middle of a city's skyscrapers, is a hard thing to happen, because there are lightning rods on the upper floors. Even if the thunder is going to strike, it is also going to strike the lightning rods, and it is not possible to strike the people downstairs. The youngest died in an alley, which was narrow, not an open area, and normally lightning doesn't strike in the middle of an alley. Lu Yang is an international student at the University of Tokyo. He broke my chest, my brother's arms and legs. My older brother was trying to avenge us, so he tried to teach him a lesson. But who knew that he would die in the neighborhood of the University of Tokyo just like that? Who else could it be but Lu Yang? It must be him who did it, the second young master said with a bite. Shaolin, check the surveillance in that neighborhood and see if this Lu Yang has appeared, the old cop said to a young female cop next to him. Okay, Captain. The tall and sexy female police officer with delicate and beautiful features, Kobayashi, nodded, and then immediately began to go check the surveillance. Instead, the old policeman handed out a business card and spoke to the second young master. My name is Kato. I'm the captain of the Tokyo security team. If you have any other clues, feel free to contact me. Don't worry, if your brother really didn't die in an accident, but in a murder, then I will find out and catch the murderer. The second young master took the business card. His face was still agitated as he said, "It must be Lu Yang. You guys check him out more. You'll definitely be able to find out the clues. That guy is not an ordinary person. He knows Kung Fu. He knows Kung Fu. Maybe he also knows witchcraft. Maybe this thunder is what he attracted down. Don't worry, don't get too excited. We won't let any murderer go and we won't wrong any good person. We are professionals." Kato patted the second youngest's shoulder, then left the place. In the Tokyo sheriff's office, Kobayashi pulls out the security footage she's pulled. It was playing on top of the projector, said as he played it. Captain, this is international student Lu Yang's course of action all morning, and according to the surveillance, he did enter that one alley, but there's no surveillance inside the alley, so we can't know what's going on inside, and Lu Yang is the only one who entered the alley. There was no sign of the young master. The surveillance couldn't see when the Grand Master went in. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. But the time of the young master's death coincided with Lu Yang's appearance inside the alley. The two may indeed be somewhat related. Big young master as a top-ranked assassin on top of the global assassin list. Dodging surveillance to find dead ends is no problem for him. Originally he thought he would take out Lu Yang, so along the way he deliberately avoided the surveillance, just to not leave clues to be found by the police, but did not expect to end up being killed by himself. Now looking at the images inside the surveillance, Captain Kato's face also showed a somewhat grave expression. Neither of these two seem like normal people. The young master didn't appear in the surveillance footage, so how did he appear inside that alley? And how did you die there? What is the relationship between them? Is it really just to take it out on his brother to get Lu Yang in trouble? If that's the case, why can't the surveillance cameras catch him? After thinking for a few minutes, Kato finally made the decision to say to Kobayashi, "Get Lu Yang over here and ask him personally." "Yes, Captain." Kobayashi nodded, then immediately started moving with a few of his team members. 10 p.m. Following the clues, Kobayashi took 3 members of the vigilante team to Mrs. Oda's house and knocked on her door. Mrs. Oda herself opened the door, and when she saw that the person knocking on the door was from the vigilante, she was momentarily taken aback, and a look of fear crossed her face. "I didn't call the police. What's with these Tokyo cops? Who are they here for?" After her fear had passed, Mrs. Oda pretended to be calm. "A couple of officers. Can I help you?" Chapter 48, Don't Slander. "Hello, you must be Mrs. Oda. We've received information. Lu Yang, the foreign student living in your house, may be related to a case and needs to be brought back for our investigation. He should be living in your house right now, right?" Kobayashi directly opened the door and said to Mrs. Oda, Case? Mrs. Oda was in a freezing cold at the moment. This case wouldn't involve Guto's bullying incident, would it? Don't. Not that kind of thing. I tried so hard for so many days to stabilize Liu Yang. Is it going to be all for naught? Damn it. Although her heart was on the verge of breaking down, Mrs. Oda's face still had a fake calm expression as she said to Officer Kobayashi, "Officer, Liu Yang does live in my house because he's a good friend of Guto's. He's just an ordinary foreign student. How could he be involved in any case? That's not something the missus should know. Anyway, we need him to come with us now." Officer Kobayashi winked at his teammate next to him and walked straight into the wife's house, then led by the wife's people to Liu Yang's room. At this time, Liu Yang was about to rest. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw 4 police officers. One of the female officers at the head of the group was surprisingly very good looking, about 1.65 meters in height, and looked like she weighed about 100 pounds. The greatness of that chest, even under the wrapping of the uniform, was able to be seen as heavy and extremely majestic. It was no smaller than Mrs. Oda's. "I'm afraid she's a police officer of the rank of sergeant. Looks like this female officer is carrying a lot of weight every day. I wonder if she usually chases after thieves." Being approached by a female police officer in the middle of the night, Liu Yan wasn't surprised. She instantly remembered that she was afraid that the police had already found out about the killing of the eldest young master today, but they definitely had no proof, because they themselves did not have any physical contact with the eldest young master at all, who was killed by lightning. So Liu Yang's face was relaxed as he said to the policeman, "What is it, officer? At night also give no one to sleep, You are Liu Yang?" Officer Kobayashi's face showed a somewhat surprised expression, although he had seen Liu Yang blurring inside the security camera. However, she also did not expect this Liu Yang real person to look so handsome and sunny, not at all like the kind of murderer who would kill, and it doesn't look like a vicious person. So how could he step on someone's chest and break their arms and legs? "It's me," Liu Yang said with a calm nod. "Then come with us. We suspect you're involved in a case and need you to go back and cooperate with our investigation," Officer Kobayashi said calmly. "Case? I didn't do anything bad," Liu Yang said without a trace of panic on his face. "It's just a suspicion right now. As long as you cooperate with our investigation, if you're innocent, we'll clear your name," Officer Kobayashi replied. "Alright, then I'll come with you guys," Liu Yang nodded and said. Next to her, Mrs. Oda looked at Liu Yang with a nervous face and kept signaling with her eyes. At the same time, he shook his head slightly to indicate that the matter was none of his business and that he had not called the police. Liu Yang of course knows that it is not Mrs. Oda reported to the police. Mrs. Oda paid already a lot. The villa was transformed, paid money, but also paid the body. There was absolutely no way she was going to call the police to have herself taken away under these circumstances, because the sunk costs are so high that if the police are called, her son's bullying will be exposed and everything she's done will be undone. Liu Yang nodded at her, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Then they followed Officer Kobayashi and the others to the police car and to the sheriff's station. In the interrogation room of the security team, Kato was holding a stack of information he had investigated, looking at Liu Yang in front of him with a deep expression. This guy, he's not just as honest and sunny as he seems. According to the investigation, he could have gained a lot of ill-gotten gains recently. How exactly did he get all this money? Is something to ponder. Kato was the first to speak. Liu Yang, 18 years old, a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom, attending his freshman year at the University of Tokyo. An honest and straightforward foreign student until May 11th. But on May 11th you stayed at Mrs. Oda's house, and before that you hadn't had any dealings with Mrs. Oda at all, and didn't even know her. At the same time, you are not on friendly terms with your classmate, your wife's son, Kudo, and you even had an argument and fight in school. So, how did you end up living in Mrs. Oda's house? Liu Yang calmly replied. I fell in love with my wife at first sight. The two of us met on top of the tram on May 11th. I had a crush on her and she had a crush on me, so I stayed at her house. Any questions? Officer Kobayashi next to her instantly frowned when she heard that. Mrs. Oda is 35 years old. Though, women are like wine. The older they get the more flavorful they are. I just like the older ones. I see Officer Shaolin is also charming. How old are you? Liu Yang looked at Officer Shaolin with a bad smile on his face. Officer Kobayashi burst into a small blush. Kato said seriously, this is not the time for your gag. I'll ask a question and you answer it. No problem. I promise to cooperate. Liu Yang replied calmly. Kato continued. Mrs. Oda transferred 5 million to you. The head teacher of your school transferred 50 million to you. And the third and second young masters transferred 20 million each to you. You got a whopping $95 million in just a few days. Why did they transfer the money to you? What methods did you use to threaten them? As I've already said, I fell in love with Mrs. Oda at first sight. Mrs. Oda is a famous show host. She has a lot of money, and when I was short of money to spend, she of course gave me $5 million in pocket money. As for the third young master and the second young master, that's because they came after me and beat me up in public, and in the end, they realized they couldn't beat me, so they had to use money to settle the matter. So let's call it moral damages. Of course that's what they offered to give, not me blackmailing them. I never asked them for money or how much. As for the head teacher, that's because I performed well inside the school and often publicized the head teacher's glorious deeds, so the head teacher purposely took out 50 million in order to reward me. It's quite understandable, isn't it? Liu Yang replied with a single glance. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Captain Kato directly frowned. Nothing this guy says seems to be true, but it's hard to know how to refute it, and at first glance it seems to make sense. Today, according to the CCTV, you entered a cul-de-sac, and inside that cul-de-sac the body of the youngest son was found. The time of his death and the time you entered the alleyway overlapped each other, so you're the one who killed the youngest, right? Kato looked at Liu Yang with venomous eyes, as if he could see through the thoughts in Liu Yang's mind. Liu Yang knew that this was the captain of the security team deliberately swindling himself. He calmly replied, "What virtue and ability do I have as a foreign student to be able to do that kind of thing? I don't dare to kill officer, there is evidence to conclude a case. You can't just slander others." Chapter 49, trying to get your hands on it. Don't be arrogant. As long as you did it, I will definitely find the evidence. Kato's face showed a serious expression as he continued to ask Liu Yang. Then let me ask you, what happened after you entered that one alley? Why did you go into that cul-de-sac? Have you seen the eldest young master? Liu Yang still had a calm face and replied with a smile. Because I suddenly urinated on my way to school, so I looked for a deserted alley to solve it. And when I entered that alley, I didn't see this so-called great young master. The guy answered reasonably. It was clear that countless clues pointed to him being involved in the death of the eldest young master, but not a single shred of evidence could be found that proved it was related. Damn it! Kato frowned and flipped through the information in his hand again as he continued to ask. According to our investigation, you in the last few days you asked Mrs. Oda to purchase a very large amount of supplies, and at the same time you yourself purchased weapons online, which included bows and arrows, crossbows, and swords, a staggering amount. What do you want to do? Kill someone with these weapons? Captain Kato, I have to remind you, although you are the captain of the security team and you have reason to suspect me, you can't slander me. I think you're a little biased against me. If you continue like this then I won't cooperate with you. You talk to my lawyer. Liu Yang said with a cold face. Okay, I'll admit that the way I asked you the question was a little off. Then I'll ask it in a different way. What do you want to buy so many weapons for? Kato didn't expect this Liu Yang to be so eloquent, so he had to change his words. I love outdoor survival, and I bought these weapons because I'm a survivalist, so I like to gather supplies and collect weapons, which is a normal hobby a survivalist should have. Moreover, these weapons are all in line with the laws of the Sakura country. They are not prohibited weapons, therefore there is no need for you to suspect that I will kill someone just by looking at the weapons I bought, right? Liu Yang still calmly replied. Kato closed the information in his hand somewhat angrily after hearing that. It is true that the clues provided by the information do not prove that Liu Yang would kill anyone. The security footage also didn't capture the grand young master entering the inside of the alley. At the same time, no evidence was found that Liu Yang had taken a shot at Ashizu as well. There's no way to prove that Liu Yang is the one who hurt the eldest young master. The case is at a dead end again, and I don't know how to proceed. All signs point to Liu Yang's high level of suspicion, but no evidence can be found. It's annoying. The policewoman next to her, Kobayashi, also frowned and stared at Liu Yang. Any way you look at it, this guy is off and very lightweight. Answering the captain's questions, his eyes still stole glances at himself from time to time. What can you see through the clothes? There's nothing to see. My eyes are about to fall out. Not a decent person at first glance. It's just too obscene. Guys, if there are no more questions, I guess I can go back? I still have to attend class tomorrow. Don't worry, you guys can always come to me if you find any evidence. I will fully cooperate with your investigation, Liu Yang said to Kato in a relaxed tone. Kato was very reluctant to release the man, but the other man had a point, and they couldn't bend over backwards to force a confession. Moreover, people are so nice and say that they can cooperate with the investigation at any time, so it doesn't seem to make sense to hold them back any longer. Alright, then you can go back first. Kato nodded, helplessly. It's so late. It's dangerous for me to walk on the road as a college student. What if I meet a bad guy? Why don't you let Officer Kobayashi send me back? I like spending time with Officer Kobayashi. Officer Kobayashi is broad-minded and tolerant. It's very secure, Liu Yang said with a bad smile on his face. Officer Kobayashi felt a little angry when she heard this light-hearted remark and rolled her eyes at Liu Yang, but Kato instantly glared at Officer Kobayashi. Officer Kobayashi also immediately knew what the captain meant, which was to get himself close to Lu Yang to find a breakthrough point. Since the other guy is horny, let's start with that. After all, this was the only weakness they knew of for Lu Yang. Captain Kato said, Kobayashi, then drive Lu Yang back, and be safe on the way. Okay, Captain. After replying, Shaolin looked at Lu Yang and said with some disgust, let's go. I'll send you back. Thank you, officer. Lu Yang smiled and nodded, then said to Captain Kato again, Captain Kato, next time if you don't have any substantial evidence, you shouldn't come to the door in the middle of the night to take someone. It's affecting my rest. My lawyer will contact you next. Talk to my lawyer if there's anything. Turning Lu Yang dashingly away from the sheriff's office, got in Officer Kobayashi's police car. Watching Lu Yang leave, the members of Kato's squad each revealed a somewhat angry expression. One of the team members said, Captain, this guy definitely has a problem. Why are we letting him go? We have the right to detain him for 24 hours. Making him unable to sleep for 24 hours will definitely reveal some truth. Another team member chimed in. That's right. I don't think this guy is anything serious. So many people transferring money to him in such a short period of time. And a bunch of excuses. Why don't they transfer money to him without giving it to anyone else? That's a whole $95 million. How many people don't make that much money in their whole life? He's just a foreign student. The third member of the team said, maybe we should start our investigation with the people around him. Like that Mrs. Oda. And that one head teacher. Investigate the truth about the money they gave Lu Yang. And maybe we can find some clues to Lu Yang's murder. Kato nodded after listening to his teammates, saying, what you all said makes perfect sense. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. I can vouch for that with my 10 years of experience in crime solving. It's just that so far, we haven't found any evidence. You guys go ahead and investigate the people around him. I'll have Kobayashi sideline him and hopefully find some holes. There is no such thing as a perfect crime in this world. If you commit a crime, you're bound to leave a message and you're bound to get caught, no matter who it is, Captain Kato said with a confident look on his face. The death of the eldest young man, the toughest and most peculiar case he had met in recent years. This stirs up Kato's desire to win. He must solve this case and bring the murderer to justice. And right now, the biggest suspect in this case is Lu Yang. On the other side, the police car, Lu Yang sat in the passenger seat. He looked at Officer Kobayashi, who was driving next to him, with an admiring look on his face. In his mind, he kept sighing that this Tokyo policewoman was really pretty and rhyming. Aged around 25, she has the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman, combining the two to the extreme, so to speak. Even anger and disgust look so good. I wonder how pretty it would be if I smiled. Like this kind of woman. Really want to go out with her once. After all, Lu Yang cannot have had a police officer girlfriend. Chapter 50, relieved at last. Officer Kobayashi, how old are you? Lu Yang asked with a smile to Officer Kobayashi who was driving. What's the point of asking that question? Don't you know that a woman's age is not to be asked? Officer Kobayashi blankly glanced at Lu Yang without any good sense of humor. This guy is clearly a suspect in a crime, but he's quite unaware of it. Moving close to me, the police, don't you know I specialize in catching bad guys? Harm, I just casually asked. I don't want to say it even if. Officer Shaolin looks young and pretty, also 30 years old. I did not expect to have become a criminal investigation team elite. Really admirable, Lu Yang said casually. However, I didn't expect that. As soon as I heard this sentence, Officer Kobayashi instantly revealed an angry expression. With a wide-eyed look of incredulity, somewhat angrily, he said to Lu Yang, what? You said I look 30 years old? You're blind. I'm only 25, okay? People say that I look like I'm 20 years old, and you're saying that I look like I'm 30. You damn you. Oh, so Officer Kobayashi is 25. I happen to be 19 years old. You are 6 years older than me. If there is an old saying that a woman is older than you, you happen to hold 2 bricks. I think the two of us are perfect for each other. Officer Shaolin, do you have a boyfriend? Do you want to consider me for a while? Lu Yang said with a bad smile on his face. At the same time, her eyes started to keep glancing at Officer Kobayashi, looking up and down on top of her perfect body. Sexy and pretty. The key is decency. Lu Yang was looking forward to what would happen after he turned this decent woman into his girlfriend. After Officer Kobayashi heard Lu Yang's words, there was even more disgust in his eyes. Sure as a lightweight, she bristled and said angrily, I'm sorry, whether or not I have a boyfriend, that's my personal business, not yours to ask. I'd rather ask you why you kill people. Hey, I said, you guys must be careful as magistrates. You can't talk nonsense. This kind of bloodshed shouldn't happen to you guys. You represent the official of the Sakura country Tokyo. Is this how you, Sakura country, bully foreign students? I didn't kill anyone. Do I look like I can kill someone with no hands? Liu Yang spread his hands to show his great innocence. Officer Kobayashi glanced at Liu Yang's hands, and the muscle lines on his small arms were even more impressive than those of the slain young master. The muscles on his body were even more visible through his clothes. As strong as Mr. Bodybuilder. You're defenseless? You can even fight 100 chickens. You guys really don't have a word of truth in your mouth. I'm getting more and more suspicious of you. Don't worry, as long as you did it, sooner or later you will be found out. Officer Kobayashi said warningly to Liu Yang, completely forgetting that the captain had signaled his to get close to Liu Yang and sidestep some information. He was completely incapable of any kind of cozying up to this abomination. Finally, she sent Liu Yang to Mrs. Oda's house. Opening the door, Mrs. Oda saw that Liu Yang had returned, and a look of relief appeared on her face. Her eyes were still a little red, obviously, because Liu Yang was arrested by the police. She could have shed a lot of tears. For one thing, she did care a little about Liu Yang's safety, and for another, once Liu Yang was taken away by the police, the video of her son bullying his classmates would be automatically posted online, and then all the efforts she had made would be in vain. Now that she saw that Liu Yang had finally returned, the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. Officer Kobayashi instantly wore a somewhat disdainful expression when he saw Mrs. Oda's reddened eyes. This guy can't really like Liu Yang, right? You've only been captured for a few hours and you're secretly crying your eyes out? No, I mean ma'am, he's your son's classmate. Your age difference is almost 20 years. You can really eat this tender grass. You're not afraid to die in bed. Officer Kobayashi was bellyaching in his mind. And this Liu Yang seems to just like being older. And just now in the car, he even spoke softly to himself. The man also has a special fetish for pulling full stops. A wife likes to eat young grass, and a Liu Yang likes ants and doesn't want to make an effort. The two can be said to have a bad taste in their mouths. In the beginning she thought that what Liu Yang said was all a lie, but now after seeing how Mrs. Oda behaved, she even believed Liu Yang's words a little. Maybe the two of them really fell in love at first sight. Otherwise, why would Mrs. Oda cry so much if she was forced to? Liu Yang-jun, you finally came back. I was worried to death. Mrs. said with a sobbing voice. It's okay, a little thing is just a little thing. It's the duty of all of us to cooperate with the police investigation. I believe that the police in Tokyo will give me a clean slate. In addition, Mrs. Is my lawyer contacted yet? Liu Yang patted her back and said with comfort. Got in touch, one of the best lawyers I know. I'll send you the contact information later. Just go directly to him if you have something. Mrs. Oda replied. Well, that's good. Liu Yang nodded, then walked into the villa and said to Officer Kobayashi, Officer Shaolin, there is nothing, you go back first. Tonight you guys can scare our wife. I have to take a good comfort before. Liu Yang said. Officer Kobayashi bristled in disgust as he heard this. What a pair of that's. Then he turned straight around and walked up to the police car and drove back to the station. It was only after the police had left that Mrs. Oda hurriedly said to Liu Yang, What the hell is going on, Liu Yang-kun? I never called the police to arrest you. Why would the police come looking for you? Don't worry, Mrs. Oda. It's none of your business, I know. And it's not because of Guto bullying his classmates. The police came to me because of something else. You don't have to worry. I'll take care of it myself. Now I'm tired. I'm going to go back to rest. Too tired. You should also go to bed early. Liu Yang said calmly. He looked at his cell phone. It was now 1 a.m. The damn vigilantes had made it so that he couldn't get a good night's sleep. Okay, Liu Yang-kun, hurry up and get some rest. The Mrs. sighed in relief. She was also afraid that Liu Yang misunderstood that she had reported to the police to arrest him, and then the fish died and sent out the video directly. It's a good thing Liu Yang-jun is so perceptive. That would be a relief for myself. Chapter 51, Discovery of the Basement. Liu Yang went to school as usual on the second day, and the members of the criminal investigation team began to investigate the people around Liu Yang. Start with Mrs. Oda, who gave the money, and the head teacher. As for the third and second young masters, the motives of the two of them for giving the money were so clear that there was no longer any need to ask them, and as soon as they were asked, they flatly asserted that the eldest young master must have been killed by Liu Yang, so both of their testimonies can be excluded first. After all, they were also blood brothers with the great young man, so it was normal for them to be a bit paranoid. But what even the members of this criminal investigation team couldn't imagine was that neither Mrs. Oda nor the head teacher they provided any useful clues. Mrs. Oda's answer was simple, because Liu Yang-kun was short of money and the two of them were good friends, so she was willing to spend money on Liu Yang. That's what they say, but the implication is that they bagged a gigolo, so isn't it normal to give some money to spend? Otherwise, why would people look for a 35-year-old woman? Although they are very beautiful, but Liu Yang-jun's appearance is not bad. The CID had hit a wall here before. and then began to put their main focus on the director of instruction's side again. The director of instruction is the uncle of the eldest young man. Originally they thought that this uncle of the dead man would give them useful clues. Who knows that the director of instruction side bit the bullet and said that the $50 million was given to Liu Yang voluntarily by him just because Liu Yang was a good student, and that his favorite thing as a director of instruction was to reward good students, although he was very strict with ordinary students, but to the excellent students that is also very fond of, usually like to give students rewards, and also out of their own pockets of rewards. He also turned over the records of transfers he made to some of the best female students, and there were a few good female students to whom he also transferred $10 million, $20 million, $30 million. The number varies. As a member of the Akimichi family, the last thing the director needs is money. As Liu Yang was the best of all the students and a foreign student who was relatively poor himself, the head teacher felt that he should help him, so he made a one-off transfer of $15 million. Now the police had to be convinced. Also cast an admiring glance at the director of instruction, a truly honorable practitioner of education. With such a good director, why worry about the students in Tokyo not being talented? The director of teaching also said that Liu Yang is usually very good in school, excellent grades, and people are kind, never cause trouble, usually only other people's he will fight back, even his own two nephews are because first messed with Liu Yang was beaten into the hospital. In the view of the director of teaching that are their own nephew's fault, not Liu Yang's fault. So he complimented Liu Yang again in front of the police. The director of teaching is not stupid. He has a handle on Liu Yang's hand. Although he said that Liu Yang has said that he deleted the video, but he does not believe it. Such an important video who will not leave a backup. The only thing that can hold Liu Yang back is that one agreement. Liu Yang can't send the video out, or else he will pay 10 times, or 500 million. But once Liu Yang was caught by the police, he couldn't spend it, even if he had more money. Maybe it will be directly fish death net to give themselves out. Then their own in the school and female students inside the adultery will be reported out. Then their future can be ruined. May also go to jail. After all, there are a few female students were forced to threaten their own. Therefore the director of teaching did not want Liu Yang to be caught by the police. After listening to the director, once again, the CID is in the middle of a dead end. Both from Mrs. Oda's mouth and from the head teachers. None of them could get a clue to Liu Yang's murder. And these people gave Liu Yang money and said nice things about Liu Yang, which is really puzzling. How did he take the money standing up? Now Liu Yang is not short of money and has no motive to commit the crime. Even if the eldest young master had gone to trouble him and wanted to teach him a lesson, it was still not to the point of murder, was it? And according to the autopsy report of the eldest young master, he was killed by lightning. What ability does Liu Yang have to be able to strike people with lightning? Various circumstances show that Liu Yang does not seem to be a murderer. The members of the criminal investigation team looked at each other and then left the director of instruction's office. It's been a busy day, and I haven't found any clues, so I'm really calling it a day. After returning to the CID, he reported what happened here to Captain Kato truthfully. Captain Kato also showed a grave expression after listening to their report. Intuition tells him that Liu Yang is the murderer, but various investigations cannot find any evidence. That's a tricky case. He shook his head and spoke to the team. Let's leave it at that for today. Continue the investigation tomorrow, starting with the people around him, including his classmates around him who have scandalous girlfriends with him. He is a big name inside the school forum. I believe you guys have read the discussion threads about him. He used to be just a decent international student, but now how did he become a big celebrity in the school all of a sudden? Something must have happened to him. Also investigate the people inside Villa 1 where Mrs. Oda is. See what those neighbors think of Liu Yang. Maybe we can find clues. Aye, Captain, the team said with nods, then left the place, and Liu Yang, still according to the usual habits, normal school, normal after school, normal with the school flower to go to the room to blow air conditioning chat. On the second day the CID team started to investigate the neighbors inside the villa area wanting to get some clues about Liu Yang from the neighbors. However, the villa area is sparsely populated, and usually people don't have much communication. Most people don't have any impression of Liu Yang, and they don't even know that Liu Yang has lived in their villa area. The only person who had some impression of Liu Yang was the security guard of the villa area. However, the security guard did not know Liu Yang very well either. All that was known was that he was a guest at Mrs. Oda's house. The CID team was disappointed, so there was another knock on the door of the cottage across the street from Mrs. Oda's house, but no one opened the door after knocking for half a day. The CID team was puzzled, so they found the property in the villa area again and asked. The property owner says there is a resident here and the owner's name is Nakai. It's a geek who rarely leaves the house and is usually at home. So the CID team continued to knock on the door, and after knocking for half a day there was still no answer. This villa was the closest one to Mrs. Oda's villa, and the easiest to observe all the movements of Mrs. Oda's house. There may well be clues about Liu Yang, so the CID asked the property to open the door. Soon the door was opened. As soon as they stepped inside the villa, the CID team was taken aback because there were pictures of Mrs. Oda hanging all over the villa. The homeowner in this family is a pervert. They searched the house, and the more they searched, the more they decided that this man was a pervert, and that he had a very large number of photos of Mrs. Oda and videos of face swapping with the likeness of his previous wife AI stored inside his computer hard drive. Those videos are sick videos. Watching Officer Kobayashi was a blush. This kind of tops it off and just turns off the video playback said. Where did this guy go? Hurry up and find him. What a pervert. So they continued their search and soon set their sights on Nakai's basement. They looked at each other and opened the basement door together. And the sight inside instantly took them by surprise. Chapter 52, Discovery of the Body. The inside of the basement was filled with a foul odor. In a dog cage made of steel, an obese body collapsed in it, its body curled up and charred. Underneath the body was a puddle of, I don't know if it's corpse water or the other guy's feces. The entire basement was a specially designed airtight space, which could almost be said to be impermeable, which led to the foul odor being enclosed in this basement. And now that the door was opened, that odor came to his nose. Even such a senior veteran captain as Kato could hardly endure that feeling of retching and wanting to vomit. A few of the other team members and Officer Kobayashi were even dry heaving right next to them, covering their stomachs. It's really stinky. The odor, it's just hot. Eventually, Kato pinched his nose and took the lead. As he walked, he said to Officer Kobayashi next to him, immediately contact the team to send a forensic pathologist over to perform an autopsy on this victim. Aye, Captain. Officer Kobayashi breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved and rushed outside to dial the coroner's number. And Captain Kato followed the rest of the team in to check out this one basement. The entire basement was filled with torture devices. There are also a variety of adult products. Apparently, this basement was built specifically to torture people, Kato said as he looked around. According to the property's description of Nakai, the deceased should be Nakai, the owner of this villa. This basement is located in the middle of Nakai's villa, so it's obvious that it's been specially remodeled, and the person who remodeled it should be himself. Just how did he himself die here? One of the team members said, holding his nose. Could the captain have ended up starving to death because he wanted to try some kinky play and then accidentally overplayed his hand? Got trapped in a cage and couldn't get out, and no one found him? Another team member said, not quite like it. The other party's skin is scorched black, his whole body is curled up, and he is even incontinent. Does this kind of death look like being electrocuted? The first team member showed an expression of sudden realization, said, I see, then he wasn't starved to death. He was trying to play a perverted game, so he used electricity to electrocute himself, seeking excitement. Who knew that the current was too strong accidentally, and then he was electrocuted to death. The second member of the team gave the first member of the team a straight-up blank stare. Why do you guys know how to think of sick ways? Do you think there's a possibility that he was murdered? Murder? The villa was unlocked and you couldn't get in without a key. We also relied on the property to open the door to get in. Who could murder him and then unlock the villa? The first team member said with disdain, it's not like secret murders or something rare. What's so strange about it? On the contrary, it's you who move around assuming that people are perverts playing with themselves to death. It's the ones like you who are more likely to let the real murderer go. We caseworkers have to be careful. Understand? The second player retorted. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Captain Kato said, all right, stop it. We'll know when the coroner comes to examine it. Soon the coroner arrived, and after an initial examination, he spoke to Captain Kato. Based on our observations, the deceased's time of death would have been around 48 hours, the day before yesterday. The cause of death was cardiac paralysis caused by an excessive amount of electric current, leading to cardiac arrest and eventual death. Prior to death, the deceased experienced unimaginable fear. The expression on his face was very distorted. There were bruises on his forehead, not from turning the railing, but from turning the ground, indicating that the other man kept kowtowing before he died. It's possible that the pain was caused by the electric current, or that he was begging for mercy from the murderer. Hearing that, Captain Kase showed a stony expression. Sure enough, it was another murder case, and this murderer murdered the dead man in the basement the dead man built. There's no denying that this Nakai isn't exactly a nice guy either. Judging by the fact that he built this basement, he was also thinking of scheming deep down, and most likely, this basement is for his crush, Mrs. Oda. The other party's house is plastered with pictures of Oda being too big, and the other party's computer is full of videos about secretly filmed Oda being too big, and action movies about face swapping with the wife's face AI. It shows that the other party's obsession with Mrs. Oda has reached a perverted point, so this dog crate must have been for Mrs. as well. It's just a shame that this creep ended up dying in his own masterpiece. With a thoughtful look on his face, Captain Kato finally said, "This Nakai person didn't have any relationships, and no one found out even after being dead for a few days. This means that the other party had little to no possibility of making a grudge. So who would have the motive to kill him? The motive for murder is the most important clue in a homicide case. So, there was once a type of exchange murder that was the hardest murder to solve. It's when both people have someone they want to kill, and they may be in different cities or even in different countries, and then trade kills with each other. In other words, you help me kill the people I want to kill and I help you kill the people you want to kill. In that case they have no motive to kill each other. The police have no clue when it comes to investigating. The most important thing in this Nakai case today is to find someone with a motive to kill. Who would want to kill him the most? Someone close to Mrs. Oda had a motive. Officer Kobayashi spoke. This Nakai is obsessed with Mrs. Oda to the point of perversion, spying on her every day. If I were Mrs. Oda's lover and I found out about this, then I would definitely want to get rid of Nakai. After all, no one wants their wife to be missed by a pervert. The first team member said, but Mrs. Oda's lover has been dead for 10 years. The second player said, doesn't he already have a new love? Lu Yang, that foreign student, the one who was involved in the case of the eldest young master. And the eldest young master was killed by lightning. Nakai was killed by electricity. Their deaths are too similar, aren't they? When these words came out, everyone showed an expression of sudden realization. Yes, Lu Yang is now living in Mrs. Oda's house, and the two of them have an unspoken relationship. According to Lu Yang, he and his wife are now a couple. Then wouldn't Lu Yang have a motive to kill Nakai? That is to protect his girlfriend, Mrs. Oda. So he killed Lu Yang. Kato said immediately, Kobayashi, you go to Tokyo University now and bring Lu Yang directly back to the scouting team. I want to personally interrogate him. Officer Kobayashi nodded. Said the man, okay Captain, I'll get him now. So the scouting party left the villa at Nakai. His body was also carried out of the basement. A cordon was drawn around the villa, but it still caused others inside the villa to crowd around. Mrs. Oda went to work and Lu Yang went to school with Gudo, but the surrounding neighbors have surrounded Nakai's villa. They were even more taken aback when Nakai's body was carried out. Dead man. Someone inside such a luxurious villa area actually died in the house. Was it murder or suicide or an accident? But all in all, this villa area doesn't seem to be peaceful anymore. Chapter 53, Too Envious. He deserves to die. Lu Yang, who was in class, was found directly in the class by Officer Kobayashi. Officer Kobayashi was tall, with delicate and perfect features, extremely pretty and sexy looking, and drew everyone's attention as soon as she entered the school. And they don't usually wear police uniforms in the CID. They wear civilian clothes. That's why the students inside the school saw Officer Kobayashi and thought she was just a city girl, not realizing she was a police officer. Everyone was taken aback when she came outside Lu Yang's classroom and waved at him. There was a private discussion. What a beautiful this kind of mature big sister looks much more human than the female students inside the school again. This big sister's skin is so good, and her body is so good. Those boobs and that ass, I'll be damned. There's not a single female student in the school who possesses such a size. It's so beautiful, and she even waved at Lu Yang. Did she come here specifically to find Lu Yang? What is this Lu Yang capable of? Inside the school there's Sakura-kong Peach, there's Lena, and there's Jie, and now there's even a mature big sister. Is this guy's kidney made of iron? Envious? I'm really envious. Any one of these big beauties is able to make a man unable to get out of bed. But this Lu Yang even has 4 of them at the same time. Damn, this Lu Yang, damn. Lu Yang at this moment also saw Officer Kobayashi outside the window. He understood that Officer Kobayashi must have something to investigate again when he came to find himself, but Lu Yang wasn't flustered at all. In the midst of the envious gazes of all the students, Lu Yang directly walked towards the outside of the classroom and came in front of Officer Kobayashi, saying to the other party with an easy smile on his face, "Gu, Officer Shaolin misses me so much. Only just separated yesterday. Today you ran straight to the school to find me. Look at the classmates, all think you are my girlfriend. This makes it hard for me to find a girlfriend in school in the future. You have to be responsible. Cut the crap. I didn't come here today to find you crap. We found another murder case, and that murder case is probably related to you as well. So please come back to the station with me to investigate again," Officer Kobayashi said in a low voice. In order not to let the other students hear and cause unnecessary panic, she leaned very close to Lu Yang when she said this. Lu Yang could even feel her exhaling in his ear, and to the rest of the class, it looked like a whisper between lovers. It's so ambiguous. Look at their posture. They're about to kiss each other, right? Where did this Lu Yang find a girlfriend? So pretty, with such a good body, so mature, and so open, wanting to kiss Lu Yang in front of so many of us. If this is in a place where no one is around, wouldn't that be directly sitting on Lu Yang? I can't imagine how cool it must be for this Lu Yang to have such a beautiful a girlfriend. Sakura Kumo, Lina, and Nadi are probably going to cry in the toilet. What's this guy capable of besides being a bit good looking? How come he's so mesmerizing and so sought after? Every girlfriend is a superb one. What an abomination. Everyone was very jealous of Lu Yang. This in turn allowed Lu Yang to gain a lot of negative emotion values. Lu Yang was in a good mood as he said to Officer Kobayashi, "No problem, then I'll come with you. As I said, I can fully cooperate with your investigation." So Officer Kobayashi took Lu Yang back to the scouting team again. This time it was still Captain Kato interrogating Lu Yang. Lu Yang just sat in the interrogation room. Captain Kato took a bunch of photos all over the place and slapped them in front of Lu Yang. His face was a furious expression. Then said loudly, "Kid, you're finished. We found evidence of your murder. Look at this person inside the photo. You should be familiar with him, right? Nakai, 40 years old, both parents are dead. His current status is single. He doesn't usually have any family or friends, but he died at home. As an otaku, he never messed with other people, and his only hobby is to peep at Mrs. Oda. And you're Mrs. Oda's boyfriend. That's a pretty big motive for you to kill someone. Bloodthirsty 18-year-old with a lusty 35-year-old girlfriend that the neighbor's fat middle-aged guy has been coveting for a long time. And you're on a collision course. Finally, one day, you can't stand it anymore and don't want your girlfriend to be spying on the other guy anymore. So you kill him in a fit of rage. Right, Kato said and slammed his palm on the table with force, making a loud bang, wanting to use this to intimidate Lu Yang, breaking down Lu Yang's psychological defense. However, Lu Yang was not intimidated. He unhurriedly picked up the photo on the table and looked at it as he spoke. TSK, 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 this guy died a horrible death. The last time I saw him, he was all smiles and said I was a wonderful boy. How did he die like this? And you say he covets Mrs. Oda? Is that true? But come to think of it, a woman as mature, sexy and gentle as Mrs. Oda is something any man would love, right? Don't pretend. Lu Yang, both the eldest young master and Nakai died because of you. Right, tell me. What method did you use to kill them? Do you have any accomplices? Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. If you take the initiative to give an account now, you may still be able to fight for a reduced sentence. Kato asked in a cold voice. Lu Yang did made a frown drop those photos said. Captain Kato, I must remind you, I came here because I saw Officer Kobayashi, and if you continue to slander me like this, then I won't be here next time. So you can talk to my attorney first, and, my lawyer's name is Sakura. Mrs. Oda found her for me, and I'm told she's the best at handling these smeared cases. Do you want to talk to me or my lawyer? You can be biased against me, but you magistrates do things based on evidence, but don't just make subjective judgments. Being dumbfounded by Lu Yang's sentence, Kato's insides were filled with rage. This guy was just a foreign student, but he was just too cautious in his words and actions to show any hint of a break. But it was also because he was too cautious and calm. Such a mental quality was not like a normal foreign student could have. So he was the most suspicious. It's just a shame that they were never able to find the evidence. Kato took a deep breath and calmed himself before continuing to ask. Okay, then I'll ask you. The afternoon before last, between the hours of 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., where were you? Lu Yang replied. At school, of course. After school at 5:30, back to Mrs. Oda's house. Where else? Both my classmates at school and before can testify for me that I came home at a set time every day and left school at a set time. The margin of error won't be more than half an hour. I don't have the time to commit a crime. Chapter 54, I'll tell you when you've served me well. After half an hour of questioning, I ended up with nothing. Lu Yang is right. He has no time to commit the crime. Nakai was electrocuted. And the first thing you have to do to electrocute him is subdue him and put him in a dog cage. But Nakai is an adult middle-aged male, 180 centimeters tall and 240 pounds. Trying to subdue him is no easy task, even if it knocks him out. It's also not easy to drag a 240-pound adult male down to the basement, and there are no signs of dragging on the floor, which suggests it's possible that multiple people could have committed the crime and lifted it straight to the basement. But the surveillance at the entrance to the villa area did not show any strangers entering the villa area during that time. At the same time, he also had to prepare the outlets, the cords in advance. After electrocuting Nakai, you still have to hide and dispose of the outlets and wires, but these tools of the trade have eluded them so far. It's amazing how this case has reached another dead end. Kato was under a lot of pressure in his mind at the moment. The head of the security bureau has given a fatal order that all these two cases must be solved within half a month. Tokyo is the capital of the Sakura country. At the foot of the emperor, there have been two nasty murder cases in a row, and with no clues, the whole of Tokyo is now paying close attention to these two cases, and they've even made it onto the Tokyo Channel's news. Nowadays, everyone is discussing the case after tea. and some people are even afraid to go out at night, even based on the way the two men died. Even the public had already thought that both might have been killed by the same person. One was struck by lightning and one was electrocuted. It's all about electricity. It's hard to say that this is just an unrelated coincidence, but the object of their suspicion was so calm and laughing with them, without the slightest crack. In addition to Lu Yan, they do not even know who to suspect. This guy has the biggest motive. Both Nakai and Ojuji were people who had problems with him, people who were related to him. There's no proof. Abominable. Lu Yan looked at Kato's gloomy expression, at once laughed and said, Captain Kato, don't give yourself so much psychological pressure. It's just a job. The big deal is to resign. But you don't want to be so sick and desperate that you slander good people when you can't find the murderer. Oh, once he heard that, Kato was even more infuriated and turned green. If this Lu Yan was really a murderer, then he was a little too arrogant. Kato, swear that I'll get him by the scruff of the neck, he viciously said to Lu Yan. Kid wants people to know. Unless he does not do it, don't worry, I will find the evidence sooner or later. I'll have someone keep an eye on you during this next period of time. You'd better not show your face. Let Officer Kobayashi stare at me. I like Officer Kobayashi to stare. Stripped naked for her to stare at. I'm willing, Lu Yang said playfully. Don't worry, I'll find the perfect person to keep an eye on you. Now you can leave. But when we have an update on this case, you need to cooperate with our investigation at all times, Kato said as he waved his hand at Lu Yang. Very well, since it was Officer Kobayashi who brought me here, I am now requesting Officer Kobayashi to send me back to school. Lu Yang nodded his head and said with a relaxed face. Kato spoke up. Kobayashi, take him back. Officer Kobayashi spoke. Yes, Captain. So Lu Yang once again got into Officer Kobayashi's car. In the car, Lu Yang said to Officer Kobayashi, I said, Officer Kobayashi, in the future, you do not have the evidence to come to me. It is a waste of my time. I can still want to get this semester's scholarship. You guys are holding up my schooling like this, and if I don't get a scholarship, are you going to pay for the loss? Scholarship? You've got a whopping $95 million. Do you need that little scholarship? Lu Yang, you are full of suspicion. You are now a suspect. I hope you put yourself in the right position and cooperate with our investigation at all times, Officer Kobayashi said in a good-natured manner. A foreign exchange student suddenly changes his personality. Suddenly so many people send him money. Suddenly 2 people close to him are dead and both in conflict with him. To say he had nothing to do with the case really kills me. I don't even believe it. Officer Kobayashi is more suspicious of Lu Yang than Captain Kato. Especially Lu Yang's character with no proper form is especially annoying. What suspect? It's better to say that you guys are targeting me and bullying me, a foreign student with no background, and I actively cooperated with you guys. But you guys are so good that you come to me whenever you have something to do. How about this? From now on, you don't pick me up from the police station either, and if you have any questions, you can just ask me, and I promise to answer them truthfully. We'll just meet alone. I'm still happy to talk to Officer Kobayashi, but talking to your middle-aged garden captain, I'm not so happy about it. Grumpy old man. Not a bit of chat, Lu Yang said with a relaxed face. Really? You'll answer truthfully whatever I ask you. So let me ask you, did you kill the young master in Nakai? Officer Kobayashi said as she stared at Lu Yang with her large Kaziran eyes. Lu Yang was all shocked by this stupid girl. Nice guy, are you that direct? Even if people want to think of the suspect's mouth, that is also a side conversation. You ask me directly whether I killed. How do you ask me to answer? I can say that I killed it? Lu Yang was all amused by her. He wondered if Officer Kobayashi had gotten his job as a magistrate through connections. Lu Yang didn't have the decency to say, this question is a bit hard to answer. Why don't the two of us find a place to have a private chat, with the atmosphere and mood in place? Maybe I'll tell you. Really? Where to talk? Officer Kobayashi surprisingly really came in the spirit to ask seriously. Get a room. You serve me well. Maybe I'll spill the beans. Lu Yang had a bad smile on his face. Get lost. Dare to molest the magistrate. I think you're tired of living. Officer Kobayashi's face instantly showed an angry expression, while his entire face reddened like a ripe apple. The 25-year-old joined the security force 2 years after graduating from the police academy, and became the flower of the police inside the security force. But so far, she hasn't had a boyfriend yet. This foreign student came to tease herself twice every now and then, and not a serious word came out of her mouth. What an abomination. Lu Yang laughed out loud, said, ha ha ha, what do you mean by molesting? What man wouldn't like one as beautiful as Officer Kobayashi? The others inside your police force probably think the same way as me. They just don't dare to say it. They're timid. I'm timid. It's the brave ones who can hold a beauty. On the other side, a member of the reconnaissance team walked into the reconnaissance room and spoke to Kato. Captain, the people from the Tokyo TV media are here. The sheriff's department chief's side is telling us to respond on our own. Why don't you go ahead and say a few words to stabilize the people? Alas, Kato sighed, then got up and walked towards the door. Chapter 55, Spying on Lu Yong. Outside the door, a group of reporters saw Kato come out and took pictures of him with long guns and short cannons, and the flashlights kept lighting up. A dozen microphones stretched out in front of Kato's face and nearly shoved themselves into his mouth. The questions from the reporters started coming in non-stop. Captain Kato, may I ask if you've made any progress in your investigation of these two recent murders? It's said that both of them died in a rather strange manner, and now people are on edge. Can you give an explanation from your security team? Captain Kato heard that two people died recently, in similar ways, as if they were serial killers. Will the killer continue to kill next? The two people who died in Captain Kato's death were said to be of different ages, different occupations, and they weren't even related to each other, which means the murderer was killing without distinction, right? In that case, isn't everyone in danger? Anyone could be killed? Captain Kato, there's a rumor that the deceased died because of lightning, so is it possible that the murderer can control lightning to kill? Isn't that a paranormal event? Captain Kato, what is your opinion on this matter? Have you already found a clue? Facing the reporter's questions, Captain Kato had a huge headache, and he frowned without moving. I can't answer all the questions you guys are asking me, and I don't know much more information than you guys do. But in order to stabilize these people, Captain Kato still calmed down his inner feelings and showed a confident expression, saying with a smile like a spring breeze, "Don't worry everyone, we've got an update on this case. I'm sure it won't take long to catch the murderer." Upon hearing these words, the journalists immediately showed somewhat surprised expressions. Not bad for Captain Katten, the best detective chief in the Tokyo Sheriff's Department. So soon the murderer has already been found out. In that case, Captain Kato, you've already locked in a suspect, haven't you? So no one should be killed again before then? The biggest fear of the citizens of Tokyo right now is that the murderous maniacs will continue to kill, in which case no one knows if it's themselves who are being killed. It's a time of panic. So, Captain Kato, please make sure you catch this murderous demon. Hearing this reporter's words, Captain Kato said with a solemn face, "Don't worry, it is our duty to protect the safety of the citizens of Tokyo, and we will definitely bring the murderer to justice. No one else will be killed until then. No one who commits a crime in Tokyo will escape me. I'd also like to take this opportunity to tell all the criminals on TV, your good times are over. I will bring all of you to justice. I, Kato, give you my word of honor." Well, that's the end of today's Q&A. We need to get back to working on the case, if you'll excuse us. After saying that, Kato turned around and went straight back into the CID, and the reporters aired the interview on TV Tokyo. Everyone had great admiration for the wise and powerful Captain Kato. Worthy of Captain Kato, worthy of being our best detective chief in Tokyo. The scene where he shouts at the criminals through the TV is really cool, and we Tokyo citizens can rest easy with him around. In the CID, Captain Kato said to Kobayashi next to him, "You two keep an eye on Lu Yang with Kobayashi. Make sure he's in your sights 24/7 and see if anyone else gets killed in the meantime." "Okay, Captain Kato." The two team members nodded and then left the CID team, ready to meet up with Officer Kobayashi. The three of them could keep an eye on Lu Yang 24 hours a day in 3 shifts. Captain Kato, on the other hand, sat in his chair and took a drag on his cigarette. He exhaled a smoke ring and then said, "Boy, our match has officially begun. Good will definitely win over evil." Lu Yang went back to school. This time Officer Kobayashi didn't go back into Lu Yang's school, he just dropped him off at the entrance. "Is the officer really not going to go to a room with me at noon to blow off some air conditioning? Don't you want to investigate me? Talk to me more. Maybe you can investigate some clues?" Lu Yang said with a bad smile as he leaned on the car window. "Roll. Our official criminal investigation team naturally has our investigation methods. I've seen cars for sale to send car models. I've seen houses for sale to send sales. But I've never seen a case investigation that also sends police flowers." Officer Kobayashi released a nice blank stare and said aggressively to Lu Yang, "This guy, who does he think he is? Am I that kind of random woman? Alright then, I'll go to school first then. If you change your mind, feel free to come and find me. A woman as beautiful as Officer Shaolin. I'm more than happy to talk to you in depth." After saying that, Lu Yang turned his head and entered the school. I thought to myself, not a casual woman, right? I can see that you will not be a human being if you are really a casual woman. Wait until I, Lu Yang, take you down and see how open you are. When Lu Yang left, those two team members also came to Officer Kobayashi's side. Turning to Officer Kobayashi, he said, "Kobayashi, Captain Kato sent us to meet up with you and then together we'll keep an eye on Lu Yang. The three of us will work in 3 shifts to make sure that Lu Yang is in our sights for 24 hours. Hearing this, Kobayashi nodded. It seems that Captain Kato has the same idea as me. This Lu Yang is still the most suspicious, no matter how you look at it. This guy doesn't look like a normal foreign student. Okay, I'll be watching for the first 8 hours, so you two go ahead and take a break, and come back in 8 hours to switch shifts. Okay, keep in contact at all times, and contact us immediately if there is anything unusual. The two team members nodded and then left the place, preparing to find a place to rest first. Instead, Xiaolin started to get out of the car, then walked into the school and secretly spied on Lu Yang. Then she found out about Lu Yang's day. It was no different from a normal student. The only difference was that this guy ate his lunch with two beautiful girls, and it looked like both of them had a very special and intimate relationship with him. The point is that these two women were able to get along with each other. After eating, this guy even went as far as to flirt with a big beautiful girl called Naughty at the next table, and then gained a big blank stare from the other party. After lunch, he took Lena to the air conditioner. When they entered the hotel, Inspector Kobayashi followed them in. This guy, so scary, equals. Chapter 56, to be under surveillance. At noon, after resting, Lu Yang had normal classes in the afternoon, and then went home again normally when school was over. Back to Mrs. Oda's house, of course. Officer Kobayashi secretly monitored Lu Yang for 8 hours and found nothing unusual. A direct shift followed. Switched to another player. He sneaked into the villa area where Mrs. Oda was, took out his binoculars and hid in a dark place, observing every move of Lu Yang in Mrs. Oda's house. Their sneaky peeping had long been detected by Lu Yang. With Lu Yang's eyesight, observation, mental power, and reflexes that were now several times that of an ordinary person, no one can spy on Lu Yang from the shadows. Even the great young master who was 18th on the killer list at the beginning couldn't do it, not to mention these ordinary vigilantes. That's why he purposely chatted with Lena so hard at lunch, just to get Officer Kobayashi to listen to how powerful he was. It's probably almost too much for Officer Kobayashi to hear. Maybe Kobayashi will have wet dreams tonight. Lu Yang revealed a light smile. I don't know if I'm the one she's dreaming about. Lu Yang then thought in his heart. Spying on me, huh? Then I'll give you guys a little Lu Yang shock. I'll do it under your surveillance. Let's see what you can do to me. Lu Yang suddenly thought of the best way to obtain negative emotion values. That is to become a true maniac. Everyone is on edge when they can threaten the safety of the whole of Tokyo. Wouldn't he or she be able to gain the emotional value of everyone in the entire city of Tokyo or even the entire Sakura country at that time? Even if each person could only give a little to themselves, that would be tens of millions of emotional values. But without revealing your identity, I wonder if the emotional value gained works. After all, when one becomes a berserker, it is only the identity of that one berserker that others are afraid of, not the identity of me, Lu Yang himself. We'll test it out tomorrow. After dinner, Lu Yang returned to his room to rest. He was going to look for a target on day 2. Give Officer Kobayashi and the others a good show of how a homicidal maniac kills. On the second day Lu Yang woke up refreshed. He stretched his male doggy waist, a cozy expression on his face, and his keen observational skills revealed that the cops were still light watching. But he didn't matter. The surveillance is just right. You'll just watch me do whatever I want. Soon after Lu Yang finished breakfast he was ready to go to school. And when he came to the entrance of the school he found Naughty again. Lu Yang walked over with a bad smile on his face. Taking Naughty's hand directly, he said, Naughty schoolgirl, can you go out with me today? Even if it's just for one day. I promise to let you experience the joy of being a woman. Naughty has delicate features and a perfect body. It was no less beautiful than the pink-haired schoolgirl Lena. A different kind of beauty. The pink-haired schoolgirl has a more haughty look, while Naughty is more gentle. It's one of those softy types. Lu Yang was eager to taste what a soft girl felt like. Only, no way. Jay wanted to shake off Lu Yang's hand, but the other party's hand was like a vice, gripping herself so tightly that she couldn't shake it off. After a few tries, she simply resigned herself to it. Let's give this guy a little advantage. As long as I'm not forced to do that. The policeman observing all this also frowned and thought to himself, this Lu Yang is also a little too arrogant. In front of so many students at the entrance of the school, he even made a move on a female classmate. And it was obvious that the female classmate wasn't willing to have intimate contact with him, yet he was pulling someone's hand and not letting go. It's too much. If it wasn't for the fact that Captain Kato had a deadly order for us to observe Lu Yang for clues to his murder, I would have definitely gone out and stepped in to catch him, convict him of molestation. Just as Lu Yang was pulling Yuki inside the campus, a male student suddenly rushed over, pointing at Lu Yang and cursing, you damnable guy, hurry up and let Yuki go. Another lickspittle. Great. So the punishment of the day has appeared. I just won't let go of her. What can you do? Lu Yang looked at the other party with a light smile on his face. I'll beat you up if you don't let go of her. I'll call the police to arrest you. Don't think I don't know that you're now a suspect of the police. You kid can't be arrogant for much longer. Let me tell you that I have people in the official vigilante team. If you dare to hit me, you'll be arrested by the magistrate right away. That male student spoke to Lu Yang with an arrogant face. His name is Archie. His elder brother was a member of the criminal investigation team, and that day his elder brother asked him for clues about Lu Yang. When he was pressed, his older brother spilled the beans, told him that Lu Yang could be the murderer. Knowing this news, he was filled with confidence. This Lu Yang, usually arrogant in the school, now become the object of suspicion of the police. I believe that he would not dare to be so arrogant again. I don't believe he dares to hit himself. If he dares to hit himself, his own big brother won't let him go. Oh, so that's it. No wonder you weaklings dare to stand in front of me and be arrogant. It's because you have someone official, right? Do you know what price the last person who was arrogant in front of me paid? Both of his hands and feet were broken, and he even compensated me for $20 million in moral damages. Do you have $20 million to pay for it? Lu Yang said with a cold smile. Archie was taken aback, and his whole body couldn't help but start shaking. That's the third young master. The video of the third young master having his arms and legs broken by Lu Yang is still going viral in the forums. The clicking bones, the bone spikes piercing through the flesh and blood, both make the heads of all who have seen that video tingle. He didn't want to end up like the third young master. Facing Lu Yang's threat, Archie felt some chills on his back. He glanced at Knots and realized that Knots was looking at him with a hopeful expression. Archie gritted his teeth again at that moment. He couldn't back down now. He calmed his fears and gritted his teeth. Hit me if you have the guts. Don't think I don't know that you're being watched by the police right now, and if you dare to hit me, you'll be arrested right away. Brat, you can be arrogant in front of others, but in front of me, Archie, you'll be a good boy and shrink your tail and be a man. I'm warning you, if you dare to make a move on Naughty again, I'll beat you up. Very well, what a brave man, but you will pay for your bravery. Lu Yan let go of Naughty's hand and then walked towards the roadside toilet. See this scene. The students wore shocked expressions. Exclamations were made. Holy, what's going on? Lu Yang actually got defeated in front of Archie. This Archie is so powerful. Is the lawless Lu Yang also afraid? You know the third young master had his arms and legs broken by Lu Yang. How did this Archie dare to be so arrogant in front of Lu Yang? It's a change. In the future, the king of misfits won't be Lu Yang anymore. It'll still be Archie. Archie is awesome. It forced Lu Yang to pee and hide in the toilet straight away. I guess Lu Yang is feeling that he can't afford to lose this person, so he pretended to go to the restroom and left. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Yang let out a cold laugh inside the toilet. Subsequently, he let out a low gulp in his mind. Stealth. Chapter 57 Headshot in the street. Brush. The moment Lu Yang's stealth was used, the Lu Yang inside the toilet instantly disappeared. He was also entering the stealth state for the first time. According to the system's description of the stealth state, the human body itself would be in a state of nothingness, unable to be locked on, unable to be grabbed, unable to be physically touched. He tried it and to his surprise, he went right through the door of the restroom without opening it, just like a ghost. Could penetrate anything. A look of excitement crossed his face. That's a good skill. Spying on me, are you? Then I'll kill people in front of you and see what you can find out. Lu Yang rushed towards where Archie was just now at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, when Archie saw Lu Yang being scared into the toilet by himself, he had a smug expression on his face and said to Naughty, Jay, don't be afraid. With me protecting you, that Lu Yang won't dare to mess with you anymore. If he dares to mess with you again, I'll let my brother arrest him. My brother is a member of the CID team. Who dares to mess with me? Hearing Archie's words, a happy expression appeared on Naughty's face and she said to Archie, Thank you, Archie, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do today. No need to be polite. Can I buy you dinner tonight? Let's both have a nice chat. You don't have a boyfriend, and it just so happens that I don't have a girlfriend either. So maybe we can try to date. Being able to scare Lu Yang straight away, Archie was a little swollen. Directly with a bad smile on his face, he said to Naughty, Ha! Hearing that, Naughty froze, then seeing the other's bad smile again, Good guy, you kid is the same as Lu Yang. Ah. He had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and had fallen into the wolf's pack. Naughty felt a bit speechless at once. Damn it, all these men are downwardly mobile. Naughty, say something. Agree or not to go to dinner with me tonight. You don't want to fall into Lu Yang's hands again, do you? Archie said as he continued to pursue. Nope, ditto. I don't think so. Going to dinner with you. I might as well just go to dinner with Lu Yang. At least the guy's parents are still more handsome than you. Oomph. Jay turned around with a cold snort and left. Archie, however, directly pulled Yuki's hand and said, Don't go. I did you a favor today. Shouldn't you thank me? Even if you won't go to dinner with me, then you have to show your appreciation, right? Why don't we just skip dinner and fast forward to a room? Asterisk 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 off. I don't want it. Naughty shrugged off Archie's hand fiercely. Archie still wanted to rush over and grab Naughty. However, at this time, there was a sudden sound of electricity in the air. Zip, zip, zip. Archie instantly debated the whole thing with a bit of a sweaty feeling. Boom! The surrounding students were in disarray. Naughty was even more frightened to the point that her face turned pale, and her entire body held her head as she crouched on the ground, shivering, with a wail constantly coming out of her mouth. The scouting crew, observing all this from a distance, froze momentarily. He then violently dropped the cigarette in his mouth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. This is the end. Then quickly rushed out and came to Archie's side, but realized that the other party had already fallen to the ground. The whole body was convulsing. That's when the sound of flushing came from the toilet. Then the toilet door opened, and Lu Yang walked out from it unhurriedly. After seeing the sight in front of him, he pretended to be surprised, then hurriedly ran down the knotting in the arms of the side, patting the other side of the backside. Comfort, do not be afraid, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Your brother Lu Yang is here. Do not panic. Hold me tight. Yuki's entire body shrank into Lu Yang's arms and hugged him tightly, bawling in his chest. At this moment, Lu Yang seemed to have become a lifesaver for Naughty. After being shocked like that, desperately in need of a person's comfort, and at this time Lu Yang came, Lu Yang's image in Jie's heart instantly taller. It was as if he had become his savior. That police officer looked at Lu Yang running out at this time, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. This guy was just in the bathroom the whole time. My attention has also been watching the restroom. When a loud bang was heard, Archie had fallen to the ground. Didn't even see how it died. Just a flash of electricity. But it's safe to say there's nothing unusual on the toilet side. The toilet was a good 30 meters from where Archie died. There was no way this Lu Yang could do it from a distance in the restroom. What the hell is going on? Lu Yang could be sure that the students around him were terrified, but he didn't receive a negative emotion value. This made Lu Yang feel a little disappointed. Soon Officer Kobayashi arrived with another member of the team as well, and when he saw the sight in front of him, Officer Kobayashi was directly taken aback. The male student in front of me, the whole body was smoking. He ended up exactly the same as the Grand Master. Officer Kobayashi subconsciously laid his eyes on Lu Yang, who was holding his beautiful classmate in his arms next to him. Lu Yang, however, looked innocent and just kept comforting Yuki. What the hell is going on? Officer Kobayashi asked to the officer who had been watching Lu Yang. I don't know. That police officer had a helpless look on his face. He knew he was finished. This man was knocked down in front of his own eyes, had his hands on him under his own watchful eye, and yet he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. It looks like his career as a police officer is going to end here. I had a job as a police officer, but I didn't appreciate it. I deserve to die. Another team member said to Kobayashi, there is surveillance here. Let's pull up the surveillance and find out the truth. Aha! You go get the surveillance. I'll contact Captain Kato, Kobayashi said with a nod. Soon Captain Kato arrived at the school with the rest of the team. Captain Kato's face was ironic. Yesterday in front of the press he also said that he would definitely bring the murderer to justice and that until then the murderer would not commit any more crimes. But who knew that after only one day, reality would hit you hard in the face. Not only did the killer do it again, he even did it in front of the officers. This is literally rubbing the Tokyo City Sheriff's Department on the ground. If we don't catch the murderer this time, I'm afraid the Commissioner of Police won't let himself go. Chapter 58, Reinterrogation. Inside the school's monitoring room, Captain Kato looked at the monitoring screen, his entire face gloomy. Inside the screen could be seen Lu Yang grabbing Yuki's hand and making his way into the campus before being stopped by Archie. The two appeared to have an argument immediately afterward, but it ended with Lu Yang urinating. It looks like Archie is winning this argument. Immediately after that, Archie and Yuki seem to have had some sort of argument. Then a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of Archie's eyes and struck him directly in the forehead, splitting that head. The bolt of lightning came out of nowhere. Everyone saw it, and the security footage captured it. You can tell the lightning wasn't manipulated by anyone. He just appeared in broad daylight like that, and Lu Yang wasn't even at the scene, but was in the toilet, and he didn't come out from inside the toilet until after Archie was chopped to death. Was it really just an accident? Can there really be such coincidental accidents in the world? The eldest son also died by accident. Archie was an accident, too. Is it possible that Nakai also died by accident and there was no murderer at all? I'm afraid that once this surveillance video gets out, it'll make everyone think it's just a paranormal event. Captain Kato said immediately. Kobayashi, copy this one surveillance video back to the sheriff's department. The original version will be deleted straight away. No leaks. Yes, Captain. Kobayashi nodded, then plugged in the USB flash drive and began to copy the video, deleting the original copy from the school's surveillance room directly after copying it. Captain Kato then added, all of the students who were there were brought back to the sheriff's office. If this isn't a paranormal event, but someone killing Archie, then everyone present could be the murderer, especially Lu Yang and Naughty. Both of them are suspected. The most suspected, because both of them had clashes and quarrels with Archie. Captain. So the members of the CID team immediately went into action, returned to the CID with the security footage, and all the students present. One by one they began to cross-examine, trying to find clues among the questioning. First was Naughty. Since Naughty was the last person to have had contact with Archie, her hair was still covered in the spray of blood that had exploded from Archie's headshot. These sheriffs didn't even make her wash her hair. Naughty was terrified. She was just an ordinary college student, and a pampered schoolgirl with a privileged family. Normally, I've never even seen a chicken killed, let alone a person killed. In the interrogation room, Naughty was still shivering, her face pale and her lips trembling. That fear doesn't look like it's being faked. The person who interrogated her was Kobayashi. Kobayashi said to Lumpy, "Don't be afraid, Naughty. We're just asking you a few simple questions." According to the security footage, Archie seemed to have had an argument with you before he died, and had even made physical contact. But what did you guys say? Because of what did the argument and physical contact start? Kobayashi replied, "At that time, Liu Yang came to pull my hand. Archie saw it and helped me out. At first I was grateful to him, but after Liu Yang was chased away by him, he asked me to go to dinner with him. Then he even asked me to go to a room with him, which was even more excessive than Liu Yang. That's why I'm angry. Just rejected him without hesitation and turned around. But he didn't want to let me go, but directly came over and pulled my hand. Naturally, I shook off his hand with force. Who knows the next second? His head exploded. It was horrible." Naughty cried as she spoke. As an ordinary female college student, where had she experienced such a thing? It's more than scary. It's scary as hell. Don't cry, don't cry. We're just simply asking you a few questions about a few issues. Don't be afraid. It's all in the past. If the other students agree with your answers, then you can go home first. Kobayashi stood up and said comfortingly to Naughty. Having been just a college girl herself a few years ago, she certainly understood how mentally weak these college girls were. Think about it differently. If it was you who was in college and a fellow college student's head exploded in front of you, you'd probably be scared out of your wits as well. On Liu Yuan's side, he was interrogated by Captain Kato himself. Captain Kato really didn't want to see this guy, but every time a dead person seems to have nothing to do with this guy. Captain Katon's heart is both helpless and angry. It's just about to die of speechlessness. But this Liu Yang but seems to mental quality than their own 10 years of doing the old captain even better. As soon as the bureau inside is a face of easy smile, as if not the slightest panic. The more this happens, the more it shows that the other person is not an ordinary student. He is highly suspected, but there is just no evidence, and he has a very good mental quality. Captain Kato asked Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, the matter of Archie's death after the altercation with you has nothing to do with you. Carefully tell me about the situation." Liu Yang replied casually, "Isn't the situation at that time all in the surveillance video? What else is there to ask?" After having an argument with him, he said that his elder brother is a member inside your security team, and that his family's condition is very scary and powerful. Solving a foreign student like me is like solving a chicken. Said he'd let his brother take me to jail if I ever laid a hand on him, and he threatened me by knowing that I had become the #1 suspect in your minds, suspecting me of murder. You guys inside this sheriff's department don't seem to be too tight-lipped. Captain Kato, your leaking of information about the case has affected my life. Until evidence is found, I am only the object of your suspicion, neither a suspect nor a criminal, and you are in no position to impugn my innocence. When I get out, I'm going to report you to the inspectorate. Under this kind of threat, of course I chose to retreat. I want to really make a move on him. Then maybe your security bureau will directly arrest me as a murderer. Intentionally false publicity. I'm an ordinary college student. How can I play with you official people? It just so happened that I had to pee again at the time, so I ran to the restroom to take a leak, thinking to avoid him for a while, but who knew that when I came out he was already dead? Liu Yang's answer was seamless, and it was indeed the same as what was captured inside the surveillance. And Captain Kato didn't expect Archie to even say there was someone inside the vigilante. We'll have to ask who is this Archie's big brother later. Alright, Liu Yang, I've recorded all your answers. When the time comes we'll match them up with the other students' statements. I hope you won't let me find any doubts, Kato said with a tolerant face, then left the interrogation room. Chapter 59, Catch him in a week. Soon the administrative team was all assembled and each of them questioned a student. Eventually they took all the statements and matched them up, realizing that every student was saying pretty much the same thing, basically making sure that no one in there was lying, including Liu Yang didn't lie, and even what he said was the most detailed. The other people's answers were similar to Liu Yang's, including Liu Yang's clash with Archie, including Archie's threat to Liu Yang, including Archie's threat to Yuki to go to a room with him after Liu Yang had left, all of which the other students had heard. Once again, the case has reached a dead end, with security cameras and police officers watching, and someone has died at one of Tokyo's most vibrant universities. It's bound to make the Tokyo news. The pressure on their sheriff's department will be unprecedented. The chief of the sheriff's department has just ordered that Kato must catch the murderer within a week, or else his position as chief of detectives is off the table. Kato's heart was bitter. I'm just an ordinary detective chief. I'm not Detective Conan. How am I supposed to catch the murderer in a week for such a spiritual case? The surveillance camera was clear. The other party was killed by the thunder. But the thunder was out of nowhere. No one manipulated it. Besides, who in the world can manipulate thunder? What's that? 4. His icy eyes went to the team and he addressed them in a cold voice. Do you know why Archie died? It's because someone inside the CID leaked information about Liu Yang's case, leaking the fact that Liu Yang was suspected by us to Archie. Archie uses this incident to threaten Liu Yang again, before eventually getting into a confrontation with Liu Yang and Naughty, and then dying at school. Who is Archie's big brother? A grim-faced member of the team raised his hand. Today his own brother was shot in the head. He was surprised and sad and angry. Now, the captain also says that his brother's death is because he leaked information about Liu Yang's case, adding another layer of guilt to the mix. Go back and rest for a month, and stay out of this case. Meanwhile go back and write a report. It must not be less than 5,000 words, Captain Kato said as he waved a hand at him. Aye, Captain. That team member nodded and then left the middle of the queue. Captain Kato said again. Let me tell you, we vigilantes are expected to be ethical. One must not divulge information about a case to anyone, especially if a suspect has not yet been identified. Not only will it alert the police, but it could ruin a person's innocence. While it's true that Liu Yang is the one we suspect the most, who's to say he's definitely the killer? And what if he's not? How can he study and live in school after he's been slandered? I hope you will take this matter seriously. Do not mention your work to anyone. Life is life and work is work, and you have to keep it separate, even from your wives, your lovers, your closest people. Aye, Captain. The players nodded their heads. That's when Kobayashi walked up and asked Captain Kato, Captain, what about these students next? According to the questioning of them seems to be no one to speak. Everyone's answer is almost the same. At the same time the surveillance video will also be the deceased. Deep emotion of the picture is very clear. Really cannot see who did it to kill him. And although that Naughty was the last person to touch Archie, from what I've seen, she's just a normal schoolgirl and is terrified. Let them go back first? Captain Kato nodded and said, I don't see any problems for now. Let them go back first. Then added, you three continue to monitor Liu Yang, and send 3 more team members to monitor Yuki. I always suspect that the murderer is one of the 2 of them. Yes, Captain. So Kobayashi went straight into the interrogation room and one by one informed those students to let them go back to school. Another member of the team walked over to Captain Kato and addressed him again. Captain, the reporter from Tokyo TV is here again. This time, the one who died was a student from the University of Tokyo, and it was in front of so many people. Although we deleted the surveillance video, but some of the images taken by the students have been transmitted to the internet. It's caused a huge panic. The TV station wants us to give a statement. Hearing those words, Kato's already gloomy face became even colder. Ugh, I'm tired. For the first time, Captain Kato felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He always felt so close to that one murderer, yet so far away. His intuition tells him that this is not a paranormal event, that this is intentional murder, but he can't find any evidence. And even the security camera footage is right in front of his eyes, and he can't see anything for himself. Still have to deal with those darn reporters. They don't care about the progress of the case, they only care if the news is strong enough. What a waste of time. Go meet. Captain Kato shook his head and eventually followed that crew towards the interview room. As soon as they saw Captain Kato arrive, the flashbulbs kept coming on, and the dozen microphones were almost shoved into Captain Kato's mouth again. Captain Kato, you told us last time that you had locked up the suspect, and that there was absolutely no way the suspect would ever get another chance to kill again. But then, just one day later there was another victim who died, and again, he was struck by lightning. How do you explain that? Captain Kato, it is said that this time the deceased was a student of the University of Tokyo and died in front of many of his classmates. The manner of death was extremely tragic and caused such a huge impact that some students were even afraid to go to school. Shouldn't the CID give Tokyo University an explanation? Captain Kato, just how many clues do you have? Will you be able to catch the murderer? The citizens are very concerned about this now. It is said that the deceased died when there is a security camera video, and a number of students also photographed the scene at the time of the video transmitted online. Comparatively blurred. May I ask if there is an official clearer video sent to all of us to look at it? The deceased was killed in a situation where there was a surveillance video, and the murderer could not be caught in such a situation. Is it because the murderer is too cunning, or is it because the CID's ability is too wasteful? Now all the citizens of Tokyo City feel that the CID is handling the case unfavorably and taking our taxpayers' money for nothing. Captain Kato, shouldn't you give the general public an explanation? In the face of these people's barrage of inquiries, Kato felt his forehead begin to sweat. Worthy of being a professional journalist, every question asked is so poisonous. Kato took a deep breath to calm down, then said in a solemn tone, I assure you all that we have locked the suspect and will be able to catch him within a week. Until then, I will no longer accept interviews from reporters and focus on the case, so I hope you will wait quietly for news from our CID team. After saying that, Captain Kato directly turned around and left the interview room. Chapter 60, the day before the end of the world. School's out, because a student died inside the University of Tokyo and it caused so much panic in front of so many students. The University of Tokyo decided to take a day off. Meanwhile, many parents have taken their students back to their homes to keep them out of school. Something that big happened at school. This caused great panic among the citizens of Tokyo. Fear that has spread throughout the city of Tokyo. Lu Yang also returned to Mrs. Oda's house. Gudo is also back, but Gudo's heart was filled with fear. He looked at Lu Yang and felt that Lu Yang was the maniacal demon. Intuition told him that Lu Yang was definitely not simple. The point is that this maniac still lives in the same villa as himself, and he has led people to beat him before. Gudo felt shivering just thinking about it. Seeing that Lu Yang and Gudo had both returned, Mrs. Oda was also relieved that she saw the news as well, and as the host of another educational program on TV Tokyo, she cared very much about everything on TV Tokyo. So when TV Tokyo reported on the murderous rampage, Mrs. Oda was also the first to know about it. She was also very worried about her son and Lu Yang's safety, and now that she saw that both of them had returned safely, Mrs. Oda revealed a happy expression. Lu Yang-kun, Hiruto, you guys are back? I was worried to death when I heard that there was a murder incident at your Tokyo University. I'm relieved that you guys were able to come back safely. Gudo's face was expressionless when he heard that. In my heart, I thought, peace of mind. You can be at ease, but with a homicidal maniac living under the roof, I am trembling every day. What a silly woman. Worrying about you for a homicidal maniac is also hilarious. Every single person who died had something to do with Lu Yang. Who else could this Lu Yang be if not a murderous maniac? Gudo didn't say anything and went straight into his room, closing the door behind him. Lu Yang, on the other hand, smiled and said to Mrs. Oda, Ma'am, there's no need to worry. The person who can kill me, Lu Yang, has yet to appear in this world, and even a homicidal maniac can't do it. Let's see what's being cooked tonight, or Lu Yang-kun's favorite tripod squid. Mrs. Oda replied gently, I'll have to eat more then, Lu Yang said with a smile. After dinner, Lu Yang returned inside his room, checked his system and found that the negative emotion value, for more than 1,500 points. Unfortunately, killing someone in public would have gained more negative emotion values, but, without revealing their identity, those negative emotions are only null and void. It's not Lu Yang that others are afraid of, it's the nebulous murderer. The system didn't count, which made Lu Yang feel a little helpless. Does that mean the next time I kill someone, I'm going to just show my true colors? Lu Yang's current strength was strong, but he felt that it wasn't strong enough. After all, the police in the Sakura country were no slouches. It's better not to reveal your identity until you can take a hard bullet yourself. This 1,500 points of negative emotional value Lu Yang does not intend to draw for the time being. First gather enough 10,000 points and then draw. Now that he was being watched by the police, Lu Yang didn't dare to be too arrogant in bullying other students at school. It's not that easy to get negative emotions on your own. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang opened the forum in the school. A video of Archie being struck by lightning was found to have been posted to the forums. The crowd is divided inside the forum. Did you all find out? The people who died recently were all related to Lu Yang, but Lu Yang was on the toilet when Archie died, so it wasn't him who killed Archie. Do you guys think there's a possibility? Lu Yang is a person favored by God. Whoever bullies him will suffer the wrath of God, and Archie's death is actually because of the wrath of God. I think Lu Yang might be the reincarnation of the god of thunder. It's just that he doesn't know it himself. That's why anyone who bullies him will be struck to death by lightning. It's a passive skill that he himself can't control, so it can't be counted as him killing people. In short, anyone who messed with Lu Yang died. Lu Yang is definitely a plague god. Whoever messes with him will die, and will have to walk around when they see him in the future. Listening to your descriptions, this Lu Yang is a bit handsome, and comes with the heavenly wrath passive. In the future, won't he be able to walk horizontally in Tokyo City, and no one will dare to mess with him? That's right, if the police dare to arrest him, maybe the police will be chopped to death. From now on, let's call Lu Yang the Thunderbolt Dharma King. This guy definitely holds up to that title. Looking at these people's discussion, Lu Yang felt a little funny. getting the Thunderbolt Dharma King out. But Lu Yang also found a little problem. Even ordinary students inside the school could think that the deceased was related to themselves, thinking of lightning as being one's passive skill. Then the police officers should have thought even deeper, so it was normal to suspect themselves. It seems that lately, I've been working on my own for a while now, so I'm just going to tighten up a little bit. Today, there are still 20 or so days before the end, which is too long. If there were only 2 days left, then Lu Yang would be completely free to do whatever he wanted. School officially opened 3 days later, but 1/3 of the students still didn't come. They were scared. Fear of homicidal maniacs. Right here at school. Although everyone said that Lu Yang was the Thunderbolt Dharma King, most of it was actually in a flirtatious tone. They didn't think that Lu Yang was really able to manipulate lightning to kill people, just with the mood of rather believe it than not believe it. In the school encounter Lu Yang are walking around. If even walking around, it could still provide some sporadic negative emotional values to Lu Yang, whose emotional values were still slowly increasing. It's been a long time since I've seen Lu Yang in his clothes, and it seems like he hasn't been coming to school. It was probably because Archie had exploded in front of him, causing him too much of a psychological shadow, and he wasn't back to normal yet. The scouting team is still secretly watching Lu Yang, but these days there has been no sign of abnormality. The murderous maniac didn't kill again either. Captain Kato was finally relieved. If one person died every day, then his position as the leader of the scouting team was truly untenable. June 10th. There is one last day until the end times break out. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock the apocalypse breaks out. 80% of the people instantly turn into zombies. The whole world is plunged into the middle of extreme chaos. All the order completely collapses at that moment. And Lu Yang's system space at this moment has been stuffed with supplies inside. Mrs. Oda's villa area has also been transformed by him to a solid state. He had also practiced his marksmanship so well that he could hit 100 shots. Even Lu Bu, who was the regulator, had to be inferior in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face was filled with excitement. Here it comes. Finally, today I will do whatever I want. I'm going to try to get the maximum amount of negativity before humans turn into zombies. The negativity in Lu Yang's mind now came to 100 points. He's going to multiply that number more than 10 times in one day. Chapter 61, Killing as Lu Yang. Lu Yang still ate Mrs. Oda's loving breakfast and still went to school calmly. But today, he wasn't going to school to learn. He's gonna do whatever he wants, and it's to do whatever he wants as Lu Yang. Even if each person could only give him 1 point of negative emotion value, he would gain tens of millions of points. Today is Lu Yang's security officer. At this moment Lu Yang went to school. He also slowly followed behind Lu Yang. Continue to monitor Lu Yang's every move. Just has revealed Lu Yang 20 days have not found any abnormality. At this moment this magistrate is also a little lax. From time to look at the phone to touch the fish. When you come to the school entrance, a middle-aged man, however, rushed straight out. The man was pudgy. His hair was disheveled like a chicken's nest, as if he hadn't washed his hair for 10 days and half a month. The whole man had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and his face was covered with grease. It looked as if he hadn't washed his face for half a month. There were also stains all over his clothes, but he didn't seem to care at all. The man was in a very bad state of mind. He directly rushed towards Lu Yang and came to Lu Yang's front, and then unexpectedly pulled out a pistol. Pointing at Lu Yang, he shouted, "Brat, don't pretend. I know that you killed Archie. You are that one murderous devil who controls thunder and lightning. Archie died because of me. He is my own brother. Today, I'm going to avenge my own brother. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Seeing this scene, all the students were shocked and froze in place, not knowing what to do. The police officer who was secretly watching Lu Yang also saw the scene, and he quickly dropped the cigarette in his mouth. A low gulp. Oops. Although he was spying on Lu Yang, he was also a vigilante. His duty was to maintain the security of the peace. If someone was killed in front of him, it would be a derelict show, end of duty on his part. Not to mention that the person who killed Lu Yang was also his colleague, Archie's big brother. The guy had been put on vacation for a month, and his vacation was about to end, but he didn't think he'd become this inhuman. It was because he leaked the information about Lu Yang's case to his brother in the first place, who went to Lu Yang's trouble and was eventually killed by lightning. I'm afraid that because of this matter he is very self-blame. These days at home inside even cannot sleep well, cannot eat, so it became this thin and dirty look. But even if you suffer, how much more psychological torture? You cannot come directly to kill Lu Yang. The fact that the other person is only suspected of being the target of the murder is not to say that the other person is actually the target of the murder. And everyone is protected by the law until proven otherwise. Stop! The police officer who was watching Lu Yang shouted at that one Archie's big brother as he ran out. Yet Archie's big brother is unmoved. He just smiled coldly, looked at Lu Yang and said, "Well, afraid. right? But isn't my brother afraid when he dies? You hateful guy. Go down and accompany him. Go to hell, he said as he prepared to pull the trigger. But at this time Liu Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of electricity. Next, a lightning bolt thicker than his wrist fired from the top of his finger. Boom! There was a loud bang and Archie's big brother fell to the ground instantly. Audit, please look over here. Here is Archie's big brother trying to shoot the protagonist. The protagonist is forced to take action, not killing for no reason. How can the hand that pulls the trigger be as fast as lightning that travels at the speed of light? The students were again dumbfounded at the sight. They had forgotten about the berserkers after more than 20 days had passed, but the knockout of Archie's big brother brought them back to reality. The fear of being dominated by a berserker reappeared in their minds, and this time they finally got a good look at the killer. Sure enough, it's Liu Yang. Help! Liu Yang is the madman. They yelled and prepared to scatter. At the same time Liu Yang said loudly, "Stop right there." With this loud shout, most of the students instantly stood still and didn't dare to move, but there were a few students who didn't listen and still ran towards the front. So Liu Yang stretched out his finger and pointed at them. "You will follow me into the school. Anyone who resists will be punished," Liu Yang said in a cold voice. Those students, on the other hand, were trembling with fear, and extreme fear was showing on everyone's face. And at this time, Liu Yang kept receiving system prompts in his mind. Congratulations to the host for gaining a negative emotion value plus 300. Congratulations to the host for gaining a negative emotion value plus 300. Congratulations to the host for gaining a negative emotion value plus 300. And the vigilante side had also received the news. And Captain Kato immediately brought everyone from the nature team to the school. When he saw the bodies of the two vigilantes in front of the school, a shocked and saddened expression instantly appeared on his face. His own instincts were not wrong. There is a surveillance video at the school gate, which gives a complete record of the process of Liu Yang's murder. Captain Kato looked at the scene inside the video where Liu Yang was manipulating the thunder and lightning, and his entire body was shocked beyond words. Damn it, this guy is just damn. Could he really be the reincarnation of Thor? But as long as they are criminals they will be brought to justice, even if they are Thor reincarnated. Captain Kato asked to the team member next to him, "What's the situation now, Captain?" Liu Yang is hiding in that one classroom, and there are many students inside the classroom, and no one has dealt with Liu Yang in so far. I wonder what his purpose is, but the parents of those students have now begun to put pressure on our sheriff's department, and that's a whole 1,000 students and 1,000 families at stake. Chapter 62. Hearing this, Captain Garten also felt a great headache. With over 1,000 students, it's not something he can afford to take responsibility for if something goes wrong. And Liu Yang is a weirdo who can manipulate lightning. After all, people conduct electricity to each other. Are the special forces there yet? Are the snipers in position? Captain Kato continued to ask. If you want to free the students, all you have to do now is to find a chance to snipe Liu Yang. It is the only way to protect the safety of other students. Snipers are already in position. 3 snipers, sent in 3 different directions of that one building. The special forces have also been fully armed and ready for a strong attack. Even the armored vehicles have been sent in. The CID team member replied. Very well, then let me go and meet this Liu Yang for a while now. The reinforcing captain gritted his teeth and began to walk forward. Captain, you be careful. Liu Yang guy has not yet asked for negotiations. Now do not know whether he will randomly go crazy. Also do not know the other side of the psychological state and mental state is still so abnormal. You so rashly go over, may be killed by him. That criminal investigation team member immediately said to Kato, but reasoning with a raving demon is something that doesn't make sense. I interrogated Liu Yang 2 whole times and ultimately failed to find any evidence or breakthroughs. To be able to let this murderous maniac go free until today, I have a great deal of responsibility. This one thing has to be handled by me. Even if he wants to kill me, then he has to meet with me. That way the sniper will be able to find an opportunity. Even if it's a life for a life. Being able to protect more than 1,000 of his students is all worth it, Captain Kato said in a solemn tone. He also had a desperate look on his face, clearly having put his life on the line. This maniacal demon, flooding inside the area under his jurisdiction and escaping from his own eyes 3 times. It was a dereliction of duty on his part to have interrogated Liu Yang 2 whole times and yet not found out what was wrong with Liu Yang. So this thing, too, must be compensated by him. Captain, that team member wanted to keep stopping Kato. But Kato was resolute. My mind is made up. You don't need to say anything more. At the same time, immediately clear the scene and evacuate the other students. Don't let anyone leak their images out. And the reporters are all blocked outside. Don't let them come in. Otherwise, if the images of Liu Yang's murder spread again, I'm afraid that it will cause great panic in the society. A homicidal maniac with the ability to manipulate lightning is already classified as being psychic. Captain Kato doesn't want something like this to spread in the community. Once this kind of thing spreads, It's likely that the entire community, all in turmoil. Yes, Captain Kato. That team member nodded, then backed off. This time Officer Kobayashi came over again, red-eyed. Speaking to Captain Kato, he said, "Captain, I'll go with you too. It's been me and 2 other team members who have been watching Liu Yang for the past 20 days or so, but I didn't expect to find any problems with Liu Yang at all, which was a dereliction of duty on the part of the 3 of us. To put it mildly, one of the team members had also already been killed by Liu Yang, paying the price of his life. I'm going to avenge him. I want to capture Liu Yang with my own hands and execute him with my own hands." Officer Kobayashi is very self-conscious. Her heart was also very sad. Captain Kato sent the 3 of them to monitor Liu Yang's every move in 3 shifts, but did not expect to monitor for more than 20 days did not find Liu Yang. But today, Liu Yang exploded into murder, killed or 2 vigilantes. Officer Kobayashi felt that if he had observed more carefully, he might have noticed Liu Yang's abnormality earlier, and maybe the 2 vigilantes wouldn't have died. "It's all your own fault." Captain Kato gave Officer Kotomine a look full of relief, then said to her, "Shaolin, I can understand your feelings. In fact, my feelings are similar to yours, but I'm the main person in charge of this one case, and it's my responsibility that's the greatest. Don't worry, all criminals will be brought to justice and this Liu Yang will pay the price he deserves. Just leave it to me, and if I die, you're trying to find a way to capture him to avenge me." Hearing that Jiatan had the guts to say that, Officer Kobayashi had no choice but to nod his head. With red eyes, he said, "Okay, Captain Kato, then be careful. If that guy really did kill you, then every single day of the rest of my Kobayashi's life will be spent capturing him, and that will be my only goal in living." So Captain Garten took a step towards that one classroom, holding a loudspeaker as he went, and addressed the people inside the classroom. "Liu Yang, I'm Kato. We're old friends. Let's have a good talk. What is your purpose? What do you want?" Liu Yang's voice came from the classroom. "It's been a long time since I've seen Captain Kato. I've missed him. The captain is worthy of being a veteran scout of more than 10 years. At the first moment you suspected that I did it. You were indeed right in your suspicions. I killed both the eldest young master and Nakai and Archie. It's also very simple to find out what I'm up to. Get your Tokyo TV people to come live and I will tell you what I am up to." Upon hearing those words, Captain Kato's face immediately changed. This is such a strange request from this guy, that he wants a live reporter before he'll reveal his purpose? But wouldn't a live broadcast cause everyone in Sakura country to panic? This is not good. Liu Yang, if you have something to say, you can say it properly. Don't make another move. Can I exchange hostages with you? I'm willing to be your hostage. You let the students go first. They are all children within a family and their parents are very worried about their well-being, just as your parents are worried about yours. If you're willing to release them, I can ask for a reduction in your sentence from above. Kato moved to persuade Liu Yang. Reduced sentence? Captain Kato, you don't really think you guys can catch me, do you? Oh, to show you my sincerity, this is the first one. As soon as Liu Yang's words fell, a male student had walked out from inside the classroom shivering. Thank him, he bought you guys a minute. Liu Yang's voice came out like a demon's whisper, and Captain Kato felt ice cold all over. He had been a magistrate for more than 10 years and had never seen anyone so vicious. All the police officers showed shocked expressions when they saw the scene, and they felt endless fear in their hearts. Those students inside the classroom are also trembling. The negative emotion value in Liu Yang's mind at this time had exceeded 30,000, and it was still increasing constantly, increasing at a fast rate. I'm afraid this rate will increase tenfold once the TV guys come here to broadcast live. Chapter 63, Prude Woman. Captain Kato was a little broken inside at this moment. This Liu Yang is too much, too scary, too ferocious, simply without any humanity. Damn it, this guy is just damn. I should have trusted my instincts in the first place and put him in jail even without evidence. Kato regretted it very much, regretted this maniac. Slipping through his hands one at a time, he took a deep breath, calmed himself, and, suppressing his anger, he said to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, don't you go too far. You are trampling on the dignity of our entire Sakura nation, trampling on the laws of our Sakura nation, and you will be punished for doing so. Can you afford that kind of responsibility? Do you think you can still run? I don't care what kind of abilities you possess, but there's no way you're a match for a country. Behave yourself and tie your hands. If you are impulsive again, I swear I'll bring you to justice even if it costs me my life. Don't take your life too seriously. Even if you give it, you can't do anything. Captain Kato, let me remind you, you have 40 seconds left. Hurry up and let the reporters come over, or else, there will be consequences." Liu Yang's icy voice came again. Damn it! Captain Kato gritted his teeth, an angry expression on his face, but there was nothing he could do about it. He raised the speaker and continued. "Liu Yang, you calm down. It will take at least 5 minutes for the reporters to rush over. I hope you don't kill anyone within those 5 minutes. Seeing as we are old friends now, give me 5 minutes, isn't that good? Only 5 lives are needed as a price, and this will enable you to gain the lives of more than 1,000 students. You're making a big profit, Liu Yang said with a teasing voice. Hearing these words, all the vigilantes had a chill in their hearts. This guy, he really didn't treat human life as life. Captain Kato hurriedly said into the intercom. Immediately let the reporters outside in, but don't let them turn on their cameras. Confiscate all the batteries of their cameras. Have them pretend to broadcast live and stabilize Liu Yang first. Captain Kato. One of the team members immediately started to go to the reporter. Kato asked another team member on the intercom, how about the sniper side? Have you found the best sniper position yet? Any chance of killing him? This guy Liu Yang made all the students stand next to the window, blocking the line of sight from the inside, and it was impossible to see where he was. Unable to find a sniping angle, there is even a great possibility of accidentally injuring ordinary students. Want to kill him, unless he can walk out of that classroom. The words of the team member threw cold water on Captain Kato again. If it weren't for over 1,000 students, I'd really want to drive an armored car right in and mutilate him. Kato couldn't help but spit out. He took a deep breath, calmed his agitated feelings, and then prepared to try and continue to pacify Liu Yang. This time, however, Officer Kobayashi stepped forward and said to Captain Kato, Captain, let me try. I've had a few encounters with that guy and I know him fairly well. That guy is more horny, so maybe it would be easier for a woman to interact with him. Hearing that, Captain Kato had no choice but to nod, handed the horn in his hand to Officer Kobayashi. Shaolin took the loudspeaker and said, Liu Yang, we are old friends, can we have a good talk? It doesn't mean anything to you to hurt those ordinary students. It will only deepen your sins. They are innocent people who have done nothing wrong, and they don't deserve this disaster. Feel free to ask for anything you want, as long as it's something we can do, we can accept it. Liu Yang replied, it's a nice thing to say. You Officer Shaolin is just a liar. When I first asked you to go to a room with me and have a good chat there, maybe I would tell you about my homicidal maniac's identity. But you, without hesitation, refused. I don't think you and I have anything to talk about. If you ask me, a big part of the blame for the students who died this time is because you, Officer Kobayashi, refused to sacrifice yourself. Upon hearing this, Officer Kobayashi gritted his teeth, a sad expression on his face. It does seem to be the case. At first, Captain Garten let himself use his beauty to get close to Liu Yang, wanting to ask as many clues as possible from Liu Yang's body, but he could never keep his head down. There's no color baiting technique used at all. If they had actually used it, maybe these students would have been fine. Seeing Officer Kobayashi's self-condemnation, Captain Kato comforted her from the side. Kobayashi, don't listen to that guy's twisted reasoning. It's not because of you. You haven't done anything wrong, Kobayashi said with red eyes. No, Captain Kato, I think he has a point. As in, after saying that, she picked up the speaker and said to Liu Yang, as long as you are willing to release all the students, I am willing to go to a room with you and do whatever you want. Don't you ever hurt those innocent students again. Hearing this, each of the vigilantes next to him had an angry expression on their faces. This Liu Yang is too much, even letting their police flower, Officer Shaolin, go to a room with him. Officer Kobayashi is the goddess of their security bureau. How many men look up to her? However, Officer Kobayashi is too beautiful. The body is too good. Too beautiful is a goddess-level existence. Although they admire Officer Kobayashi but do not dare to show it. But what about Liu Yang? To come right out and say something like you want a room? How shameless. What a disgrace to the sanctity of Officer Kobayashi. Damn this guy. They all hated it so much they clacked their teeth together. Liu Yang looked at his negative emotion value inside the classroom and directly kept soaring. The whole person was happy. It's up to over 50,000 already. This pre-apocalyptic madness is so exciting. And Officer Kobayashi even said in public that he wanted to go to a room with himself. Thinking of Officer Kobayashi's strong and stubborn character, even if this sentence was meant to stabilize himself, I'm afraid that saying it out in public was full of psychological pressure. Right, and he had struggled for a long time in his heart, right? Liu Yang said it a long time ago. Officer Kobayashi is a prude, not a casual person. He was about to find a way to make Kobayashi a woman who was not a human being when she got casual. That's the way to accomplish something. Chapter 64 Exchange of 10 students. However, Liu Yang does not believe a word of what Officer Kobayashi said. It would be normal for these vigilantes to tell a lie to trick themselves into trusting them in order to catch themselves. After all, they've started to do nothing, and they can't afford to take responsibility for the lives of over 1,000 students. Liu Yang spoke to the outside from inside the classroom. Officer Kobayashi, your words are tantalizing but hard to believe. Besides, I've already killed 2 vigilantes. I'm afraid I don't have the life to go to a room with you under these circumstances. I know that I'm afraid that the outside of the classroom is now filled with snipers, and if I dare to show my head, they'll snipe me down. Let's put it this way. Don't you want to exchange hostages? Officer Kobayashi can come in and I can get you 10 more students. Upon hearing this sentence, Kato's face suddenly changed. Luckily, the reporter didn't come. Otherwise, due to the pressure of public opinion, Officer Kobayashi was afraid that he would have to agree to the other party's request before he could do so. After all, 1 life for 10 lives. If this is not changed, those reporters will surely make a mess of the report saying that the police have no spirit of sacrifice. But to change it, then Officer Kobayashi would definitely be in danger. This Liu Yang is a pervert, a murderer, who knows what he will do next. Kato hurriedly spoke to Kobayashi. Don't listen to him, Kobayashi. This guy is a pervert and you can't believe everything he says. You, don't fall for his tricks. If you agree to his demands, you'll fall for the other party's scheme. The rest of the team had angry expressions on their faces. Yeah, Lin, you mustn't trust him. This guy has killed 2 vigilantes so far, and one of them is still spying on him with you. So once you follow his demands for a hostage exchange with the people inside, maybe you'll get killed too. Yeah, Shaolin, don't believe him. This guy doesn't speak a word of truth. He's a murderous maniac. If you believe him and are led by the nose by him, the consequences are unimaginable. The teammates turned to Kobayashi and urged him on. In their opinion, Liu Yang has been up to no good from the start, especially when it comes to spending time with Kobayashi. It's even more unsavory. If Kobayashi really did follow his request for a hostage exchange with 10 students, then what would happen once he entered that classroom? It's simply unthinkable. That homicidal maniac has long since ceased to be able to think of his actions in terms of cruelty. Maybe he'll do it in front of thousands of students inside the classroom. Put Kobayashi in his place. In that case, not only would Shaolin be insulted, but their entire security bureau would be completely humiliated. After all, Kobayashi was a vigilante and represented the face of the official Sakura country, and Liu Yang is a homicidal maniac. It stands for sin, for darkness. But Kobayashi gritted his teeth and spoke to Captain Kato. Captain, this is the only chance to get close to him. This can't be let go. And being able to exchange 10 students means I've saved 10 families. Even if I sacrifice it, it's worth it. Upon hearing this, Kato instantly blushed. Kobayashi, you're being silly. We're vigilantes. We're not the Madonna inside Notre Dame. We can only save the citizens of Tokyo City to the best of our ability. But why go when you know it's a death sentence? You have to think for yourself. But don't just think about the kind of thoughts you were taught in books about sacrificing for the people of the Sakura country. Hearing this, Kobayashi was a bit confused. How could she not expect her most admired Captain Kato to say such words? Wasn't it Captain Kato who told himself that before? That since you've become a magistrate, you have to be ready to sacrifice for Sakura Nation. But when it really comes down to it, Captain Kato actually persuaded himself not to die for the citizens of Tokyo? Seeing Kobayashi's expression, Kato realized that this guy was too innocent. So he leaned in close to Kobayashi's ear again and whispered, "Those words are all official words spoken in a nice way. Are you stupid? You really believe it? Protect your own safety first before you can protect others. Think about your own family. I'm afraid they wouldn't want you to trade hostages." Captain, stop it. I've made up my mind. This is the only way to get close to Liu Yang. As long as there is the slightest hope of catching him, it should be carried out, shouldn't it? He knew that the reason why Captain Kato said that was just that he didn't want to get himself killed. And wasn't Captain Kato ready to swap hostages himself in the beginning? After Shaolin finished speaking, he resolutely raised the horn in that hand and said to Liu Yang, "Good. I'll agree to your request. I'll exchange 10 hostages." When Kobayashi uttered that sentence, some of those parents of the students who had hurriedly arrived heard it as well. Originally, they were surrounded outside the quarantine zone, but after hearing the words uttered by Kobayashi with a loudspeaker, they broke all the way through the blockade of the vigilantes and rushed straight to the scene. It was their child's only chance to live. How could they let it go? All those parents gathered around Shaolin, pulling her around and crying, "Officer Kobayashi, save my child. Save my child. Change my child. This is the only child in my family." A middle-aged woman in a gorgeous dress took Officer Kobayashi's hand and exclaimed, "Officer Kobayashi, give me one of the 10 spots. I can pay. I'm willing to give 50 million yen, just in exchange for 1 spot for my child." A tall, strong, tattooed, big man rushed over as well. Speaking to Kobayashi, he said, "Officer, give a spot to my child, or else, I won't spare your security bureau. My children are in danger because of your negligence, and now there is an opportunity, and you won't give my children a place. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and nonchalant. When the time comes, I will also be transformed into a murderer, specializing in killing you vigilantes." In the face of these people's requests, Officer Kobayashi looked a bit overwhelmed, and she didn't know who should be replaced, and only 10 out of more than 1,000 students could be replaced, regardless of who was replaced. It is unfair to the other students who are not replaced. And Kato kicked the one tattooed burly man directly in the stomach after what he heard. Boom! The tattooed burly man was instantly kicked to the ground. Kato said to the team member next to him, "This man is threatening the officers. Arrest him." The tattooed hulk of a man struggled and yelled, "You hateful vigilantes. You can't catch a murderer, so you turn on us ordinary citizens. We're citizens of Tokyo. We pay taxes. And you're all using our taxpayers' money. It's even if you can't protect our safety. Yet you only dare to flaunt yourself in front of us. You all deserve to die." Chapter 65, Calm down. The rest of you exit beyond the cordon immediately as well, or else all of you will be arrested and taken to the sheriff's department. There are only 10 people in this quota, and it's not fair to the others no matter who we choose. So we don't choose, we let the other side release them. He puts it randomly, to whoever he puts it to, completely by luck, and that way it's fair to everyone. Captain Kato continued as he finished his sentence with a turn of phrase revealing an icy tone. This one chance this time is our officer Kobayashi's self-sacrifice, using the safety of her own life in exchange, and it's even worse that you guys don't appreciate him, and even dare to blame her. It really chills us to the bone. All of you parents of these students get the hell out of the cordon or all of you will be arrested. Those students' parents were instantly intimidated by Kato's icy tone, worthy of a veteran criminal investigation team leader. The momentum, it's too much. Those parents dared to yell in front of Officer Kobayashi, but not in front of Kato. Under the guidance of the vigilantes, they all withdrew beyond the cordon and no longer dared to raise their voices. By this time a group of students had come out from inside the classroom. Liu Yang's voice also came out from inside the classroom. "I've released Officer Kobayashi's student. Now put down your weapon and come into the classroom," Kobayashi said as he raised his horn. "No problem." She lowered her sidearm and dropped the handcuffs around her waist. Also returned the horn to Captain Kato. Captain Kato's eyes were filled with a complicated look. It was as if there were 1,000 words he wanted to say, but in the end he didn't say, just with a look of admiration. A look at Officer Kobayashi. Officer Kobayashi then walked towards the classroom while the students slowly walked outside. Just as Officer Kobayashi brushed past those students, Liu Yang's voice came from inside once more. "Oops, change one more. I made a mistake counting just now. Now it's 11 students. It looks like I have to penalize one for that. I can't afford to lose out." Upon hearing those words, those students' entire bodies immediately shook, and even Officer Kobayashi felt a trace of coldness. The other students let out an instant scream. It made all of them sweat. Liu Yang was randomizing the hands of 11 people each with a chance of being punished. "We're walking on ghosts here." Those students were all terrified. Even Officer Kobayashi was terrified. "Liu Yang, you still dare to make a move?" Officer Kobayashi angrily called out to Liu Yang inside the classroom. "So what? One more student will be punished in a minute. So hurry up and call your reporter. Officer Kobayashi, you should hurry up and get in here too, or another student will be tortured because of you." Liu Yang's indifferent voice came from inside the classroom. Officer Kobayashi bit his seductive red lips, eventually not saying another word, and walked into the middle of the classroom one step at a time. Entering inside that classroom, Officer Kobayashi was shocked by the sight before him. More than 1,000 students all stood in the classroom. They stood in black. If Liu Yang wanted to kill them, a thunderbolt could electrocute several times hundreds of them. "I'm afraid," and each and every one of those students were shivering, with expressions of despair on their faces, so scared that their faces turned pale and cold sweat broke out. There was even a foul odor coming out of the air, and it was obvious that some of the students were directly scared to pee. There are still quite a few water stains on the floor. Under such an atmosphere, I am afraid that all of them have experienced great psychological pressure in their hearts. Everyone is afraid that they are the next to be punished, and everyone is gripped by fear. Liu Yang certainly understood this, as the negative emotion value inside his mind had already exceeded 80,000. But now that the growth was starting to slow down, it was clear that these students were scared to death, and they were providing less and less negative emotional value. Therefore he now badly needed a reporter to broadcast all the situation here inside the TV station for everyone in the Sakura country to see. That way he would be able to gain a new negative emotion value. Officer Kobayashi took a deep breath, calmed the angry feelings in his heart, and said to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, behave yourself and surrender. You can still fight for leniency now, as long as you turn yourself in. Maybe the death penalty won't be necessary, but if you continue to be so obsessed, then your consequence is simply to be caught by the police and sentenced to death in front of everyone in the country. Do you think you can go against the entire police force of Sakura Nation?" Officer Kobayashi, it seems like you haven't gotten the situation straight. You should say, what qualifications do you Sakura country police have to do with me? Liu Yang, Or what qualifications does your entire Sakura country have to go against me? Liu Yang? I'm going to do more than just tease you, police. I'm going to do more than just trample your entire Sakura country underfoot. And that includes you, too. You're going to get ravaged by me. When you get to my Liu Yang's hands, I am afraid that I will let you. He at that time. Now stop all that nonsense for a moment and hurry up and get your reporter over here. Liu Yang sneered, not at all intimidated by Kobayashi's warning. You can be a really arrogant guy. Officer Kobayashi was somewhat speechless by Liu Yang's words. A mere foreign student wants to trample the entire Sakura country underfoot. What a big mouth. Even if you have magic that controls lightning, in front of the state machine, what's there to fear from magic? Could your magic be more powerful than a missile? A missile comes by, whatever magic you have, and even raises the dust for you. Calm down first, don't do it again. The reporters are already on their way. Don't worry, you can feel free to mention anything you want to me first. I'll relay it to the bureau. Officer Kobayashi wanted to continue to stabilize Liu Yang. What's the point of mentioning it to you? You're nothing but a small person. If it weren't for the fact that you're prettier, have a better body, and are better suited for branching out, I wouldn't even look at you more than once. What value could you possibly have other than providing me with that aspect of a woman? At most, you are just a lust relief tool, Liu Yang said nonchalantly. Chapter 66, The reporters have arrived. Hearing that one sentence, Officer Kobayashi's face turned green. This guy is really talking big. What a libido tool. And in front of these 1,000 students. What a shame. The other students stood around shivering. They had only read about Liu Yang's deeds done inside the school, inside the forum before, beating up the second and third young masters in public. He even broke the third young master's arms and legs. He also beat up the director of instruction and his homeroom teacher. None of it was anything. No one can cure him. Now that I think about it, I finally realize why the director of instruction and his homeroom teacher were able to put up with it. This guy is a maniac. It's true that Ginger is still hot. If they didn't hold their breath, I'm afraid that they would have been killed by Liu Yang in the first place. It's not like we're so miserable now. Everyone was scared, but with Liu Yang's actions, and the police's inaction, even the female police officer in Tokyo was publicly humiliated by Liu Yang, and didn't dare to speak. They have grown desperate. The security bureau can't do anything about Liu Yang, and what chance do we students have of escaping? I'm afraid it's doomed. Despair gripped everyone, their fear turning to numbness. On the other hand, Liu Yang's negative emotion value acquisition speed began to drop rapidly. Liu Yang understood that these students had reached their limits. A person's emotions are like an elastic band pulling on him to gain elasticity, but pulling on it to the limit will pull it off. Today these students are on the verge of being pulled off. Like the Walking Dead, they become numb shells. This is why it only takes a few invading soldiers to be able to massacre a city. Because everyone inside an entire city has been numbed by despair. They were no longer resisting. They were standing still as if they were puppets on strings. The students inside this one classroom today are similar. Liu Yang frowned. The TV people never come back, and one's access to negativity can be getting slower and slower, and will soon tend to stop. Over 1,000 students only got him 50,000 negatives. Not enough at all. Liu Yang said to Officer Kobayashi. I said the beautiful police officer, hurry to take your walkie-talkie to contact the people outside to let the reporter hurry over. Otherwise it is almost time to go. Liu Yang's face was a smiling expression, but to Officer Kobayashi it sounded as fearfully chilling as a demon's whisper. This guy has no mercy for his former classmates. They were treated as if they were chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Calm down. Don't make a move. I'll contact the outside immediately now. Officer Kobayashi hurriedly persuaded Liu Yang, then pulled out his walkie-talkie and said into it, Captain Kato, are the reporters here? Tell them to speed up. Shaolin, are you alright? He didn't do anything to you, did he? You reassure him that the reporters are on their way. They'll be here within a minute. Tell him to stop being impulsive. Kato's voice came from inside the intercom. I'm fine, Captain. Just grant him his request first. Kobayashi said. Outside, the press has arrived. Captain Kato said to his team with a grimace on his face. Unplug all the power from their cameras. Don't let them capture any footage. Just let them pretend that they're broadcasting live. And at the same time, block all the network signals in this neighborhood, so we can't let the news from here leak out. Aye, Captain Kato. The team immediately did as they were told. And that reporter was reluctant. You guys don't move my camera. It's expensive, okay? There are more than 1,000 lives inside. If anything goes wrong, can you afford to take the responsibility? Do as our police say or else you'll be the only one to be held accountable. Captain Kato said aloud. That rage-filled look instantly startled that reporter. Don't you guys do it. I'll do it myself. The reporter pulled the batteries out of that camera himself. Captain Kato nodded, then led him along to the outside of the classroom and rushed inside. Liu Yang, I've brought you the reporter. What do you want to say? Just say it. I'm telling you not to be impulsive. If anything happens to those students, the police won't let you off the hook. At that time, you will become the enemy of the entire Tokyo police, and we will take you out even if we have to call in armored aircraft, helicopters, or even rockets. Do you want to die without a burial site? Captain Kato. I for one don't like it when people threaten me. The captain's face changed. Don't. Liu Yang. Stop it. Damn. You guys are damned. Damn 10,000 times over. They're all innocent. Captain Kato was on the verge of exploding with anger. This Liu Yan was completely stepping on the entire Tokyo Security Bureau and rubbing it on the ground, completely ignoring their security bureau, not even taking the entire Tokyo government into account at all. Damn this guy. Watch your tone when you talk to me. Captain Kato. Liu Yan continued. Have that reporter turn on the live feed. I have something to say to all of you. No problem. Captain Kato agreed flatly, then spoke to the reporter. Hurry up and turn on the live feed. The words were addressed to Liu Yang. That reporter was also very cooperative, pretending to turn on the camera, and then said, the live broadcast has been turned on. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. Liu Yang turned on his cell phone, but found no signal. He frowned. Looks like these guys are pulling a fast one on themselves. So he just turned on his cell phone's camera and filmed everything he did next. Liu Yang spoke to the people outside. Captain Kato, I hope you guys are really on the spot. If you lie to me, you'll suffer the consequences. Chapter 67, Helicopters are out in force. Don't worry, Liu Yang, we've already turned on the live broadcast. Hurry up and say whatever you want to say, and at the same time, don't hurt any more students. You've already killed enough people, Captain Kato said without changing his face. Anyway, there is no internet in the whole area now, and Liu Yang can't check the news about this place on the internet if he wants to. Whether there is a live broadcast or not, it is still not a matter of his words. That one reporter chimed in. Yes, we're already on the air. Yes, Liu Yang said in the classroom and then made 10 students walk out from inside the classroom. Seeing this scene, Kato had another bad feeling. Every time a student walked out there was a death, and he didn't want to continue to see any more students killed. So Captain Garten hurriedly called out to the inside. Liu Yang, don't be impulsive. We've already started the live broadcast as you requested. What more do you want? Don't ever be impulsive again. If you guys have really started the live broadcast, then these 10 people can all be safe. If you guys lie to me, then none of them can escape. Liu Yang's icy cold voice came from inside the classroom. Nammed and desperate. A lamb to the slaughter should have the sense of a lamb. We're just waiting to die. They didn't have any emotional turmoil, but Captain Kato was enraged to the core. He yelled at Liu Yang. Damn you! How dare you move? We've already started the live broadcast as you requested. Why are you still like this? Liu Yang killed a student in front of a reporter's camera and received no fluctuation in negative emotional value. He then realized that the situation here was not broadcasted out live. Otherwise in the moment it was broadcasted out. The citizens of Tokyo who saw the scene here on TV would surely provide themselves with an unending stream of negative emotional values. Captain Kato and that reporter are lying to themselves. Oh, what a nerve! Liu Yang's disappointed voice came out. It seems like Captain Garten didn't take my words seriously. Under these circumstances, how dare you deceive me? At all times, I hate people who deceive me, because in his last life, Liu Yang died because he was tricked. So, he was going to make Captain Kato pay. So without hesitation, Liu Yang pointed his finger outward. It was really too impactful. That reporter was directly stunned and let out a shrill cry. Ah, I'm not shooting anymore. You guys shoot whoever you want. After saying that, he just carried the camera and ran away. And Captain Kato was dumbfounded. How could he not expect Liu Yang to be so decisive to say strike? Once again, 10 students died in front of them. Can't you hear me when I say I want to broadcast this live so that the entire Sakura country can see what's going on here? Next, kill one person every minute to continue on. Keep going until you guys actually start broadcasting live. Liu Yang's voice came out lightly, speaking in a breezy manner, but the icy feeling that was revealed was frightening and chilling. Looking at the more than 20 corpses on the ground, Captain Kato had been completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such an arrogant person, and had never thought that this Liu Yang would dare to do this. In just 1 hour, he'd killed a whole 24 people. This could no longer be described as a killing spree. Captain Kato even suspected that if it continued like this, all those 1,000 plus students would have to be in danger. Damn it! What should we do? Do we really want him to broadcast live so that everyone in Tokyo can see what's going on here? The 20 or so bodies on the ground, the spray of blood that blew up to the ground. Once this kind of image was broadcasted, I'm afraid that it would give small children nightmares at night and prevent them from sleeping, causing everyone in the entire Sakura country to panic, and at the same time telling everyone about the incompetence of the Sakura country security bureau. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the sheriff's department to let such a maniac get away with it and even threaten the entire sheriff's department? Wouldn't that be trampling the laws of the Sakura country on the ground? When have I, the Tokyo Security Bureau, ever been threatened like this? No way. Never give in to any criminal. Just then a tall, middle-aged man in a suit and shoes rubbing the weighing came over. He was accompanied by a couple of fellow travelers of rugged temperament. Seeing this middle-aged man, Guto instantly changed his face and hurriedly walked over and said respectfully, "Bureau, Mr. Director, you're here, the chief of the sheriff's department. In person, he manages the security of the entire city of Tokyo, also the boss of Guto's boss. I didn't expect the director general himself to be there," which gave Guto a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. "You're the person in charge of this case?" the director asked, turning to Captain Guto. "Yes, Director-sama," Guto replied respectfully, but his entire body was already sweating. There was such a bad case in his own jurisdiction. Oneself is absolutely irrelevant. It's really crap, killing one person every minute, and you guys are letting him do whatever he wants like this? The director's face was ironic. "Mr. Director, there's nothing we can do about it. He had to have a reporter from Tokyo TV broadcast the situation here live or else he'd be killing a person every minute. But can the situation here be broadcast live? Once it's broadcast live, I'm afraid our security bureau will lose face," Guto said helplessly. "After such a bad case, I'm afraid my own position will not be secure. There has to be a backstabber in this case, and the great probability is that that backstabber is himself." So it didn't matter that Guto was starting to swing for the fences a bit, and the key is that he really can't think of a good way to deal with it. And if he continues like this, he will only be led by the nose by Liu Yang. "So what? And you can't go live, and you can't free the hostages. What's your method of handling this? Just wait for him to kill one person a minute and finish everyone before you go in and arrest him?" The director's authoritative voice sounded again, asking at Guto. The sound of a helicopter rang out in the sky at this time. 3 helicopter gunships hovered in the air enclosing a large classroom. Seeing this scene, a somewhat surprised expression appeared on Guto's face. Was this sent by Mr. Director? 3 helicopter gunships to catch a criminal? This Liu Yang has such a big face. Chapter 68, The Self-Defense Forces are coming. We are trying to think of a countermeasure. Until then it's only possible to stabilize the other party. Don't let the other party go crazy. Lord Director, the other party is a maniacal demon with an erratic mind. It's very likely that he'll strike indiscriminately. At the same time, the other party could control lightning to kill people possessing an extremely strange ability. You mustn't go near that classroom or you might be in danger, Guto said stiffly, only able to blow up Liu Yang a little bit as a way to show that it's not that he doesn't want to make a difference, but that he really can't do it. "I didn't expect this director to laugh outright," said the man who said, "All fear comes from a lack of firepower. Weird abilities? Can it stand up to missiles?" He finished with a wave of his hand. "Behind, heavily armed self-defense forces." Surprisingly, a whole couple hundred of them ran out in unison. They were well-equipped and well-trained at the same time. They're called self-defense forces, but they're essentially military, qualitatively different from the vigilantes of the sheriff's department. They were born to fight. It's shocking that 500 self-defense forces, plus 3 helicopter gunships, were dispatched to catch a murderer. "Mr. Director, you are trying to." Kato's face showed a shocked expression. "Does it mean that Mr. Director wants to make a strong attack? Then such a big case can't be squashed even by the Lord Commissioner of the Security Bureau. We at the Tokyo Sheriff's Department never compromise with any criminal, so this guy will have to accept sanctions from our Tokyo Sheriff's Department. We don't accept threats. If he doesn't release the students again, then we'll forcefully attack," the middle-aged director said calmly. He then snatched the speaker from Captain Kato's hand and called out to Liu Yang inside. "Kid, I don't know why you're doing this or why you're threatening the police to let you live. Maybe it's your bad taste, maybe it's your psychopathy. But whatever, none of us in the police force will give in to you. Next, you have 1 minute to release all the hostages inside. Otherwise, after 1 minute we will start a strong attack inside and save the hostages by force. If you think you can fight us, the Tokyo Self-Defense Force, head on. You just keep on fighting negatively. But I'll tell you the results will surely make you regret it. We, the Tokyo Self-Defense Force, are not the kind of losers we think we are." The chief of the security bureau's words were so imposing that even the other security officers felt a little surprised after hearing them. But the heart is full of hot blood. "Yeah, you should get tough with criminals like the chief and not be threatened by the other side. You see, we are threatened by the other side. Those students one by one, this can be the students of the University of Tokyo, the flower of society. It's the hope for Tokyo's future. And the sheriff's chief, at least, has overwhelmed the other side in terms of momentum." Liu Yang also instantly realized that this guy was the main person in charge of this time after hearing this person's words. Seeing that the other party was speaking with such a bottom line, Obviously he was the biggest of those present. That means he's the most vocal. Talking to him is much more useful than talking to Captain Kato. So Lu Yang rushed outside the classroom and said, "Oh, good. I'll release them." Upon hearing these words, a look of pride appeared on the face of the chief of the sheriff's department. At the same time, he gave Captain Kato a look of contempt. The look seemed to say, "Look at you losers. You couldn't get the other side to compromise after half a day of messing around. And when I came, a direct sentence did the trick of freeing the hostages. What use do you say you guys have left? It's simply a waste of social resources." Kato Captain also did not expect Lu Yang so good to talk. "You this guy is soft not eat hard knew that threaten you so useful. I still talk to you properly His heart was filled with regret. If only he had hardened up a little earlier. A group of students came out from inside the classroom one after another. 20 of them. But they were halfway there when Lu Yang's voice sounded again. "Dare to threaten me? Then let's show you what happens when you threaten me." Hearing this, Kato's face changed. He instantly reacted to the fact that Lu Yang wasn't scared, but was going to continue to make a move. The director of the security bureau had not interacted with Lu Yang, so he did not yet know what Lu Yang meant, and the whole person was a bit unresponsive. But the electric light that flashed before his eyes in the next second made him completely understand Lu Yang's words. Lu Yang slapped the head of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau hard in the face with his actions. It also tells everyone that they are not to be threatened. Seeing this scene, the director of the security bureau was directly dumbfounded. How could he not expect that under the siege of the self-defense forces and 3 armed helicopters, Lu Yang even dared to make a move? This guy did it in front of me, the head of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Is he really not afraid? He's absolutely nuts. And it's gotten to the point of insanity. It looks like there's going to be an inventory of all foreign students from other countries after today. It's time for an inventory. All of these other countries are risk factors that could explode at any time. And he also saw for the first time what Lu Yang was capable of. There's something really creepy about this guy. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, moving further away from that classroom. Kato's right. That guy's no ordinary guy. But no more ordinary people. Nor could it have withstood the 30mm gun on top of the helicopter gunships. The chief of the Tokyo Security Bureau raised his horn and spoke angrily to Lu Yang. Kid, you're challenging our entire Tokyo Security Bureau, aren't you? Do you think that the majesty of our Tokyo Security Bureau can be trampled upon casually? I will make you regret this." Boom! Another loud bang. That was the response Lu Yang gave him. The sheriff's chief's face kept twitching. He's so angry he's contorted. It took several seconds before he said in an angry voice, "Damn it! Self-defense forces stand by. Prepare for a strong attack." Captain Kato hurriedly pulled back and said, "I wonder how costly it would be if the Chief Sama were to force an attack. Can we withstand the public pressure of society?" "What public pressure? We are saving the students. A small sacrifice in the process of saving. That's all normal. If we don't save them, then they all have to go down. We save them, there's still a chance they might be able to survive part of it. And again, after we catch Lu Yang, naturally he'll take all the blame. So what's it to us? All the signals here have been blocked. No one can send a message out of this place. Hostages are only called hostages when they're alive. If they're all dead, are they still hostages?" The sheriff's chief said through gritted teeth. Chapter 69, He Can't Get Away. Hearing the words of the chief of the security bureau, Captain Kato's face immediately changed. "Good man. It's worthy of being the head of the department. This pattern is much bigger than me. Over 1,000 students can be sacrificed just by saying so? The vigor. Awesome. But it could also be seen that the Lord Director was really annoyed by Lu Yang. This Lu Yang is really too much, completely not putting the security bureau in his eyes. The killing has gone red." So Captain Kato said no more. Since there was already a Director General in personal command, the commander here was naturally no longer himself. Even if something did happen to cause public outrage, then there is also the director at the front. Who am I, a small captain, to be able to make such a decision? Inside the classroom, Lu Yang saw through the gap in the window that the self-defense forces outside had already assembled. A light smile appeared on his face. "Good man. Worthy of being the perverted officials of the Sakura country. They don't consider the lives of these students as lives at all. In order not to spread the word about what happened here, they were even willing to sacrifice these 1,000 plus students rather than have what happened here broadcast live. Looks like it's rather me who underestimated their ruthlessness. But come to think of it, which one of them is not a human being if they can become a high-ranking official of the Sakura country? To them, the ordinary people of the Sakura country are probably not worth mentioning. I'm a murderer. Why wouldn't they be? The people of the Sakura country are really all a bunch of hypocritical, human-faced guys." Lu Yang muttered a sigh of relief. Officer Kobayashi couldn't even hear it anymore and said to Lu Yang in retort, "It's not what you said. It's all because you're killing people indiscriminately that you're drawing the wrath of the Chief Sama. To them you are insane and cannot be convinced by normal means. then the only best option at the moment is to subdue you by force, thus saving more people. Lu Yang, call it quits. It's all self-defense out there. You won't be able to escape. Your arrogance will be punished. Lu Yang didn't have a trace of panic on his face when he heard Officer Kobayashi's words. Self-defense force kind of guys who don't even dare to call themselves an army, are they? Can have what fighting power? Sakura country, a defeated country. Can't even have its own army. Also dare to show off in front of me, Lu Yang, you? Not to mention your hundreds of self-defense forces. Even if you call the ugly kingdom's garrison to come here to deal with me, I would still dare to be this arrogant. Speaking of which, how far should I go to make the ugly kingdom's garrison come to arrest me as well? I also don't know if the female soldiers of the ugly country are any good, but I haven't played with a big ocean horse yet, Lu Yang said with a thoughtful expression on his face. It's as if you're savoring the wonder of the great ocean horse in your imagination. Seeing this scene, Officer Kobayashi really felt shaky. A homicidal maniac surrounded by self-defense forces, with 3 helicopter gunships circling in the sky, and he's able to talk and laugh to himself, without the slightest hint of panic, even discussing if Ioma is any good. What a pervert! He's gone completely insane. At this moment, Officer Kobayashi suddenly felt that he might have made a wrong choice in coming to exchange hostages, and what kind of torture he would suffer next was simply unimaginable. And all around them were numb students with deadpan expressions on their faces. Officer Kobayashi was very touched in her heart. She didn't want to see these young hopes for the future of Tokyo City die here like this. So Officer Kobayashi said to Lu Yang, "Give me a little more time. I'll contact the people out there and get them to actually send a reporter live. I don't think we need to make a scene." Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Don't be naive, Officer Shaolin. Can't you see the situation clearly? Your sheriff's bureau chief has already treated these students as well as you as outcasts already, not caring about your lives at all. Recognize reality. You're hopeless, and they won't make any compromises for you, not to mention sending a live feed. I think the next scandal here will affect the reputation of the entire Tokyo Security Bureau, and they'll be even less likely to let word of this place go out, and possibly even kill people on purpose. Don't think that your Tokyo City Security Bureau is any good, but it's actually full of darkness behind the scenes, since the problem of rescuing hostages is not well solved. Wouldn't it be better to just solve the people in this problem? If you take out all the hostages, won't there be no more hostages?" Officer Kobayashi said, shaking his head. "No, it can't be. How could this happen? It's our job at the sheriff's department to protect every citizen of Tokyo City. I'll contact Captain Kato. He'll send a reporter." So without hesitation, Officer Kobayashi took out his walkie-talkie and spoke into it. "What's the situation with Captain Garten now? Why didn't the reporter come? The students are terrified. Hurry up and send a reporter. Save them." Captain Kato's helpless voice came from the other end of the intercom. "Shaolin, alas, now the director of the City Security Bureau is personally directing the scene. I no longer have the power of decision. You, protect yourself." Once the self-defense forces started to forcefully attack, then Lu Yang would also kill all the hostages without mercy, and even Kobayashi was afraid that he would die by Lu Yang's hands. Faced with the possibility of imminent sacrifice of this one young team member, Kato had very mixed feelings. Damn it, if it wasn't for my own incompetence, how could I have let my team members die one by one? This Lu Yang is really pushing the sheriff's department into a corner. Ha, Captain Kato, do you mean to say that you don't care if the students die? Can I have a personal conversation with the sheriff? Kobayashi had an incredulous look on his face. She hadn't expected to be able to hear that easily from Captain Kato's lips, and with Captain Kato saying that and telling himself to take care of his own safety, doesn't that mean that even I've been abandoned? At this moment Kobayashi's mind broke down a bit. She joined the sheriff's department to protect every citizen of the city of Tokyo. It's all about contributing to the people of Tokyo, but I didn't realize that, in the eyes of the sheriff's department, the lives of these 1,000 plus students, it's not even worth mentioning. I'm afraid the Chief Sama is in command of the battle right now and doesn't have time to communicate with you. In any case, take care of yourself, Kobayashi, if necessary. It doesn't matter if you succumb to the other side. Try to survive first. Captain Kato's somewhat saddened voice came over the intercom, and he was struggling inside, as well as being helpless and hopeless. He also wanted to save Xiao Dai, but he couldn't do anything about it. That's why he persuaded Kobayashi that it doesn't matter even if he surrenders to Lu Yang. Live first. As long as the self-defense forces make a strong attack on the inside of the classroom, it will be hard for Lu Yang to fly. Chapter 70. It doesn't matter if you kill a student by mistake. Kobayashi held the walkie-talkie dumbfounded, his mind completely broken. Turns out the sheriff's department isn't as nice as it thinks it is either. The people inside the sheriff's office aren't as noble as they think they are. They could even care less about the citizens of Tokyo for the sake of their own honor. Even he himself has been abandoned. This is human nature. Officer Kobayashi, If you survive until 10 o'clock tomorrow, your 3 views will be refreshed once again, so don't be too busy breaking down and grieving just yet. You'll break down even more tomorrow. Lu Yang laughed. All of this was within his expectations, but since the self-defense forces were starting to prepare for a strong attack on the classroom, he wasn't going to pretend. Brush. With a thought, Lu Yang took out 2 machetes from inside the system space, which was one of the weapons he had specially prepared for the end times, holding one in one hand. Seeing Lu Yang take out the double knives, Officer Kobayashi's heart had an ominous feeling. Lu Yang, what do you want to do? You don't do impulsive things. Ha! What I want to do, of course, is to give a response to your chief of public security, Lu Yang said with a cold smile and then said to one of the students, you, kneel down. That one Tokyo University student stood up numbly, walked to Lu Yang's side, and then knelt down. There was no resistance, no fluctuation. It was as if there was a hint of relief on his face. It was as if he had long ago resigned himself to his fate. He knew this result had been waiting for him. It was just a matter of how soon or late it would come. Now that it had finally arrived, it let the stone hanging in his heart drop. Yet the other students remained numb. They looked as if they had already seen the result. They knew they couldn't struggle, so they just stopped struggling. At the same time, Lu Yang said to the people outside the window, you come! You Sakura Nation's self-defense forces, hurry up and kill me. Outside, the chief of the sheriff's department saw these students being beaten out. The whole thing was shocked beyond words. Excessive. Just too much. This guy really doesn't have us Sakura Nation officials in his sights. He immediately gave orders to the self-defense forces. Start a strong attack. Pay whatever it takes to capture this murderous fiend. Dead or alive. Keep him in this classroom. Don't let him escape. Yes. The heavily armed 500 self-defense force, well-trained and well-coordinated, began to pour into the classroom. Prepare to break right in. Officer Kobayashi said to Lu Yang, stop it, Lu Yang, you can't run away. Lu Yang said with a smile, he, do you think there is a possibility that I didn't even try to run? Today, anyone who dares to break into this classroom has to die. Officer Kobayashi, I'll show you the gold content of the humanoid highway next. He's got 2 knives. The door to the classroom was watched sternly, and the self-defense forces outside the door were finally in the moment, breaking and entering. Wanted to finish Lu Yang off straight away. Audit, please look over. The self-defense forces wanted to kill Lu Yang. Lu Yang was forced to fight back, not kill for no reason. Boom! A loud bang came. The door of the classroom was instantly kicked off. However, the next second there was a flash of cold light. Brush! That soldier's leg was instantly cut off before he could retract it. The other soldiers froze, then reacted with a rush to pull the trigger. Bang 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 bang! However, the figure in front of him had flickered like a ghost and disappeared. This place bullets hit the ground without hitting anyone, and the next second, the Taoist had also arrived in front of them and swung his sword again. Brush! The 3 soldiers in the lead had their hands cut off instantly. The rifles in their hands also fell heavily to the ground. Ah! The 3 soldiers let out a wail of pain, and the soldiers behind him hurriedly shot at Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang once again flickered away, disappeared again. The soldiers instantly used the walls on both sides as cover, pointing their guns at the classroom door, and no one dared to rush in first. They couldn't see it all just now, and the 14 members in charge were 1 dead and 3 injured. The opponent's form was as swift as the devil. One jump can be dozens of meters away. Is this still human? He can't even aim. Although the other party was not necessarily faster than the bullets, it must have been faster than their aiming speed, running as if it were a stump. Unless full fire coverage. But now we can't even get in the door. We can't see the other side's exact position. How can we cover fire? Hundreds of self-defense officers are starting to sweat at this moment. They hadn't experienced any real battles since the formation of the self-defense force. Only a few drills. But the maneuvers were also at the intensity of a normal human soldier. Ah! Where had they faced such a pervert? It wasn't human anymore. It was completely demonic. Moreover, the other party can also control lightning to kill people. So far they haven't even used that move yet, which means that the other party is still swimming with ease, and they don't even want to use their bottom card. We're just the self-defense force. We're not an exorcism team. Why are we called in to deal with such powerful perverts? None of the team members who looked at each other dared to rush up again either. The sheriff's chief was also stunned by the scene he was observing from a distance. He said to Kato, "You only said that the other party possesses the ability to control lightning to kill, but you didn't tell me that the other party's speed is this fast. Did you? Do you see that his speed is still human-like?" Kato touched his forehead and wiped the cold sweat from it. Helplessly, he said, "I didn't know he was so strong. I suspect that he's not human at all, but a demon or devil of some kind. Shall we ask the monks from the temple to do the puja practices? A physical override under fire coverage couldn't even take him. Do you think that kind of metaphysics would work?" The sheriff gave Kato a cold look. then said to the self-defense, "Charge straight in with fire covering unconditional shooting. Even if the students are injured by mistake, it doesn't matter. Make sure you finish him off." The self-defense captain had a hard time. The door to this classroom is this big. How do we get in? The problem now is that as soon as one foot steps through the door of that classroom, it's instantly cut off, and no one dares to be the one stone to step up. Chapter 71, Indiscriminate Killing. Null. Chapter 72, The Sole Survivor. Inside the classroom, the ground was already a pool of blood. A body covered in blood on the ground suddenly moved. Immediately afterward, a woman crawled out from under the body. She was covered in blood and looked around with dull eyes, seeing bodies all over the floor, smelling the disgusting odor of blood. The next second, she let out a scream. Hell! This place is hell! Officer Kobayashi was completely stupid at this moment. Her mind was broken. Those students were shot and killed. Exactly. Who's the killer? What's a homicidal maniac in the face of the violent organs of the state? Officer Kobayashi can no longer tell what is righteous, what is crazy, and what is sick in this world. What's the difference between what the self-defense forces of Sakurakuni did and a murderous rampage? Doesn't it mean that the self-defense forces should protect the people of the Sakura country? Why would they turn their guns on the people in an indiscriminate massacre? Officer Kobayashi's mind was completely broken. She felt like her three views had been turned upside down. It was as if all the norms that her previous self had perceived had become a bubble. Fake is all fake. Everything is talk. Liu Yang is a murderer, but he's never said he's a good person. At least he doesn't make a house of cards for himself. These self-defense officers, however, were even more disgusting than Liu Yang, who was doing things that killed citizens under the banner of protecting them. It's crazy. The world's gone crazy. Officer Kobayashi kept screaming, declaring the kind of grief and despair he felt in his heart. Captain Kato heard the scream from outside and heard that it was Kobayashi's voice. Kobayashi is alive. He showed a surprised expression and hurriedly grabbed the horn from the chief's hand and called out to Kobayashi. Shaolin, are you okay? What happened inside? Where is Liu Yang? Still in there? Kobayashi also heard Captain Kato's voice, except she's still in the middle of a breakdown and keeps screaming. No answer at all. The team member next to him suggested to Captain Kato, "Captain, let's go in and take a look." That Liu Yang might have been shot and died as well, and the last lightning attack was his dying struggle. Otherwise, why is Shaolin fine? Captain Kato heard this sentence but did not agree. Liu Yang left words full of ease and cozy, not at all like the appearance of being shot. It would make more sense to say that he died, rather than disappeared in place. But also this Liu Yang has been so long, did not make a sound, did not speak, is certainly not in the classroom. After all, the classroom has no hostage. He stayed in that there is no use, can run if he has long run. So Kato nodded and said, "Let's go save Kobayashi together. Everyone be safe. There's a chance Liu Yang is still in the classroom." "No problem. Let's go, Captain." The members of the scouting team were basically Kobayashi's licking dogs. After all, Kobayashi was a police goddess. Now that he heard Kobayashi's screams, who could resist saving her? So Captain Kato started slowly approaching the classroom with a scouting party, and all along the way there were corpses of the self-defense force. Some of the self-defense force had already been electrocuted by Liu Yang's electric current before they could rush into the classroom, and when they came inside the classroom, they even saw a scene that shocked them. The entire classroom floor was a pool of blood. The blood is up to several centimeters deep. The air was filled with a sickening gore, and the smell of a woman covered in snow and cloaked in hair sat in the middle of the classroom, screaming non-stop. Her expression was twisted, her eyes were hollow. She wasn't scared, she was broken. Every member of the sheriff's department felt heart at heart when they saw such a scene. How is this going to end? Captain Kato rushed to Kobayashi and helped her up, addressing her. "Shaolin, calm down. Calm down. It's over. Liu Yang is gone. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you." There was blood and tears on Kobayashi's face. She broke down and asked Captain Kato, "Captain, isn't it the duty of our security bureau to protect the citizens of Tokyo? Why did these students die under the guns of the self-defense forces? It's all Liu Yang's fault. It's Liu Yang who killed these students." "Kobayashi, don't blame yourself," Captain Kato said comfortingly to Kobayashi. "No, every one of us is a murderer," Officer Kobayashi said seriously. "Let's get out of here now. The environment here is too harsh. You should hurry and go to the hospital to get checked out and see if you're hurt." So with the help of the team members, Kobayashi left the classroom that was a pool of blood. The sheriff's chief saw Captain Kato and the others come out with Kobayashi and also came up and asked, "Well, did Liu Yang die in there?" Captain Kato said, "I don't know. There are over 1,000 bodies in there. Who knows if any of them are Liu Yang's? Let's have people go in and collect the corpses, one by one, to determine their identity." And so, the sheriff rushed the medical team in to check on the wounded and see if any could be saved, also identify the other dead. Instead, Garten took the members of the scouting team to send Kobayashi to the hospital for treatment, and eventually, after examination, it was found that Kobayashi had not been injured, and that she had been lucky. She was the only survivor of that massacre. Captain Kato asked to Kobayashi, "Shaolin, did you see Liu Yang kill someone? How the hell did he manipulate the lightning?" Kobayashi shook his head and said, "I only saw him killing people with a knife. He's fast, he's strong, and he possesses a physical quality several times that of an ordinary person. He was just like the martial arts experts in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts movies. His figure is like a ghost, making it impossible to catch and aim. Even the self-defense forces can't do anything about him, and it's even more impossible for a scouting team like us to catch him. He is, I'm afraid, unbeatable. Even if he didn't have the ability to control lightning, this physical strength alone is already capable of crushing everything." Hearing this, all the team members revealed shocked expressions. Has this Liu Yang really gotten this strong? Then it looks like there's no need for our CID team to track down Liu Yang anymore. So let's leave it to the military next. Chapter 73, Starting the Lucky Draw. Liu Yang returned to Mrs. Oda's house. There was no one home. Mrs. Oda was still at work, and I'm afraid Goto hadn't come home after being evacuated from the school. Goto had been dumbfounded. Liu Yang was the maniac? He stayed at my house for so many days? I live with the maniac every day, and I even get my minions to go fight the maniac with me? I admire myself for my bravery. To have survived this long. That dad call was not a loss. Muto was now all afterthought. He didn't dare to go home at all. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to his mom. "Mom, don't come home tonight. There's something wrong with Liu Yang." Goto didn't dare to say this thing about Liu Yang being a berserker, because once Liu Yang knew that he exposed his identity, he might die, so he could only say that Liu Yang had a problem. "I think you kids are the ones with the problem. Save it for Mom. Tomorrow is the last day. After tomorrow Liu Yang will move out of our house. You don't want to cause any more trouble." Mrs. Oda quickly replied back. It's been a tough month. Now that it could finally be over. Mrs. Oda felt very relaxed in her heart, but this message from her son went and suddenly came to break her good mood. What an ungrateful brat. Damn it. His own mom didn't believe a word he said. It's just a matter of time. But that guy Liu Yang stayed at our house for a month and didn't make a move on us, so I don't think he should kill us. Even if Liu Yang is ferocious, he won't kill his own woman. Goto simply tucked his cell phone back in his pocket, went to find an internet cafe, opened a private night, and wasn't going to go back tonight. And after Liu Yang returned to the previous mega villa, he lay on the sofa in the living room with a happy expression on his face. Instantaneous killing of 500 self-defense force members in 1 second. This lightning ability was too fierce. Besides being able to blow people's heads off with a single shot of lightning, it could also be controlled to spread from one person's body to another. And as long as the person was close enough, then killing 10,000 people in a split second wouldn't be a problem. He looked at the negative emotion values inside his mind and realized that the total amount of negative emotion values had already reached 60,000. You can draw 60 rounds for all 1000 points to draw one round. Drawing 10,000 points a round allows you to draw 6 rounds. He hadn't exceeded 10,000 points a shot so far, and had no idea what kind of rewards he'd get. Liu Yang pulled out his cell phone and looked at the video he had taken of himself. There had been no signal on the cell phone when he was at school, but now that he was back at the villa, the signal had been restored, and it was surely some of those vigilantes who were doing the work. I'm afraid they blocked the signal in the first place. Now that the signal is restored, Liu Yang did not hesitate to send the video in hand to the internet. It was even accompanied by a selfie of himself, telling everyone that the maniac was himself. The sheriff's department was also the first to notice. Liu Yang posted a total of 3 videos. In addition to having the video of Liu Yang's school, even the video of the self-defense forces killing students was posted. Even the video of the Dean of Instruction's office was posted. Seeing this scene, the people from the sheriff's department were directly dumbfounded. The director hurriedly ordered his men, immediately contact the heads of the major networks in Tokyo. Block all of these videos from spreading. Quickly. Speed it up. The director of instruction also saw the video online and was originally very shocked to see the video of the self-defense forces killing the students. To the next second another video instantly caught him off guard again. Asterisk. That son of a sent out a video of me having a rendezvous with a schoolgirl too. I knew he had a backup. Now that Liu Yang's identity as a wanted criminal offender is known throughout the city, he is naturally not afraid of that confidentiality agreement. As long as the video is leaked you have to pay 10 times. That's 500 million. But people are wanted criminals now. Do they still need to pay 500 million? The director of instruction felt his scalp go numb at once. Damn it, how will I be able to get along in school from now on? And what made the director of instruction even more devastated was that the video of the self-defense forces killing people only appeared on the internet for less than a minute clock before it disappeared. Apparently it was the officials who had begun to go down to restrict the spread of the video. But the video of his own office was never withdrawn. Holy, can you guys retract it cleanly? Does that mean my video doesn't count as having a negative social impact? The director of instruction felt completely socially dead. While Lu Yang was lying on top of the sofa inside the villa, he realized that the video he had sent was instantly withdrawn. Tried to continue sending it again, but realized it wouldn't go out. Apparently the video has been flagged all over the internet and is unlikely to ever appear again. These damn Sakura Nation's official organization. They're 10 points better at blocking the news. But it's also 500 self-defense force members killing 1,000 students. I'm afraid that this video will cause a huge shock in the entire city of Tokyo when it's released. Will the parents of those students stop? Lu Yang shook his head and checked his negativity again, just to realize that although the video was only a short existence on the internet, for a few dozen seconds his negativity value had reached 110,000 points. Finally over 100k. Just a moment ago it was 60,000. A few dozen seconds later it increased by 50,000. If this video survives a day on the internet, I'll make a fortune. Pity. But 110,000 is enough. 10,000 a draw is 11 draws. Lu Yang also wanted to try to see how good of a reward he could get from a 10,000 a draw. At this time Lu Yang received another prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has detected that your negative emotion value has exceeded 100,000 points. Unlocking the 100,000 points a draw advanced lucky draw pool. In that lottery pool, you can obtain higher order rewards. And a higher order raffle pool? Lu Yang's face showed a look of surprise, but at 110,000 to draw 100,000 once, he can only do it once. There's 10,000 left to spend first, so he said to the system. The system starts a lottery for 10,000 points a time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful draw, consuming 10,000 points of emotion value and obtaining the system reward S-rank system reward. Chapter 74, Obtaining Vajra Immortality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the S-rank reward in the lottery. Advanced Superpower Fruit. There's a probability of obtaining an S-rank superpower S-rank superpower after using it. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a somewhat surprised expression. And advanced superpower fruits? The bottom line is S-class superpowers? Lu Yang said to the system without hesitation. System, use the advanced superpower fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host's advanced superpower fruit use for successfully obtaining an S-rank superpower. Vajra Unbreakable. Gain the superpower passive. All basic attributes strengthened plus 10 points. Vajra is not bad? Is it what I think it is? Lu Yang's face was delighted and he hurriedly checked the description of this Vajra. Name of superpower. Adamantium. Superpower rarity. Class S. Superpower effect. After using this superpower, your whole body becomes hard. No attack can harm you, and you can even bathe in the center of the sun. However, while using this ability, your entire body will become stiff and unable to move. Superpower cost. Perhaps a part of your body will harden uncontrollably. Such an effect will last all day. After seeing the effects of this superpower, Lu Yang's face revealed a shocked expression. This Vajra won't be this strong? Bathing in the center of the sun can withstand tens of thousands of degrees of heat. No attack in the world can harm me, whether it be a magical attack or a physical one. And this superpower doesn't say that there's a limit to the number of times it can be used or how long it can be used. So wouldn't I be able to use it all day if I wanted to? Lu Yang's face revealed a happy expression as he hurriedly tried this ability. A thought inside his head. Brush. His entire body instantly turned as colorful as metal. At the same time the whole person became as hard as steel casting, and the whole person stiffened in place. He could no longer move his joints either, but he continued a thought that. The Vajra unbreakable state instantly disappeared and he was back to normal. Lu Yang's face showed a look of surprise. Both using and disarming it are very much at your disposal, meaning that you can instantly use Vajra when your enemy attacks you, after fending off an attack and then being able to immediately disarm it and then attack the enemy. This inability to move side effect isn't really that big of a deal. You just need to think of it as a shield that can withstand any attack. After the attack has been blocked, you can resume activity again by disarming Vajra. That's a good ability. My stealthy vanishing only lasts for a minute, so when I was under siege by that self-defense force, I had to make quick work of it. But with this Vajra it's a different story. Bullet attacks are completely ineffective against me and I can play with them all day. There's no cooldown time and no limit on the number of times. It's simply invincible. It's worthy of being an S-rank superpower. Isn't it possible that the rest of the 100k draws could be rewarded with SS tier, or even SSS tier? Liu Yang's face showed an expression of eagerness to try, so Liu Yang once again said to the system, "System, start the lottery and give me 100,000 points around." Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful draw, consuming 100,000 points of emotional value, obtaining the system reward SS ranked item, the Everything Fuser. The Everything Fuser, what is this? A double S-rated reward shouldn't be too bad of an effect, right? Liu Yang, hurry up and check the description of this Everything Fusion device. Item name Everything Fuser. Item rarity, SS class. Item effect, you can throw any two or more things into the fusionizer, and you can fuse new items. You will have the general ability of a creator to create things that would not have existed in this world. That amazing? Creator-like powers? Liu Yang looked at the system space. Inside there was already something like a huge fireplace, shining with a faint golden light. It looked very advanced. He thought, threw a knife and a bow into the furnace. Flames began to rise above the fireplace. He received a system alert a few seconds later. Congratulations to the host. The fusion was successful. Acquired a new item, the blade bow. Liu Yang took out this blade bow with a single thought. The bow was found to be very sharp on both sides, like two knives. It can be used for both long-range and melee combat. Liu Yang's mind suddenly had a thought. If anything, throwing things in and fusing the resulting items gains the original characteristics of both things. So I throw a man and a woman in there, and all I get is a rotary? If I throw a dog and a little girl in there, do I get an orc with a human head but a dog's body? If you throw both women in there, does it make it possible to become a woman with two sets of reproductive organs? Or if you throw a person and a cockroach in there, does the person gain the life force of the cockroach? When the apocalypse breaks out, what will you gain by throwing a zombie and a normal human into the mix? This stove really has an extremely high ceiling. Liu Yang's face showed an expression of eagerness to try. This is a good stove. This is a good stove. Not bad for a SS-rated reward. It's awesome. Not only is it useful, but it's fun. There can be endless possibilities. And every time you fuse something you don't know what you're going to fuse, you feel a sense of anticipation. On the other side, in the Tokyo Sheriff's Department, the top brass of the Sheriff's Department are meeting. Captain Kato was among them. Those 500 bodies inside the classroom at the University of Tokyo today were just shocking. They've never had so many people die in Tokyo. The good thing was that the news hadn't gotten out yet. The higher-ups in Tokyo didn't know about it yet, and the school was still in lockdown. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the head of the Tokyo Security Bureau will lose his crown. What they want to do now is to catch Liu Yang as soon as possible. Catch this culprit can have an explanation. Otherwise, who can afford to take the blame for these 1,500 lives? The director of the Security Bureau asked to everyone, according to the clues coming from the forensic side, there is no Liu Yang among those corpses. And at the same time, according to the video posted on the internet, the video was posted out to Liu Yang, which means that the other party is still alive, and even still has the leisure time to send out the video. But we've searched the entire University of Tokyo, and there's no sign of the other guy. How do you think he flew out? Right in front of our eyes. Disappeared? The entire University of Tokyo is under our blockade. Not even a fly can get out. How did he do it? Everyone in the sheriff's department was silent in the face of this question. They also don't know how Liu Yang escaped. Everyone thought Liu Yang was still in the classroom, but he disappeared into thin air. How the hell did that guy do that? Is he even human? Why is he acting so weird? Everyone found it very difficult to get around and even had a feeling of chills running down their spine, because they know their enemy is not an ordinary murderer, but a guy full of weirdness, full of unknowns. People like that. How do you beat that? Chapter 75, How Dare You Call? No one has said an opinion after waiting for half a day. The sheriff's chief frowned. He was also screwed, but this was a mega murder case issued above his jurisdiction. The 500 bodies were a constant reminder. If we can't catch Liu Yang, he's afraid he'll be pushed into the fire by everyone in Tokyo. He had no choice but to address Captain Kato by name. Kato, you are the one who has dealt with Liu Yang the most. What do you think we should do next to catch him? Where do you think he should be hiding right now? Hearing this question, Kato revealed a bitter smile before saying, how am I supposed to know that? That guy disappeared into thin air. Maybe we'll never find him. All the surveillance cameras near the school have been searched, and no sign of the other party has been found. The school has also been searched all over, almost on the verge of digging up the ground, and no trace of the other party has been seen. I suspect the other side is turning into air. Or maybe the other guy didn't even try to hide. Maybe he's at home right now drinking his soda and watching the news, mentally laughing at our incompetence. Originally, he captured the 1,000 hostages, and there was a purpose. The purpose was to have the reporters in Tokyo broadcast live, but now the 1,000 hostages are dead. The other side also no longer has any purpose. and we don't have any clues at all in trying to catch him. If I say it would be better to listen to him in the beginning, directly let the reporter live broadcast, to see what he really wants to do it. Now you the other side is not even know what the purpose is. We will become headless flies. Where can we still find clues? Oh, you mean you blame me? The head of the security bureau's eyes narrowed slightly, a somewhat displeased expression on his face as he asked Captain Kato rhetorically. Of course not. I'm just saying that now that the clues are broken, we don't know how to trace them. Why don't we just check Liu Yang's house? That guy is a pervert who never follows the norm, and I doubt he's even hiding at all, or even went straight home. Captain Kato hurriedly explained. This incident was indeed due to his initial dereliction of duty in failing to realize that it was Liu Yang who was the murderer, and that's why it ended up being such a big deal, with more than 500 people dead. Now that the chief of the security bureau was in front of him to take the blame, Captain Garten could finally feel a little more at ease, but he wouldn't dare to mess with the chief of the security bureau again now. What the leader says goes, as long as the pot doesn't fall on my head. Do you think he's stupid or are you? How can a murderer go back to his own home? The head of the security bureau said in a cold voice. Kato stopped talking. Besides Liu Yang's house, he didn't know where else to hide with Liu Yang. At this time, the deputy director of the security bureau spoke up. Let's start a carpet reconnaissance centered on the University of Tokyo. We'll search within a 5-kilometer radius first, and then we'll search within 10 kilometers expanding step by step. Of course Liu Yang's acquaintance's side also needs to send someone to keep an eye on it first. Maybe he'll go to his acquaintance for help. With that guy's ability, who else would he need to ask for help? 500 self-defense force members were killed by him in a second. Who could be capable of helping him? The head of the security bureau said in a cold voice. The deputy simply stopped talking as well. Nice guy, you asked us for a solution. We gave a solution and you denied it. Then you decide for yourself. Captain Kato had seen through it a long time ago, and he understood. I'm afraid that this Lord Director has been maddened by Liu Yang and is now delirious. Anyway, as long as the pot doesn't go to his head, he doesn't want to care about the rest. That's when the secretary to the director spoke up. Mr. Director, the parents' side of the students are on the verge of making a scene right now. Even though we blocked off the entire campus and blocked out the news that more than 1,000 students had died, but those parents can't reach their kids. They won't stop. There are now banners in front of the school, trying to storm right in, and our vigilantes are struggling to stop them. But there's no telling how long this can go on, and the scene could escalate at any time. The scene escalated. Are the people of the security bureau all losers? Can't catch Liu Yang even if it's not enough, but also can't control these students' parents? Have I not made myself clear enough? Before Liu Yang is caught, the news inside the school must not leak out, or else everyone from top to bottom of our natural bureau will be liquidated. Now that the outside world thinks that Liu Yang is surrounded by them in the school, the scene is now quite able to stabilize. If only when the outside world knew that Liu Yang was long gone from the school. They're only locking down the school so that word doesn't get out about the deaths inside, and then I'm afraid the scene won't be stabilized. Now the first order of business is to catch Liu Yang. As long as you catch Liu Yang, everything can still be explained. Lord Director, I will definitely convey your order. That female secretary hurriedly nodded and then retreated, and it was at this time, Captain Kato's phone, however, suddenly rang. Inside the quiet conference room, it instantly caught everyone's attention. Captain Kato hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and prepared to mute it, but the next second he froze in place. The ringtone was going on, and everyone was wondering why Kato didn't hang up or connect. What for? We're in a meeting. Did you put on listening music on purpose? The sheriff's chief scolded at Kato. Liu Yang, it's Liu Yang calling. I interrogated him twice, so I saved each other's phone numbers so that I can contact them at any time. I didn't expect him to call me directly. This guy is a little too arrogant, right? Captain Kato said squarely. Everyone present was also taken aback. The chief of security quickly reacted as he shouted, "Get on the phone and put it on speaker. Find a way to ask where he is. Notify the technical department to immediately trace the location of the other party's cell phone to lock him down." Captain Kato then immediately picked up the phone. Liu Yang's voice came over the phone. "How are you doing, Captain Kato? The party inside the school today was really something, wasn't it? So I'm throwing another party tonight at 12 o'clock and I hope you'll all be there. You guys have to get a reporter from TV Tokyo to come live this time. Otherwise more people might die than in the school." Liu Yang, what the hell do you want? Why must it be broadcast live on Tokyo TV? What exactly do you want to do? We can discuss anything. You must not do anything impulsive again, Captain Kato said hurriedly, trying to stall for as long as possible. We'll see when your reporters arrive. Today's party is at the most crowded place in Tokyo, and this time I will have not 1,000 hostages, but 10,000, and you still have the gumption to kill them all. After saying that, Lu Yang directly hung up the phone. Hey, don't hang up, Captain Kato exclaimed, yet there was already a beeping sound. The deputy director said, the call was too short to trace the location, but the threat from the other side is something we should deal with in advance. But don't let him kill again. Immediately start notifying everyone in Tokyo City to go home and not to gather in crowded places, and enforce the curfew starting tonight. Chapter 76, continuing with tears. When Lu Yang finished this phone call, he started to keep gaining negative emotion values inside his mind. The mere news of it struck fear into the hearts of the entire Nature Bureau. Several hundred people inside the sheriff's department began to provide Lu Yang with emotional values. The reason why Lu Yang had to wait until after 12 o'clock to start the next round of threats, it's because he's already used his stealthy void, even though he's got another Vajra to himself. And Vajra Unbreakable. There was no cooldown yet, but Vajra Unbreakable, compared to stealth voiding, it's still a bit worse. There was no damage that could affect Vajra Unbreakable, but when you used Vajra Unbreakable, you couldn't move either. Wouldn't that be the same as being caught by your opponent? In case the other party used a huge net and caught themselves in it, then they might not be able to break free, so you have to wait for the stealth void to refresh. That way, Lu Yang could do whatever he wanted. At this point the HOS began to get busy evacuating people. Alert several crowded public places. Let all schools have a full vacation. Some large shopping malls, supermarkets, amusement parks, custom stores, all closed. They were all standing by, waiting for Lu Yang's next move, and the next target. Be sure to catch Lu Yang on his next move. Gudo was originally still surfing the internet at the internet cafe. Who knew that halfway up the internet cafe was also blocked, and he's afraid to go home. Had to find a hotel and get a room for the day, thinking about waiting for Lu Yang to be caught by the police before he went back. Otherwise, give him 10 guts. He wouldn't dare to go home and live under the same roof with a homicidal maniac every day. I can't afford to screw up like this even if I had 100 lives. Good thing the hotel wasn't banned. Gudo got a room and then brushed up on the school's forums. Discovered that the forum was full of posts discussing Lu Yang. Lu Yang is a murderous maniac, and this matter has already begun to spread throughout the entire forum. All the students inside the school were on edge. I hope Lu Yang's guy gets caught in a hurry. This guy is simply a scourge. He even dared to kill the magistrate. Who else can do anything to him? In the past, I even dared to flaunt myself in front of him and even beat him up. I hope that guy doesn't hold a grudge, and for the sake of my mom, he'll let me off the hook. At this time, Gudo's heart was full of postpie. When he used to bully other students, he bullied Lu Yang together. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty brave. Just as Gudo was brushing up on the forums, suddenly something flew out from inside the crack of the room's door. Gudo was momentarily taken aback. I was just reading the detailed explanation about Lu Yang's murder inside the forum when suddenly something flew in. Who could not be scared to death? What the? Cursing, Gudo got up from the bed and walked over to pick up the object and look at it. It turned out to be a small card with a nurse in uniform. A picture of a beautiful woman. The other's body was perfect, with delicate features, spitting out her tongue. A playful and cute look. This figures so well, then the school flower in the school are more top. Originally, thinking that Lu Yang is a murderous maniac, he was very nervous and scared in his own heart. The pressure is not released. Suffocated. Now seeing this photo, one must be comforted by a beautiful woman, and he had offended Lu Yang, that murderous maniac. It's not certain how long one can live next. In case Lu Yang made a move against himself, he could be killed at any time. That's why you should enjoy yourself in time. Without hesitation, he dialed the card phone. A girl's voice came from the other end of the line. The voice is soft, delicate to the bone. Can I help you, brother? Do you need a house call? Needed. What's the price? I want the guy on top of the picture, Gyutin said without hesitation. 1-day girlfriend service. 100,000 yen. You can play with me, eat and drink with me. Guaranteed to make brother satisfied. Oh, the coquettish voice came again. Gudo felt like he was about to be unable to hold back. Come on, hurry up. The address is room 208 of the Clearwater Hotel, Gudo said without hesitation. No problem. It'll be here within 10 minutes. Brother, please be patient. Sister will be here soon. The phone then hung up. Gudo's entire body was excited. Without stopping, he took the little card and scrutinized it. He simply couldn't wait a minute longer. After a 10-minute wait, the door was finally knocked on. Hearing this voice, Gudo stood up instantly with a jolt, rushing over to open the door. A look of eagerness and excitement all over his face. Opened the door for a moment. A fat face, bigger than a plate, caught his eye, and that face is heavily made up. Smells like bad cosmetics. Gudo froze. This is a mistake, isn't it? The sister on top of the card looked, with a thin waist and big boobs and a great ass. Her body is perfect to the core. How come it's a fat head? weighing at least over 150 pounds of gas tank? And look at the other person this age, at least almost 30 years old. The one on top of the photo is obviously only about 18 years old. Other than the clothes being the same, it's not the same anywhere, okay? Although the fat guy's career line is quite deep, but the fat guy's boobs are just as worthless as the skinny guy's abs. Guto froze in place. His entire body was dumbfounded, and countless thoughts flashed inside his mind. However, as a college student, he had no experience. Again, I don't know how to deal with this situation. The woman had a somewhat surprised expression on her face after seeing Guto, not realizing that it was such a handsome young man ordering himself. Don't say I'll make 100,000 yen. I won't lose money even if I'm upside down, the woman said to Guto in that flirtatious voice. Little brother, let me in quickly. I can't wait. It's over. And the voice is surprisingly the same as the one on the phone. It's really her. Guto was dumbfounded. After 32 seconds of hesitation, Guto finally let go of the body blocking the door of the room, letting the other party enter the room, come all the way, and the emotions had all been simmering for 10 minutes, and his own hot blood was like a volcano on the verge of erupting. The atmosphere is already here, and it seems a bit unreasonable to do nothing. Damn, this is how I met a big, fat, authentic pig for the first time in Koto. Chapter 77, starting to go out. The whole of Tokyo is in a state of panic and is under curfew. Guto is still inside the hotel fighting the big, fat, authentic pig. At this time, Mrs. Oda had already come home from work. She said to Lu Yang-kun, lately Tokyo seems to be not peaceful. There is a murderous demon infested. You must be careful in general. The tone was full of sincerity and concern. Although tomorrow is the last day that Lu Yang stays in the villa, but before this period of time together, Mrs. has been impressed with Lu Yang. This is an independent, stalwart man, and it's also very powerful and strong. If the age difference wasn't too great, Oda Tauta might actually have some thoughts about Lu Yang. These days, although Lu Yang has threatened himself, even hit himself, but the stimulation seems to give one's mind and body a new experience. It made myself younger and more in love with life. Hearing his previous wife say this to herself, Lu Yang revealed a light smile. Well, that's true. And that maniac is standing in front of you right now. Lu Yang said, I know, ma'am, but what can a mere murderer do to me? Like I said, I am the threat to others. By the way, ma'am, tomorrow morning you don't go to work. Tomorrow is the last day I stay in your villa. I hope I can enjoy this day with madam. Oh, Mrs. Oda's little face flushed, as if she had thought of something she shouldn't have. Enjoy the day? Holy, that kind of thing really makes you blush just thinking about it. I guess I'm really not losing my charm. There was a somewhat proud expression on Oda's oversized face. To be favored by such a young guy is a good indication that one is very attractive. She nodded her head. Speaking, she said, okay, Lu Yang-jun, I'll take a leave of absence now, and I won't go to work tomorrow. But I also hope that Lu Yang-jun can keep his promise and completely delete the video after tomorrow. Don't worry, this video won't bother you anymore after tomorrow. I guarantee it with my personality. Lu Yang said with a smile. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. When the apocalypse breaks out and 80% of the population turns into zombies, Mrs. Oda will surely die in the TD Tokyo studio if she goes to work. Such a sexy and beautiful mature woman, Lu Yang does not want to let her become the rations in the mouth of the zombies. If the Mrs. is lucky enough to resist airborne, Lu Yang didn't mind taking her in. Make her his woman in the end times. That guy Guto doesn't know where he's been. He doesn't come home every day. What a worrying child. Dinner on the side, Mrs. Oda said as she sputtered. She frowned slightly. It always felt like there was something ominous in my heart. Children and grandchildren will always be blessed. Guto is already an adult, so Mrs. doesn't need to worry too much. It's time for him to take responsibility for his own behavior. Lu Yang swallowed a mouthful of Mrs. Oda's delicious dinner and said casually, Tokyo is infested with homicidal maniacs right now, and that Guto guy likes to cause trouble. That's why I'm a bit worried. Although it's true that he likes to bully others and sometimes does some violent things, he's still just a kid after all. Madam shook her head helplessly. Then with a sigh, he added, if that kid is half as understanding as Lu Yang-jun, I would be able to rest assured. Alas, Lu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. How could Guto, a little kid, be compared to himself, a man who had lived 2 lives? After dinner, Lu Yang returned to his room and waited for the time to come. Tonight at 12 o'clock, Lu Yang, will start the show. 12 p.m. Where good Lu Yang walked out of his room, but did not expect to just see the wife in sexy pajamas still sitting in the living room. Seeing Lu Yang come out, the wife's face showed a somewhat surprised expression before asking, Lu Yang-jun, where are you going? Can't sleep to go out and have some fun. Mrs. Oda, what are you doing sitting here? Lu Yang asked with some curiosity. I'm a little worried when that boy Gudo hasn't returned yet, Mrs. Oda said with a frown. There was worry in her eyes. Don't worry, ma'am, he'll be fine. You don't have to worry too much. Everything will be fine after a good night's sleep, Lu Yang said comfortingly to Mrs. Oda. The rules of the whole world have changed when you get up from your sleep, and you won't have to worry about your son. It's time for you to worry about whether or not you're going to survive. Alright, then I'll go to bed first. The gentle Mrs. Oda obediently nodded, then started walking upstairs. At this point, Gudo is still playing with the authentic big fat pig. Lu Yang walked out of the villa area and onto the streets of Tokyo. He then realized that the originally lively streets of Tokyo were actually silent at this moment. It seems that the vigilantes have made their move and evacuated all the residents inside the city of Tokyo. There are some lively entertainment venues that have been closed through and through, and you can't even see a single open internet cafe. The bars and KTV nightclubs are all out of lights too. A light smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. Is this the response you have made? Unfortunately, there are some places you can't control. Lu Yang walked straight towards an underground casino. That place was originally unknown to Lu Yang, but after the outbreak of the end times, when he was collecting supplies, once happened to enter inside and found it full of gamblers who had turned into zombies. He realized then that there was such a hidden casino in the city of Tokyo. I'm afraid even the sheriff may not know about this place. Through the dark alley, walked into a basement door. A guard stopped in front of Lu Yang. What man? What are you doing here? Come to play. Lu Yang hemmed and hawed. Subsequently, bang, the guard is knocked out instantly. Lu Yang took one step towards the casino. Chapter 78, Female Gambling Dogs. Behind a heavy iron door, deep in that dark, damp underground, was hustle and bustle and frenzy. Inside the underground casino, the lights were dim and flickering, and the smoke lingered around, as if casting a veil of mystery over the entire space. The tables were surrounded by people of all shapes and sizes. Greed, nervousness and anticipation written all over their faces. Most of them are bosses, entrepreneurs, executives of listed companies, etc., who have status. But now, in this casino, they're all crazy gamblers. Some had red eyes, staring at the ever-changing betting games, with fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Some looked maniacal, waving the chips in their hands and yelling out their bets. The dealer manipulated the gambling equipment with a face that dazzled the eye with its skillful maneuvering. The sound of the dice rolling in the goblet was like the drumbeat of destiny, beating on the hearts of the crowd one by one. The crisp sound of clashing chips, interspersed with people's curses, cheers and sighs, intertwined into a chaotic and cacophonous piece of music. The air inside the casino smelled of paper and gold. Sexy ladies with glasses of wine weaved their way through the crowd. In the corner, a couple of sore losers sat slumped over, their eyes vacant, as if they had lost their souls. The gamblers who had temporarily gained the upper hand, on the other hand, were full of complacency and continued to sink in the tempting and dangerous gamble. And in the corner, the woman, like a faded flower, sat disheveled and paralyzed at the gambling table. Her eyes were empty and desperate. Her originally bright eyes had lost all their luster at the moment. She watched as the last chip in front of her was mercilessly taken away by the dealer. Her heart filled with remorse and pain. Hands trembled slightly, as if they were still trying to hold on to the wealth and hope that had faded. Her face was as pale as paper. Her lips pursed, and beads of sweat slid down her cheeks on her forehead. That carefully groomed hairstyle had become messy at the moment, and a few strands of hair were plastered to her face, adding a bit more to the mess. She thought back to her madness and obsession at the gambling table as if it were a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. Those moments that she had once considered fortunate were now turned into deep regret. She lost all her money, not only her material wealth, but her dignity and her future. The hustle and bustle around her seemed irrelevant, and she was lost in her own failure. This underground casino, which once gave her false hope, now pushes her into the abyss of despair. Oni-chan Aonori, how are you going to pay back this 5 billion yen? A man with a cigar, a big man covered in tattoos, said the woman with an evil look on her face. It had to be said that this Qin Yuan's eldest miss, whether it was her body or her appearance, was really superb. As the security captain of this underground casino, he had long wanted to play this Qin Yuan missy hard once. Lend me another $50 million. I will be able to win it back. That woman grabbed the big man's arm with a death grip. With a frantic face, she said, "Oh, I've already borrowed you $5 billion, and I'll lend you another 50 million. Do you have the ability to pay it back? How about this? You play with me once, serve me well and I'll lend you. What do you think?" The big man said with an evil look on his face. All he lent out were chips. Eventually this missy will continue to lose to their casino. For them, chips are not money at all. The real money has long been in their pockets. These gamblers want to win it back after they have lost it all, and then they will be in even more debt. Gambling dogs are both men and women. All are just soulless shells who have been driven by their gambling nature. they end up losing everything, including their souls, their dignity. No, it's impossible. I'm not that kind of person. I will never sell my body. Do you take me as a chicken? Missy immediately shook her head and refused. She's the first lady of the Aoyagi family. The family has tens of billions of dollars in assets. Growing up, she lived a pampered life. In the past, she wouldn't even look at a security captain like this one who watched the venue. It's just that she lost so much today. $5 billion. Even his own father couldn't come up with that much cash. I'm afraid the $5 billion will bankrupt their family's company. At this moment Missy was truly flustered, but wanting to sell her body for $50 million in chips, she doesn't think it's worth it. How can I be worth only $50 million at a time? Mississippi Green Park? I'm not a technician in a custom store. Ha! Don't follow, right? Then you go. Think of a way to gather enough $5 billion. I'll give you 3 days to pay back the money. Otherwise I'll personally come to your father's door to find the money. You don't want your family's company to be blocked by people every day, right? A hint of light laughter appeared on the security captain's face. It's just a gambling dog. You really think you're still the old Missy? Your family's fortune is almost all lost to our casino. What are you still arrogant about? How dare you look down on a woman in a custom store? Gambling dogs are not even as good as chickens. When your family's company goes bankrupt and owes a lousy debt, when you are approached by your creditors every day, what else can you do but sell your body to pay off your debts? Right now you're still worth $50 million. When your family's company goes bankrupt and you're swept off your feet, you won't even be worth $500,000 without that Missy status. No, not that kind of thing. I can still flip it. Lend me another $50 million. No, $5 million. $5 million will do. I can definitely still win it back. Missy's eyes had madness written all over them. He tightly pulled that security captain's hand and refused to let go. That's $5 billion. How can she pay it back? There is no other way but to keep betting. That's what happens when you bet on a dog. You get deeper and deeper into it. Missy's smooth hair fell over her face. The seductive red lips were slightly skimmed. The security captain's entire body was paralyzed as he watched. The old man couldn't help himself. The security captain said as he grabbed her arm directly. Since I told you to leave and you didn't, then don't leave and pay back a little interest to me first. Saying that, he directly pressed this big lady down on the gambling table. The others were all beside themselves at the sight, showing a face full of bad jokes. This kind of thing is not strange inside the casino. How many people can't afford to play gambling debts to pay with meat? Seeing that the other party was still such a pretty and sexy beauty, the others shouted cheers to the security captain. After all, such a living spring palace is not usually seen, even if they can't play. It was a treat to watch such a beautiful woman being played with. Aha! Don't! I'm not going to do it. Hurry up and let go of me, Missy frantically shouted, shaking her head unceasingly. However, the security captain had long been overwhelmed by anger at this point. Can't you not send an arrow when it's on the string? Play for me once and I'll lend you 50 million chips. As long as you serve me well, you can be Raoul's woman in the future, and I have endless chips for you to gamble with, the security chief said as he was about to unbuckle his belt. Right about this time, boom! A loud bang came from the iron door of the casino being kicked open, followed by a tall figure walking into the middle of the casino. P.S. Begging for gifts, begging for power with love. Present. Chapter 79, I'm not a man, I'm a god. Boom! This loud bang instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the originally noisy casino hall inside, it became silent. That one security captain also frowned. The hand that was about to take off the belt stopped. He looked toward the door with a displeased face and cursed with a loud scolding. What the hell? How did you guys open the door? He's a security captain, and watching the door is what his men do. If you can't fight, you can't even watch the door? The henchman who was originally prepared to go and give a foul scolding saw that a tall figure had already walked in through the door. The other party's face still wore a smirk-like expression, obviously just a young guy who looks to be in his teens. What's with the grim, old-fashioned look on his face? It's a little scary to look at. This security captain used to be a gangster. What kind of tough guy did he need in Tokyo? But never have I seen one as frightening as this young man. What's with this young man? Why does he have such a chilling aura about him? He stiffly gritted his teeth and pointed at Liu Yang. What kind of person are you guys? What are you doing here in our place? Making trouble? Why would my little brother let you in? Liu Yang said with a light smile on his face. Your little brother? I was knocked out long ago. You guys, this guy is here to cause trouble, the security captain yelled. Security room instantly rushed out 5 or 6 big men. They are all fierce, body full of tattoos, stout body. It looks 10 points of frightening, but Liu Yang didn't panic at all when he saw them, but directly said to them, from now on, this underground casino is under my Liu Yang's control. Everyone squat on the ground and hold their heads. Who dares to run? Whoever dares to resist, also dies. saying that Lu Yang directly raised the bloodied knife. Those who had come to gamble were instantly startled, and each of them stood in place trembling. That security captain also felt Lu Yang's threat and the killing aura on Lu Yang's body. He was also a little afraid, but he couldn't back down. What has he not seen in the world? I think when he was a gold medal fighter in the mob. I'm afraid this young man was not even born yet. Kid, do you think I'm scared? Taking a knife and wanting to come and rob the casino. What a newborn calf. Do you know who I am? Those juniors next to that security captain also revealed angry expressions. They are the bosses of this casino, invited to watch the venue. Since they were invited to watch the venue, no one has ever dared to make trouble here. This young man is the first person. Isn't this not putting us in our eyes? This is an insult to us. They are all gangsters. When have they ever been insulted like this? The most important thing to come out is this breath. The most important thing is your face. Since this young man is not giving himself face, then let this young man know the consequences of going against us. You can try resisting. Lu Yang said coldly. Brothers, get on and teach him a lesson. Really take us as a rice bucket. That one security captain gave an order behind him. The little brothers raised the iron rods in their hands and instantly rushed up to the bulls and goats. 6 big men. 6 iron rods. Even if Lu Yang had a machete with blood in his hand, they were not afraid. Seeing the imposing 6 big men rushing towards him, Lu Yang did not have a trace of panicked expression. He suddenly moved his body, was as fast as a ghost rushing towards them. Immediately after that, miserable screams came from among those 6 big men. They couldn't see Lu Yang's movement speed clearly at all. They only felt that they fell heavily on the ground in the next second. All 6 of them collapsed to the ground and their feet had long since been cut off from the middle of their thighs. Blood spurted out directly, turning the ground into a snowy slope as they covered their broken legs and kept screaming. Aha! My foot! My foot! It hurts! Lu Yang laughed, followed by kicking that broken leg on the ground into the trash can, and said to that big man comfortingly, "Good boy. It doesn't hurt anymore. Your foot is already in the trash can." That big man saw Lu Yang like he saw a demon and started to scream even more broken down. And the patrons who had come to gamble had long since been curled up in a ball of fear. One man approached the casino's door to take advantage of the chaos and run out. Yet the next second, a bolt of lightning struck him directly in the back of the head. Pow! The customer who tried to escape. Instant head explosion directly to the head. Aha! Seeing this scene, all those customers were scared silly. No one dared to escape anymore. And Lu Yang's icy voice rang out. I've said it before. Whoever dares to run will die. Whoever dares to resist will also die. Kneeling down and submitting to me will allow you to live a little longer. Hearing these words, those customers fell to their knees in unison, no longer daring to have any thoughts of escaping, while the 6 strong men on the ground who had their thighs cut off were still crying out. The security captain in the lead stood directly in place stunned. The entire person was sweating and shivering, and inside Lu Yang's mind, the boost of gaining negative emotional value started to ring out nonstop. There are 500 people in this casino. Each person offers him 1 point, which adds up to 500 points. Negative emotion value plus 500. Negative emotion value plus 500. Negative emotion value plus 500. This negativity continues to grow and grow. A short 10 seconds or so allowed Lu Yang to gain a few thousand points of negative emotional value. You guy, what the hell are you? The security captain pointed at Lu Yang and said. Voices were beginning to tremble. The moment Lu Yang walked into this casino, he was able to feel a terrifying aura from Lu Yang's body, and only now did he realize that his intuition, which was really good, was really terrifying. Killing people at the drop of a hat is simply more ruthless than the Yakuza, and the other party can even control lightning to kill people. It's practically psychic. I'm not a human. I'm a god, and I'm the supreme god who will soon rule over your entire Little Sun Empire. Kneel down and submit to me, or I'll cut off your head. Your choice, Lu Yang said icily. Chapter 80 Request for Garrison Cooperation. Damn, too arrogant. You guy, and supreme god, you're a little too middle-aged. I don't know why you can control lightning, but I think we should be able to have a good and equal talk as well. If you don't want the fish to die and both of us to lose, that big man said through clenched teeth, then directly pulled out a pistol, pointing at Lu Yang's forehead. Everyone is equal before the truth. I know you have the ability to control lightning to kill, but so what? If I pull the trigger, you will still die. Even if you emit lightning, I can still react and pull the trigger. The security captain seemed to make a face like he was dying. What arrogance! You don't even need lightning to kill you. As soon as Lu Yang's words fell, he had instantly disappeared in place. The entire person transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards the security captain at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, the security captain was shocked. Then he violently pulled the trigger to shoot at that stump of Lu Yang moving extremely fast. Bang bang bang! None of the shots were able to hit Lu Yang. In less than a second, Lu Yang had arrived in front of him and put the knife on his neck, and he's out of bullets. Seeing this scene, the security captain was really scared less. It's amazing that this guy can even dodge bullets, Lu Yang said with a sneer. Look, within 7 paces, the sword is fast. Beyond 7 paces it's still fast. Who are you to go against me? I know I'm wrong, please spare me. The security captain begged Lu Yang for mercy. I've already given you your chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it. Lu Yang shook his head, then gently swung his sword. Brush! The security captain's head instantly dropped to the ground and rolled to the side, while his headless body began to slump to the ground. This time no one in the entire casino dared to resist Lu Yang anymore. They were all curled up on the ground, holding their heads and not daring to look at Lu Yang. That one Miss Qing Yuan, who had originally been pressed down on the gambling table by the security captain and was unclothed, was even more terrified. What a killer! This guy came in and killed a guard, and a security captain, and cut off the legs of 6 of my security team, without batting an eye. It's just too hard. And Lu Yang was also attracted to this woman at this time. This casino inside the beautiful woman quite a lot. That some licensing girl that some waitresses one by one are wearing exposed body better. But this one is not neatly dressed. Hair messy woman but especially prominent. She didn't have that sassy vibe about her, but there was a seductive flirtatiousness to her. Lu Yang said to her, "Woman, get up, show me what you look like." Aizen was listening to the words. The whole thing was taken aback that I was even noticed by this murderous maniac. Don't! Her whole body shivered and, holding his head afraid to get up. Can't you hear me when I tell you to stand up? Or do you want to have your head chopped off too? Lu Yang threatened icily. Qing Yuan trembled and raised his head shakily. Only then did Lu Yang get a good look at the other party's appearance. This temperament, such features, really superb. At first glance, it is the kind of real pampered celebrities. This kind of temperament is definitely not comparable to that kind of dusty woman. It's just a shame. Entering this underground casino is like being a celebrity again, eventually degenerating into someone else's plaything. Luckily, Lu Yang, showed up to save her. This woman is suitable to be my Lu Yang's bloomer. It must be a blast to play. Miss Aoyagi reference chart. So Lu Yang directly said to the other party, good looking, good figure, big breasts and big ass, suitable for having children after that will follow me. Don't worry, follow me Lu Yang, keep you eating and drinking. Ha! Green Park was a bit confused. I didn't realize the man was so direct, even more so than the security captain. That security captain just said that he would give himself $50 million if he accompanied him once and served him well. But this man is so nice that he asked himself to give birth to a child with him all the time in the future? I'm a great lady, not a tool for making babies. I don't want it, Missy Green Park muttered. I'm the Missy of the Green Garden. My family has tens of billions of dollars in assets. Oh, don't? That's not up to you. Snap. Lu Yang slapped her to the ground, then ignored her no longer, and now began to finish his business first. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Captain Kato's number directly. Soon after, Kato, who was attending an emergency combat meeting, just pick up the phone. This meeting has been going on from the afternoon to the middle of the night now, and still hasn't come up with a complete method to deal with Lu Yang. Instead, Lu Yang had already dialed the phone over, and everyone had a tense expression on their faces. Kato put the phone on speaker. Everyone inside the conference room held their breath, not daring to make any noise. Lu Yang's teasing voice rang out from the phone. Captain Kato, why haven't we seen any of your people come to the party we agreed to? All we've seen along the way is the curfew you've imposed. Your response wouldn't be to let them hide at home, would it? Kato took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then said, Lu Yang, be a good boy and turn yourself in. We have already made a battle plan. If you dare to do whatever you want to come out and kill again today, you will surely die. All the densely populated public places have been sealed off by us. This time, you don't want to threaten us with hostages again. Lu Yang replied. Then you seem to have not blocked the end of this one underground casino in the Dongcheng district. How there are still a few hundred people gambling in it. At these words, Captain Kato instantly changed his face. Anyone who can run an underground casino in Tokyo City naturally has connections. It was all done with the police. So of course Captain Kato knew the location of that one underground home in the East End, and knew that that underground home was in operation every day. When he evacuated, the only thing he forgot to do was evacuate the underground casino. I didn't expect that this guy Lu Yang would be able to find it there as well. Lu Yang, what did you do in the underground casino? Kato asked nervously. Lu Yang smiled and replied, didn't do anything, just killed a few people and threatened a few hundred hostages. Your security bureau hurry over for this party. Otherwise it's too meaningless to kill these people. The rules are still the same. Kill one person a minute. You guys hurry up and call the TV people to come here to broadcast live, or else everyone inside the casino will be killed by me. Hearing these words, everyone inside the conference room felt cold all over. After preparing for so long, I didn't expect to be threatened by this homicidal maniac. Damn it! The director of the Security Bureau ordered. Action. Request the ugly garrison side to cooperate with our action. This time we must take out Liu Yang. Mr. Director, everyone said in unison. You don't want authors to starve to death, do you, bigwigs? Woohoo! Ask for gifts. Thank you to the gift-giving gurus. Love you all. Thanks. 81. Female Special Forces captains. And so the security forces of the Kazoku Empire began to quickly assemble and move out at full speed, while also notifying the ugly garrison. A special forces unit was sent over there for backup. Ugly country's special forces and the Sakura country's army that is completely different. Their equipment is more sophisticated, training is more qualified. The use of high-tech combat. The self-defense forces on the Sakura country side were no different from the ugly country's special forces than a doll army inside a summer camp. Soon they surrounded that one underground casino. The underground casino's iron door had already been kicked away by Liu Yang, and at this moment, it was directly caved in. It was dark inside and it was hard to see what was going on. Both the self-defense forces and the ugly country's special forces came to the scene, and the head of the special forces was a female officer. The name is Arya, chief of the sheriff's department of Sakura Nation. After seeing Arya, a respectful expression appeared on her face, speaking, "Thank you, Captain Arya, for your assistance." The other party is a very ferocious killing demon and possesses a very bizarre ability that seems to be able to control lightning. We've lost 500 soldiers in the self-defense forces, and we can't even get the other side. This time, it's up to you, Arya-san. The dark, black doorway seemed to speak of the horrors of a murderous rampage. The director of the Security Bureau had already had his one-stand encounter with Liu Yang, and he was well aware that Liu Yang was a terrifying murderous maniac who also possessed bizarre abilities in his body. So this second time he didn't want to let his own Sheriff's Bureau members or self-defense force members go in, but wanted to let ugly nations people go in and explore first. These ugly countries' garrison could be said to be arrogant and domineering in the Sakura country. Those male soldiers see the good-looking cherry blossom girl are directly raped, and after the rape will not have any punishment, at most, only repatriated to their country to trial. What's the point of a trial when you're back in the ugly country? It's just for show. So Sakura girl can be said to have suffered a lot from the ugly country soldiers. At the same time there is a large portion of cherry blossom girls that are very foreign-oriented. When you see the ugly country soldiers, you just can't walk. The men of the Sakura country hated this kind of thing, but were very helpless. In terms of height and size, they really couldn't compete with the taller, uglier soldiers. At the same time those ugly country soldiers have so much privilege in their cherry blossom country. Basically they can do whatever they want, and for women this privilege is an attraction. So hate to send one and all to the bed of the G.I. Serving the G.I.M. Their ugly country's garrison has so many privileges in our Sakura country. It's time for them to pay a little now that they're in danger, isn't it? That's why the chief of the sheriff's department said that to Arya. After Arya heard those words, a contemptuous smile appeared above that delicate face. These Sakura Nation people are really a bunch of losers. They can't even catch a murderer and have to beg us to step in. Alas, but forget it. Even if you have a dog that has been beaten up, then you have to find a way back. Otherwise, wouldn't that chill the dog? Give them a bone to eat, huh? Besides, a murderer who can control thunder and lightning is something that has never been seen before. Capture him back for our ugly kingdom to study, and we might be able to clone more soldiers who can control thunder and lightning. Arya nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's just a murderer in the district. Leave it to us." He then waved his hand. The 20-man Kojo Imperial Special Forces went straight into action. They used penetration to bring the tactics one step closer to the door of that one underground casino. Seeing them in action, Garten asked from the sidelines, "Can they do it, Mr. Director? Our 500 self-defense forces were all killed by Liu Yang in seconds. They're only a mere 20 people." Principal Run, the head of the sheriff's department, said, "It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It's not like you don't know that the people of the ugly kingdom are the most vindictive and can't take a loss. If this special warfare team of theirs didn't beat Liu Yang and was killed by Liu Yang, then when the ugly country's garrison headquarters side knows about this matter, what do you think they will do?" Kato revealed a thoughtful expression, then said, "With their character, they won't let Liu Yang go, and will send more people to use more refined, more lethal weapons." The sheriff nodded and said, "That's right, they'll send more ugly garrison. By then, Liu Yang will be a problem for the ugly kingdom, not us. I hope that the conflict between Liu Yang and the ugly kingdom is a bit deeper, so that we will also be able to relax a bit." After hearing those words, Captain Kato gave an adoring look to the sheriff's chief. Ginger is still old and hot. Otherwise, how can you say that he is the director of bureau and you are just a captain? Just blame the ugly country for this. then any more losses caused by the siege of Luoyang will have the ugly kingdom taking the blame. It can't be blamed on their natural bureau's head. It's still the Lord Director who is great. It seems like I still have a lot to learn. Learning from the Chief Sama will never be finished in a lifetime, Kato said sincerely. It also seems like Kato was really trying to get ahead too. The ugly kingdom's special forces began to approach the door of that one underground casino. Just outside the doorway they saw a headless body and fresh blood on the ground. Smelling the pungent odor of blood, Arya frowned. She said in a low voice, "What a smooth cut. 2 cuts in one, without any procrastination. A very decisive murderer indeed. Everyone be careful. Once you see the other side, empty your magazines at any time." Captain Arya. The others nodded. And Lu Yang, who was inside the underground casino at this moment, also sensed that someone was feeling their way in. He wore a happy expression. It looked like a good show was coming up. But this time the sheriff's department side seemed to have learned their lesson. And instead of holding a bullhorn to call for their surrender, they began to sneak right in, ready to take themselves out on the sly. It's just a pity that in front of this sharp perception of mine, Lu Yang, even the world's best assassin couldn't have infiltrated me. Lu Yang stood up from the top of the seat, and by this time the ugly kingdom's special forces just arrived at the door. Arya made eye contact with the rest of her teammates, then waved her hand, and 2 of her teammates instantly rushed out. As soon as he went out, he saw Lu Yang, who was smiling and looking at himself at this moment, and some hostages squatting on the ground holding their heads. Those 2 team members were a bit confused. How come this murderer is not quite the same as what he imagined? The other party had no weapon in his hand. He just stood in place as if he had been waiting for us to capture him. The 2 ugly country soldiers pointed their guns at Lu Yang and shouted loudly, "Get down! Put your hands on your head and don't move." Finally here. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. I didn't expect that I didn't wait for the Sakura country's security bureau members but instead waited for your ugly country's soldiers. Good thing too. Have a good time with your ugly country's people, because when I conquer the Sakura country, sooner or later, I'll have to conquer your ugly country as well. Lu Yang sneered and said subsequently, "Brush." He had already disappeared in an instant with a movement of his body, transforming into a residual shadow as well as an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the 2 soldiers in a serpentine walk, and he also instantly had a machete in his hand that he had taken out from inside the space. Damn, that was fast. Bang 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 bang. The rifles in the hands of the 2 men began to vent bullets without stopping. However, Lu Yang's speed was too fast. They couldn't aim at all. Instead, quite a lot of bullets hit the bodies of the hostages and killed those hostages. Too slow is too slow. How can you come out to make a living so slow? Lu Yang's devil-like voice rang out, followed by, "Brush." A knife swung out. 2 soldiers' hands were instantly cut off. The rifles in their hands also fell to the ground. They let out a miserable scream at the same time. Chapter 82. Request for support from headquarters. It was only at this time that the other soldiers behind the door started to come to support them when they saw that things were not going well. However, just rushed in. Before they had time to aim at Lu Yang, hands had already been cut off by Lu Yang. Brush. It was too fast. Just too fast to see. You can't aim in this situation. Those soldiers instantly revealed expressions of fear, and miserable screams kept coming from their companions. Some had their hands cut off, some had their feet cut off, and some had their heads cut off. The point was that they couldn't even see what the other side looked like. The devil! What kind of battle are we doing here? Are we really just humans? At this moment, Lu Yang possessed 7 times the speed of a human. To him, everyone moves in slow motion. The reason cats are able to play with snakes at will is because they are 7 times faster than snakes. The only martial art in the world is fast. All is futile in the face of absolute speed. Cut off the hands of 2 more soldiers. This time Lu Yang did not continue to wait for the other soldiers to rush in, but took the initiative to rush into that one door. There are also 16 soldiers from the ugly kingdom inside. He turned into a dark shadow and rushed in, swinging his blade. Those soldiers were instantly in disarray, rushing at the rapidly moving stump of a shadow and firing non-stop. Bang 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 bang. Many of the bullets also hit their companions directly. A few of the ugly soldiers were shot in the head by their fellow soldiers. Arya yelled, "Calm down, don't shoot at your own people." Bang! The round grazed Arya's cheek and shot into the wall behind her, grazing her cheek with a bloody scar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The well-trained special forces were played as Boy Scouts by the other side, started shooting randomly at the dark shadows, even killing his own people. Even Arya felt despair at this moment. The other side is just too fierce. What kind of monster has come out of this Sakura country? In less than 10 seconds the only sound left inside the passageway was the screams of the ugly country soldiers, and a bloody machete had been placed on Arya's neck. Some of them covered their cut-off hands, some covered their cut-off feet, and some covered their cut and broken chests. The sound of unceasing screams of despair echoed ceaselessly through the passage. It was only now that Arya finally got a good look at her opponent. a young Asian boy with black hair, handsome, tall and lanky, while always having a teasing look on his face, that look of relief, as if the ground full of soldiers wasn't cut by him. Arya had also run out of bullets and couldn't change her clip in time before the other party put a knife to her neck. Fine beads of sweat rose above her white forehead, while her body in the body armor had long since covered in a cold sweat. Blonde hair stuck to her delicate cheeks from sweat. Her ample chest rose and fell as she breathed. Damn it, do you realize what you've done? We are the special forces of the Ugly Kingdom. You guys dare to mess with our ugly country. You're dead, Arya said threateningly to Lu Yong. The dignity of the Ugly Kingdom will never be allowed to be offended by others, for he is the most powerful country in the world, the hegemon of the world, and the lighthouse of mankind. It is the leader who guides human civilization forward. There's nothing they can't do in this world. People from other countries are considered inferior to them. Only the people of their ugly country are the noblest, the most perfect, the most intelligent, the most evolved. Therefore, if the low ones dare to strike at their high ones, then the low ones must be exterminated, so that no other low ones will follow suit. That's why people in ugly countries always have an axe to grind, Lu Yong said with a cold smile. What? Is your ugly country great? Not only do I want to kill your soldiers, I want to play you. In times of peace, the Ugly Kingdom is a very powerful country indeed. It's just a shame it was 10 o'clock this morning. It's when the end times break out. The whole world order will collapse by then. So what if it's an ugly country? Your presidents will have to hide in underground shelters shivering and probably peeing their pants. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Arya revealed a surprised expression. It's amazing that this guy didn't give a damn about ugly nation. And talk about playing yourself. Damn it. I'm not the kind of little girl who gets played with willy-nilly. I'm a squad leader in the special forces. You guys are too arrogant. It seems like you have absolutely no idea how powerful the most powerful country in the world is. Not to mention you alone. Even the entire Sakura country is nothing more than a dog in front of our ugly country. Release me now, or you guys will regret it. Arya continued to threaten Lu Yong. Regret? Not being able to seize this opportunity to have a good time with you. A big ocean horse, that would be regret. Follow me. Lu Yong directly and roughly grabbed Arya's blonde hair and pulled her into the lobby of the casino. Seeing this scene, Arya was instantly anxious, yelling too, what do you guys want? Damn it, let go of me. We, the Ugly Kingdom, will not let you go. Ha, how dare you talk tough. Wait until it's time. I'll see if you can still talk tough in front of my great Gale. Lu Yang dragged her a dozen meters away and then threw herself at the side of the great Miss Qing Yuan. Both women are good. When the party here is over, you can take them back for a good time. Then Lu Yang said to those fallen special forces, hurry up and report to your headquarters. Take a video of the situation here and send it over. Remember to shoot me in a handsome way. A special forces member with his legs cut off picked up his cell phone. It really captured the presence on film. A dozen or so special forces members were down in a pool of blood, and Lu Yang was grabbing their captain's hair and threatening him viciously. That special forces member sent the video back to headquarters while speaking into the intercom. Headquarters, requesting support. Requesting support. Our squad was almost completely wiped out. Many of our team members were seriously injured, and our captain Arya was captured. Requesting for backup. The video was seen at the headquarters of the Ugly Garrison. Instant. It caused a great shock. They had never suffered such a large loss since they came to garrison in Sakura country. The entire 20-man special forces unit was almost wiped out, and even the squad leader was captured and severely humiliated by the enemy? Doesn't that guy see the ugly country's flag on the shoulders of these soldiers? Damn! This ING guy. Our Ugly Kingdom's armies will surely thwart him, the commander-in-chief of the Ugly Garrison said. Send backup immediately. Black Hawk helicopters out, equipped with air-to-surface missiles. If it's not possible, we'll raise him along with that one building. Chapter 83, he can withstand bullets. Outside the casino gates, the sheriff's department was observing the situation. They heard a round of gunfire before the entire casino fell into silence and wondered what was going on inside. Kato asked the chief with some reluctance. Mr. Director, shouldn't we back up and go in? It's so quiet in there. It can't be that those ugly country special forces people have been subdued, right? The sheriff said with a smile. How strong can these ugly country's special forces be compared to our self-defense forces? I'm afraid they're almost wiped out by now. Then shouldn't we hurry up and make our move? Captain Kato asked. Well, you're right. Action should indeed be made. The head of the security bureau nodded, then said to everyone fall back immediately to a safe distance of 50 meters. Hearing that, Kato was outright confused. What's the situation? The Ugly Kingdom's special forces are about to be wiped out, and instead of going in to support them, the director tells them to fall back? Mr. Director, why is this? If we don't go in to help, when the Ugly Country garrison side blames it, I'm afraid it will be for us. Kato asked in confusion. What's the point of us going in? It's not like you don't know ugly country style. Once their soldiers are in danger, they will immediately call for backup. I think ugly country's backup is on its way now. It might not be long before the fighter jets fly over and blast this place into flat ground. It's better for us to stay away, the chief of the sheriff's department said with a chesty look on his face. He knew the ugly kingdom's style all too well. After encountering danger, the soldiers of the ugly kingdom would immediately call for support from their headquarters. And the support from their headquarters came very quickly. Usually it's just sending airplanes over for air support. Then, this is the downtown area of Tokyo City. The air support comes to bomb directly. Then won't a lot of civilians die? Captain Kato said with some concern. As long as we can capture Liu Yang, all of this is worth it. Besides, it's the ugly garrison that bombed the civilian area. What's it to us? You can point the conflict at the ugly garrison. Our security bureau won't be affected, the sheriff said with a relaxed look on his face. Asking for support from the garrison was simply too good a choice. After hearing what the sheriff had to say, it dawned on Kato that, high, really high, not bad for the director general. So the sheriff's deputies hurriedly backed away from the casino entrance, retreated to a few dozen meters away. At this moment, Liu Yang's mind began to receive non-stop negativity inside his head, and he knew that the soldier's video had already been sent out. It was a pity that no one had come from the side of the security bureau, and Liu Yang felt a bit speechless. Have these sheriff's departments been played out of their minds by themselves? Having taken hundreds of hostages, they now don't even come in to look at them. They just let the ugly country's garrison come in, and these ugly country's garrison is probably screwed too. Still don't know how powerful I, Liu Yang, am. Took me for a common criminal and tried to rush right in and get me, and then they got a big taste of their own medicine. Looks like this party is really boring. No one who should be here has shown up yet. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. The good thing, though, was that the people inside the casino were also able to provide him with an unending supply of, well, emotion values. By this time the garrison of the ugly kingdom had also quickly arrived on the scene. In the sky, 5 Black Hawk helicopters heavily armed with air-to-ground walking missiles hovered over the casino. A middle-aged male officer holding a huge megaphone called out to Liu Yang. The guy inside you, listen to me. I don't care who you are. Now, immediately, right now, release our soldiers, or else you will die without a burial. Liu Yang inside the casino heard the shouts from outside, and he knew that the Sakura country's security bureau had no way of taking him, so it had given up on rescuing the hostages, and instead had let these ugly country soldiers come. Forget it. Go out and meet them and give them some hope. Then let them despair completely. Since I can't broadcast the footage from here live, I'll just have to get the negative emotion values from these Nature Bureau people and the ugly kingdom's garrison. Liu Yang tied up Miss Qing Yuan and also Alicia. Let them stay in the casino. The other hostages inside the casino were all chased out of the casino. That ugly country's garrison chief saw someone come out and thought that his deterrence had worked. A smug expression immediately appeared on his face. Who dares to disobey under the national authority of our ugly country? He looked back at the sheriff's department director and the others with a mocking expression on his face, as if to say, look at you losers, a bunch of cowards who can only hide away. Hundreds of hostages were driven out from Liu Yang from inside the casino, and then they stood outside the casino. Liu Yang, on the other hand, hid behind the hostages and carried an ugly country GI with his hands cut off in his hands. At this time, the garrison chief also saw that one soldier who was being carried, and he immediately said to Liu Yang, Brat, hurry up and put our soldiers down in hands. Hold your head and stand in place to surrender. Who gave you guys the courage to talk to me like that? My name is Liu Yang, and I'm also the man who stepped on your Sakura nation along with the ugly nation. After saying that, Liu Yang pinched the soldier's neck and lifted him up with one hand, then exerted force on his hand. Ka-ching! The soldier's neck was instantly crushed by Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, all of the ugly country's garrison trembled. This guy, how dare he kill our companion in front of us? Damn! The garrison chief was instantly going crazy. He whispered into his headset, did the sniper take aim? Is it locked on target yet? Locked on direct fire and kill him. The sniper's voice came, there's too many people. We might accidentally shoot someone else. Are the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom considered human beings? They're just dogs we've raised. Shoot them. The garrison chief ordered without hesitation. Also, it's just dogs. The sniper pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle without hesitation. Boom! A loud bang came from that one bullet penetrated the head of a Sakura Nation hostage. The man's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. A mist of blood exploding into the air. The bullet then struck Liu Yang behind the hostage again. However, instead, it made the sound of metal clashing. Ding! That bullet bounced right off. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers were dumbfounded. This guy gets hit in the head with a bullet and he's unharmed? Liu Yang had sensed the danger the moment the other party pulled the trigger. he instantly used his Vajra unbreakable ability. When the bullet bounced off, he instantly deactivated this ability again, meaning that the duration of adamantium didn't last more than a second. The soldiers didn't even react, didn't even know what was happening, only saw Liu Yang bouncing the bullet away. They all instantly revealed expressions of fear. This guy, he was simply not human. Negative emotional values began to come in non-stop in Liu Yang's mind. In just a few dozen seconds, he had already gained more than 20,000 points of negative emotion value. Chapter 84, Everyone Must Die. Begin the slaughter. Damn. Fire coverage. Don't worry about the hostages, just shoot. The garrison chief did not hesitate to order it. Although Liu Yang hid behind hundreds of hostages, but these people are all people of the Sakura country. It's none of their ugly country's business. In their ugly country's view of the people of the Sakura country, human life is not worth mentioning. But Liu Yang behind the hostage completely made him feel dangerous. A sniper shot to the head can be unscathed. Is this still human? I don't know what he used to fend off the bullets, but he shouldn't be invincible all over. Under fire, he's still bound to die. Yes, sir. The soldiers of the ugly kingdom began to fire without hesitation. As hundreds of garrison troops swept in wildly, guns and bullets kept hitting those hostages, and Liu Yang behind the hostages. Aha! Chief Sama. They killed hostages indiscriminately. Captain Kato this stared wide-eyed, unbelievably looking at what those garrison troops did. Audit, please look over here. This is the ugly country state garrison killing people. This is not Liu Yang killing people. These people are completely unilateral slaughter of hostages. Those hostages didn't die at the hands of Liu Yang, but instead died at the hands of these ugly country's garrison. Kato, you have to realize this is a necessary sacrifice. It's already sacrificed over 1,000 students. What's wrong with a few hundred more deaths? As long as we can catch Liu Yang, it's all worth it. And this time it was the ugly garrison that killed him. What business is it of ours? The sheriff's chief said breezily. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter how many citizens of the city of Tokyo died as long as the pot didn't fall on his head. 1 minute over. Liu Yang remained standing in the same place. Standing. When all the hostages had fallen to the ground, there was finally no one to resist their sight. The bullets from the garrison all poured onto Liu Yang's body. Ding 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 ding. The sound of metal clashing kept ringing out, and the bullets kept bouncing off. However, Liu Yang was still standing there as if he was a statue. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that it was very bizarre and unscientific. The ground was full of corpses, fetid pools of blood, but there was a black shadow standing in the middle of the blood, not affected by the bullets in the slightest. This is literally worse than a horror movie. The garrison chief raised his hand. The soldiers stopped firing bullets instantly. At this moment, Liu Yang had already been dyed into a bloody man, but he was still standing in the same place. It was like a blood-bathed demon god. The garrison captain was outright dumbfounded. In a voice that almost trembled, he said, "This guy can actually resist bullets. Damn it. Then we'll just have to blast him with missiles." Black Hawk 1. Launch surface-to-air missiles. Yes, sir. Enemy target locked on. Commencing launch. Shoo. Boom. A loud bang came from the missile hit Liu Yang squarely and exploded violently. The front of the underground casino was instantly blasted into ruins. Inside the casino, both Aonori Oniachan and Arya, who were tied up on the ground, were taken aback. Although they couldn't see what was going on outside, they could sense that such an explosion was definitely capable of collapsing one building. Then Liu Yang should have been blown up too, right? Saved. This is finally saved. Arya showed a delighted expression. She was expecting the garrison members to come to her rescue. Outside the casino, the ugly garrison chief stared tightly at where Liu Yang was when the fire dissipated and the smoke disappeared. He saw that Liu Yang was still like a statue, standing still. Only the clothes on his body had long been burned to ashes, revealing his strong body that was like iron cast. The muscles on his body were deeply and perfectly defined. It's like an ancient Greek statue of a muscular man full of beauty. Damn, even the missiles can't kill him? The ugly country's garrison chief's entire body was astonished to the extreme, and those garrison soldiers around him were all dumbfounded, with expressions of fear on their faces. Give me the rifle. The garrison chief took the rifle of a nearby soldier and aimed it at Liu Yang's basket. Let's see how hard he is. He then pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was right on target, yet it bounced off instantly. The other side's there. Surprisingly, it's harder than a bullet from a rifle. Seeing this scene, everyone had been completely convinced. Even the most vulnerable parts of a man's body are able to withstand bullets. So what else is there that can do him harm? Fear spread to the hearts of all. Not only the soldiers of the garrison were afraid but also those of the security bureau further away. They observed the situation here from afar and realized that even the well-equipped ugly country's army, which was known as the strongest army in the world, couldn't do any harm to Liu Yang. Doesn't that mean Liu Yang is invincible? What to do next? They were in utter despair. No one can do anything about Liu Yang. Doesn't that mean he can kill whoever he wants and do whatever he wants? Damn it! Why is such a pervert in our city of Tokyo? What kind of sins did we create? At this point, the garrison chief reacted instantly and hurriedly said to his men, "Retreat! Retreat at once! This guy's a murderer from the Sakura country. What's it to us ugly me? We're just here to help. Finding out that I can't beat the other side, then I'll just withdraw and let them clean up this mess on their own." Those garrison soldiers had been waiting for that for a long time. After they realized that bullets were ineffective against Liu Yang, they had completely given up on defeating Liu Yang. At the command of their officer, they immediately pulled up their legs and began to retreat. And then the next second, zip, 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 the sound of thunder and lightning came through the air. Immediately after, boom, with a loud bang, the bull-thick lightning bolt fired out from Liu Yang's hand, hitting the Blackhawk helicopter right in the middle of the sky. After hitting the first helicopter, it began to spread to the 4 helicopters next to it. Boom! No helicopters exploded instantly. The sparks from the explosions colored the night sky as bright as day. Everyone was startled and turned back to look at Liu Yang, only to find that Liu Yang had already disappeared in place. Immediately after that, the screams kept coming. Ah! Bang bang bang! The bullets kept venting out. The soldiers next to him were killed several times by mistake, but Liu Yang was unharmed. Retreat! This time Liu Yang moved. "You fired your guns, you fired your missiles, and you want to run away? Did I, Liu Yang, agree to this? All of them, dead." Chapter 85. Miss. Stop screaming. No one will save you. Brush it off. Soldiers kept falling. Liu Yang's speed was extremely fast, and in the darkness of the night it was like a ghostly shadow that traveled at breakneck speed, making it impossible to capture. The ugly kingdom's forces had long been in disarray. Some soldiers fired indiscriminately while being attacked, accidentally killing an unknown number of their comrades. In less than 3 minutes he had already lost most of his soldiers. The garrison chief had been utterly dumbfounded. He threw away his armor and kept running away. Yet the next second, brush! Liu Yang walked to his side and grinned at him. All that could be seen on his blood-soaked body was a set of large white teeth. "Don't run! The party isn't over yet. I'll show you how your men are desperate to die under my blade." After saying that, Liu Yang once again flashed his body and rushed into the crowd of soldiers. Brush brush brush! Soldiers kept falling. At first those soldiers also used their guns to resist, and eventually realized that in addition to accidentally injuring their teammates, they were unable to aim at Liu Yang and couldn't do any damage to Liu Yang. And then they simply threw their helmets directly behind them, dropped all the guns and started running. It was a pity that their speed was no different from a turtle crawling in Liu Yang's eyes. "Retreat, retreat, retreat, hurry up! Let's run while he's still killing the ugly kingdom's garrison. We'll talk about it after we return to the security bureau." The sheriff got right into the car without saying a word. Taking Kato and a few other minders, he drove off. The other members of the security bureau who ran slowly died under Liu Yang's knife. Less than 10 minutes, the entire outside of the casino was covered with corpses, and Liu Yang stood in place like a god of killing. The ugly garrison? The sheriff's department of the Sakura country? It's all just crap. In less than 10 minutes, several hundred ugly garrison and more than 100 members of the security bureau died in front of Liu Yang. The garrison chief kept crawling on the ground with his hands. Both of his feet were cut off. At this moment he had no mobility. He could only use his hands to move his body, and his face was also filled with a scared expression. His whole person had completely collapsed. To come to the Sakura country garrison, that was the best job for a soldier of the ugly country. A lot of people are scrambling to come. Some people even have to make connections to come, just because of coming to the Sakura country. That is to eat and drink. Nothing to play with the Sakura girls, and just beat up whoever they see wrong. No one cares about them. They can even play with whichever Sakura nation starlet they see. Never fought either. And even the usual training was very minimal. They came here to enjoy themselves, enjoy being human, and enjoy bullying these Sakura nation lapdogs. But who would have thought that we would actually encounter such a situation today? All 5 Blackhawk fighters were destroyed. All 300 plus garrison soldiers were taken out, and his own legs were cut off. The screams of his men before they died still echoed in his ears. "I'm afraid I'll end up like them next. Damn! Why can't I think of messing with this demon?" At this time, Liu Yang walked step by step to the front of that officer and condescendingly looked at him as he stepped on the head of the other party. "Well, is this party satisfactory, sir?" At this moment, Liu Yang did not have a single piece of clothing on his body. His body was covered in blood, and he was holding a machete with blood in his hand. He looked like a demon who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The big white teeth in his mouth were especially dazzling when he spoke. The coldness in his eyes, however, seemed to be able to conduct through the air to others. Damn it, kid, do you know what happens when you go against our ugly country? You dare to kill me. tomorrow the entire city of Tokyo will be nuked flat. That garrison officer threatened at Liu Yang. Now that this place has become a sea of corpses and blood, a hell on earth, the only person left alive is himself. He knew the next person to die would be himself. I'm afraid, therefore, Liu Yang must be made to have some scruples, otherwise he would not hesitate to kill himself. Oh, so what? Even a nuclear bomb can't hurt me. You're just going to blow up the people in Tokyo, but you're not going to blow me up? Besides, in a few hours you ugly kingdom will not be able to protect yourselves. Who cares about you? A small garrison chief? Liu Yang said confidently. This was followed by a push of the feet. Pow! He didn't know until he died why this guy, why he dared to be so arrogant, dare to disregard the whole ugly country. Only after killing everyone present did Liu Yang reveal a satisfied expression. He walked back into the middle of the casino ready to have a nice chat with the two women. Before the outbreak of Armageddon they were still normal, but after the outbreak of Armageddon, they had an 80% chance of turning into zombies, so Liu Yang had to seize the time to talk to them and experience the feeling of these two beautiful women. Otherwise, when they turn into zombies, could be a waste of two superb. After all, one doesn't want to do that to a walker. Who in their right mind could think ill of a walker as long as they're a normal person? Walked into the casino lobby. Arya's originally happy expression instantly stiffened on her face after seeing Liu Yang. She had expected a fellow soldier from the garrison to come to her rescue, but what I didn't expect to walk in was a man who was completely naked with muscles exploding from his body. Meanwhile, blood stained his entire body, as if he were a demon crawling out of the sea of blood. You're even alive. Arya incredulously pointed at Liu Yang and said, she heard gunshots outside, and she heard explosions outside. Originally, he had thought that Liu Yang had been blown to pieces, but who knew that the other party had survived and appeared in such a terrifying posture? Is this guy even human? He was able to get away with a siege by the garrison, and he was able to resist an entire army with one man? The nearby Miss Qing Yuan was also trembling with fear. Originally Liu Yang was already enough to scare her. Liu Yang, who was covered in blood, was even more so that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Liu Yang walked up to them and said with a sneer, I've told you before, no one can beat me. Next, conquer you completely. Chapter 86. Let's see how noble you are. Ah, don't come over here, you ing bastard. What are you trying to do to me? Iwamori-sama exclaimed. Liu Yang sneered and directly grabbed the other's arm with a forceful hand. Then in a cold voice he said, what do you want? Isn't it obvious enough? Of course it's to punish you severely. What, pretending to be innocent? Like you kind of famous young lady playing the most flowery, still pretending to be innocent in front of lousy? No, it's nothing like that. I don't have a boyfriend. And you let me go. You're so dirty. You're covered in blood. I'm the first lady of the Ao Yuen family. My family has tens of billions of dollars in assets. And you're just a regular stinky guy. Pow! Before Miss Qing Yuan could finish her words, she was already slapped on the face by Liu Yang. A cold threatening voice followed. Missy, you haven't understood the situation, have you? Haven't you seen how many people have died in my Liu Yang's hands? Do you want to die as well? Don't think I won't kill you just because you're a woman. In my opinion, men and women are equal. To go all out on a woman is to show her the greatest respect. I won't show any mercy. Submit to me and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll chop your head off. Hearing those words, Ao Yuen Oniai-chan was taken directly by surprise. Her delicate face was already swollen high up. The fiery pain was a constant reminder to her that this man was no ordinary man, and he was definitely not joking. Her own status as a great lady was worthless in front of the other party. Looking at the ice-cold Liu Yang, smelling the pungent blood odor on the other party, Miss Qing Yuan's heart was beating extremely fast at this moment, and the whole person had fallen into despair. In the end she gave up struggling and reddened her eyes, said to Liu Yang, you are so dirty and smelly, can't you go take a shower first? Hearing these words, Liu Yang instantly narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous gaze, coldly said, it's just how dare you suspect me of being dirty and smelling bad? With that he stretched his thick, blood-covered arm out in front of the other man. Then he said, you think I'm dirty, don't you? Come, help me clean it up. If you don't clean it up, I'll cut your head off. Iwamori Oniai-chan was instantly shocked. Liu Yang's hands were stained with the blood of who knows how many people, and the fishy odor made her frown. She was completely broken inside. It's so dirty and smelly. Damn it. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her entire body was extremely aggravated, her nose red. He himself was able to prefer death to submission under the threat of the casino's security captain, and did not let the other party get his hands on him, nor did he succumb to him. But who would have thought that he would now encounter an even more unreasonable maniac? The security chief may be mean, but he doesn't kill people. Liu Yang is different. I don't want to die. She knew that Liu Yang would definitely do what he said, and if she wouldn't do what he said, he would definitely kill herself. So, She only used her white and tender jade hand to hold Liu Yang's arm, and then slowly cleaned it up. Liu Yang sneered and said, "Wouldn't it be better to be like this earlier? Why make a chaste and martyr-like appearance, and dislike the dirty blood on my body? Oh, you did a great job. I'm very pleased." Arya outside the door saw Liu Yang come out. The whole person was startled. This more than an hour's time she was not idle, has been trying to find a way to break free from the rope in her hands to escape, but in the end it was all in vain. Now that he saw Liu Yang walking out from inside the room, her face became even more desperate. It seemed that she really didn't have any chance of escaping. Seeing the other party's appearance, Liu Yang sneered, "Want to escape? No one can escape from my Liu Yang's hands. You even dare to escape, then I'll have to punish you severely." Saying that, Liu Yang took a step towards the other party. Don't come over. What do you want to do to me? I'm the captain of the ugly country's special forces. I'm a soldier. You shouldn't insult this soldier. Arya kept on the ground on her hind legs. The mouth kept talking along with Liu Yang. What do the soldiers of the ugly kingdom have to do with me? And do your ugly country soldiers have any points that deserve to be respected? There are quite a few incidents of your ugly country soldiers bullying Sakura girls. If you guys can bully Sakura girl, can't I bully you, a female soldier? Saying that, Liu Yang directly grabbed the other party's blonde hair and made her lift it up fiercely. Chapter 87, The Ugly Kingdom Shall Be Conquered. Liu Yang hates two kinds of people in his life. This Arya dared to discriminate against the yellow race in front of him, so he would show no mercy. In the end, she was bullied by Liu Yang without the courage to resist. This man's hand is really ruthless. He really dares to beat women. Didn't they say that men in Dragon Kingdom are most concerned about etiquette and won't lay hands on women? How is this foreign student different? The movies are all lies, right? Don't they say that yellow people have the smallest and weakest physiques? This Liu Yang can be stronger and fiercer and stronger than even Mr. Bodybuilder. Oh, you guys are too much. I'm white now. I'm a female captain of the special forces. I'm a female officer in an ugly country, and you're doing this to me. Arya was completely devastated. It's you guys from the ugly country who think you're superior who are more enjoyable to punish. Don't worry, let alone you, even the princess of your ugly country. Sooner or later, you will submit to my Liu Yang's feet. I will conquer the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Ugly Kingdom. Liu Yang had a confident expression on his face. He then locked Arya in her room and found another room for himself and began to take a shower in preparation for his rest. Both have an 80% chance of turning into walkers. As for himself, the chance of turning into a zombie is 0, because Liu Yang didn't change in the last life, and he won't change in this life either. So he didn't want to sleep in the same room with these women. Otherwise, when they turned into zombies at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and he was still sleeping, wouldn't he be bitten by them in the gutter? Lying on the bed, Liu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. At this moment the negative emotion value inside his mind had reached another 30,000 points. You can draw 3 times for 10,000 points a draw. But he didn't rush the lottery. He was going to wait and see when the end of the world came tomorrow. He used his cell phone to set an alarm for 10 a.m. and went to bed. Day 2, 10 a.m. The alarm clock on Liu Yang's cell phone went off. At this moment, the clamor outside the casino also reached the casino. The sounds of screams rose and fell. The sounds of explosions, unceasing. Some people drive away, only to be blocked by other vehicles on the road. It hit a utility pole, slammed into a wall, and exploded violently. Some, due to family members turning into walkers. She had just run out of her house, just to be pounced on by other walkers on the street, instantly being gnawed and drenched in blood. At this point the world has been thrown into extreme chaos. Even Sakura Nation's self-defense forces had 80% of them instantly turned into zombies. The others won't even have time to react before they're infected by the walkers. After all, even the self-defense forces can't hold a gun in their hands all the time. And even if they do hold a gun, 8 out of 10 people instantly turn. Who can react? Anywhere there are a lot of people, they are instantly infected by walkers. The only thing worth getting lucky about is that last night the Nature Bureau imposed a curfew on the entire city of Tokyo. Most of the entertainment venues were blocked off, and those crowded places are simply empty right now. Many people are still staying at home. So, instead, the city of Tokyo is blessed with far fewer people turning into zombies than other cities, because staying at home, if it's a family of 3, by 2 people turned into zombies, and 1 person didn't change, then you only have to deal with 2 zombies. But if you're in a supermarket, in a mall, in a casino, in a bar, in an amusement park, in a KTV, then you're probably dealing with hundreds or thousands of zombies. Speaking of which, Liu Yang does get a lot of credit for the curfew that his killings put the city of Tokyo under, and for saving a lot of people in Tokyo from being infected by zombies in the first place. Hearing the voices outside, Liu Yang knew that the necrophilia had begun. He had a happy look on his face. Here it comes, finally. The long-awaited end times are finally upon us. In this life I Liu Yang, we'll go to the top of the world. The inside of his system space was now filled with supplies. A whole 1,000 cubic meters of supplies. Having so many superpowers again myself. If you get killed by old six this time, you'll have wasted this rebirth. And I wonder if those two women turned into walkers yet? Liu Yang walked towards Arya's room with the mood of opening a blind box. With a thought, a machete had appeared in his hand. If the other party had turned into a zombie, then he wouldn't mind chopping the other party's head off. Twisting the doorknob, quietly opening the door, and at this moment Arya saw Liu Yang open the door, was instantly startled, and instantly remembered the fear of being tossed by Liu Yang last night. She hurriedly shrank into a ball and hid in a corner. Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Not bad, not bad, pretty lucky it didn't change. Then you can properly give me a hybrid child. But if you haven't changed, then you might not be able to be optimistic on the side of Qingyu and Daisuke. After all, the chances of both of them not changing are too small. So Liu Yang closed the door to his room and once again walked towards Miss Qingyuan's room. The same opened the other door. Ah! Missy was also startled when she saw Liu Yang open the door and gave a direct stressful cry. You haven't changed either? Liu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Change? Change what? Miss Qingyuan stopped screaming, somewhat puzzled, and asked Liu Yang. Oh, you'll see to it later. Alright, hurry up and get up. We should go. This casino is going to stink of corpses out there if we stay any longer. Liu Yang said calmly. Go? Go where? Can you let me go home now? I really miss home. I don't want to die. Please, don't torture me anymore. Let me go back. Iwamori Oniachan asked pitifully. Of course it's no problem. And if you still want to go home after you see the scene outside later, you can go home and I won't stop you. Liu Yang said calmly, then took Qingyuan Oniachan and Arya along with him towards the outside of the casino. Chapter 88, he's the one who's the Thai of the end times. However, as soon as they stepped out of the door of the casino, they were simply stunned. The roads are full of scrapped cars. The floor was covered in foul-smelling blood. Hundreds of skeletons were scattered on the ground. Those were the ugly garrison and the security bureau who were killed by Liu Yang last night, but now they had turned into white bones. Hundreds of white skeletons reeked of stench. The scene looks like a slaughterhouse from hell. Meanwhile, beside these bones stood people, covered in blood, with hideous faces and white eyes. These people look crazy and scary, like zombies in a movie. Post-apocalyptic outbreak. Aonori Oniachan and Arya were both taken aback. Arya instantly picked up a rifle on the ground that had been dropped by the garrison, tightly gripped in his hand, a vigilant face looking at those zombies, while Miss Qingyuan directly close to Liu Yang, hiding behind Liu Yang. With a face of fear, he asked Liu Yang, Liu Yang, what's going on here? What are these people? What's wrong with them? Isn't it obvious? They've turned into zombies. Moreover, 80% of the people have turned into zombies. The remaining 20% of the population is struggling to survive and running away in a panic at this very moment. In less than a year, another 80% of them will die, Liu Yang said easily. As soon as his words fell, those zombies also instantly saw Liu Yang in them. The zombie, who was still standing like a stake next to the skeleton, violently began to roar. Roar! They then charged straight over like a wolf seeing a flock of sheep. Dozens of zombies, surprisingly charging at the same time, running at breakneck speeds. Each one was transformed into a sprinter. What speed? Arya wore a surprised expression and raised her rifle without hesitation. Bang bang bang! Every gunshot had a zombie fall to the ground. Each one was shot in the head. Worthy of being the captain of the special forces, this shooting skill is indeed quite impressive. Liu Yang didn't stop her from shooting, but looked at her with a calm face from the side. With her clip all but empty, a small half of the zombies died, but the remaining zombies continued to rush forward without any fear. They are walking corpses ruled by hunting instincts. They have no sense of pain, no fear, their only purpose is to eat. Seeing this scene, Arya's scalp tingled a bit. She hurriedly bent down to pick up the other gun. However, at that moment, one of the fastest running walkers had already rushed to her. Arya was taken aback when she flew straight at him, ready to pounce on him. Yet the next second, brush! That walker's head was chopped off instantly. Yet the head surprisingly continued to roar after leaving the body and didn't die instantly. This life force is unbeatable. Arya, looking at Liu Yang's face who blocked in front of her, showed a somewhat touched expression. Liu Yang said, although you guys are lucky to be immune to airborne transmission, but no one can be immune to bloodborne transmission, so don't get injured. Once you get injured you will turn into a zombie, and it's best not to shoot. You guys look there. A large group of zombies kept running towards the street corner Liu Yang was pointing at. There are hundreds of them. He continued, the zombies have a low IQ, but once they hear a sound they will be attracted to the sound. Shooting will only attract more zombies. Hearing this, Arya picked up the rifle on the ground, but didn't fire it again. What should we do then? That's a couple hundred walkers running over there. Both Arya and Aoyagi Oniachan panicked. If you don't shoot, you can't take out walkers, and if you shoot, you attract more walkers. Isn't this a paradox? Look at me, Liu Yang said confidently, then rushed into the herd of zombies carrying his 2 machetes. He was extremely fast, and with each slash, a zombie's head was chopped off. Before the blood could even splatter his body, he had dodged to the side of another walker and slashed again. Arya saw Liu Yang's true speed for the first time, and she finally understood why she had been tossed around so much by this yellow man last night. So it seems that it's all thanks to a good workout that I survived in his bed. It's so fierce. This man is so fierce. The way he cuts up the walkers is just awesome. At this moment Arya seems to feel that even if she is insulted by Liu Yang, it seems that there is nothing to lose. After all, such a powerful man, usually one to meet cannot be met. Several hundred zombies were all cut down by Liu Yang in less than 10 minutes. Black blood splattered all over the floor. Liu Yang returned to Arya and Miss Ao Yuan's side. His body, the set of clothes that he had just changed into that morning, was surprisingly shiny as ever without a trace of blood sticking to it. Elegant. It's just so elegant. S Country 1. Liu Yang, you're so strong. Miss Qing Yuan couldn't help but say to Liu Yang, stuttering in her speech. This scene of slaughtering zombies is just too shocking. Liu Yang said with a heated smile, could it be that you haven't experienced my might last night? You can't withstand my might, and the zombies certainly can't either. Cold weapons will work better in the end times. Now, to give you 2 choices, you are free to leave on your own or follow me around to be my Liu Yang's woman and obey me absolutely in the future. Then I can bring you back to my sanctuary and shelter you. Upon hearing those words, both Aonori Oniai-chan and Arya revealed struggling expressions, and within their hearts, they did hesitate. In the beginning, Liu Yang said that as long as they got out of the casino, they would return their freedom, and they were still very happy. But after stepping out of the casino, it turns out that the world has been turned upside down. If it's true that 80% of the people have turned into zombies as Liu Yang said, the remaining 20% may not be able to react on day 1 and half of them will die on day 1. That means 80% of the people became zombies. The remaining 10% died on day 1. That leaves only 10% survivors. Your own family, your friends, also have only a 10% survival rate. Is there any point in going back? And even if Liu Yan let them go, with their strength can they walk home smoothly? This city, the roads, they're full of walkers. Even if they had guns, it wouldn't help, because the sound of gunfire attracts more walkers. Seeing that the two hesitated, Liu Yang just smiled and didn't say anything else, started gathering up the weapons on the ground. Yesterday he killed the garrison and the sheriff's department, did not take their weapons, and now, he felt that they should be taken away and not wasted. With a wave of Liu Yang's hand, all the weapons within a 10-meter radius were collected into his space. Within a few minutes, all the weapons on the floor had been collected by him, and that's when Aoiken-sama had made her decision. They know that the world has changed. All the rules have collapsed, and now they can only submit to Liu Yang if they want to live. Miss Qing Yuan reddened her eyes, her entire body showing an expression of resignation. She had seen the horror of the zombies, and she didn't want to be chewed alive by them. She wants to live, so she said to Liu Yang, Liu Yang, I will absolutely follow you. I hope you can keep me safe. As long as you can, I am willing to do anything for you. Seeing that this high and mighty young lady finally bowed her head, Liu Yang also revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, in the future you'll just eat that and not suffer. Liu Yang stroked Missy's head with satisfaction. Arya, on the other hand, was still in the middle of her struggle. She is the captain of the special forces, and she possesses great survivability and marksmanship, but just now she also realized the horror of zombies. You can kill 1 zombie, 2 zombies, 10 zombies, but can you kill 100 zombies? With all those horrible creatures rushing towards you at the same time, you're useless even if you're a good shot. Only someone like Liu Yang, who was extremely fast with great strength, was able to roam through the zombie horde like a dragon after the rain. She also understood the power of Liu Yang's strength. In the end she compromised and handed the rifle to Liu Yang and said to him, Liu Yang, I am also willing to submit to you. Please keep me safe. Very well, come with me then. Liu Yang was very happy. These 2 women are very smart, not the kind of stupid women. In the post-apocalyptic world, they know who the big guns are. P.S. Begging for gifts, ask for power with love. Calling. Chapter 89, Killing Zombies to return to the villa. Walking down the road, Arya and also Aoiken-sama felt trepidation. There are bodies everywhere, walkers everywhere. Some of those corpses had been gnawed into skeletons and didn't even have a chance to turn into zombies. And some had most of their flesh gnawed off, but didn't die after turning into zombies. They see a walker with his thighs and arms all chewed up, no muscle, no way to stand up. However, his face remained a grimace, and he kept roaring angrily on the ground. unable to either get up or die. It's horrible. It's so ugly. It's horrible. We don't want to turn into zombies. They are all women, and women love beauty. When they thought about the possibility of turning into this ugly zombie after being bitten by a zombie, they felt a pang of fear. Meanwhile, those corpses had walkers standing next to them. They stood as if they were walking corpses, and as soon as they heard someone approaching, they immediately darted and pounced like an activated program. Luckily, Liu Yang was strong and he was able to chop off the heads of those zombies with a casual swing of his 2 machetes. This solution is both efficient and doesn't attract more walkers around. All the way, Liu Yang killed a bloody path and countless zombies fell at his feet. And with that, he killed his way back to the villa area. The villa area, one of their security guards also turned into a zombie. As soon as they saw Liu Yang coming back with 2 beautiful girls, they instantly roared in anger and rushed towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang's impression of this security guard was not bad. He had stayed in his previous home these days. This security guard would greet him every time he saw him. Pity, the end of the world came, and this security guard did not escape the fate of becoming a zombie. Without saying a word, Liu Yang slashed over. Brush! That security guard's head was also instantly chopped off by Liu Yang. Liu Yang also sort of sent this old friend to be relieved. The villa area was sparsely populated, and only a few scattered zombies were encountered along the way, so I'm afraid most of the zombies were at home. They were trapped in the house after they mutated in the room and then couldn't open the door. The zombies on the road were all killed by Liu Yang, and soon he arrived at Mrs. Oda's villa. The heavy iron gate of the villa was tightly closed, with a 5-meter-high fence. You won't panic even if you encounter a wave of zombies. Liu Yang stood in the doorway and thought in his heart, I also wonder if Oda has changed too much? It would be a bit of a shame if this mom-flavored sexy mature woman also turned into a zombie. Thinking like this, Liu Yang directly leapt up and jumped over the 5-meter-high fence and jumped into the courtyard of the villa. The unlocked iron door was then opened, allowing Arya to enter with Miss Aoyagi. Inside the villa was very quiet, as if there were no living people anymore. Liu Yang frowned. Could it be that Mrs. really mutated too? Liu Yang revealed a somewhat helpless expression. Then he took the 2 beautiful girls into the middle of the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw, with a kitchen knife in her hand, Mrs. Oda nestled on the sofa. Mrs. Oda was startled to see the door opened, taking the kitchen knife and pointing it at Liu Yang. But after seeing that the person who came in was Liu Yang, she immediately showed a surprised expression again. Ah, Liu Yang-kun, you're okay? Great. Just great. Oh, so many people have turned into horrible monsters. They're eating people. It's a good thing I listened to Liu Yangjun and took a vacation from work today. Otherwise I would have been eaten for sure. The madam hugged Liu Yang's arm, and the whole person was scared silly, crying with pear blossoms. Today he heard the villa inside the sound of agitation, non-stop screams, so she went out to check it out, and found that a lot of people inside the villa turned into zombies crazy chasing other people to gnaw on. Mrs. was so scared that she hurriedly hid in the villa to close the villa's iron door. Immediately afterward, she received a text message on top of her cell phone, from an official in Tokyo. The text message reads, Attention Tokyo citizens, due to the outbreak of an unknown virus, many people have turned into man-eating monsters. They are just like the zombies in the movie. Once you are bitten by them you will be infected with the virus and turn into a zombie just like them. Everyone stay out. Make sure to close your doors and windows and wait for official rescue. Before seeing this text message, Mrs. was directly shocked to the point that her face was white and her whole body was desperate, because she thought of her son, Guto, who hadn't come home yet, and didn't know where he was at this very moment, or if he had been bitten by the walkers. And then I thought about being stuck at the cottage with not much food in the house. I don't know how long it will last either. Granted, the water and power outages and internet outages haven't happened yet, but how long will these last after the zombie outbreak? So Mrs. Oda was terrified. It was only now that she finally felt a little more at ease when she saw Liu Yang had returned. Although Liu Yangjun was his son's classmate, although he was not very old, he was very mature and reliable. Seeing him made me feel like he was a reliable man, not like my own son who had accomplished nothing and was always a worry. Liu Yang patted Mrs. Oda's back and said comfortingly to her, Don't worry ma'am, you are already safe. It's already the greatest luck that you didn't turn into a zombie, and no one can harm you if you follow me. Liu Yang, next, as long as you listen to me, Liu Yang, in the future, I will keep you safe. Aha! Liu Yangjun, I will definitely listen to you. I will do whatever you want me to do. I will do whatever you want me to do. Absolutely no objections. Mrs. Oda hurriedly said. Now Liu Yang is her last straw. Of course she was going to hold on to this one for dear life. Seeing that Mrs. Oda was so understanding, Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. At this time Mrs. Oda also noticed the 2 beautiful women beside Liu Yang. A woman who looked like she was from the Sakura country, only about 20 years old, but with a face that stood out as a celebrity at first glance. The other was a blonde, ugly countryman who looked about 25. Strong, curvy body, eyes full of determination. Like a soldier. Mrs. Oda was a bit surprised that neither of these two seemed like Liu Yangjuan's classmates, so she looked at Liu Yang and asked, "These two beauties are? All are my Liu Yang's women. In the future, let's all get along well, but don't do anything to fight over jealousy. Liu Yang, hate it when the harem catches fire. Whoever dares to disobey, I will directly throw them out and feed them to the zombies." Liu Yang said seriously, "The state has its own laws, and the family has its own rules, and since these women are following me, Liu Yang, they naturally have to abide by my Liu Yang's rules." Hearing Liu Yang's words, the women all nodded their heads, whether it was Mrs. Oda, Miss Aonori, or Arya. They had long ago resigned themselves to their fate after seeing the horrors of the end times. They all decided to submit to Liu Yang and would never disobey him. Even if Liu Yang's request was excessive, they would agree. After all, could it be any more excessive than being chewed to death by a walker? Chapter 90. The forum's blow-up murderer's identity doesn't work anymore. Only Mrs. Oda's face was still saturated with a touch of sadness, because her son, Guto, is still missing. Liu Yang also saw that his wife seemed to be a little worried, so he asked, "Mistress, what's wrong with you? What are you still worried about?" "That brat Guto. I haven't heard from him since last night until now. He doesn't answer his phone calls or text messages. I don't know what's going on with him now," Mrs. Oda said with a helpless look on her face. Although he said that his son liked to cause trouble, but he still listened to his words. He was not a bad person, just because he did not have a father's education, so he became like this. If he had a strong father like Liu Yangjun to educate him, he would definitely have no rebellious period. He's not bad by nature. That's why Mrs. Oda is also worried about her son's well-being. Hearing this, Liu Yang said with a smile, "Ma'am, do you think your son is a good student?" Mrs. Oda didn't expect Liu Yang to ask that, and pondered for a while, then shook her head and said, "If he were a good student, he wouldn't bully his classmates and I wouldn't have to worry so much about him." "Yeah, there's a saying that good people don't live long and scourges last 1,000 years. A scourge like Gatang, don't worry, he won't die," Liu Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Mrs. Oda really didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. "I hope so," she sighed. Languidly, Liu Yang said to the other two beauties, "All right, feel free to find a room to stay in. I'm going to go back to my room to take a rest as well. I haven't had a good rest yet after fighting with you two last night and killing a few hundred of the ugly kingdom's garrison." "Okay, Liu Yang." Yuan Oniai-chan and Arya both nodded. Mrs. Oda was also very enthusiastic about the two of them. "Come with me. I'll arrange a room for each of you." "That's a big thank you, ma'am," Arya said gratefully with Miss Chung Yun. Mrs. Oda's small face blushed. "From now on, just call me Mrs. Oda. After all, we are both Liu Yangjuan's women. We are originally sisters. It's too much to call Mrs. "Okay, Oda-chan," the two beauties said with a smile. Although it is said that the two of them, one is a young lady of 1,000 gold and the other is a captain of the special forces, but they don't dare to despise Mrs. Oda. After all, Mrs. Oda has long been Liu Yangjuan's woman, and they only became Liu Yang's woman last night. In terms of qualification and seniority, our Mrs. Oda is stronger than them. So under the leadership of the wife, the two of them walked towards the guest room next to them. Liu Yang also returned to his room, took a shower, lay on the bed and took out his cell phone. Liu Yang found out that the end of the world has just broken out now, and the water, electricity and network have not yet been cut off. Open the school forum and it's long since blown up. "Help! I'm stuck in the family bathroom. My parents have turned into zombies. What should I do? Someone help me. I killed both my mom and dad. I'm so panicked right now. My whole body is trembling. They've all turned into zombies. They want to eat me in a hurry." I rushed into the kitchen and hacked them all to death with a kitchen knife. What should I do next? Who can teach me? Students who kill often should know that it's easy to kill and hard to dump a corpse. If you kill your mom and dad, the corpses will soon stink, and the smell of decay may attract other zombies. So I suggest you hurry up and split their bodies and flush them down the drain. Help! My dad has turned into a zombie too. I just cut him down, but my hand was bitten by my dad and now the wound is black. What to do? I'm a bit dizzy. I'm not going to be infected too, am I? Someone help me. I'm trapped upstairs. My dad bit my mom to death, and my mom's screams lasted for 10 whole minutes. I'm so scared. Can anyone help me? Wait for official help. Didn't you see the text message? Let's stay home and close the doors and windows. Can officials really be trusted? They've been greatly affected by such a catastrophe, haven't they? I suspect the official people have turned into zombies. I feel the same way. Luckily, these zombies have low IQ, or else they'd be holding rifles and driving tanks, so we'd still have nothing to play with. The school forum is basically a cry for help. It's survivor bias. Because the school forums are populated by students, so it's all students who post. It seems like they're all students who didn't turn into zombies and their parents did, when in fact some of them turned into zombies and bit their parents to death. But students who turned into zombies don't post, so it just seems like it's all about the students being normal and the parents not being normal. Lu Yang thought about it. The video of his killing and the video of the self-defense forces killing were then uploaded to the school's forum. There should still be 1/10 of the remaining students surviving. That's also thousands of students. They all saw the video of their killings. They should all provide themselves with negative emotion values. And no one should be able to retract my video now that the order has collapsed. It's not a bad time to get another grip. As soon as Lu Yang's video was posted inside the forum, it instantly caused many students to comment. But Lu Yang's mind did not receive much negative emotional value. It's only going up at a tiny bit per second. And it went up even slower and slower. And within a few minutes it was 0. Lu Yang was frozen. What the hell? Aren't these students afraid of me? He looked at the comments below the video. Holy, Lu Yang really is a murderous maniac. So many students have been beheaded by him. My god, the self-defense forces are the murderers. Over 1,000 students were shot to death by the self-defense forces? Damn it, is this how the authorities treat us students? Who said anything about waiting for help? The officials in Tokyo don't treat us like human beings. These official people are really the most hypocritical. If I met the official people, I'd have to hack them to death. Anyway, now that the doomsday has broken out, the rules of the peace era don't apply anymore. Cutting down 1 is not allowed. Cutting down 2 is blood money. I wish I had been hacked to death by Lu Yang, so I wouldn't have to go through such despair. Even if I had been hacked to death by Lu Yang, I could have died a painful death. I wouldn't have had to kill my mom and dad, even though they turned into zombies, but I killed them with my own hands. I still can't get past the mental hurdle. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Thinking about dying at Lu Yang's hands like this seems to hurt a bit more. Yes. Seeing these people's comments, Lu Yang was dumbfounded. It seemed that he was a murderous maniac, and this matter seemed to be nothing compared to the doomsday outbreak. It's no wonder you can't get more negative emotion values. After all, these students have gone through even more terrible things. Those zombies disemboweled people eaten alive piece by piece from the body to gnaw off the meat, which can be more terrible than Lu Yang beheading and killing. The end times have broken out. What's there to fear from a murderous maniac? Blundering, Lu Yang was a bit speechless. I didn't realize that the doomsday outbreak had raised the psychological threshold of these students. His own status as a murderous monster was no longer enough to cause them fear. Damn it! Chapter 91, Raffling to get an upgrade role. Sakura-kong Peach is still alive. Lu Yang closed the school forum. There's no way to get negativity values. That forum is useless anymore. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Yang picked it up and showed a surprised expression. It turned out to be a text message sent to him by Sakura-kong Momo. Lu Yang, I saw your post at the top of the forum. You're still alive, aren't you? Great. That's great. Can you come and save me? I'm stuck at home. My mom and dad have turned into zombies and my brother was bitten alive. Right now my mom is downstairs eating my brother's corpse. I'm so scared. After seeing this message, Lu Yang immediately replied, where is your home address? Send it to me and I'll come to your rescue. After all, she was her own woman, and she was married for a day. And the first time he talked to her he didn't take safety precautions. So maybe this stunning class flower is already pregnant with his own child. And with Lu Yang's current strength walking outside, it was a messy kill like the god of war. The zombies couldn't do any damage to him at all. Saving someone was as easy as drinking water. Great. Lu Yang, it's great that you can come and save me. I'll send you the address immediately now. You must come. As long as you save me, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. I can serve you every day. I can be your dog. Sakura Kumo immediately said on the text message. She was too scared. The screams of her own brother as he was being eaten by her own parents as they chewed the flesh down bite by bite kept echoing throughout the house. Her scalp tingled and her whole body trembled as she listened. And the generational sense is great. Substituting myself in my own brother's place gives you chills just thinking about it. I don't want to be chewed up bite by bite. And Lu Yang is her only saving grace. She was willing to pay whatever it took for her to survive. And Lu Yang's one-bite promise that he would come to save himself was such a pleasant surprise for Sakura-kong Peach. His own legs were numb from standing inside the grove talking to Lu Yang in the first place, so it seemed to be worth it. As his first man, Lu Yang is really reliable. At this moment, Sakura-kong Peach was simply filled with admiration for Lu Yang. After all, it's the end times now, and it's full of danger out there. In such a situation and still not afraid of danger to come to his rescue? What's that if not true love? This Lu Yang, although usually mean to himself, and also threatened himself with a video to make himself with him that, but it's still very powerful when it comes down to it. Wait, After Lu Yang replied with 2 words, he sent another message to Lena. Are you still alive? Pink-haired schoolgirl Lena. The looks were much more beautiful than Cherry Hollow Peach. With a much better body and bigger boobs. Lu Yang has only had a couple of rooms with Lena, the school flower of pink china, and he hasn't played enough yet. He didn't want this superb woman to turn into a zombie in the end times. What? Lu Yang, you're still alive? Woohoo! That's great. It's great that you're still alive. I'm stuck at home. My parents aren't home. I'm alone, but there are zombies outside. I don't dare to go out, and there isn't much food inside the house. What should I do? What should I do next? I'm afraid I won't last many more days, and I might not be able to wait for official rescue. Lena sent the message over. Lu Yang revealed a relieved expression. Stuck at home alone. Then this Lena had better luck than Sakura Kumo. Sakura Kumo at least had her necrotic parents downstairs, and she could be discovered at any moment if she made the slightest noise. Lena was a bit cooler. Stuck at home alone. As long as she didn't die and go out, she wasn't even in danger. And she said there was less food and it wouldn't last more than a few days. But she didn't say there was no food at all. And who doesn't keep some food at home? So this Lena shouldn't have a problem living for 3 or 5 days. So Lu Yang said to Lena, stay well at home. Don't move. Don't make any noise. And don't go out. Send the address. Wait for me to rescue you. Don't worry. You won't be in danger. Seeing this one reply, a happy expression appeared on Lena's face. Really? Lu Yang, will you really come to save me? Please, come and save me. I'm really scared. As long as you can come and save me, I'll serve you well in the future. I'll do whatever you want me to do. After saying that, he also sent an address directly to Lu Yang. Wait. Lu Yang once again replied 2 words, and then turned off the phone. Directly lying on the bed and huffing and puffing, there is no hurry. These 2 people are still able to hold out. Take a break for yourself first. After sleeping until 2 p.m., Lu Yang woke up with satisfaction. He stretched his male dog waist and had a contented expression on his face, checking the system inside his mind. Last night, killing the ugly kingdom garrison and those of the security bureau had gained more than 30,000 emotion points. So let's draw a prize first, and then go save the people. Without hesitation, he said to the system in his head. System, start the lottery. Draw 10,000 points around. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the S-rank reward for the lottery. 1 upgrade roll. Upgrade roll can be used to upgrade superpowers or upgrade special items or upgrade system space. Seeing this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a look of surprise. This upgrade is the most powerful unexpectedly can upgrade so many kinds of things. Superpower, special item system space can be upgraded. Lu Yang revealed a hesitant expression. Not knowing which item to upgrade, Lu Yang checked his system panel. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 85 kilograms. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Maximum speed 63 meters per second. Stamina, 70. Spirit, 70. Superpower, mind reading level 1. Marksman level 1. Invisibility level 1. Thunderbolt power level 1. Vajra invulnerability level 1. Special item, the everything fuser. System storage space, level 1. Now that he had 5 superpowers, he also had the special item, the universal fusion device. While the system storage space had also been acquired. Heartbeat reading. In addition to Lu Yang used to see the heartbeat of the schoolgirl. Other times Lu Yang did not use it at all. This ability, nothing useful. God Shooter. It allows Lu Yang to hit 100 shots or even 20 shots to change the angle of attack of the first shot. This ability Lu Yang has not used so far, because its basic attributes are also too high. Holding 2 machetes can cut from the street to the end of the street. There is running at the fastest speed can reach more than 60 meters per second. Other people's eyes cannot keep up with his speed. So the marksman is useful now, but hasn't been fielded yet. The power of lightning was what Lu Yang used the most. Not only can it be used to kill people, but it can even be used to just electrocute helicopters. It was one of Lu Yang's main superpowers right now. And the system space was also very useful. Lu Yang's current system space was almost about to be filled up because he had purchased a lot of supplies before the end of the day. And a 10M times 10M times 10M space couldn't hold much. Now there's no place to load up if you want to go gather supplies. If you upgrade, you should be able to fit more. So Lu Yang was caught in a hesitation between the 2 abilities, system space and thunderbolt power. Which one should I upgrade? Chapter 92, Acquiring 2 new superpowers. After a few minutes of thinking and hesitation, Lu Yang finally made a decision. Although it is said that the power of lightning is my most important attack ability, so far there is no opponent that can be an even match for me, and there is no one who can make me use it out my full strength, so there's no hurry about upgrading my attack ability. Instead, the system space urgently needs to be upgraded. Otherwise, how am I going to gather supplies next? Most people in the early stages of the end times outbreak haven't reacted yet. They're all still trapped in their homes. Now is the time when supplies are at their highest. Just go to a random mall, a supermarket, and you'll be able to collect a whole lot of them. If we wait for those survivors to react, and they start going for supplies too, then the supplies will be getting scarce. That's why it's necessary to get a head start. Without hesitation, Liu Yang said to the system. System use the upgrade volume to upgrade the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the upgrade piece. System space successfully upgraded to level 2. Liu Yang hurriedly checked the description of the system space. System storage space. Level 2. You have a storage space of 20 meters x 20 meters x 20 meters. You can charge any item within 20 meters. Remarks, live animals cannot be collected. After seeing this description, Liu Yang revealed an even more excited expression again. A level up directly increased the size by 8 times? It's a blood money maker. 10 times 10 times 10 is equal to 1000. 20 times 20 times 20 is equal to 8000. It's simply profitable. Okay? Liu Yang's face was happy. It seemed that his choice to upgrade his storage space was indeed a right choice. After all, his current combat power is already very strong. Just by virtue of his physical body he is able to crush all the zombies, casually walking outside. It's a rampage. The power of lightning is in no hurry to upgrade. This storage space has been upgraded 8 times, but the main thing is, next, you can start happily collecting supplies again. There are still more than 20,000 points of emotional value. Liu Yang did not hesitate to continue to say to the system, System, keep giving me the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the S-rank reward for the lucky draw. Advanced Superpower Fruit. Seeing this reward, Liu Yang revealed a surprised expression again. Advanced Superpower Fruits are guaranteed to obtain S-level superpowers, and there is even a possibility of obtaining SS and SSS levels. Liu Yang chose to use it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the Advanced Superpower Fruit and the acquisition of an S-rank superpower. Mental word reading and rewriting. Obtaining the superpower's passive all attribute point enhancement plus 10 points. Mental word reading and rewriting. What kind of power is that? Is it different from mind reading? Liu Yang's face revealed a puzzled expression as he checked the description of this superpower. Superpower name, mental word reading rewritten. Superpower level, 1. Superpower effect. After the host uses this ability, he can see someone else's mental thoughts in the form of a word entry in the other person's head. In the event that the other party is defenseless, or has no ability to resist, the host can rewrite the phrase, changing the other party's mental thoughts forever. Example, the host's enemy's status towards the host is hateful. After opening the ability to read and rewrite mental words, this state will be presented in the form of a word entry above the opponent's head, and after controlling the opponent, the host can change the state of enmity to one of submission. In that case, that enemy will become the host's henchman and will never be betrayed. After seeing this description, Liu Yang's face showed a surprised expression. Awesome! This ability is also too fierce. Right, directly and completely change the other party's mental thoughts. Doesn't that mean that even if I kill a woman's whole family, I can still change that woman's thoughts, so that she will love me and never betray me? Invincible! With this ability, you'll never be afraid of old 6 again. There are still the last 10,000 points left. Liu Yang continued to draw. System, start me on the last draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming 10,000 points of negative emotion value in the lucky draw, and obtaining an S-rank system reward, a high-level superpower fruit. It's the superpower fruit again. Without hesitation, Liu Yang said, use the superpower fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful use of the superpower fruit to obtain the S-rank superpower flame power. Gain the enhancement of all attributes of the superpower passive plus 10 points. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang revealed another expression of surprise. The power of flame. He had already obtained the power of lightning, and now he had the power of flame? Awesome! He read the description of this superpower. Name of superpower, the power of flame. Superpower level, 1. You can control flames to attack your enemies, and your body will no longer be afraid of the heat. Even if your whole body is burned by flames, you will still be able to talk and laugh. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang's face revealed a happy expression as he moved his mind, and instantly, a ball of flame appeared above his palm. He then turned his gaze to the wall in front of him. The flame instantly shot out with his gaze. Hoo-hoo! Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball instantly exploded, and the entire wall was burned to a crisp. What a great fireball technique! The explosion was powerful enough to blow a group of zombies apart. Invincible! Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression. This lottery obtained 2 more superpowers, plus a superpower upgrade voucher, which boosted his space by 8 times, so it could be said to be a full harvest. But then getting negative emotion values would be difficult because the end times had broken out and there were already fewer and fewer humans. You can't do the whole intimidation thing yourself. After all, people who have seen zombies aren't going to be intimidated by ordinary murderers anymore. So after the outbreak of the end times, Liu Yang's main focus will be on gathering supplies to develop his forces. When one is strong enough, the survivors are also starting to concentrate inside the existing bases. That's when it's time to once again go inside the survivor base and terrorize the entire group. With the decision made in his mind, Liu Yang directly went out. At this very moment, Mrs. Oda, Arya, and Miss Aonori are all in the living room. As soon as they saw Liu Yang come out, a look of surprise appeared on their faces and they said curtly, "Liu Yang-kun, you're awake? Are you hungry? I'll go cook for you," Mrs. Oda said with a gentle Mrs. Oda face. Liu Yang nodded and said, "It's true that I'm a bit hungry." "Oh right, there isn't much food inside the villa, is there? You take these supplies. In the future, you will be responsible for the food and drink inside the villa," Liu Yang said with a big wave of his hand, instantly releasing 10 bags of 100 pounds of rice from inside the space, as well as fresh vegetables, meats, all kinds of seasonings, and all kinds of ingredients that he had prepared in peacetime. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Oda and the others were dumbfounded. How can this Liu Yangjun change food out of thin air? P.S. Wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't dare to rest even on Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm working overtime to code, begging for gifts, begging for power with love. Boing boing. I'm in the dark room, so I'm going to take a break from tomorrow to focus on the resurrection game. So wait for me. Chapter 93, going out to prepare to save Sakura Kumo. And at this time Liu Yang also took the opportunity to check out the other party's opinion of himself, and soon words appeared on their heads. It's written on Mrs. Oda's head. Godlike man. He's got a maturity that shouldn't be there at his age, and his body is very strong. I love him so much. Looking at this evaluation, Liu Yang's face revealed a look of satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect Mrs. Oda to have such a high opinion of herself. It seemed that this Mrs. Oda would never betray herself even if she didn't change her mental words. Liu Yang looked at Miss Cheng Yuan again, found it written on her head. The guy you love to hate, too strong, but a pervert, loves to beat people up, but definitely a reliable Phi in the end times. I'll have to curry favor with him. If he sweeps me off my feet, I'll die for sure. Aha! Although this Cheng Yuan elder miss hadn't completely submitted herself yet, she also knew that she was a lapdog. It can be said that she knows what she's doing, and she shouldn't betray herself. Liu Yan looked at Arya again, a strong and eccentric guy, ruthless and murderous, but seems to be quite good to his woman. Being his woman doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. Also, is he really yellow? Why are the muscles stronger than black people? It seems that this special forces captain is also resigned to his fate. After all, now that the end times have broken out and the rules of the year of peace don't apply anymore, even if I used to be a murderer, it doesn't affect the fact that I'm now a Thai. It also seems that this special forces captain has recognized reality very quickly. Good. Seeing that none of the three women had any thoughts of doing harm to themselves, Liu Yang revealed a relieved expression. If any of them were hiding hatred towards themselves, then Liu Yang would not hesitate to change those words to, I am a follower of Liu Yang. Let them submit to themselves completely and utterly, never betray. But now it seemed as if they didn't seem to have any animosity towards themselves and had been thoroughly subjugated, so there was no need to change their words. The madam took Liu Yang's ingredients and walked into the kitchen, ready to cook. These ingredients in the end times, that is rare, the most precious thing. And Arya and also Mississippi Green Park Oyaji, in order not to show that she's a loser, also followed into the kitchen ready to help. Although one of them is the captain of the special forces, one is a rich family's eldest daughter, cannot cook, but playing the hands can still be, washing dishes and so on, no problem for them. The three women were busy inside the kitchen, while Liu Yan was crossing his thighs on top of the sofa in the living room, one of the best, cozy and comfortable positions to lie down and enjoy this moment of peace. P.S. It's been changed almost 10 times now, and I feel like the reviewers are starting to egg it on, are about to be unable to give examples, but the review does not give pass. It is very annoying. Change it again. I'll wait for the manuscript money to be paid out, then I'll give up on the book altogether if I don't start a new book straight away. It's a waste of energy that this thing exists. In time, it's still easier to just start a new book than to change this stuff. Thank you all for your support and waiting, and happy holidays to all. But I can't really mess with the review. Tomatoes have too much auditing power. I'll let you know if this book is abandoned by then, and I'll let you know if I start a new book. Chapter 94. Out the door. The end times had come after all, and this time one was prepared for everything. To have strength with strength, to have material with material. This time I don't go on the top of the world. Is it still reasonable? What I didn't do in my last life, I'm going to do it all in this one. Women who didn't play in the last life. I'm also going to play through this one through and through. The end times are breaking out. It's chaos at first, but as time goes on, there are survivor gatherings in the first month. The survivor base will take shape in the second month. Humans are still highly organized, and even after the order has collapsed, a leader quickly comes out to lead the other survivors to bring them together from a scattered mass into a group, and the superpowered people who appeared later directly changed the human landscape. Led by superpowers, humans can fight back against the zombies. Later on, there will even be some very famous superpowers. They command a strong base of survivors. The Liu Yang of his previous life didn't even have the qualifications to join these bases, but in this life, Liu Yang will be the master of the commanders of these powerful bases. Let these high and mighty commanders submit to my Liu Yang's crotch, because even the most powerful superpowers can't be stronger than me. Liu Yang. Soon the meal served up hot looks very delicious. Liu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. Mrs. Oda cooking is always like this. Will not let people disappointed. Even Arya and also Aonori Oniai-chan showed a somewhat surprised expression. Very pleasantly surprised. She said, Oda-san, your cooking is too good, doesn't it? It smells so good. I can't help but want to eat it. It's also thanks to my two younger sisters giving me a hand. I was able to make it so fast. Let's all eat together. Liu Yang-jun, you eat first. Taste if it's to your liking? Mrs. Oda said gently. Aha! Liu Yang nodded, then directly moved his chopsticks. Not bad, delicious. Madam's cooking skills are still playing, as consistently as ever. Liu Yang complimented with a smile. Mrs. Oda suddenly blushed. It's good that Liu Yang-jun likes to eat. I'll make it for you every day in the future. Mrs. Oda said with a red face. Liu Yang smiled. After a beautiful meal, Arya and Miss Aoyagi had been starving for a long time. It's been until now in the afternoon before they can have their first meal, so they've been gobbling at the table, so to speak, and now have full tummies and bulging little bellies. Lying on the couch, touching their slightly bulging bellies, both of them wore a satisfied expression. Arya murmured, "This is literally the best meal I've ever had." Miss Qing Yuan said, "Yes, perhaps many people are starving and scared right now, and it is only because we follow Liu Yang that we are able to have such good luck to be able to eat such a delicious meal. Liu Yang-kun, thank you so much. Well, it's good to know gratitude. Next time when you're in my room, a good chat would be a way of thanking me," Liu Yang said casually. "No problem," Aonori Oniai-chan replied with a bite, and Liu Yang was ready to go out. Going to save Sakura Kondo first, since Sakura Kondo still has her parents who turned into zombies at home, and Lena is alone at home. There's no rush on Lena's end. Seeing Liu Yang going out, Mrs. Oda immediately showed a nervous expression and asked Liu Yang, "Liu Yang-kun, where are you going?" "Go out for a bit, collect some supplies, and save people on the way." Liu Yang had a relaxed face. "So, then if you meet Kudo, can you get him back? He's not an excellent person, but, after all, he is my child," Mrs. Oda said with a sad face. "Well, let's see what happens." Liu Yang nodded. "There's nothing to lose by getting Kudo back. Although I have to provide him with food, he'll also provide me with negativity values while I'm chatting with Mrs. Oda. So it's not a bad wave." Just after walking out of the gate of the villa, several zombies instantly pounced on Liu Yang. "Ha!" Liu Yang sneered. Taking out the machete from inside the space, he directly swung it over. Brush, brush, brush. 3 zombies instantly landed on their heads. The head was rolling on the ground, but it was still showing its teeth, trying to attack Liu Yang. This zombie does have a strong enough life force. Afterwards Liu Yang continued to walk out. When passing by the small supermarket in the villa area, Liu Yang stopped his steps, ready to go inside the supermarket to collect all the supplies. Having boosted my own space by a factor of 8, I now only have 1/8 of my supplies left to fill. Even after collecting all the stuff from this small supermarket, it still wouldn't fit in its own space. Liu Yang walked into the small supermarket and found that the salesman inside the supermarket had turned into a zombie. This sales clerk was a woman around 30 years old, and she used to throw winks at Liu Yang when he bought things inside the supermarket. It was also considered to be charming, but now it had become hideous. As soon as he saw Liu Yang, he issued an entrance to pounce on Liu Yang. The corners of his mouth also oozed black liquid, sticky and disgusting. Pity, the end times are upon us, and she is spared. Liu Yang shook his head and slashed past. Brush. This zombie was also hacked to death by Liu Yang. The supplies inside the supermarket are still intact. So far, the end of the world has just broken out. Even if the people inside the villa area have not turned into zombies, they do not dare to come out to search for supplies. Moreover, the people in the villa area have some reserve food in their own homes, so there is no problem to hold out for 2 or 3 days. Liu Yang waved his hand, Instantly everything within a 20-meter radius was loaded into the space by him. It didn't take him more than a few minutes to finish collecting the supplies of the entire supermarket. Only after doing all this did Lu Yang walk towards the outside of the villa with satisfaction. Chapter 95, Learning Techniques Well, out, back up to date. Along the way, there were many more walkers encountered. It was a pity that these zombies were like grass in front of Lu Yang. One slice at a time. No pressure at all. On the road, at this moment, are gnawed human skeleton, and some were gnawed to half of the necrosis. After the zombies give up eating them, but they due to the lack of muscle mass cannot stand up on the ground non-stop struggling zombies. The road was jammed with cars, and during the zombie outbreak, some people even turned necrotic while driving their cars, directly causing traffic accidents. So many people's cars were blocked on the road, and the entire traffic had been paralyzed. There are quite a few luxury cars on the road in front of the villa area. Lu Yang approached a Land Rover and looked inside. Only a middle-aged woman wearing a sun hat was sitting in the driver's seat at the moment. The woman's face was acerbic, and she was not a nice woman to be around at first glance. As soon as he saw Lu Yang approaching, he instantly roared at Lu Yang, his whitened eyes glaring. His hands kept waving and wanted to pounce on Lu Yang. It's just a shame that the zombie-turned-zombie no longer has her wits about her and can't even undo her seatbelt, so she's stuck in the car. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't get out of the grip of the harness. A Land Rover girl? What a douchebag. Lu Yang couldn't help but sputter. This kind of rich middle-aged women are the ones who look down on other poor people in times of peace. And in their opinion, poor people are not even qualified to stand before them and speak as equals. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, even the richest people have the same chance of turning into zombies as the poor. If you ask me, the end times are the really fair times. Lu Yang didn't kill the female zombie. He was going to let her remain trapped in the luxury car that made her proud in this peaceful era. Along the way, Lu Yang killed all the zombies that rushed over according to the address given by Sakura-Kong Peach. After more than half an hour of traveling, Lu Yang finally arrived at the downstairs of Sakura-Kong Peach's house. The first time Lu Yang saw the Sakura-Kong Momo home, it was really a mansion as well. This household is as luxurious as Cherry Hollow Peach. Not bad for the class flower of a well-to-do family. Lu Yang carried the knife and walked straight in. As soon as he entered the hall, a man and a woman, two of the zombies instantly rushed towards him. These two would be Sakura-Kumo's parents. Sorry about that. Please go to hell. Without saying a word, Lu Yang directly sent them to their deaths with one slash. Brush. The two zombie heads fell to the ground and Lu Yang continued to walk inside. Behind the couch, where a gnawed and bloodied walker appeared. It was a young man who looked about his own age. This would be Sakura-Kumo's brother. He was half turned into a zombie by his parents chewing on him, but couldn't get up, because the muscles in his thighs were chewed up. Pity. Became the lucky 20%. Didn't turn into a zombie in the first place, but still didn't escape the poisonous mouth of their parents, and got chewed up like this by their own parents. Lu Yang directly slashed over to send him to be relieved, and it was also considered that he had done a good thing for his great uncle. Then up the stairs. Sakura-Kumo was hiding inside her room at this moment, shivering. She heard the sound of someone coming up the stairs. With an even more frightened expression on her face, she covered her entire body under the covers, not daring to make any noise. Although Lu Yang said that he would come to save him, but now the end of the world outbreak is everywhere zombies. Lu Yang to come. I am afraid that it will take a long time to make a plan, and then think of a way to avoid the zombies on the road, and then come to save themselves. Maybe it will take several days. Moreover, Lu Yang is not necessarily a zombie's opponent even if he is strong. Maybe he will be bitten on the way, and he will not even have a chance to reach here before he leaves. So Sakura-Kumo was very scared, very worried, and her heart was in a panic. Now that she heard someone coming up the stairs, she assumed that it was her parents who were now starting to feel their way up the stairs to eat themselves after they had finished with her brother. I don't want to be eaten. The heartbreaking screams her brother made when he was eaten still answered over and over in her mind. It was horrible. She had never seen such a horrible scene. By this time, she heard footsteps had come to her door. Sakura-Kumo gripped the covers tightly to cover herself up, her entire body shrinking into a ball. Her heart was already beating so fast that it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. And just at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Dun 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 dun. Then a voice that haunted her sounded at the door. Sakura-Kumo, are you in there? I'm Lu Yang, here to save you. Ha, Lu Yang? Sakura-Kong Peach couldn't believe his ears. He originally thought that it would take at least 2 or 3 days for Lu Yang to get here, but he didn't expect it to come so fast. She was moved to tears. Lu Yang must have encountered great dangers along the way. He must have encountered a lot of zombie attacks. He must have gone through a lot of trouble to come here. What kind of faith made him insist on coming here without fear of danger? Is it love for me? I'm just about to die of emotion. Hurriedly came to the door, opened the door to the room, and immediately saw the strong body that had made her miss for a long time. At this time, Lu Yang in her heart image incomparably tall, as if it is the savior in the middle of despair is moving people to admire. As soon as she saw Lu Yang's figure, her petite body instantly jumped into Lu Yang's arms, buried her head into Lu Yang's broad chest, and then cried non-stop. Whoa whoa, Lu Yang, great! I'm so touched that you came so quickly. Thank you for coming to my rescue. I was so scared. It's so scary. It's so scary. I've never seen such a scary scene before. Both of my parents turned out to be infected with the zombie virus and turned into zombies in a flash. My brother stopped in front of them in order to protect me, but I didn't expect to be directly bitten by them and covered in blood. In the heat of the moment I ran upstairs and hid in my room, which is how I dodged a bullet. Crazy. The world is crazy. Everyone is crazy. Obviously my parents used to love my brother so much, but now they want to treat us like food. Aha! I'm so scared. Sakura Kumo's mouth kept screaming. She hugged Lu Yang tightly and cried in Lu Yang's arms. Her tears were soaking the clothes on Lu Yang's chest. Lu Yang patted the other party's exquisitely small and plump white shoulders and said, "Don't be afraid. It's all in the past. Don't worry. With me no one can hurt you. I told you guys a long time ago. Follow me, Lu Yang. Just that, what not to suffer. Serve me, Lu Yang, comfortably. You guys will be able to prosper like a fish in water even in the end times." Lu Yang had a confident look on his face. Hearing this, Sakura Kumo was touched. Aha, thank you, Lu Yang. I will definitely serve you well. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Even if my skills are not good, I can watch the video to learn it. And in the future I will be your most loyal woman. As long as you protect me, I am willing to pay for anything. Lu Yang touched his head with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This class flower is very understanding. Lu Yang likes this kind of woman who knows what she's doing. If that kind is still high and mighty at the end of the world. Lu Yang backhandedly slapped him. Woman can't see the situation clearly and deserves a beating. Alright, let's go save Lena next. She's trapped too, Lu Yang said to Sakura Kumo. Lena? She's alive too? That's wonderful. Since Lena and I both became your women, the two of us friend each other, and we often chat together, discussing things about you, or discussing some other things, and I know that her house isn't far from my house. It's about 10 minutes away. But Lu Yang, you should have had a fierce battle with the zombies when you came here. Do you still have the stamina? Do you want to take a rest? Sakura Kumo said to Lu Yang with concern. After all, in her opinion, zombies were the scariest things in the world at this point. Lu Yang must have expended a lot of stamina by coming here and experiencing intense activity with this horrible thing. If he immediately went to save Lena now, he might get injured due to lack of stamina. Once injured, you may lose your life. Lu Yang is now her only lifesaver, and the thickest thigh in the post-apocalyptic world. She doesn't want Lu Yang to suffer any injuries. Hearing the other party's words of concern, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, just a few zombies are nothing. In my opinion, killing them is no different from cutting grass. Wait a moment, you follow me closely. No matter what situation you encounter, don't make a sound. Just don't yell." Aha, okay, Lu Yang. Sakura Kumo nodded obediently. Before he started to act, Lu Yang purposely looked at what Sakura-kan Peach thought of herself in her mind. A line appeared above her head. The savior with 7 colored clouds on his feet. The most powerful man in the world. My Prince Charming. I'm going to be his woman for the rest of my life. I'm going to learn the best techniques in the world to serve him, so that he'll fly straight up to the sky. Lu Yang was instantly happy in his heart. Really, even I'm starting to look forward to Sakura Kumo's technique. So Lu Yang brought Sakura-kan Peach downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, Sakura Kumo saw the 3 headless bodies downstairs and the 3 heads that had rolled to the ground. These 3 people could be his family. Originally, she had a beautiful family. Parents are doing business. Family conditions are very good. Their brother also superior grades. Good looking. Inside the school many girls like. At the same time to their own very good. But who would have thought things would turn out like this in a day? His own parents turned into horrible zombies. And his own brother was bitten to death by his own parents. Damn it. This damnable zombie virus. Why did it appear in our Sakura country? Sakura Kumo's eyes were red. Looking at that corpse on the ground, she remembered her beautiful life in the past. Remembered how much her parents and brother loved and cared for her. But now she could only watch them turn into bosses and get their heads chopped off. Lu Yang patted her back and said, "Don't be sad. Things like this happen all over the world. Countless people's homes have been broken up, can be more than just you. They were already dead the moment they turned into zombies. They are just walking corpses." Aha, I know. In the future, Lu Yang-kun is my only family. Sakura-kan Peach nodded her head obediently and said. Lu Yang nodded and took her with him to the outside. Once out of the villa in the distance, a few zombies instantly rushed over. See this scene because of the empty-headed ones. Rin in the camp, all body stiffness, cannot move. She was stunned. People don't react in times of extreme fear. They just freeze in place. If she still remembered Lu Yang's words, she couldn't scream or make a sound. so she bit her lips tightly. That seductive red lip was bitten with blood. Lu Yang, on the other hand, had already rushed towards the group of zombies with his knife. Brush, 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 brush. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 walkers had their heads cut off by him. Seeing this scene, a shocked expression appeared on Sakurakumo's face. Fierce, that's just too fierce. When Lu Yang cut up the zombies, he was simply the #1 fierce man in the world, even fiercer than when he was chatting with himself in the grove. Although he was paralyzed with exhaustion by Lu Yang, he had at least lasted for an hour, and these zombies couldn't even last 10 seconds in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang is simply the god of war. At this time, Sakurakong Momo looked at Lu Yang with a face of worship. The fear in his heart also instantly dissipated. Zombies are no match for their own men, so what am I afraid of? After finishing off the zombies, Lu Yang continued to say to Sakurakong Peach, don't stay where you are, let's continue to rush. Aha! Okay Lu Yang-kun. Sakurakumo hurriedly ran over at a fast pace to keep up with Lu Yang's footsteps for fear of being left behind. Chapter 96, come on, crawl forward. Follow Lu Yang down the street. Sakurakumo, however, felt more at ease than ever before, even though the streets were littered with the skeletons of corpses and hacked-to-death zombies. But as long as she follows Lu Yang's side, she feels that these things, none of them could pose a threat to herself. With a man this fierce backing him up, even in the midst of the end times, as Lu Yang said, one was also able to wind up in a good position. Sakurakumo's house, not far from Lena's. Under normal circumstances, it's only about 10 minutes away. It's just such a small distance. If we let Lu Yang walk, we'll be there in a while. After all, he was several times faster than an ordinary person and wasn't afraid of walkers. But it's different with Sakurakumo in tow, so you can only walk obediently and slowly. Halfway there, Lu Yang took out a few zombies that surrounded him, when all of a sudden there was a cry for help from a person in the distance. Help me, please help me. A middle-aged man with a face full of panic ran towards Lu Yang, his mouth constantly yelling. Due to his yelling, all the walkers around him rushed towards him. He was followed by a dozen walkers. See this scene. Sakurakumo immediately showed a somewhat horrified expression. Hush, shoo 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 shoo. She hurriedly made shushing gestures with her hand in front of her mouth, yet the middle-aged man didn't seem to understand. Continuing to yell, he rushed towards Lu Yang as if Lu Yang was the last straw. After all, Lu Yang looked stout and strong, with a bloodied machete in his hand. He looked fierce. Even if the other party couldn't defeat the dozen zombies, the middle-aged man could use the opportunity to escape while the other party was fighting the dozen zombies. There used to be an interesting question on the internet. What to do when you and your companion are having a picnic inside the forest, but you encounter a bear? Some say, of course, escape. Another question, but it's impossible for a man to outrun a bear. Who says you have to outrun a bear anymore? You just have to outrun your partner. Now this is the same situation. Again, from your man's point of view, he didn't need to outrun the walkers. He just needed to lead the bane of the walkers to the lanky young man, pull that young man down, and escape himself. Looking at the other party's behavior, Lu Yang did not move and frowned. Of course he could see that little bit of the other party's mind. After that middle-aged man ran to Lu Yang's side, he instantly reached out and grabbed Lu Yang's arm, gasped loudly and said to Lu Yang, "Little brother, save me. I can't run anymore. Those walkers were horrible. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by them. Please help me. Can't outrun a bear or his own companions. What can we do about this?" Then it's just a matter of being able to hold your companion's hand and not let him or her run. The middle-aged man, tightly grasping Lu Yang's arm, "Lu Yang, if you want to run, then you can only carry him to run." Lu Yang certainly saw the other party's small mind. He said with an immovable frown, "What do I care if you're being chased by walkers? And what do you mean you're holding my hand?" That middle-aged man heard Lu Yang's words, and instead of letting go of his hand, he grabbed it tighter. "We're all survivors. Shouldn't we help each other?" "Well, we should help each other. Then please help provide me with some negative emotions," Lu Yang said in a cold voice. Then, a swing, brush. The man's hand was instantly cut off. "Aha, you guy, not only did you not help me with the walkers, but you cut me. Are you still a human being?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in agony. At this moment both of his hands have been cut off. The intense pain caused his entire body to instantly turn ashen with beads of sweat showing on his face. His entire body began to be sore and weak. Originally, he was still able to run, but now he couldn't even run. Seeing that those zombies had already arrived in front of Lu Yang, the middle-aged man then realized that Lu Yang was trying to cut off his hand so that he couldn't escape, and then let the zombies eat him to give them time to escape. This instantly made the middle-aged man despair, and Lu Yang's mind began to receive negative emotional values. Although he only received a little bit a second, but it was better than nothing. After all, there weren't many humans after the outbreak of the end times, and it wasn't that easy to get negative emotions. Those zombies smelled the blood and became even more open-mouthed. It directly rushed towards Lu Yang and the middle-aged man. At this time, Lu Yang directly brought his sword forward and slashed one by one. Brush, brush, brush. Non-stop zombie heads were chopped off by Lu Yang. In less than a minute Lu Yang finished off a dozen zombies, leaving the last one. Lu Yang cut off both his hands and feet from the knees and elbows. That's superior. Even after being cut off, didn't feel pain in his hands and feet, and kept using them on the ground. Broken hands and feet to crawl. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was really stunned. This young man is also too fierce. But he killed all the zombies. Does that mean he wants to save me? Cutting off my hand was just a punishment for my little attempt to pull him down earlier? As soon as he thought of this, he began to be filled with hope again and begged Lu Yang for mercy, saying, "Big brother, please save me. Stop the bleeding, I can still live. I can still be salvaged." Lu Yang shook his head and said, "In the end of the world only the ruthless can survive. You want to pull me into the water and let me be surrounded by zombies? Do you think you still have a chance of surviving? However, seeing as you're a human, I'll give you a little chance too. Look at that walker. I cut off both his hands and feet and he was only able to utilize half of them to crawl on the ground. Then I'll leave you a leg. And with one more leg than him, you should be able to run faster than him, right?" Lu Yang's face revealed a trace of an icy cold smile, while that one middle-aged man instantly shook after hearing these words, and his body began to tremble. The next second his eyes had flashed with the light of a knife. Brush! His own left leg was surprisingly cut off from the knee as well. "Aha! My foot! My foot! My foot! It hurts! Come on, crawl forward. That walker will be coming for you soon," Lu Yang said with a forceful fling of the machete in his own hand, shaking clean the blood of Sanming, and then pulling Sakurakumo to continue walking forward. The one wounded man who was crawling down the walker with his limbs cut off behind him. The man, on the other hand, endured severe pain and began to run away without stopping. Chapter 97, Saving Sakurakumo. Half an hour later Lu Yang arrived downstairs at Lena's house, and along the way he took out quite a few zombies. At the same time Lu Yang also experimented in passing whether the zombies would provide themselves with negative emotional values due to fear. He hangs a walker up and slashes it. In the end, when that zombie was hacked until only a head was left, Lu Yang's mind didn't even receive any negative emotional value and he expressed his disappointment. It seems that the last time the IQ was so low that there was no such emotion as fear. They were only driven by their own desires. And at this moment, the negative emotion value provided by that middle-aged man had completely stopped. Lu Yang checked and realized that he had provided himself with a total of more than 100 points. It should have been caught up and bitten by the walkers already, so the negativity stops. Left him with a leg and still couldn't outrun a walker who lost both hands and legs. What a big disappointment. But it was understandable when you thought about it. The difference in physical fitness between humans and zombies was just too much. The last one wouldn't have bled to death, but humans would. If a human being loses a lot of blood, due to the reduction of red blood cells in the blood, the first thing that happens is that the face becomes pale and the skin loses its redness. At the same time the skin begins to cool down and becomes cold. The whole person would shiver from the icy feeling. In order to maintain the blood supply to the vital organs of the body, the heartbeat also speeds up to increase the delivery of blood, but due to the faster heartbeat, the rate of bleeding increases. Blood loss will be faster. As blood loss continues, blood pressure drops. By that time the person will be due to insufficient blood supply to the brain and dizziness, or even fainting. The whole body will also have no strength. The whole person will feel irritable and feel fear. It could end up in outright shock, but zombies don't look like that from blood loss. The middle-aged man who had his hands and a leg cut off was already doing well to last this long, and by the later stages of the game the rate of gaining negativity values is getting slower and slower, and the other person has been nearly drained of fear, so it was a good death. Looking at that luxurious villa, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. To be able to go to school in the University of Tokyo, it is true that each family conditions are good. Guto has a hostess mom who also lives in the villa area, not to mention the third young master. The home is presumably more luxurious. Sakurakumo's house, also a big villa. This Lena's house was even more luxurious than Sakurakumo's. Just like Lena herself, she had a better body than Sakurakumo. This villa is also better than Sakurakumo's house. Lu Yang pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Lena. "I'm at your door. I'm going in to rescue you now. Open the door. Don't make a sound, don't be nervous. You'll be rescued soon." After speaking of this message, Lena wrote back immediately. "Okay Lu Yang, I'll wait for you. It's so grateful to you. In this situation, you can still ignore the danger to save me. From now on, I'll be your woman for life. Will never betray you." After receiving this message, Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression, worthy of being Lena's schoolgirl. "I was already at her doorstep, and she was afraid I wouldn't save her." And she added a special line. So Lu Yang directly pushed open the door of Lena's house and took Sakurakumo inside with him. Lena was wincing at the door with her kitchen knife. Seeing that the person who came in was really Lu Yang, she was relieved, threw the kitchen knife on the ground, and directly pounced on Lu Yang, tightly embracing Lu Yang's strong body. Oing oing, I'm so scared. Lu Yang scared me to death. What's wrong with this world? There are crazy monsters everywhere. There are mutated zombies everywhere. I saw it on the main road. They're eating people. My parents went on a trip and I don't know what's going on now. The phone doesn't work either. No one came to rescue me at all. And it's useless to call the police. Thank goodness for you. If you hadn't shown up, I might have starved to death in this villa. Lena said as she cried tears that soaked Lu Yang's chest. Lu Yang sighed, patted her back and comforted to her. It's okay, now that I'm here you're safe. Follow me Lu Yang in the future. You will not be harmed. Aha! Lena nodded with her big, watery, tear-stained eyes, then added, so what do we do next? There are monsters everywhere outside. Shouldn't we all wait in the villa area for official rescue? Waiting for official help? Where is there any official? Where's the rescue? Now we have to walk on our own. I'll take you back to my house. It's big and warm. The food isn't all there. And most importantly the bed is big. Lu Yang said with a bad smile on his face. Hearing this sentence, Lena's little face instantly turned red, and when paired with her teary-eyed look, it was as if she had just been bullied. It looks dainty and delicate. Aha! Okay, Lu Yang in the end times. I now only believe in other people. I don't even believe in what vigilantes all go to hell. Lena said with a sincere look on her face. By the way, do you have any more food at your house? Take it all away. Food is the most important thing in the end times. Lu Yang asked to Lena. There should be a little more food in the fridge. Let's take it with us. Lena answered truthfully. Lu Yang nodded, then followed Lena to her refrigerator, and once she opened it, she was startled. Dude, you're telling me it's just a little bit? The large double-door refrigerator was stuffed with food. If it was another person eating it, it would probably be able to her for a month. So it seems that even if she is trapped in the middle of the villa area, her life is not in danger for the time being. After all, so much food is enough for her to last for a long time. Seemingly seeing Lu Yang's this scene, Lena replied shyly with a red face, because my parents went on a trip, so he was afraid that I would go hungry alone, so he bought a lot of food in the fridge before he left. But all this food will be for the three of us from now on. We can share it. That might be thanks to you, Lena. Unlike my house, there's no extra food at all. Sakura Kumo thanked Lena. After all, she too understood very well the importance of food in the post-apocalyptic world. No need to be polite. From now on we're all women's girlfriends, counting us as sisters, even more so than real sisters. It's all as it should be, Principal Lena said, and Lu Yang directly waved his hand. Brush. The food in the refrigerator was instantly stowed away in his space. Seeing this scene, Lena and Sakura-kan Momo both revealed shocked expressions, their mouths wide open, frozen as if they were dumbfounded. Chapter 98 Rescuing Lena. How could they not expect that Lu Yang could make things disappear out of thin air? It's almost more than a magic trick. It's amazing how a fridge full of food can disappear all at once, leaving an empty fridge. Even Lena was dumbfounded. This is the food that his parents prepared for him. In the middle of the post-apocalyptic world, food is the most reassuring thing. Looking at this refrigerator of food, she felt that she had the courage to live. This was also the reason why as soon as Sakura-kan Peach saw the video Lu Yang had posted inside the forum in the first place, she immediately private messaged Lu Yang while Lena did not, because there's no food in Sakura Kumo's house, and with his parents right downstairs having turned into walkers, she was afraid to go out, not even to her bedroom. Under those circumstances, Sakura Kumo would have survived for 3 or 4 days at most, and would probably have died of thirst. But Lena is different. Her fridge is stuffed full enough for him to eat for a month, plus she's the only one in her house. Her parents are out on a trip, and there are no walkers that can threaten her. Just keep the door tightly shut. That's why Lena was not in a hurry. It was Lu Yang who took the initiative to contact her. Of course, when Lu Yang said he was coming to save her, she still felt very surprised and very happy. After all, a refrigerator of food you can eat for a month. That's only for a month. And what about after a month? Eat all the food or die. So to be able to hold Lu Yang's thigh, that was certainly better. Just now looking at their own a refrigerator of food. Suddenly by Lu Yang a wave of the hand to become disappeared, still let Lena feel a little difficult to accept. After all, this is their own food. Even if they were to be distributed, they should be distributed by themselves, right? Lu Yang, however, said with a smile, don't worry, that food has been received by me in a safe place. Follow me and there will be no shortage of food for you. Okay, come with me. It's time to go back to my shelter. Hearing these words, Sakura Kumo nodded her head obediently. Lena, although there were some questions in her mind, some disbelief, it was a little hard to accept, but she didn't show it either, and nodded as well, the handful of pink dorky hairs on her head shaking along with her nod. so Lu Yang took Sakurakumo and Lina with him, walking down the street, ready to walk back to Mrs. Oda. Just as he stepped out of Enrina's villa, a walker suddenly rushed forward. "Ah, Uncle Sam!" Lina couldn't help but yell out. The original rushed over the middle-aged man. Zombie is Lina's third uncle. Also live in this villa area. Did not expect to become a zombie. At this moment, seeing the living immediately yelled and rushed over, looking like they wanted to eat Lina and Lu Yang alive. Such a scene immediately scared Lina, although she had seen zombies eating people from upstairs, far away, through the window. Seeing a zombie rushing towards her so close, her former loved ones turned into bloodthirsty monsters. Instantly scared Lina silly. "Shoo, Lina, don't yell, you'll attract more zombies." Sakurakumo immediately covered Lina's mouth and whispered in her ear, "Has seen Lu Yang combat power of Cherry Air Peach. At this moment is not panicked at all. District a zombie only. Even if 100 Lu Yang can also casually kill." As expected, that zombie had just rushed to Lu Yang's front, and before he had the chance to pounce on Lu Yang had already instantly launched his sword. Brush! The hand rose and fell. The zombie's head also instantly fell to the ground. The strong body fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, Lina's whole face pale. Horrible. Just horrible. Is this a zombie? Their running speed has reached the limit of human beings. His own third uncle was an obese, tall, middle-aged man who usually looked clumsy and didn't move very fast. But after turning into a zombie, he runs like a champ. This zombie virus feels like it is already stimulating the telekinetic potential of humans. Ordinary people were afraid that they would have to use all their strength to outrun them, and Lina's screams had attracted a number of zombies inside the villa area to rush over. They searched for the sound and touched over from various parts of the villa, and as soon as they saw Lu Yang, Cherry Air Peach and also Lina, they instantly rushed towards them as fast as they could as if they were mad. Lina's face once again showed a nervous expression, but luckily she had heeded Sakurakumo's admonition and didn't dare to scream out this time. Without waiting for Sakurakumo to do so, she had already covered her mouth herself. With two pairs of big eyes, she looked at Lu Yang with an expectant face, placing all her hopes on Lu Yang's body. "It seems that there are quite a few zombies inside this villa area, all attracted out by you. It's a pity that zombies don't have a fearful mind. Otherwise I'd have made a big profit." Lu Yang shook his head, then carried his machete and charged straight up. Brush, brush, brush. Every swing of his sword was able to decapitate a zombie, and at the same time, he possessed several times the basic qualities of an ordinary person. And at this moment, he was like a fish in water, like a swimming dragon in the zombie horde. Within a few minutes, all the zombies had been killed by Lu Yang. The ground was full of zombie corpses, each one without a head. One slash for one walker. Never a second slash. Dark, fishy, zombie blood all over the place. Vomit. Lina couldn't stand the smell and couldn't help but dry heave, covering her stomach with a pained expression on her face. Sakurakumo was much more calm than she was, and patted Lina on the back as she did so. It's fine, just get used to it later." Lina nodded and wiped the corner of her mouth. "Okay, we'll go back when it's okay." Lu Yang shook off the blood on the knife and said to the two women, Okay." Lina and Sakurakumo nodded respectfully. So Lu Yang led them out of this villa area, and next to the main entrance of the villa was a small supermarket. Lu Yang had already discovered this small supermarket when he came here, just because he was in a hurry to save Lina, so he didn't go in to explore. Now that Lina has been successfully rescued by him, it's time to harvest this small supermarket. So Lu Yang directly led the two young girls inside. As soon as he pushed open the door, a superior dressed as a salesman pounced on Lu Yang. Brush! Without saying anything, Lu Yang directly sent him to the west with a knife, and then began to check out the items in this supermarket. Worthy of being a small supermarket next to a luxury villa area, inside sells not only quite a variety of things, but also high-end goods. Lu Yang waved his hand in a circle of 20 meters. All the items within the range were collected by him into the space. Seeing this scene, Lina and Sakura-kun Peach once again revealed a surprised expression. At the beginning, when Lu Yang collected a refrigerator of food, it had already surprised them. Who knew that that was not Lu Yang's limit? Now he was able to collect everything within a few dozen meters of the vicinity with a wave of his hand. Chapter 99, A New Way to Get Emotional Values. Within a few minutes, Lu Yang had collected all the items inside this high-end mini-mart into his system space. Seeing this scene, Lina showed a look of desire. Lu Yang also saw the other party's appearance and asked at her, "What's wrong, Lina? Is there something you want to eat? But I took it all away and you're too embarrassed to tell me? It's fine. When we go back to my sanctuary later, tell me what you want to eat. I, Lu Yang, will never be stingy with my woman." Lina blushed a little at Lu Yang's words all of a sudden. She lowered her head and said in a gentle voice, "I don't mean that. I'm saying that this mini-mart is the only source of food inside the villa area. Lu Yang Jun took all this food away. Doesn't that mean that the survivors inside the villa area will starve and risk their lives at that time? Coming out to look for food will also be a basket case. You mean I should leave a little food for the other survivors? Lu Yang asked with a smile. In the back of his mind, he thought about how the only reason Lena was his girlfriend in the first place was because he had filmed her cat abuse and threatened her. I didn't realize that this abusive girl had little sympathy for cats, but seemed to have some for people. Lena shook her head when she heard Lu Yang's words and said, "That's not true. It's just that those survivors didn't find food in this mini-mart and ended up starving to death. Isn't it also equivalent to Lu Yang-jun killing them? I'm afraid that there will be psychological pressure in the sea of Lu Yang-jun's brain. It makes sense. The food inside the supermarket was taken away by me, causing the survivors who came behind to not be able to find food. Are there deaths because of me, Lu Yang? This is indeed a question worth thinking about. If they died because of them, would they not gain negative emotion values as well?" As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yang's face suddenly revealed a somewhat excited expression. "I seem to have come up with another way to be able to earn negativity values." Lu Yang revealed a bad smile, then slapped the knife heavily on the shelf in front of him. Pow! A loud bang came, instantly attracting several zombies in the neighborhood. They directly rushed towards the small supermarket. Seeing this scene, Lena and Sakura-kong Peach were terrified. They didn't know why Lu Yang would suddenly make a sound. However, they didn't dare to make any comments. They could only tightly pull Lu Yang's clothes and hide behind Lu Yang. After those zombies rushed to Lu Yang, Lu Yang did not kill them, but directly kicked one of them into the supermarket and then closed the glass door of the supermarket. After doing all this, he then said to Lena, "Look, now there are several zombies inside this supermarket. Those survivors who came to look for food haven't had a chance to go inside yet. They might have been killed by the zombies as soon as they opened the door. Wouldn't that not count as me, Lu Yang, starving them to death?" Hearing this, Lena froze, then smiled, chiming in, Yeah, very logical. Originally, people came to find food, just a possibility of starvation. Now it's good. You got a few zombies in this supermarket. Those survivors not only cannot find food, and even directly will be born in the stomach of these zombies. After all, those who can risk their lives to come out to look for food are usually starving and can't stand it, and they have already been dizzy and weak, so how can they still run past the zombies? As long as those survivors dare to open the door of this supermarket, they will surely die. This Lu Yang-jun is really ruthless. Lena had never seen such a ruthless man before, as if the lives of his fellow human beings were completely worthless to him, much like when she abused her own cats. Perhaps in Lu Yang's eyes, humans were no different from cats. In fact, Lu Yang had another idea in his mind. He locked the zombies in the supermarket and then the survivors felt fear because of these zombies. Does it count as self-induced fear? He'd love to get acclimated. If it works out, he didn't mind throwing a few walkers inside the survivors' base. I'm sure those walkers will cause everyone to panic. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yang revealed a beautiful expression, just waiting to see if the zombies inside the supermarket could provide themselves with some negative emotion values by eating the survivors. Let's go. Since this mini-mart has also been raided and all the supplies have been taken by me, it's time for us to go back. After doing this, Lu Yang said to Lena and also Sakura-kumo, preparing to bring them back to Mrs. Oda's house. Lena said, "Well then, let's get out of here." Even though Lu Yang-jun is strong, I'll still be afraid of those zombies. Who's not afraid? Those zombies are too scary. Those who see them are like two dogs seeing. No, I should say it's like meat seen by a hungry wolf. Even if there's no danger, I don't want to look at the faces of those disgusting zombies anymore. Sakura-kumo also said with a palpitating expression. Although they knew that there was Lu Yang and the zombies could not pose a threat to them, but who wanted to see those? The zombies with pale skin and black mucus flowing from the corners of their mouths showing their teeth and roaring loudly rushed towards them. She was afraid she'd have nightmares if she watched it too much. So Lu Yang took Sakura-kong Momo and Lena along with him towards Mrs. Oda's villa, and along the way, he encountered quite a few more zombies, but they were all solved by Lu Yang with a single slash. Today is only the first day of the outbreak of the end of the world. Most of the survivors at this moment are still hiding in their homes praying for a miracle, praying for an official rescue. In fact, they do not know that today may be the best day they have had in the next year. What follows will only get worse by the day. When the food in the refrigerator inside their house is eaten up, they start to starve, and then they walk out of their house driven by hunger. And then they will see the cruelty of this doomsday. More than 80% of the survivors will be eaten by walkers as they search for food. The rest of those would huddle together and slowly form existing gatherings that would then turn into survivor bases. But after forming a survivor base, it's not 100% safe. And there will be hookups inside the survivor base. Let's say the base boss has a crush on your wife, on your daughter, on your sister, and wants to force them to be her women. What are you going to do? For example, Inside the base you have to team up with other people to look for food and encounter a walker again. What to do? For example, when the base grows bigger and bigger, it will attract more and more zombies to covet it and eventually form a wave of zombies attacking the base. What should be done? The cruelty of the end times. Liu Yang has already seen it once. This time, Liu Yang will be the king of the end times. Chapter 100 Fusion. Acquiring a new weapon. Liu Yang opened the door of Mrs. Oda's house with Sakurakumo and Lina. Hearing the door of the room move, all the women inside the villa showed a nervous expression, and after seeing that the person who came in was Liu Yang, Mrs. Oda, Miss Ao Yuen, and Arya all breathed a sigh of relief. A little disappointed that she didn't see Guto, Mrs. Oda sighed quietly, but didn't dare to comment. This worrywart of a child doesn't let anyone off the hook even when the end times come. Guto, who never stayed out at night before, didn't know what kind of wind he was pumping last night, and didn't come back even if he did, and tried to send a message telling myself to go and leave the house too. Thinking about it now scares Mrs. Oda a little. It's a good thing she didn't leave the house, otherwise it would be a question of whether or not she could survive with all the zombies out there. Not to mention being able to meet up with Liu Yangjun, and being able to be protected by Liu Yangjun. Mrs. Oda is very glad that she listened to Liu Yang's words instead of listening to Guto's words. That stupid son of hers can be said to be good at nothing but punching himself. This gap between man and man is really too big, right? Even after the outbreak of Armageddon, Liu Yangjun was a very reliable man, but his own son didn't seem to provide any role other than making himself greedy. Obviously they were the same age and in the same class at the same school. 4 people, but it's like the difference between heaven and earth. What a stupid son. What a disappointment. Then before that everyone set their eyes on Sakurakumo and also Lina, and instantly they were attracted to these 2 beautiful girls. So beautiful girls. Both Sakura Hollow Peach and pink-haired schoolgirl Lina's appearance and figure can be said to be superb. Especially Lina. Her features were exquisite, and the dorky hair on her head added a bit more cuteness. The moment she saw Lina, Mrs. Oda thought that she and Liu Yangjun were the ones who should be a couple. I really don't know how Liu Yangjun saw himself in the first place, and had to threaten himself with a video, and forcibly stayed in his house. It's really embarrassing to think that the age difference between the two is so great. Arya didn't make any comments, but there was a happy expression on the face of Aonori Onia-chan, because both Mrs. Oda and Arya are older than themselves. Arya is 25 and Mrs. Oda is 35. Both are mature women. Being an 18-year-old young lady herself seemed a bit out of place with them. Now that there are finally 2 18-year-old beautiful girls age, same as themselves, in the future, they can finally have people of their own age to chat with inside this villa. She walked over to Sakurakumo and Lina with a smile on her face and said to them, "Hello, 2 sisters, my name is Qing Yuan. You are also today because of luck was saved by Liu Yang." Right, Liu Yang, that guy is the knife-mouth tofu heart. In fact, he is very good to get along with. To their own women also good. We'll be family from now on. When you get to know him over time, don't worry, I'm sure we'll get along just fine from now on. Hearing Miss Qing Yuan's words, Liu Yang did laugh and said, "You woman only met me last night, so you know that I'm a knife's mouth and a tofu's heart. Moreover, these 2 have been dating me for almost a month already, and you've only been dating me for a day." Speaking of which, Sakurakumo and Lina are the seniors. Hearing these words, Miss Qing Yuan instantly froze. She thought that today Liu Yang went out to collect supplies and casually saw 2 random beautiful girls on the way and casually saved them. But she didn't realize that these 2 people were both Liu Yang's girlfriends? In that case, this Liu Yang is too infatuated, isn't he? After all, at this moment the end of the world broke out. There are zombies everywhere. Once you go out you will encounter unimaginable dangers. But Liu Yang did not fear the danger, nor was he intimidated by it. Instead, on the one day of the first apocalyptic outbreak he went looking for his girlfriends and even managed to save them without any problems. How many men can take on this responsibility and have the courage to do so? Miss Qing Yuan suddenly felt that she was very lucky, because now she had also become Liu Yang's woman, so that if she was in danger, Liu Yang should not hesitate to come to her rescue as well, right? Being Liu Yang's woman is really reassuring. That would be a misunderstanding on my part. Sorry 2 seniors, I'm sorry that I have to share Liu Yangjun with you guys from now on, so I hope you can bear with me, Miss Ao Yuen said with a generous face. Although he said something like he was sorry, he didn't have any sorry expression on his face. It doesn't matter. It's good to have a few more people to share it with if it's as strong as Liu Yang, otherwise we won't be able to top it, Sakurakumo said with a big grin as she waved her hand. Lina chimed in, "Yeah, this guy won't be honest. Maybe there will be more sisters joining us in the future. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and for one as capable as Liu Yang, I wouldn't be surprised even if all the women in the entire city of Tokyo became his girlfriend." Mrs. Oda saw the young people chatting so energetically, also came in to interject and said, "That's not true. In the end times only a man as powerful as Liu Yang-jun can live well. And only a woman who becomes a woman of a man like Liu Yang-jun can guarantee her own safety. If you ask me, the women of the entire Sakura kingdom should become followers of Lord Liu Yang. Forget about counting us in the ugly kingdom," Arya said with a scowl. "I thought to myself that you women of the cherry blossom country can really talk about what the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and what the entire cherry blossom country's women should follow Liu Yang. You guys are great. Can't you all be a little possessive as women should be? Can't you think of having Liu Yang all to yourselves?" If the other women knew what was going on in Arya's mind, I'm afraid they would immediately retort to, "Can we have Liu Yang all to ourselves?" By then, he would probably die of exhaustion in Liu Yang's room. "Alright, I'm going to my room to get some rest. Remember to call me when it's time for dinner." Liu Yang waved his hand at the ladies and then returned to his room. Mrs. Oda found Lina and Sakurakumo each a room to stay in. It was a good thing she had plenty of room in her cottage for a few more. And after Liu Yang returned to his room, he checked the space of his harvest today. There were really quite a lot of things in it. He took away a machete and took out a rifle. That was taken from the ugly garrison. He had an idea inside his head. Since a knife combined with a bow and arrow can become a blade bow, what does it become with a knife combined with a rifle? Could it be that it will turn out to be a rifle with a bayonet? Seems like that wouldn't help. Might as well just let the knife combine with the bullet and see what it turns into. After popping up with this idea, Liu Yang immediately acted, throwing a machete and a bullet all over, in the fusion device. Soon he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful fusion. Acquired a new weapon, the launching knife. With a thought, Liu Yang removed this launching knife and realized that this knife was not any different from the usual machete. "No dude, where are you launching this launch?" Liu Yang tried and swung this blade forward. Brush! This time around instantly emanated from the tip of the blade, transforming into a black shadow that shot straight at the wall in front of him. Bang! With a crunching sound, the thick concrete wall was instantly driven in several centimeters deep. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang stunned. Swinging the knife can launch bullets forward. That is not the same as saying that other people think this is a knife. In fact, this is a gun? Does that mean unlimited bullets? Liu Yang observed the machete and realized that the length of the blade had unexpectedly become 2 centimeters shorter, which meant that there was 2 centimeters of the one bullet that the iron was transformed into was fired. Sure enough, the conservation of matter still doesn't change. It gets 2 centimeters shorter with one use. A 50 centimeter long blade can be fired roughly 25 times. Good man, this weapon is awesome. A combination of tradition and modernization. So to speak, adults' times have changed. Your knife can't fire bullets. Is it still called a knife? Liu Yang hurriedly pulled out several more machetes and several rounds of ammunition to continue fusing such knives, thinking to get a few more, so that he could kill the enemy by surprise if necessary. Much better than just shooting it with a gun. After all, with a gun people would dodge, but with a knife, at a distance, people would let their guard down, and then how to die without even knowing it. Chapter 101 All things can be fused. The system space inside which all of these firing machetes that had been fused by the everything fuser were put away. Liu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. These machetes are used again at critical moments. Usually just use ordinary machetes for melee combat, but the appearance of this launching machete made Liu Yang expect more from this everything fuser. Not bad for a treasure that cost 100,000 points to trade in. Everything in the world can be integrated. If you throw a machete in with a beauty queen, will it turn into a beauty queen with blades growing out of her hands and feet? But if this blade grows in the wrong place, then it would be a waste of a beautiful maiden. And in the future, one would never be able to follow a beautiful maiden to give birth to a child. Forget it, it's better not to try it first. When you have more beautiful girls than you can use up, then you can try it again. After doing this, Liu Yang was ready to take a good rest. But to his surprise, just then there was a knock on the door of his room. Dun 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 dun. Liu Yang revealed a somewhat puzzled expression. Who came to find himself at this late hour? Could it be Mrs. Oda, who couldn't stand her loneliness? But it's possible when you think about it. After all, Mrs. Oda is 35 years old. Women at this age need a man to take care of them. Liu Yang said to the door, "Come in." Squeaky. The door was opened and the person who pushed her way in was Lina, the pink-haired schoolgirl. Lina seemed to have just gotten out of the shower, smelling good and wearing a semi-transparent silk nightgown that must have been Mrs. Oda's. You don't say that. Mrs. Oda's pajamas fit surprisingly well on pink-haired schoolgirl Lina. It seems the two are about the same size, height and weight and even bust, so to speak. Lina's ability to have a voluptuous body like Mrs. Oda's at the tender age of 18 is truly a gift. And to say that she's a gifted competitor would be an understatement. As soon as she walked inside the room, Liu Yang smelled a ghostly light body odor. At the same time, the gaze was instantly drawn to the other party's delicate figure. All of a sudden, it felt like the speed of his blood flow was starting to get faster, and the whole thing was a little hot. Lu Yang asked to Lena, "Lena, what's going on? Looking for me for something?" "In order to thank you, Lu Yang, for being able to come all the way to my house to save me from danger. Of course I want to accompany you, take an afternoon nap, blow the air conditioning with you, and chat with you, to show my gratitude to you," Lena said with a red face. Lu Yang was able to mow down hundreds of zombies along the way, not afraid of the danger of being bitten by a zombie and infected with the virus. To come to her own rescue still made Lena very touched. When she first got together with Lu Yang, she was completely forced. It was Lu Yang who took the video of her abusing her cat. She was forced to get together with Lu Yang and date him. At that time it was said to be a 1-month relationship. Now a month's time is almost up, but Lena doesn't want to dissolve the relationship with Lu Yang at all, and even wants to be more intimate and further, more consolidated this kind of relationship. So none of the people present took the initiative to knock on Lu Yang's room door, but Lena went ahead and did it, because he knew that no one but Lu Yang could protect him in the end times. That's why she had to seize any opportunity she could to solidify her relationship with Lu Yang. Only if she let Lu Yang treat herself as a real woman, Lu Yang would truly protect himself, and only then would he be able to be safe forever. After hearing Lena's words, Lu Yang all showed a somewhat surprised expression. "Taking the initiative to blow air conditioning with me, accompany me for a chat?" So far, every woman of Lu Yang seems to be. He used a variety of reasons to threaten the other into submission, whether it's Sakuraku Dorina, Mrs. Oda, or Arya, or Aoi-kan-sama. Although it was said that their inner thoughts had changed a bit at this moment, the one who came to them of his own accord had not yet. Lu Yang hurriedly checked Lena's attitude words towards herself. Soon a line appeared above Lena's head. "The most powerful man in the world. The best man. I'm afraid the only one who can risk his life to save me in the midst of the end times is him. I want to be his woman and follow him forever. I want to blow air conditioning with him every day." Seeing this phrase, Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. "What a pink-haired schoolgirl. Not bad, not bad," he said to Lena as he stroked the dorky hair on top of the other's head. "Very well, in that case, come over here." So the two talked. Outside, in the hall, Sakurakumo and the others had somewhat marvelous expressions on their faces. Mrs. Oda was the first to say, "Didn't Lu Yang say he would go to his room to rest and not let others disturb him?" This Lena went to knock on the door without authorization. She is not afraid of being scolded by Lu Yang. You should know that although Lu Yang does treat his women well, but if he dares to disobey him, he will not show any mercy when he moves. Mrs. Oda could have been slapped by Lu Yang in the beginning, but she had felt Lu Yang's strength, and she hit people fiercely. Sakurakumo said, "I don't think so, right? Maybe Lena is going to Lu Yang for something? What could be the matter? It's a special bath in the middle of the day, and I'm wearing a semi-transparent nightgown, so what do you think could be going on?" Miss Ao Yuan said as she skimmed her lips. "I'll go." Really got scolded. The scolding is even worse. Arya pricked up her ears and heard Lu Yang chatting with Lena. The others instantly glanced at each other, their faces instantly reddening. Lena the small wave hoof, in broad daylight to find Lu Yang chat. Really face or not want it. At 6 p.m. Mrs. Oda made dinner and told Lu Yang to get up and eat. At this moment in time Lena was still in the middle of a deep sleep. It was so enjoyable to blow on the air conditioner in the afternoon heat that she accidentally overslept. Lu Yang looked at the other party's sleeping lovely appearance. Pink hair scattered on the pillow, delicate nose, is making a slight breathing sound. The whole thing was very relaxing. I'm afraid it was only in Lu Yang's room that Lena dared to relax so much. Lu Yang couldn't help but pinch the other's face. At this time Lena also woke up. Lu Yang said, "Let's go, off to dinner." Hearing this, Lena hurriedly climbed up and straightened her pajamas, nodded her head, said, "Well then, okay, Lu Yang-kun, it just so happens that I'm hungry too." So the two of them went downstairs together, and at this moment, Sakura-kong Peach and the others were already sitting next to the restaurant, and as soon as they saw Lena and Lu Yang coming down, they immediately threw a bad smile at Lena. Chapter 102, I only say beautiful women. How's it going, Lena? Resting well? Going to chat with Lu Yang in this broad daylight? You're really bold. It's still you oh. Not bad for a pink-haired schoolgirl. What a little wannabe hoof. Sakurakumo's ghostly words. Lena's face instantly turned red and directly pinched Sakurakumo's white arm. Pouting, she said, "Just know how to make fun of me. You're still the same. I won't grab it from you tonight. You go and chat with Lu Yang. Does it help if you don't grab it from me? Look at all the people here." Sakurakumo muttered softly. Don't worry, we're not robbing either." Mrs. Oda, Arya, and Ayanori-sama all said in unison. After all, Sakura-kong Peach and Lena were Lu Yang's real girlfriends inside the school, and all of them were forced to be conquered by Lu Yang. They wouldn't dare steal it from their real girlfriends. At this time Lu Yang said to everyone, "Okay, Okay, you guys don't chat anymore. Eat but don't waste Mrs. Oda's good intentions. The women said at once. It really smells great. Oda-san's cooking is so good. I'm going to learn from Oda-san from now on. On top of the table was sushi, sashimi made by Mrs. Oda, tempura, ramen, and yakiniku, grilled fish. There was even okonomiyaki. Lena hit the bowl of miso soup and inhaled. A look of enjoyment crossed her face. Said the man, "It smells good, so I'm going to start." Sakurakumo spoke up. "That salmon sashimi is my favorite. Grilled eel is the best," Miss Ayanori said. Arya also picked up her chopsticks. "Let me try the legendary oyaki." The crowd all took a taste of the delicacy they had pinned down, followed by a look of surprise on their faces as they spoke in unison. It was so good. Seeing everyone enjoying her cooking so much, Mrs. Oda's face showed a happy expression. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, "It's good that everyone can enjoy eating. It's all because of Liu Yangjuan's existence that I have so many ingredients that I'm able to cook delicious meals for you all, and we're able to still enjoy such deliciousness in the post-apocalyptic world. It's all because we should have to be thankful to Liu Yangjun." Aha! Everyone nodded and sincerely looked at Liu Yang with grateful eyes. Mrs. Oda spoke up again at this point. "But the other survivors inside the villa area aren't so lucky. Some of them haven't turned into zombies or been attacked by zombies, but they don't have a lot of food in their homes. Now a lot of them have already begged for help inside the homeowners group." As soon as he heard these words, Liu Yang instantly brightened up. "The whole person?" asked Mrs. Oda. "A homeowners group? There are survivors in the villa area?" Mrs. Oda said with a nod. "Aha! There are still quite a few survivors out there, but most of them are trapped in their villas. Some of them are even trapped in their rooms, and outside are their family members who have turned into zombies. They had no food or drink inside the room, so they probably wouldn't last long, so they all asked for help inside the villa owners group. No, over who can save them in this situation now? One can only hope for a miracle. Come on, pull me into your homeowners group, I'll see how they ask for help," Liu Yang said to Mrs. Oda. "Doesn't the fact that there are survivors in the homeowners group and that there is an atmosphere of panic throughout the group indicate that the entire group is filled with negativity? Wouldn't it be nice to get all this negativity on me when I, Liu Yang, get into the group?" "Oh, okay." Mrs. Oda nodded and then pulled Liu Yang into the owners group. Seeing that a new member had joined, everyone inside the villa area was a bit surprised. They have been saying inside the group, "What's going on? There are new owners joining our group chat at this hour? Did the vigilantes come to our rescue? Let's get this disaster over with. I'm trapped in my room and I'm so scared. I'm starving to death." Some people directly also eyed Liu Yang and asked at Liu Yang, "Lonely Mickey, at Kaidazu, who are you? Are you here to save us?" "Sakura Colored Bear, at Kaidaki, come save me first. I'm in Villa 38. My parents are constantly knocking on my door. They've turned into zombies and I'm afraid this door won't hold for long. Wind chimes by the sea, at Kaidaziki the entire inside of the neighborhood is now filled with zombies. May I ask how many members of the self-defense force are coming to save us this time? Do you have enough firepower? I'm afraid we'll have to bring tanks to do it." In the face of the crowd's hate, Liu Yang didn't say anything, but changed his avatar to a selfie. After all, in order to gain negativity, you first have to let the other person know who you are as a person and have this outward impression inside your head. It was only after the change that Liu Yang began to speak. "Wealthy, first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Liu Yang. It's a student from Tokyo University, now also living in this villa area. Meanwhile I have weapons as well as food. Picture. Liu Yang sent a picture of a table full of delicious meals and a picture of an automatic rifle to the group, showing off a little bit of his strength. As soon as he saw the picture Liu Yang posted, the group instantly exploded inside. "Lonely Mickey, I'll go." Liu Yang sang, "You're too powerful. The end times have broken out. And you're still able to eat a hot meal? Please come and save me. I'm in Villa 18. As long as you can come and save me, I'll be grateful and I can give you money." Cherry-colored bear. "That's fierce. Where did you get the gun? Aren't you a student at Tokyo University? Only the army can get guns, right? Even the vigilantes just have pistols. You can come and save us. You have a gun in your hand. Even the zombies shouldn't be a match for you. I'm at Villa 9. Please, come on." Facing the pleas for help from the crowd, Liu Yang did not answer but continued, "Of course I can save you guys, but I only save beautiful women. The good-looking, young, fit ones. Right now. Add me as a friend. Send me a selfie. Of course I'm talking about a shirtless photo. Otherwise I can't tell if your bodies are padded in big bully." This statement was made. Liu Yang's mind had begun to ring with negative emotion beeps. Negative emotion value plus 18. 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 It seems that there are 18 people online right now, and they all saw the message they sent in the group. So all 18 of them have given themselves negativity at 18 points per second. Chapter 103, I won't give you any food even if it's poured. Immediately after that the group directly exploded inside. Wind chimes by the sea. At Kaidaki, what are you talking about? So over the top thought you would come to our rescue. Who knew that you would say such nasty things? Do you still have a face? Lonely Mickey. At Kaidaki, who would be fooled by you guy? Those pictures of you I suspect are stolen, right? It's just to cheat the girls' pictures, right? Disgusting. What a time to do such disgusting things. Ladies, don't be fooled by him. I don't think he's a good guy. He's probably just trying to cheat you out of your pictures before he dies. Sakura-colored bear. At Kaidaki is simply shameless. The doomsday broke out. Even if you didn't help us. You even took advantage of the fire and tried to cheat others out of their photos. I've never seen a man as nasty as you. It's disgusting. Reformer number 18, at Kaidaki originally. I've been diving, but when I saw how excessive you guys are, I couldn't help but come out to say a few words. I've never seen you so disgusting. You have simply disgraced our men. The people inside the owners group were cursing at Lu Yang, calling him a nasty guy. Lu Yang looked at these chats while eating his meal and a light smile appeared on his face. Curse me, how hard you curse now, how bad you'll be when you beg me. Hunger doesn't lie, let alone posting a picture. Even if I told you to get down on your knees and lick my shoes, you'd all have to. As for the men, didn't even get a chance to lick my shoes. Mrs. Oda also saw the message that Lu Yang said in the group. She didn't feel that Lu Yan was too much, but even felt that Lu Yan was too kind. As long as she was a female, she could be saved by sending a selfie to Lu Yang, which was too easy, right? You know that the reason I was able to get Lu Yangjuan's protection was because I lived with Lu Yangjun for a whole month. Those women can be protected without suffering more. So wouldn't it be unfair to compare me at all? Oh, I really hope Lu Yangjun tortures them hard so it's only fair. Seeing Lu Yan not talking in the group, the people inside the group exploded even more, thinking that Lu Yan was afraid. Lone Wolf of Hokkaido, at Kaidakiki, why don't you say anything? You've been scolded by us, haven't you? With food and weapons. You don't think of saving your compatriots, but think of threatening them. Are you still a member of our Sakura country? Seeing this, Lu Yan all smiled as he replied, Kaidaki, your mouth is too hard now. I have nothing to say to you. Wait for you to starve for 2 more days. I'll talk to you when you're hungry and soft. In addition, I'm really not a person from your cherry blossom country. You don't want to insult me, ah? I'm here to study in your cherry blossom country. So, I really don't have any psychological pressure on you to save me from death. As soon as he heard those words, the Lone Wolf of Hokkaido instantly froze. After several seconds he typed, if you're not from the Sakura country, you're at least human, and humans should help each other, especially in a life and death situation like this. Lu Yang replied, your little life is considered human. Look at those cold 8 words. Lone Wolf of Hokkaido instantly breaks defense. A voice bar sent over. Voiceover bar 60 seconds. Voiceover bar 60 seconds. Voiceover bar 60 seconds. This kind of voice bar is estimated to be all about the other party doing a self-introduction, and the introduction of his own family members, so Lu Yang didn't bother to open it. He directly replied to the group. Wealthy, rush. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Save your strength to fight off the hunger. I'm full. I'm going to rest. Or that sentence. The background of the beautiful looking woman to add my friend private message me to send a selfie. If it meets my Lu Yang's aesthetic, I can reluctantly go to save you, but after being saved by me be completely subservient to me. You will do whatever I tell you to do, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. Submit to me completely and I can feed you and keep you safe. If you dare to resist, I will backhand you and throw you to the zombies. Lone Wolf of the Hokkaido, voice bar 60 seconds. Wind chimes by the sea. At Kaidaki, this guy is too much. Lu Yang right. I remember your name. I'll call the police to arrest you when the disaster is over. Sakura-colored bear. At Fortune, I hope you guys get killed and eaten. It's just insulting to women. Lonely Mikey. At Kaidaki, you simply don't deserve to be human. Lu Yang. Don't let me run into you, I'll kill you for sure. Reformer number 18. At Kaidaki, you don't worry. We women will never sell our dignity and sell our bodies for a little bit of food. No one will come looking for you. You guy, hurry up and quit the group. If you don't, we'll always despise you. We'll all scold you together. Let's see how long you can endure it. Both men and women seem to have broken their defenses in this moment. The negative emotion value inside Lu Yang's mind was still ringing. In just a few minutes he had already gained over 200 negative emotion values. His face showed a satisfied expression. Not bad, not good. Did not think that this owners group is quite fun? The more they break the defense, Lu Yang is more happy. After dinner, Lu Yan looked at the leftovers on the table. Straight away, I grabbed my cell phone and took a video of all the leftovers and dumped them in the food waste garbage can, and then posted this video to that homeowners group. Instantly the homeowners group blew right up. Lone Wolf of Hokkaido, *******. So much food you just dumped. Wasteful. Wasteful. Wind chimes by the sea, damn it. There's still half of that charcoal grilled eel left. Don't give it to me to eat. Reformer number 18, did you guys eat a bunch of those roasts and throw them away? My god. You guys are too wasteful. This is the end times. Even if you guys have enough food now, how long can you eat without saving some? Lonely Mikey, I see this is the last of your post-apocalyptic madness. Is this your last meal? Is that why you eat so well and waste so much? Lu Yang directly said in the group. Ha ha ha, waste not waste. No need for you guys to say. I just tell you one thing. Follow me. Lu Yang can eat so well every day. If you don't submit to me, I just fall down and don't give you guys any food. After saying this, the negative emotion value obtained in Lu Yang's mind soared once again. Lu Yang closed his cell phone in satisfaction. At this time, Sakura-Kong Peach came over and said to Lu Yang, Lu Yang-kun, I'm so scared tonight, can I sleep with you? Lu Yang wrapped his arm around her waist and said, of course, but you can't move around when you sleep with me. After all, I, Lu Yang, am not close to women. Sakura-Kumo immediately blushed. In a low voice, she said, don't worry, I won't move around. We're just chatting. Guaranteed to chat so much that Lu Yang-kun can't help himself. Chapter 104, Going Out for Food. In the evening Sakura-Kumo went to Lu Yang's room and talked to him all night long, until most of the night. Eventually it was just too tired and sleepy to go to bed. Early in the morning of the second day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. With his current physical quality, 7 days and 7 nights without sleep is no problem. But not Sakura-Kumo. At this moment is still asleep. The whole person is very calm, relaxed, curled up on the bed. Just like a cute little cat. Lu Yang went over and pinched her glowing face, then smiled and walked out of the room. Downstairs, Mrs. Oda had already made breakfast, and he knew that Lu Yang-jun had started living in this villa. I get up early both for school and on weekends, and today should be no exception. As expected, even after the outbreak of the end times, Lu Yang-jun got up early in the morning as usual. After eating a sweet breakfast, Lu Yang was ready to go out. Now that it was the early stage of the apocalyptic outbreak, it was the time when food was the most plentiful, so that Lu Yang already had quite a lot of food inside his space at this time. But it was far from enough. Who can't get enough of their own food? Besides, when I have enough food, I'll throw it into the garbage can directly in front of those survivors, and I won't be able to piss those survivors off, and then the negative emotions won't rise miserably, right? This food, even if I threw it away, could not be left for these little days. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yang said to Mrs. Oda and Alicia and the girls, you guys just stay in the villa area. I'm going to continue to collect food today. Hearing that, Mrs. Oda and also Aonori Oniai-chan both showed somewhat worried expressions. Said to Lu Yang, why don't you wait for the situation to stabilize some before you go out? Now the end of the world has just broken out. Everything is still unstable, and no one knows exactly how many zombies are out there. And the food you have collected is also enough. Why don't we just use that food to hold out and wait for rescue? Lu Yang smiled and said, don't be silly, everyone. From today, every day you live next will be the happiest day you live in the coming year. And the situation will never get better. It will only get worse. Now at the beginning of the post-apocalyptic period, if you don't collect food and wait for the food in the supermarket and the food in the mall to go bad, then it's just that there's really no place to collect it even if you want to. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. Just be good and wait here until I return. Okay. Hearing that Lu Yang had said so, Mrs. Oda and Miss Qing Yuan could not say anything else. Arya stepped forward and said to Lu Yang, I'll go with you. Give me a rifle. I am a female warrior, should be able to do some favor for help. After all, I'm a special forces squad leader. Lu Yang raised his hand and touched Arya's head. The other party is 1.75 meters tall. Lu Yang 1.85 meters. In front of her is not much higher. Touching her head still have to raise their hands. He spoke to Arya, saying it directly might hurt your self-esteem a bit, but I still have to tell you. In fact, in my eyes you're no different from anyone else. And that bit of strength from your special forces isn't enough to look at it all in the end times. Alright, you stay in the villa too. Hearing this sentence Arya really froze, but she thought about what Lu Yang said. It does make sense. After all, Lu Yang's strength she has seen is indeed very strong and fierce. Alright then, take care on your way, Arya said with a nod. Lu Yang then walked directly out of the bike's villa, all the way outside the villa. To go to the villa within the small supermarket Lu Yang has already scavenged light. There is no longer any food inside. But today when passing by that small supermarket, Lu Yang found that there are a dozen or so zombies are hovering there at the same time. There was one more fresh body on the ground. The corpse had been thoroughly gnawed away, leaving only a skeleton with bloodstains. Lu Yang frowned and thought in his heart, it seems that after only one day, there are already people who are too hungry to stand. Originally looking for food inside the mini-mart, but didn't expect to be found by the zombies. What a tragedy. Being not alive, that kind of pain, it's unimaginable. At this moment those zombies have also discovered the roar and rushed towards Liu Yang. Ha! Liu Yang sneered and slowly walked over with his knife. A breezy expression, followed by a swing. Brush! That zombie instantly, back long hand and ugly zombie head rolled to the ground. The other superiors were not frightened by seeing this scene. They simply did not have any intelligence or emotion, and continued to recklessly rush towards Liu Yang. Brush up on. With a flash of cold light, Liu Yang swung his sword again. The zombies fell to the ground instantly. Took out 13 walkers in total. And Liu Yang, there wasn't even a drop of zombie blood on his body. Several times the basic attributes of ordinary people made those zombies as if they were characters playing in slow motion in Liu Yang's eyes. Only after finishing off these zombies did Liu Yang walk out of the gate of the villa area and walk straight towards a large supermarket outside the villa area. The supermarket that Liu Yang often went to buy things before the doomsday broke out. The little cashier girl in there still winks at him all the time. I wonder how that little sister is doing now. Has she been eaten by the walkers? Liu Yang walked into the supermarket. Right at the entrance really saw that Xiaomei. But at this moment Xiaomei has become a zombie, is at the checkout counter standing there doing nothing. As soon as she saw Liu Yang, she instantly roared in anger and pounced on Liu Yang. Harm! I didn't expect such a sweet little cashier girl to be so ugly even after turning into a zombie. Pity! Liu Yang shook his head and then slashed over. Brush! The zombie little sister's head hit the ground instantly. But the sound of his roar also attracted other walkers inside the supermarket. When the end times broke out, there were quite a few people shopping in this supermarket. And at this moment there were at least a few hundred zombies inside the supermarket. Like this kind of crowded place, the number of zombies is the most numerous. It is only Liu Yang with the strength of the powerful, dare to come here to look for food. If the other performance to come, it is to come a dead one, completely for the zombies to send food. They all rushed towards Liu Yang. While facing these zombies, Liu Yang still did not have any panic. This time he wasn't using a knife. Instead, he held out one of his fingers. Zip, zip, zip. The sound of electricity began to come from the top of his fingers, followed by a thick bolt of lightning directly soaring out. Boom! With a loud bang, a zombie's head was instantly blown off by lightning, followed by that one bolt of lightning that continued to spread to the heads of the other zombies. Boom boom boom. The sound of exploding heads kept coming. In an instant, all the zombies instantly fell to the ground, and the air was filled with the charred odor of roasting meat. Chapter 105, Survivors in the Supermarket. Looking at the hundreds of zombie corpses on the ground, Liu Yang's face revealed an expression of satisfaction. Thunder and lightning skills used for group attack or the effect is outstanding. Because lightning had a splash effect, it could also spread from one target's body to another, instantly taking out all enemies. Liu Yang walked into the middle of the supermarket and began to scavenge for items. With a wave of his hand, all items within a 20-meter radius disappeared in place and were collected by him inside his space. It's so cool to have this spatial ability. There are a lot of items inside the supermarket. Liu Yang put away the snacks area, drinks area, clothing area, the items, and then directly began to walk towards the fresh food area. Today is the second day of the end times outbreak. The supermarket hasn't lost power yet. The refrigerators were all still running and the meat inside hadn't spoiled yet. So Liu Yang didn't hesitate to take all of them. Items never rot and spoil in space, but not in the supermarket, and in the event of a power outage, you can't have all that meat. After collecting the vegetables and fruits and meat in the fresh produce area, Liu Yang walked to the grain and oil area. There's a lot of stuff in the food section. Any bag of rice is 50 pounds, 100 pounds of weight. Liu Yang put those rice flour noodles, dried fruits, soybeans, mung beans, red beans and other legumes, also all collected into their own space. At this moment in time, Liu Yang owns a department store supermarket. The number of items he owned was already too much, and supporting Mrs. Oda's women was a breeze. After collecting these items that were placed outside, Liu Yang again targeted the supermarket's warehouse. Supermarket warehouses hold more items and resources. The rice and flour, for example, are usually displayed partially out, and most of them are still in the middle of the warehouse. Inside the cold storage, there are also a variety of frozen items. Vegetables and fruits and so on must be put in the night time and the freshness of the cold storage in the middle, otherwise it will easily be bad. So the supermarket inside the outside of the thing is actually not as much as in the warehouse. So Liu Yang kept searching inside the supermarket, which finally let him find the entrance and exit of the warehouse. It was a man-made passageway that led to the warehouse, with the fire doors above each closed. Above the doors was written "Do not enter." At this time, Liu Yang was not an idle man. He did not hesitate to kick open that door. Then just at that moment, a zombie instantly pounced, which turned out to be the supermarket employee who had become listed. Look at the dress of the other party. Should be a supermarket office clerk? A professional dress. Good figure. Convex and curved. If not, see that a zombie's ugly face is also considered charming. Liu Yang felt some pity in his heart. If this beauty didn't mutate, he wouldn't mind having an encounter with her. After all, that LOL outfit, that short to half-thigh wrap skirt, with that translucent black stockings that have been scratched a bit, plus that white shirt that is about to fall apart by the greatness of the chest on top of it, it still kinda pokes at Liu Yang's fetish. Pity. Now, we'll just have to send her to her death. Liu Yang slashed at him. Brush. That zombie was instantly cut down to the ground by Liu Yang. Continuing to go deeper, Liu Yang saw the 3 words office. It should be the staff office of the supermarket. I don't know if there are any living people inside. Liu Yang wants to go in and check it out. After all, that one OL dress-up female zombie just now still has a pretty perfect body. If you can find her colleague inside the office, who looks just as pretty as she does, then Liu Yang wouldn't mind taking her colleague away. With anticipation, Liu Yang opened the door of that one employee's office. As soon as the door opened, instantly all the zombies inside looked at Liu Yang. There were a dozen zombies inside that office. All of them were wearing professional clothes. Obviously all of them were employees inside this supermarket. Probably all of them were managers of various departments. Their dress was also similar to the female zombie outside the door. All of them were in straight professional clothes. Upon seeing Liu Yang come in, they instantly roared angrily and rushed towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang raised his machete and slashed one by one. Brush, brush, brush. Less than half a minute, more than a dozen zombies were all cut down by him. The office's all fishy blood odor. Liu Yang felt some pity was cut down by him among those employees. There are 2, but also a good figure. The charm is still there. Pity. Liu Yang started looking inside the office after finishing off these employees who had turned into zombies and found a passageway that led to the employee cafeteria. The few backroom staff inside have also turned into supervisors. Liu Yang did not hesitate to take them out as well, and then collected all the items inside the cafeteria. Although it is not much, but a mosquito's leg is also meat. Immediately after that, Liu Yang followed the passage to the bathroom. Wanted to see if there were still living people inside the bathroom. In the outbreak of the apocalypse, the safest thing inside the entire supermarket was the bathroom, because hiding in the cubicle, the low IQ zombies wouldn't be able to find it. Entered the women's bathroom. Liu Yang one by one cubicle to check. In the last cubicle, when found that the door was unlocked, Liu Yang immediately came to the spirit. Cumbersome means that there should be someone inside. Just don't know if it has turned into a zombie or not. He knocked on the door. Realizing that there was no zombie roar coming from inside, he concluded that the people inside should still be alive. Anyone? I'm here to rescue you. Hearing Liu Yang's voice, the person inside seemed to be silent for a few seconds, and eventually a nice woman's voice came out. Are you really here to save me? Are you from the official Tokyo Security Bureau? Saying that, the door of the toilet was opened and a clear face appeared in front of Liu Yang. Perhaps because of being starved for a day and a night, the other party's face was a bit pale, but it still brought out the delicate features in a very charming way. At the same time, the other party is also wearing a tight-fitting professional clothing, her body to highlight the most, just hungry for a day, but also did not starve her thin. This body, even more than the outside of that, Liu Yang think the charm of the female boss to be more perfect. The sheriff's department? I guess the people in the sheriff's bureau are all dead themselves. Come out. My name is Liu Yang. I'm a survivor. However, I'm strong enough to protect you. Upon hearing these words, the woman finally showed a relieved expression, and her tightly furrowed brow calmed down. She then walked out of the toilet and Liu Yang finally got a good look at the other party. Great! It's surprising that this figure is going to be better than Mrs. Oda's. The top button of that white shirt seemed to be falling apart, and the other person was also very good looking, and looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Has the flavor of a mature woman. The body appearance was perfect, very much in line with Liu Yang's aesthetic. Hello, I'm the general manager of this supermarket. Are you also a survivor? A customer who bought something inside the supermarket? Trapped inside too? The woman straightened her clothes and said to Liu Yang. Chapter 106, you have to listen to me. After straightening her clothes and making sure there were no walkers outside the restroom, the woman seemed to regain some of her old glow. She is 25 years old and in the prime of her life, exuding a unique charm of youthfulness and maturity. A tight-fitting white shirt was simple yet competent, emphasizing her elegant demeanor. The wraparound skirt tightly wrapped around her exquisite figure, showing just the right curves. Black stockings wrapped around long slender legs, adding a bit of mystery and sexiness. Her face is delicate and beautiful. Eyebrows such as far away from the corner of the eye slightly upward reveals a hint of confidence and boldness. A pair of bright eyes, such as bright stars shining with the light of wisdom, and the bright eyes of a pair of bright eyes, such as bright stars shining with the light of wisdom. Underneath the high nose was a rosy lip, slightly upturned, as if it always carried a warm smile. Her hair neatly pulled in the back of the head revealing a clean forehead looks extraordinarily spiritual. A few strands of hair around the ear gently hanging down, adding a few points of softness, with a leader's demeanor. Both with the vigor of young people to convene. but also with the leadership of the calm and atmosphere. At this point, after realizing that there were no zombies in the toilet, he resumed his usual calm and collected self. Looking at Liu Yang and realizing that Liu Yang was just a young man, all of a sudden immediate confidence was displayed in her eyes. In her opinion, is just a young man, may still be a college student, like yourself in the workplace above the fight for a few years, and by virtue of excellent ability to promote to the supermarket general manager position of the strong woman. Sorry for these college students, that is not a handful? After all, she'd seen plenty of college interns inside the office. They're all just ditzes with no social experience. They can be taken at will. They're thin-skinned, they're socially inexperienced, and most of them are ingratiating personalities, especially the men. When faced with a beautiful woman is more pleasing, a little bit of tact was able to turn them into loyal lickspittles. At this moment in this strong woman's opinion, Liu Yang is also a licking dog that can be taken at will. You said you were strong and that you could protect me? Is that true? This strong woman asked at Liu Yang. While not moving, she threw a wink at Liu Yang, and it had to be said that this woman looked really pretty. Reminds Liu Yang of Maple Pity, who wears glasses and wears an old getup. It's just that she has a much better figure than Maple Pity, and her features are much more refined. If it were any other little virgin, he would probably want to dig out his heart for her if he was winking at her like this. It was a pity that Liu Yang was not a little virgin. He was a fierce man who had experienced 2 lives. He ignored the other's winks and addressed the other directly. Of course, what I said is true. As long as you submit to me, I will be able to protect you. Of course, submitting to me means complete and absolute obedience to me. Do whatever I tell you to do. Do whatever you want to do. Got it? Hearing those words, that strong woman instantly changed her face. How is this possible? I'm the general manager of a supermarket. I've got dozens of employees under me, and my suitor that is even more, nearly 100 fish pond inside, do not know how many fish. No matter where I am a very good woman. I not only rely on their own ability to become the general manager of a supermarket. My appearance and figure is valued by a number of talent scouts. Want to let me go to make a movie it, but only by my refusal. I didn't expect to be told by a youngster that he would completely submit to him and do whatever he wanted. How is this possible? What does he take me for? Think I'm one of those little girls who hasn't seen the world and is so gullible? The strong woman said. I didn't hear you wrong. Completely submit to you, little brother. Although I'm very grateful to you for taking out the zombies outside, saved me from the toilet, but I am the general manager of this supermarket. How can a woman as good as me sell her body? Oh, then it can't be helped. Since it's someone who's useless to me, please go ahead and hide in the toilet. Liu Yang stroked his chin and said casually, hiding in the restroom? Why should I hide in the toilet? There is no danger now. There are no more zombies outside. Can't I come out to look for food? Can't I come out to ask for help? The strong woman looked at Liu Yang with a puzzled face and said, just not for a while, since you won't be my woman. I'll just grab a few more walkers later and throw them in the restroom, and then I'll just lock you in there, won't I? Put everything back the way it was, just as if I hadn't been here, Liu Yang said with a smirking expression. Hearing this, that strong woman was directly dumbfounded. Liu Yang's mind, on the other hand, began to transmit negative emotional values. It did seem that the woman was getting a little angry with herself. After a few seconds, that woman instantly exploded and pointed at Liu Yang's nose. You're a little too much. What kind of person is like you? In the end times we are all from Tokyo City. Shouldn't we help each other? You've already finished off the zombies, and just because I don't submit to you, you're going to capture more zombies to block me in. Are you good at that? I worked so hard to take out all the zombies in the supermarket, rescued you from the toilet just to have an in-depth conversation with you, and you refused to do so. So since you don't even thank me, why should I help you? As your savior, shouldn't you return the favor? Liu Yang still said with a thick skin. That strong woman was instantly dumbfounded by Liu Yang. What this guy said seems to be somewhat reasonable. It's just that I'm the one who's supposed to ask for it. If you initiate it, wouldn't that be against a woman's will? Why is this guy so cheeky? Not at all like those other college students I've been in contact with. Trying to pin him down seems to be completely out of the question. Looking at the other party's dumbfounded look, Liu Yang continued to ask, well, have you considered it clearly? Submit to me, Liu Yang, or continue to hide back in your toilet cubicle. I'm not even going to choose, I'm going to run out. You've already killed all the zombies inside the supermarket anyway. It's not like I'm in danger. The woman resumed her lofty appearance. She didn't believe that Liu Yang dared to do anything to her. I can take out the hundreds of walkers inside the supermarket and I'll be able to take out you. You just reminded me. Going out and catching 2 more zombies outside to come in and trap you inside is too much of a hassle. Liu Yang's face revealed a devilish smile before he continued. It would be better to just kill you. It's not unacceptable to just kill you while you're hot. Chapter 107, Walking Out of the Supermarket. Hearing this sentence, The woman instantly blushed. She saw that the expression on Liu Yang's face was one of calmness, and at the same time there was a hint of evil in his eyes. It seemed that the other party didn't look like he was joking, and the other party might actually be able to do it. The woman was instantly terrified and no longer dared to show the high and mighty expression she had just shown. Originally, she was thinking that the man had taken out all the walkers. Then he could take this opportunity to run out of the supermarket and look for help. But now it seemed as if the man wasn't going to let himself go like that and let himself go. And if you don't listen to the other side, you might be killed directly by the other side. And then even if you won't be eaten by the zombies, you will be killed by the other side. Even the body is not safe after death. I don't want that kind of thing. Don't be impulsive. If you do something like this, when this disaster is over, you will be arrested by the officials. You'll definitely be sanctioned. And you'll be locked up in prison never to be free. Think about it. Is it worth it to you? But don't be led by the nose by your own lower body. The woman wanted to continue to persuade Liu Yang to let herself go. After all, she is a woman leader. So this supermarket is not a large company, but managing the whole supermarket, she also has a monthly salary that others envy every month. And Liu Yang was nothing more than an ordinary college student with nothing in her opinion. A man who was neither mature nor capable. Put in peace, she wouldn't even look at her more than once. So how could she succumb to Liu Yang and become Liu Yang's woman to serve him? It seems like you haven't gotten the situation right yet. Now that the nature team is probably all but wiped out, it's ridiculous that you're still waiting for them to come and save you, and for them to come and take me to jail. I'll give you one last chance to die or submit to me. Take your pick, Liu Yang said as he directly put the machete on the other person's neck. He could cut off the other person's head with just one push. Seeing this scene, the woman was really scared. She was trembling with fear, and he knew that this man was greasy and definitely a hard-hearted man, so he had to be forced to nod his head and said in a resigned manner, "All right, I'm willing to submit to you. Don't you kill me." That's right. Why pretend to be a chaste woman? You small-time women are just eat hard but not soft. If you don't get tough, you'll just stomp your noses. Only by getting tough can you be convinced. Since you are the general manager of this one supermarket, you should know where the warehouse of this supermarket is. Right. You know where this supermarket has the most supplies. Right. Take me, Liu Yang said and put the knife away. The woman nodded and then led Liu Yang towards the supermarket warehouse. This woman is worthy of being the biggest leader of this supermarket. The facilities of this supermarket can be said to be familiar to the point of shocking. Eyes closed are able to find the location of the supermarket warehouse. Under her leadership, Liu Yang quickly came to the warehouse. Along the way, this woman saw that some of the zombies that fell on the ground, these zombies used to be his colleagues. The first time after the outbreak of the end of the world was infected with the zombie virus. Now one by one, their corpses were separated, and all of them were cut down to the ground by Liu Yang. This scene made the woman feel very emotional. Opening the door of the warehouse, Liu Yang began to collect the supplies. The grain and oil warehouse was full of grain. Without saying a word, Liu Yang waved his hand and all of them were collected by him into the system space. In the space, seeing those supplies disappearing in place, the woman following him instantly revealed a shocked expression, as if she had seen a ghost. She said to Liu Yang in surprise, How did you do this? How did these things disappear out of thin air? Of course it was taken away by me. Liu Yang let out a laugh and said with a relaxed face, Alright, start entering the next warehouse. Liu Yang opened the door of another warehouse, which was full of fresh vegetables and fruits. This warehouse has a freshness preservation function. The temperature inside is only 4 or 5 degrees, and the fruits and vegetables can be stored for a long time. Liu Yang didn't hesitate and instantly took these things into his space as well. Then the snack warehouse, the clothing warehouse, and the frozen meat warehouse. Liu Yang collected all those supplies again, and when all the things in the warehouse were collected, Liu Yang normally showed a satisfied expression. Now all the supplies of a large supermarket have been collected by Liu Yang into his own system space. In the end of the world he can say that there is no shortage of anything, is a walking department store supermarket. After collecting these resources, Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression and said to the woman, Very well, now that this supermarket is empty, we can go back. After seeing Liu Yang's ability, that woman also resigned herself to her fate, without the kind of contempt she had at the beginning. At first, he thought that Liu Yang was just an ordinary college student who only obtained a machete in the end of the world, coupled with the fact that he was relatively strong, so he was able to hack the zombies to death. But now, it seems that there is more to this young man's secret than just what he had imagined. Not only did he possess extremely powerful strength, he even had the very magical ability to make items disappear directly out of thin air. These items were not known to have been changed to where he had gone, but it was clear that they should have been completely within his grasp. Disaster outbreak resources or life resources are everything. This man now has the resources of a supermarket and follows him to better his life. Aha! The woman nodded. Subsequently, with a submissive face, he followed behind Lu Yang, and the two of them walked out of the supermarket together. Chapter 108, No Interest in Men. The two walked out of the supermarket. However, not far out of the supermarket, but suddenly stopped by 5 people. Of the 5 people, it was 4 men and 1 woman. Everyone had weapons in their hands. The big man in the lead of them was holding a fire axe in his hand, and there was still black blood on the head of the fire axe, so it was obvious that the big man should have taken out a few zombies along the way. The remaining 4 had kitchen knives in their hands. The big man in the lead of them looked at Lu Yang. A light smile appeared on his face, and then he placed his eyes on the woman behind Lu Yang. That is the plump and sexy body. That will body curves outline the best career turn. That straight thighs on the black stockings are extremely poke his aesthetic point. He couldn't help but lick his lips. With an evil smile on his face, he said, "There, it seems that this lord is lucky today, to casually come out to find some food and meet a great beauty. Not bad, kid, that machete in your hand is good. I'm looking at leaving both the knife and the woman behind. You can go, otherwise, my axe won't be long for me." And Lu Yang sneered after glancing at the other party and then also placed his gaze on the face of the woman behind the other party. Age about 18 years old, very young and beautiful, tall and youthful, with delicate features and snow-white skin, as if tender out of water. "I'm afraid such a pretty girl would have been the class flower in peaceful times." Lu Yang asked to the big man, "What is the relationship between the woman behind you and you?" "My sister." "What's wrong?" The big man replied subconsciously, but immediately afterward a hint of annoyance appeared in his eyes, as if to say, "Why am I answering this strange guy?" Immediately after that, he asked Lu Yang unwillingly, "And what is the relationship between that woman behind you and you?" "It's up to you," Lu Yang replied with a cold smile. Now the big man was completely pissed off. This kid is looking for death. I told him everything and he didn't tell me? In the first encounter, it seemed as if he had fallen into a corner. Lu Yang also counted to see out. This big man should be the kind of limbs developed, simple-minded kind of type. Did not expect him to look so ugly. His sister actually looked so beautiful. Not bad. It's just a shame it's his sister and not his wife. It would be better if it was his wife. After all, with the added buff off being a human wife, the beauty queen would also be more palatable. And, if it's his wife, bullying his wife to her face should provide him with a lot of negative emotional value, right? That big man was set up by Lu Yang. The whole man was so angry that he huffed and puffed, and finally raised the fire axe and pointed at Lu Yang. "I'm going to count to 3 and give you one last chance. Put your knife on the ground, leave your woman here, and then, numbly get the hell out of here for this grandpa. Otherwise, after 3 seconds I'll use this axe to chop off your dog's head." They have 4 men and 1 woman here, and each of them has a weapon in their hands, while the other side has only 1 person. No matter how you look at it, their side has a better chance of winning. This big man is a retired self-defense force member, possesses great strength and is extremely strong mentally. After the outbreak of the post-apocalyptic world, his wife turned into a zombie. The first thing he did was to directly use a kitchen knife to cut off his wife's head, and then took his sister to the neighborhood's fire station and found this fire axe along the way and directly hacked out of the neighborhood. Originally, he thought the virus was just breaking out inside the neighborhood, but I didn't expect to find more zombies outside the neighborhood after hacking out of it. There is no way. He can only war must be sharp to hide inside a residential building, and then met the remaining 3 men. Those 3 men are not his opponent, so can only willingly do his little brother. They were hungry after hiding all day, so they came out in search of food, killing a lot of walkers along the way. Ended up looking at this supermarket, but I didn't expect that just when I was about to enter the supermarket, I met Lu Yang coming out from inside the supermarket. The machete in Lu Yang's hand could smell much better than the fire axe in his hand, and at the same time the woman behind Lu Yang was also much prettier than his wife who had turned into a zombie. Beautiful. So the big man played a crooked mind, want to take the weapon and woman from Lu Yang's hands. In his opinion, Lu Yang was nothing more than a college student with a hairless mouth. I'm afraid I could scare the piss out of him with just a word from myself. However, he did not expect that after he said a harsh word, Lu Yang's face did not show any expression of shock. Instead, he said with a mocking look on his face, "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in the weapon in your hand, so even if you put it down, I won't let you go. You can't leave." When these words came out, the big man's face instantly changed, but the next second he realized that Lu Yang had already disappeared from his field of vision. Immediately afterward, he felt his body, uncontrollably, flying out horizontally, hitting the far wall at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the big man felt like his body was about to fall apart. His mind went blank, and then he landed on the ground with a bang. A fishy came out of his mouth, and he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. And before the 3 minions around him and his own sister could react, they realized their boss had taken off in place. By the time they reacted, their boss had already lost the fight, spitting blood from his mouth and denting his chest. At this time, the big man, the expression on his face was twisted up because of the pain, his eyes were full of fear, and the fire axe in his hand had long since flown out a few meters away, quietly lying on the ground. He looked incredulously at Lu Yang in front of him. How could he not expect that this young man whom he had belittled possessed such a powerful strength? Negative emotion value +5. Negative emotion value +5. Negative emotion value +5. In the middle of no one's horrified eyes, Lu Yang kept receiving system prompts. He walked step by step to the front of the big man and smiled. Look, I told you, you can't leave. Your sister is quite good. I will take good care of her for you next, said Lu Yang. Directly walked to her sister, reached out and directly pinched the other party's neck. When the big man saw this scene, his eyes widened and he revealed an angry expression. No, you let go of my sister. What do you guys want? If you have the guts, come at me, Lu Yang said with a crooked smile. That won't do. After all, I'm not interested in men. Chapter 107, the grand finale. Null.